Chapter 71. Follow me. Meg swallowed the blood he had just coughed up, but the swallowing action caused him severe pain in his chest, as if the broken ribs had pierced his lungs, and even breathing was excruciatingly painful. He could get hot-headed and cruelly take everyone with him to be buried, but in the face of other people's desire to survive, his selfishness seemed so pathetic and ridiculous. The way to survive now was fought for by Su with his life, and he couldn't let them down at this time. Meg pulled open the hatch that was madly hit by the spider monster, leading the fire suppression one step ahead, creating an opportunity for the team members behind him to escape, go to the elevator. Seeing that the captain was under pressure alone, some team members felt guilty, and immediately drew their guns to help share the burden. They were indeed very scared, but they also knew that once the captain fell, they could not escape to the elevator by themselves. Looking at the team members around her, Meg's eyes were tinged with some relief, and she instructed the team members to fight and retreat at the same time, and not to disperse their actions. Hiss. Why is the eight-headed snake here too? Oh my god, what should we do? Looking at the giant monster getting closer and closer, the team members suddenly panicked and forgot what Meg had just told them. They quickly found shelter. Meg was helpless, and knew that she couldn't call them all back for the time being. She focused on dealing with the terrifying and strange alien creatures in front of her. The material storage room was not far from the exit. Those snake-like monsters just discovered them. They were still some distance away from them. They still had a chance to escape. There are more and more monsters. Guanjiayu. Ah! Hearing the sound, Meg turned around and saw a team member's body cruelly pierced by the monster's legs, staring at Guanjia in disbelief. Guanjia was so scared that he fell to the ground and kept crawling back, muttering, "I'm so scared. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Seeing that the monster was about to pounce again, he hurriedly got up from the ground and grabbed the nearest team member for help. "Quint, save me." The team member named Quint hadn't reacted yet, and saw Guanjia hiding behind him and trembling. He was about to continue shooting and fighting, but when he turned around, he was faced with the monster's dark brown ghost face, and its constantly opening and closing mouth. He didn't even have time to retreat. Suddenly, his eyes went black. The smell of blood and the pain of being torn apart hit his reason. He felt that he was being chewed. Guan. Meg tried to stop Guanjia from using other people as shields, but there were countless monsters, and he had no time to be distracted. He had to fire at the monsters near Guanjia in the gap to help dispel the threat. The chaos among humans was hard to distinguish in the chaotic seawater. Guanjia hunched his back and hid everywhere until he found that there was no teammate next to him to support him. He immediately changed his previous panic expression, quickly drew his gun, and fired several shots at the head of the monster rushing towards him. After ensuring that his current situation was safe, he returned to his usual panic and crouched towards other teammates. But he did not expect that his every move had been noticed by Meg. Guanjia's ability has always been the bottom of the 10th team, and he has been bullied by Patton and others for this. But Meg recalled it now, and suddenly realized the strangeness. Although Guanjia acted very cowardly and timid, no matter how difficult the task was, he could always return to the team unscathed in danger. Guanjia was lucky once or twice, but it has been like this all the time, and Meg has added a bit of suspicion. Meg approached Guanjia calmly to prevent the team from losing more members, and commanded the remaining team members, "We're almost there, you go in first, I cover the rear." "Yes, Captain." Only at this time, they called Meg Captain with the most sincere tone. Meg couldn't help sighing in her heart, fighting and retreating to the escape exit. Under the frequent flashes of gunfire, his eyes were full of determination. He would stick here until the last moment, until the team members who were dragged down by him had a way out. "Those monsters are coming. Get in the cabin quickly. Let me go in first. Can you stop squeezing? If this goes on, none of us can escape. Don't block the way." The team members rushed to squeeze into the cabin door, and the people behind them were blocked outside and couldn't get in. One team member just shouted not to squeeze, and suddenly felt that he was pulled away by the people behind him. He staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. When he looked up, he saw a huge spider monster rushing towards him. "Be careful." Meg aimed at the monster's eyes and fired 2 shots, then quickly picked up the team members on the ground and rushed to the escape pod. The monster that left the low corridor stretched its limbs and stood up on the ground, which was as high as a floor of a human residence in the old era. It suddenly jumped up and covered them. Meg pushed up the gear of the oxygen booster and threw the team members into the escape pod. She covered her chest with severe pain and dodged between the legs that kept stabbing above her head. Finally, she entered the escape pod before more monsters arrived and closed the hatch. The team members who survived the disaster had not yet come out of the shadow of their own death. When they saw Captain Meg coming back, they trembled and pointed to Guanjie, who was huddled in the corner, and said, "Captain, it was Guanjie who pushed me just now." Hearing someone was blaming him, Guanjie waved his hands innocently, still looking timid and incompetent as before. "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me, I was pushed by someone too." He sniffed as if he was about to cry, and said with a little sob because of fear, "It's okay to bully me normally, but I almost died just now." If she hadn't seen what Guanjie did with her own eyes, Meg might still have sympathy for him as before, but now looking at this coward in the corner, his thoughts are completely different. But this is not the most important thing at the moment. The escape pod was attacked crazily by the monsters outside. Meg grabbed the handrail in the pod while shaking, and synchronized the current situation with the other end of the communication line. "Su, we have entered the escape pod, waiting for your news." Hearing the message sent back by Meg, Su raised his eyes, and looked at Wei Yu in front of him, and nodded to indicate that he could start the action. Because Matthias's people were listening on the other end of the communication, Wei Yu couldn't make a sound to expose his presence. He could understand the other party's meaning just by exchanging eyes. He nodded in response, and walked to the auxiliary hatch, ready to respond at any time. Su stood by the control console, his eyes attracted by the large window in front of him. He saw the fully awakened snake monster swaying towards them, and began to attack the collection center frantically. Their feet were shaking disorderly, and the dark seabed was twisting like it was alive. Only when he looked down carefully did he realize that it was all blue-black baby snakes. He raised his eyes, but still couldn't see what the monster hovering above their heads looked like. The more difficult it was to describe, the more uneasy he became. Su's hand wrapped in gauze covered the self-destruct button, took a deep breath and informed, "Self-destruct system is on. Countdown for 5 minutes. Reserve half a minute to escape." He pressed it calmly, confirmed that the time on the system panel began to count down, pulled down the curtain beside the big window, and walked back to the auxiliary hatch that Wei Yu helped to open. The escape capsule is ready, and the countdown is 4.5 minutes. On the other side, Meg stared at the panel without blinking. Her heartbeat was even more chaotic than the frequency of the escape capsule being hit by the monster. The auxiliary hatch of the main control room slowly closed after Wei Yu entered. Su did not choose to enter the narrow escape capsule directly. Its space could only accommodate one person, and it was quite passive after entering, and life and death were all up to fate. Su calmly tore the curtains of the main control room into strips, and connected them into a long rope. Wei Yu understood what he meant, and silently assisted from the side, tying him to the outer wall of the escape capsule with a long rope, fearing that the rope was too loose and Su would be thrown off, and that he would be hurt if it was tied too tightly. Su shook his head, and pointed to the knot at his waist, suggesting that Wei Yu could tie it tighter. His arms didn't have the strength to grab the outer wall, so he could only use this method to fix it. When the escape capsule was activated, it would generate a strong thrust. He didn't want to be thrown out. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to leave the deep sea. Wei Yu tightened it a little bit to ensure that Su's worries would not come true. Then he raised his hand, and suddenly took off Su's hood, covering his mouth before he could speak subconsciously. Wei Yu covered the sound receiving hole at the bottom of the hood, and whispered in Su's ear, "Although this is a bit hypocritical, but I hope you are safe and sound." Su's breathing stagnated, and he smiled softly with a warm heart. He glanced at the hood in Wei Yu's hand, turned his head, and whispered in Wei Yu's ear, "Thank you, you too." Wei Yu's hot and humid breath brushed across his face, and he took a breath of cool air, staring at the eyes so close, with a trace of barely detectable panic in his eyes. He swallowed his saliva, and silently put the hood back on Su. He touched his neck, and his heart felt itchy for no reason. When he talked to Su like this just now, he didn't feel anything wrong, but when Su treated him like this, he felt uncomfortable everywhere. It must be because he was in a crisis and too nervous. Wei Yu comforted himself in this way, and nodded, thinking it made sense. He picked up the remaining cloth strips, and wrapped Su's pistol around his hand, gesturing that he only needed to pull the trigger, which would save a lot of effort. Su didn't understand why Wei Yu's expression suddenly changed, but after feeling his thoughtfulness, he said silently, "Thank you." Through the glass on the auxiliary cabin door, they watched the time on the control panel count down, and tacitly hugged the escape capsule, and their hands accidentally touched each other. Before Su pulled his hand back, the escape device was officially activated, the auxiliary cabin cover slowly opened, and a large amount of seawater rushed in. The pressure from the deep sea squeezed their bodies instantly. Even with the relief of protective clothing, They still felt suffocated. But there was a hand holding him tightly, tapping the back of his hand with the fingertips without saying much, as if telling him again and again, "Don't worry, I'm still here." Following the thrust of the protruding soles of his feet, Su felt an unprecedented impact. The rapid movement made his throat full of blood and his head dizzy. He bit his tongue to stay awake, looked down, and saw the 8-headed snake under his feet leaping up and attacking. He and Wei Yu let go at the same time and aimed their guns at the approaching monster. Wei Yu held the outer wall tightly with one hand. The huge pressure on the seabed made him cough up blood. He calmly took out the small hand cannon on his waist and fought side by side with Su to prevent being caught up by the monster in the last half-minute before the explosion. The giant monster hovering in the deep sea suddenly turned around, and its eyes flashing red light seemed to be staring at the two people who were rising, and it let out a terrifying scream. Chapter 72. The roar in the deep sea brought shock waves, stirring up everything around with a raging wave that was almost devastating. Meg stared at the glass on the escape hatch door, and saw the unknown giant beast heading towards the other end of the collection center. She hurriedly reminded him, Su, were you the one shooting just now? Why are you still outside? The monster is coming to find you. Can you hide? But in response, the monster's terrifying scream almost pierced his eardrums. Su. Meg stared out the window in disbelief. Her panic-stricken heart had already begun to imagine that Su might have had an accident. Why did this happen? It was all his fault. If it weren't for him, Su and Barton wouldn't have died. But if he didn't choose this way, what would happen to Sally? What choice should he make to be right? But now no matter what he chooses, Su has already sacrificed because of his selfishness. Countdown to the explosion, 5, 4. In the communication full of tides and monster roars, a familiar voice suddenly began to count down. Meg leaned on the window and peeked out, only to see a meteor-like water wave in the distance, rushing straight to the sea surface. He squinted his eyes and looked carefully, trying to see more in the turbid sea water. Bang! Bang! When the countdown was completely over, the collection center under his feet exploded one after another, and the aftermath shook the escape pod like a big net. Even though they had already grabbed the handrails, everyone in the cabin was still dizzy from the irregular shaking. Some people even lost control and bumped into sharp objects. Although they were so close to survival, they were still seriously injured and fainted. They no longer had the strength to grab the handrails, and suffered even more violent impacts in the cabin. All parts of their bodies were broken, and they looked completely unrecognizable. The bursting blood dyed everyone's vision red, and someone could be heard sobbing quietly in the dimness. What should I do? What should I do? Why haven't I reached the surface of the sea yet? I don't want to die. Who can come and save me? The sharp pain in his chest pulled Meg's drowsy consciousness back. He gritted his teeth and endured the painful whine, and lay on the hatch again to look out. Noticing that Su, who was originally some distance away from them, was pushed closer by the shock of the explosion, he was tied outside the escape capsule, and now he was hanging his head and motionless, probably affected and fainted. Su, wake up! How are you? Meg kept repeating the greeting, trying to wake Su up. He suddenly stopped talking when he saw something in a trance, and vaguely saw that there seemed to be a person hanging on the other side of the escape capsule. The abandoned center under his feet exploded again after many days, and the sound hit the seabed. Their escape pods were affected one after another. Just as Meg was about to see who suddenly appeared next to Su, she was thrown away by the aftermath of the explosion. The consciousness that had finally recovered was once again lost in another round of shocks. Su felt like he was thrown into a drum washing machine full of sulfuric acid. Because he gave all the remaining food to Wei Yu, he hadn't eaten for a long time, but he still felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. The clothes on his back were burned by the flames just now, and it seemed that part of his skin was exposed to the sea water, which kept cutting his flesh and blood like a knife. A hand suddenly grabbed Su's wrist and tapped the inside of his wrist where his pulse was beating wildly, as if asking, "How are you?" "I'm still alive." Su spoke, answering Wei Yu and also sending a message to Meg. Is he really still alive? Not only his arms, but he felt as if his limbs and bones were disassembled, and he was completely unable to move. Even Wei Yu, who had installed a high-strength exoskeleton in his protective suit, was not feeling well now, so he naturally understood Su's pain. The originally dark deep sea became an endless hell, and the raging fire waves were annihilating everything. The aftermath of the explosions one after another was like the roar of the ocean in anger. Seeing that a monster was blown up to only half of its body, and was still chasing, Wei Yu took the initiative to bear the pressure and gave Su enough time to relax. The gunshots in the sea were abrupt, and Meg became more and more certain that there must be someone besides Su. But who was that person? Did anyone among Barton and the others survive? Meg didn't think so. She stared at the sea closely. At the moment when the escape capsule swirled in the water, she quickly caught a familiar figure that was impossible to appear, and her eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be him? Captain, how is Su? Guanjia grabbed the handrail of the bulkhead and slowly crawled over, squeezing by the hatch and trying to look out. Meg said hurriedly, "He just replied, he is still alive, but I'm afraid he is seriously injured. You guys hold on tight, we will reach the surface soon. We have to find him before the alien creatures in the shallow sea attack Su." He glanced at the team members who were horribly knocked down by the strong shock, sighed heavily, and said with a sentimental and admonishing tone, "Don't lose more people." Guanjia stared at Meg in a daze. He had just seen Su lying outside the escape capsule, and there was a human-shaped creature next to him. The captain had been watching here for so long, it was impossible that he didn't see it. Why didn't he say it on purpose, and found a reason to refuse him from looking outside? What is that thing, a human or a monster? Will Su get into trouble? Guanjia's hands tightly grasped the handrail, his head lowered solemnly. Are they still going back to Matia? It would be better for everyone to just die in the deep sea. Attracted by the firepower from Su's end, their escape pod has gradually risen steadily and safely except for the occasional fluctuations under their feet. The team members looked at the continuous fire outside, and after confirming that they finally had no worries, they began to worry about the safety of others. Can Su really survive? This is also what Meg cares about, but now he has another doubt, and this question must wait for Su to return to the sea safely before he can solve it for him. Standing by the hatch, his eyes cast on the deep seabed. Who? The breathing sound of unknown origin intertwined with his weak breathing, and it overlapped, as if all the nothingness was his own fantasy. Su took a deep breath, and the cold air from the gloomy seabed instantly sobered him up. He slowly opened his eyes, and was shocked to find that he was not in the sea, but in the collection center where researchers and workers were still alive before the alien creatures invaded. Wei Yu? Su subconsciously called out this name, but he looked around and didn't see Wei Yu. As soon as he turned around, he saw two people walking straight towards him. He immediately turned sideways to avoid them, realizing that they seemed to be unable to see him, and he seemed to be not a physical entity. What am I doing? Before Su could figure out the answer to the current situation, he listened to the two people talking to each other. Why hasn't Matia's supplies arrived this month? It's because the collection center hasn't met the target for 2 months. When we were first assigned here, we pumped pure water 1 tank at a time. At that time, the supply was never insufficient. But after pumping for so long, the remaining groundwater has reached the warning line. We can't pump anymore. The superiors don't care so much. If they can't meet the demand, they will cut off the resources. In this world, our lives are not as precious as pure water. Are they going to watch the people in the collection center starve to death? The colleague next to him sighed and said, Alas, it's only a matter of time. For a few years, ration rice, our boss agreed to continue pumping water. Ah! The man exclaimed, then realized that his voice was a little loud, and hurriedly lowered his voice and said, Haven't we argued several times about whether to continue pumping groundwater? If the opposition knew the result, wouldn't they be furious? Really? Look at the main control room. The opposition has been blocking the door for a day, but our boss ignored them. Su looked in the direction of the main control room when he heard it. The lights at the top of the complete corridor were a little dazzling, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block his eyes. Even though he knew they couldn't see him, Su still walked closer with light steps. Then I heard the people gathered outside the door shouting, Please pay attention to the cordon and refuse to continue to exploit groundwater. We would rather sink to the bottom of the sea than eat the flesh and blood of the earth. The water will be drained one day, and we will be abandoned by Matthias sooner or later. Why should we drag all mankind to be buried with us? Seeing them arguing so fiercely, the two people standing not far away and talking shook their heads helplessly. It's useless. The supporters believe that we feed the remaining humans, and that not continuing mining is abandoning human lives. Our boss has listened to it. No wonder they asked us to go to the water sample analysis room now. That means we will be able to eat a full meal soon? So you are a supporter? The colleague raised his eyebrows and asked. The man waved his hand and denied it quickly. No, I am not on either side. Do I have a say in the future of mankind? The two looked at each other and grinned, but the corners of their mouths were full of bitterness, and they turned away helplessly. Su frowned and watched everything. He thought that the two would pass through him directly as before, but he didn't expect that after they approached, he was suddenly pushed back 2 steps by a strong force. Looking up again, he was surprised to find that his surroundings had changed. Looking around, he recognized the location he was in, which was a well-equipped elevator. Make way. Su subconsciously moved to make way when he heard that. He turned back and realized that the man was not talking to him, but they were carrying boxes of things to the material storage room. He walked out against the flow of people. An ark with the Matthias logo was parked on the lifting platform. 2 people wearing protective suits of the Vanguard were directing the laborers of the collection center to move the goods by the hatch. This is the last box, move it quickly. The Vanguard member frowned and urged, turning his head to look at his teammates. His teammates nodded and confirmed, the underground water has been loaded. It's a little less, but it can last for a few days. We can go now. The Vanguard looked at the workers who were carrying the water with an impatient look on their faces and scolded them coldly. Tell the person in charge of your collection center that if there is still so little next time, don't expect Matthias to support you trash anymore. The workers didn't dare to argue and knelt down to apologize to their parents, who provided them with food and clothing. However, after the ark slowly rose, they couldn't help but feel troubled. After this batch of water was sent away, the underground is empty. Where is the water? What should we do in the future? This is not something we should consider. Whether we were in the labor area before or were transferred here, we have no right to resist. Let's just leave it to fate, his companion said helplessly. Suddenly, the soles of their feet began to shake violently, as if something had drilled out from the ground, and as if a giant was approaching them. Chapter 73. Warning! Warning! A large number of alien creatures are detected approaching. The collection center has activated the strong dispersal mode. All staff members are requested to return to the cabin and wait for orders. Warning! Warning! The alarm sounded deafening, foreshadowing the impending catastrophe. The passage gate that had been in and out in an orderly manner just now was instantly in chaos. The workers who were carrying materials fled into the collection center in a hurry without looking back, looking out in fear and curiosity. There was no one outside the door in an instant. Su stood alone and stared at the deep sea. He saw the swaying snake in the chaos. The difficulties of fighting these monsters were vivid in his mind. He took a small step back with lingering fear. Retribution. It's all retribution. Su turned his head when he heard the voice, and saw that several people who squeezed in front of the glass window looked familiar. He lowered his eyes, and thought for a moment. He had some impression of these people. These people seemed to be the opposition party that stopped the collection of groundwater in the main control room before. After finding the source of the abnormal movement, the opposition parties laughed out loud, and some of them frowned unnaturally, and the tears squeezed out of the corners of their eyes were too heavy, and rolled down from the corners of their eyes. Then another group of people came, and they still couldn't believe it when they heard the alarm, and wanted to come over to confirm it with their own eyes. After seeing the sky monster in the darkness outside, they were so scared that they couldn't speak for a long time. The first sentence one of them said after recovering was, "Quick, go and notify the person in charge to close the groundwater extraction manhole cover. Don't let these monsters infect the groundwater." As soon as this person finished speaking, his companions stepped out and walked to the other end of the collection center, but were blocked by the opposition party. The opposition party was very emotional, pointing at those who opposed them, and angrily scolding, "You instigated the person in charge to agree to continue to pump water resources. Retribution has come." The member of the pro party, who was reprimanded, rudely knocked away the hand pointing at him. "What retribution? Don't believe everything you hear. It's the breeding season now, and abnormal activities of alienated creatures are normal. What does it have to do with the collection center? Why is it not related? Now the resources are gone. If they can't get nutrients during the breeding season, they will feed on humans. You people ignored the cordon and continue to pump groundwater just to have a full meal. I'm afraid the collection center for other materials will not stop. Now the resources are exhausted. It's over. It's all over." Seeing that he was refuted, the pro party raised his voice and said, "What do you know? As long as Matthias can drag it until the day when land reappears, the future of mankind can continue. Everything we do is for mankind. You are the truly selfish ones." Then he urged his companions, "Why are you still standing there? Go and close the manhole cover." But the opposition party surrounded the pro party and left no way out. The leader of the opposition tightly grasped the person who took the lead in urging the work to continue, and fell into madness while sober, laughing loudly. "Isn't it a community of shared destiny for mankind? Why didn't you think of the consequences today when you were greedy? Let's go to hell together." You? The people in favor of the party did not expect them to be so determined, and immediately said, no matter what, you must close the manhole cover and rush out. Go! Stop them! Su knew very well that these people in front of him were illusions, and he also knew the future of this place. Just like the abandoned residential building during the last assessment, what he saw was most likely the mutation within the human race that occurred before the destruction of this place. He calmly and indifferently watched the melee behind the door, and saw with his own eyes that someone accidentally triggered the siren alarm during the fight. Instantly, all the sound stopped, and the people who were fighting fiercely just now all froze in their movements, turning their heads to look out the glass window without daring to breathe. The sharp sirens resounded throughout the dead and secluded seabed, and the alien creatures wandering aimlessly instantly found their targets. The snake heads covered with blue-black scales turned their heads at the sound, and their bright yellow pupils locked onto the collection center not far away, turning around and rushing madly towards the source of the sound. Run! The terrifying hissing of the aliens was mixed with the shrill cries of humans. The indestructible underwater fortress in the mouth of the engineering department seemed so fragile under the overwhelming bite hammer of the monsters. In the turbulent waves, Su heard the sound of the propeller stirring the water above his head. Looking up, he saw that the ark that had just left seemed to have turned back after hearing the alarm, but they did not land to support. Are they coming back to save us? I knew Matthias would not give up on us. We are here. We are here. The passage was smashed in half, and the survivors also noticed the ark that had returned from above, waving their arms vigorously to attract their attention. Someone in favor of extracting groundwater said happily, "It is because we supply groundwater and realize its value that Matthias will not give up on us." Unlike some people. But the lifting platform they were looking forward to did not land, and the ark only stayed in the passage for a while, ignoring the call for help from the seabed, and left indifferently. Watching the hope go away, the people who were cheering just now were instantly speechless, and all the arguments disappeared for a while. Because in Matthias' eyes, they are all the same, and are equally worthless. Those who were shouting at the opposition not long ago lost their arrogance, and no longer had any strength to resist and struggle. They looked up at the ark that had long gone, and calmly welcomed their own death in front of the approaching monster. Yes, it's all retribution. Retribution? Su murmured, and suddenly felt a strong pressure coming from above his head. Su raised his eyes in confusion, and a pair of snake eyes with pupils constantly splitting and sprouting came into his eyes. Wasn't this his illusion? Wasn't it that no one could see him? The sea water was stained with blood and became even more turbid and sticky. Humans had no power to fight back in the desperate chaos, but a towering beast suddenly withdrew its aggressiveness and bent its body in front of the tiny humans. Staring at this pair of strange snake eyes, Su, who was already in a trance, suddenly became dazed for a short time, and even madly thought that it seemed to have something to say, and even he himself felt that he was a little crazy. But Su couldn't move his eyes away, and fell into a strange state of mind uncontrollably. When he came back to his senses, the bright yellow vertical pupils in front of him were replaced by a fiery red. He just came back to his senses from the hallucination, and his heart was startled again. He suddenly realized that the monster that completely exceeded the level standard set by Mattia for alien creatures was already close at hand. Huh? The slight pain of his wrist being clenched suddenly pulled Su's thoughts back, and he looked at the hand that way he was holding him in confusion. He was not in a hallucination again, but was wondering why the monster that swallowed the ark as easily as chewing snacks had no hostility towards him, and Wei-Yu. Knock knock knock. The real-time communication kept sending out light tapping sounds. It was Meg confirming Su's safety. Su was not sure about the monster's thoughts, so he did not act rashly in front of it. Could it be that he was wrong, and he did not wake up from the hallucination at all, but fell into another illusion? Thinking of this, Su stretched out 2 fingers with difficulty on his cloth-wrapped hand. Every movement was accompanied by heart-wrenching pain, but he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and put his fingers on the inside of Wei-Yu's wrist to feel the pulse of another life. In the face of layer after layer of unknowns, he felt the slow beat touched by his fingertips was extremely real, and he was sure that his consciousness was clear. If everything in front of him was real, would they die? Like Patton and the others. The explosion under his feet did not hurt the monster at all, and the expected escape in the chaos still had variables. He should be afraid, but there was an unknown voice in his mind telling him that it would not hurt him. The suction cup on Wei-Yu's left palm was firmly attached to the outer wall of the escape capsule. He wanted to ask Su about his condition, but he was held by him instead. He wanted to pull his hand back and draw his gun to deal with the giant monster in front of him, but Su's calmness infected him invisibly, and he was still controlled by Su. It was really weird. Wei Yu thought to himself that the alien creature in front of him was bigger than any he had seen before, but the underwater monitoring system had never captured its figure. What else could this be? Facing such a serious crisis, he actually froze with Su, which was not normal at all. Who? The red fire in the deep darkness dimmed slightly, like a disappointed and aggrieved child who did not get the response he wanted. Its long snout turned, and its long and powerful tail swept in front of Su, causing a huge surge. It turned its head in the blink of an eye and dived into the darkness of the deep sea. It actually left? Why? What happened? Wei Yu opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and held Su's wrist again in surprise to confirm, but found that the wrist he was holding was weak and drooped. No matter how he shook it, there was no response. He was afraid that he had fallen into a coma due to serious injuries. Even if Su had been given a blocker for safety, if he dragged on like this, he would sooner or later die of excessive blood loss. He had to return to the sea as soon as possible, and let his teammates find a chance to take him back for treatment. Su, hold on, aren't you determined to get the clues about HOM? I haven't said anything yet, are you willing to die like this? If you don't like the content of the cooperation, we can discuss it again. I've suffered so much for you, can't you see that I'm actually easy to talk to? Wei Yu didn't say these words, and he knew that Su couldn't hear them even if he said them. But when the pulse in his hand became weaker and weaker, his emotions were involuntarily affected. The escape cabin with damaged boosters was swaying and rising in the water, and gradually there was light in the eyes. The strong pressure around him was relieved as he left the deep sea, and he could finally breathe deeply. Wei Yu looked up at the sea above his head and heard Oliver's voice coming from his communication line. I've been with you all the way, why don't you leave? His teammates are coming soon. Wei Yu did not respond immediately, but moved the suction cup on his palm to Su on the other side of the escape capsule, and quietly took the small communicator from his belt while he was unconscious. After entering the shallow sea, Meg kept searching horizontally, trying to pick up Su as soon as possible. No matter how he knocked on the receiver, no one responded on the other end of the communication. The escape capsule was very depressing. Because of their cowardice, the team members who only dared to hide in the material storage room to perfunctorily perform their tasks did not propose to leave the sea at this time. After experiencing so many things, they suddenly felt a sense of openness. No matter what they encountered now, it would not be more dangerous than the bottom of the sea. There. Guanjia pointed out the window excitedly. I saw Su, he's there. Chapter 74. The escape capsule, which was badly damaged by the explosion, was rising very slowly, as if it would go on strike at the next moment. Their escape capsule must hurry up to get close to prevent Su from encountering another accident. Meg walked towards the miniature rudder with difficulty, and adjusted the direction to get close to Su. The escape capsule dropped slightly, and slowly sailed under Su, holding the slightly underpowered escape capsule steadily like a tray, helping it rise to the sea surface. When they saw the sun again after many days, the surviving team members, who had escaped from the dead end, looked at the dazzling outside of the cabin with disappointment. Their eyes were so painful that they shed tears, but they still didn't want to look away. After secretly wiping away the tears on their faces, the sound of someone crying suddenly came from the cabin, which instantly infected everyone, and they cried and shouted in relief. Now they don't have to worry about alien creatures hearing the sound and taking their lives. We survived. Meg looked at the team members, who were hugging and crying, and without interrupting their sighs, she went out of the cabin alone and swam to the escape capsule floating on the sea not far away. The outer wall of the small cabin was wrapped with circles of cloth strips. He tried his best to overturn it, and turned over the side that sank under the sea. He saw that Su, who saved their lives, was pale and bloodless. The cracks in his mask were already a very dangerous possibility of infection, and the protective suit on his back was almost burned through. The flesh and blood after the burns were stuck to the clothes, and the edges were turned outward due to soaking in water. There was almost no good skin. Meg trembled and held his breath. If he could not vaguely see the mystics hailed by Su in the hood, he almost thought that Su had sacrificed himself, and he had killed another person. Su. He called a few times, but got no response. Meg hurriedly sent a signal to Mattia, saying, calling the command center, I am Meg, the captain of the 10th Squad of the Vanguard. I have completed the mission and request to return immediately. Please reply. Calling the navigation department, I am Meg of the 10th Squad of the Vanguard. Call. He completely ignored the severe pain in his chest. His hands trembled, and he pressed the wrong Mattia cornet several times. He was so angry that he hit his own hand, and regretted his own disappointment again. He called almost all the combat departments, but no one was willing to respond to him. Yes, didn't he know it a long time ago? When they took on the mission, they were already dead bodies in Mattia's eyes. Meg looked around the endless sea with a dim look. This world is really big, but there is no place for them to settle down. The guard received it. Captain Meg, please reply with the approximate coordinates. Meg was shocked and stunned for a long time. After the other party asked again, she was sure that she had not heard wrong, and hurriedly reported their location. Why did the guard respond first? Was it the captain's intention? Knowing that it was the guard who supported them, Meg's nervous heart was relieved a lot, but worries followed. He looked around with a serious expression, struggling with what reason he should use to let Susu get treatment from Matthias. Meg thought with a fluke. The experimental center found that there is a high probability of infection after contact with seawater and being attacked by alien creatures, but isn't there a small probability that nothing will happen? Before, Rogier was injured under the sea, but he was not infected. What if Susu is also the lucky person? No matter what, he didn't want to give up on a man who saved them with his life. There was one more thing that the guards couldn't find. Meg thought to herself that it was bad, and immediately checked the situation in the cabin. Seeing that no one was hiding inside, she was still worried. She then climbed up the cabin carefully, and stepped on the outer wall to check the sea surface. The smelly tide blew in her face, and the huge changes below also affected the sea surface, forming countless whirlpools. The alien creatures that should have been hiding under the water were like frightened birds, and they fled the sea area early, but Meg could not find the expected figure. He firmly believed that what he saw under the sea was not an illusion, but where could that person go in this vast ocean? It's better to leave. It will be troublesome if we run into the guards later. Meg sighed as she looked into the distance. He is still alive. He suddenly laughed out loud. If Sally and I can. Meg didn't continue to imagine. The more she left herself with memories, the more she couldn't be content with the status quo. He turned his head to look at the location of the escape capsule, waved to Guanjia, who was staring at them at the window, and shouted, "Come over, help fix the escape capsule to prevent it from capsizing again when the waves come." At present, it is not clear what the situation of Susu is. He can only do basic bandaging, and cannot do the sea rescue like Captain Lydia. It is better to wait for the support of Mattia to come and try to bring Susu back for treatment. If the guards do not agree, Meg is worried, and is thinking about asking Captain Lydia for help. Is it feasible? Captain Lydia is the only one who chose to stay in Mattia after completing the breeding mission in Uni Garden, and Susu is the first to defect from the garden. It is probably impossible to ask Lydia to help. Seeing the captain calling them over, Guanjia curled his lips silently, and conveyed his meaning. The captain wants us to go over and help. Go over? The team members gathered at the door, and saw from afar that Susu was seriously injured, and they were a little hesitant. Guanjia said at the right time, "Will he be infected? We have finally escaped death." If at this time? At the end of his speech, his voice was weak. He suddenly realized what he said, and hurriedly made up. "That's not what I meant. I meant that Captain Meg has called for support anyway. If we go there with our ability, it will only cause trouble. Susu has paid enough for us. I don't want him to be. Because of us." He continued to add regretfully, "Alas, I am also worried about him. I hope Susu can wake up safely. Now that Patton is gone, he will definitely have a bright future with his ability. Yes, Susu is really capable. He did things that the captain had no confidence in doing. I didn't see it before, but now I think he is much better than Patton." But there were also hesitations among the team members. "Have you forgotten that when Patton and Roger were here, we excluded him a lot? Can he really let bygones be bygones?" Everyone looked at each other. Susu usually didn't like to talk to people, and they really couldn't be sure of his temper. Some people began to agree with Guanjia. "It's hard for me to protect myself, so I'd better not to implicate the captain and others." "Me too. But if we don't go, what will happen to the captain and Susu? The captain is also injured." Guanjia's face was full of embarrassment. He usually curled up in the corner for fear of being noticed, but today he stood in the crowd and took the initiative to lead the topic. Seeing that the other people in the cabin were wavering, he took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision, and took the initiative to step out and said, "Susu usually takes care of me. I can't give up on him. But I can't take you to take risks together. I decided to go alone. In case there are monsters, I will cover for Susu." Amid the exclamations of his teammates, Guanjia resolutely put on his protective clothing, jumped out of the cabin and swam towards Meg. It was beyond Meg's expectation that Guanjia would come to help. The first thought was whether he was excluded again, but soon this idea was shaken. Is Guanjia still the same as before? But it's a good thing that someone comes to help. Meg stretched out her hand to Guanjia, who was approaching, and when he stabilized in the water, she said, "The guards should be here soon. You go to the other end to guard. Pay attention to safety." Although the alien creatures were dispersed by the vibrations on the seabed, if there were any that did not leave or came back early, it would be very dangerous for them to stay on the sea surface. Guanjia nodded in cooperation, and his eyes were meaningful when he passed by Su Su. Meg was looking forward to the arrival of the frigate, and she lowered her head frequently to pay attention to Su Su's condition. Suddenly, she heard a deafening whistle in the sky, and she held her breath and raised her head. Beep! The huge ship was like a dark cloud, casting a shadow wherever it passed, solemn and majestic, with a calm and reassuring feeling. The engine turned violently, causing waves on the sea surface, and even the whirlpool felt the pressure. The guards trotted out of the cabin in an orderly manner, stood still, turned around, and opened a passage to see a man walking out slowly. Meg didn't expect that the first person Matthias responded to him was the guards, and it was even more unexpected that Mahler led the team to support him. "Admiral?" Mahler stepped onto the iron deck, his hard heels making a dull sound. He was wearing a guard uniform that was meticulously done. He calmly looked down at Meg, who was rising and falling on the sea. Then he shifted his gaze to Su Su, who was motionless, and the wrinkles between his brows became noticeably deeper. Meg noticed Mahler's gaze, and took the initiative to report the mission. "Admiral, the underground water well cover has been confirmed to be closed. At the same time, the collection center will be detonated as originally planned to clean up the alienated creatures on the seabed. It is worth noting that the evolution and reproduction of alienated creatures on the seabed are twice as high as Mattia's expectations. I brought back the seabed water quality samples. After the experimental center tests them, I suggest that the Joint Research and Judgment Center rediscuss the resource collection and future navigation issues." Under Mahler's scrutiny, Meg quietly swallowed her saliva and continued, "Report to the Admiral. The 10th and 6th teams of the Vanguard have completed this special mission. 27 people set out, and 8 people returned. Please give instructions, Admiral." "8 people?" Mahler spoke coldly, glanced at the Vanguard members in the escape capsule not far away, and then glanced at the 2 people on the sea. His eyes were fixed on the unconscious Su Su. It seemed that Meg had counted him in. He did not reply. Now agreeing to Meg's return to the team meant agreeing to take Su Su back to Mattia. Su Su's face was as pale as death, and his breathing was only out but not in. The burns on his back were white and red under the scorching sun, looking pitiful and hideous. Seeing that Mahler didn't speak for a long time, Meg knew that her roundabout way would not work. She sighed and pleaded, "Admiral Mahler, if it wasn't him this time, I'm afraid no one in the 2 teams would survive. I, Meg, beg you to take him back to the medical center for treatment. If Matthias pursues it, I am willing to bear all the consequences." Mahler certainly knew who the he Meg was talking about, and said abruptly with a complicated look in his eyes, "Since you have accepted the conditions, it would be greedy to put forward additional conditions. It has been many years since he and Meg first met. This person looks peaceful, but in fact, he wants more than anyone else. It's all unrealistic fantasies, which he thinks is extremely stupid." Meg lowered her head and remained silent for a long time, then said in a muffled voice, "Admiral, I am not as rational as you are. You can set any conditions as long as you can bring him back. You have once again implicated yourself because of unnecessary emotions." Mahler said coldly, turned around and left the deck. Before entering the cabin, he raised his hand and lowered it again, signaling the guards to let him go. Meg smiled bitterly and said, "But I don't think it's unnecessary." Chapter 75. Is he the precious sample carrier that the Admiral mentioned? But can humans also be sample carriers? Does he have been infected? Does the inspection team not care? He was allowed by the Admiral to be brought back to Matthias, so how dare the inspection team stop him? As for the infection, it's strange that he has no signs of mutation at all. His blood is healthy and his organs are intact. He just has a concussion, a ruptured eardrum, multiple fractures and sprains, and he has lost too much blood. The person who spoke flipped the pages and sounded like he was checking Su Su's examination results. Then why hasn't he woken up yet? The sound of turning pages paused, and the man smiled and said, "The director said that he was mainly starved to death. He was given nutrient solution for 2 days, and his complexion is much better than when he was first sent in. I wonder why his medical expenses are so high. The contribution points paid by his captain were only enough to pay for yesterday's treatment. I also wanted to see if he woke up. If he did, I would pay." The person in charge of nursing thought for a moment and said, He should be waking up soon. Even if the injury is serious, he will be treated and rehabilitated 24 hours a day in the treatment cabin. There are signs of waking up in 2 days. He paused and laughed helplessly, but even if he wakes up, it will be useless. When he was sent in, we checked the contribution points under his name. If we paid them all, it would only be enough to pay for 1 day's treatment fee at your cashier. The staff at the cashier said indifferently. He is just a member of the Vanguard team. He doesn't have much value in treatment. I don't know what the Admiral thinks. I have deducted the fee here. Once the contribution points are used up, he will be allowed to leave the medical center. The cashier will not care whether he is awake or not. Contribution points used up? Wait. Susu took a deep breath and sat up, doing a moribund sitting up. He had been awake for a while, but he was weak and had a terrible headache. But when he heard that the treatment cost here was so high, he instantly felt that all his problems were gone. In the past, he didn't need to go to the hospital for minor pains and injuries. He could just find a pharmacy. If he had to go to the hospital, he could use the medical insurance to reimburse a large part of it, which meant that the expenses for paying for his younger brothers and sisters were a bit high later, but it was worth spending the money. He really felt sorry for spending it on himself. He admitted that he grew up in an environment where social welfare was more humane than this world, and he was indeed a little romantic and naive about the cost of medical treatment, but this medical center was too black-hearted. Susu looked left and right at the so-called treatment cabin and found that it was actually a glass cover. There were countless tubes inserted into the instruments on both sides, which were delivering various colored liquid medicines to him. But the subconscious sitting-up action just now made him feel that the broken bones had returned to their original positions, and his back didn't hurt so much. It is effective, but the price is too high. Susu felt pained when he thought about not having money, and stopped the cashier and said, I will. Everyone, please follow me. This is Susu's ward, please come in. The sudden greeting from outside the door interrupted Susu's words of farewell, and then a doctor in a white coat led a large group of people into the ward, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Susu, who was confused. Most of these faces were unfamiliar to Susu, except for Admiral Muller, who was standing at the end of the team, and Professor Gabriel from the experimental center, who had seen him from a distance before. He was half-conscious when Admiral Muller was talking to Captain Meg. He vaguely heard that it was the captain who begged the Admiral to take him back to Matthias. He was not clear about what happened afterwards. But who were these people in front of him? They seemed to be looking for him, but why did they look for him? Even though he didn't know the identities of these people, Susu also realized that they were not kind. The leader was wearing a golden robe and smiled kindly and greeted first. Susu, do you remember me? The answer was naturally no, but Susu cleverly tried, Father? Susu wrote in his diary that after he escaped from Uni Garden, he was protected by the Pajuo Palace and later went to the Vanguard. Before going out on a mission, a priest told him that as long as he could complete the mission of the Vanguard, the Pajuo Palace would have a reason to transfer him to other places. But Susu now looked at it again, and these inducements were all empty promises and had no good intentions. It was this kind of persuasive tone that made Susu think of the priest mentioned in the diary at the first time. Hollis nodded with satisfaction and concluded, It seems that you have recovered well. He walked closer, his smile was as gentle and warm as the spring breeze, but Susu keenly caught the hidden sinisterness in his eyes. Meg told us, and your team members also said, that if it weren't for you, they would have no hope of survival. Susu, you worked hard on this mission. Hollis was not stingy with his praise, and then said, I heard that you went through the seabed to the main control room alone, detonated the collection center, and left in an escape capsule? Susu narrowed his eyes slightly. The other party's words sounded like a greeting at first, but the focus was actually on alone. Did someone see Wei Yu? Could it be Meg? He replied without revealing his true intention, Yeah. Hollis was a little surprised to see Susu's reaction. In his impression, Susu should have rushed to him and cried about her difficulties, and sought shelter from him after hearing his concern. But he sat calmly in the medical cabin, looking at everyone present without changing his expression, as if he had changed into a different person. He asked, It must be very hard to carry out the mission alone. Don't be afraid, kid. You are safe now. No one and no monster will hurt you again. Hollis spoke gently, and his palm gently stroked the glass cover of the treatment cabin, like an elder stroking the top of a child's head. Susu sneered in his heart. Did this person think he was stupid? After stabbing him in the back, he just smiled and let it go, let alone him. Even the former Susu would not obey, otherwise he would not risk leaving Uni Garden with no way out. Speaking of which, the man standing opposite him, wearing a warm golden pink, but staring at him maliciously. Could he be the representative of Uni Garden? But since Pajuo Palace likes obedient people, he can pretend. After thinking about it silently, Susu's eyes dimmed instantly, and he said in a muffled voice, "So what do you want to ask? You want to know if I have someone else's help to complete this mission, right?" He pretended to be wronged and sighed. It seems to be the same as before. But if they want mission contribution points, they can obviously tell me directly, and I will still give in as before. There is no need to beat around the bush like this. He gave in step by step in front of Barton and Roger, giving himself a timid and easy-to-talk image, just thinking that his situation will be pushed to the forefront one day, and then leave himself a way out. As long as you occupy the moral high ground, you will not be morally kidnapped by others. Hollis's hand on the hood froze when he heard this. He turned his head and looked past the Minister of Navigation, and looked at Gabriel, who came with him. He saw that the other party nodded slightly, which seemed to confirm the truth of what Susu said. Susu noticed Hollis's gaze, and looked at Gabriel meaningfully. This professor's presence is not low, or it can be said that the experimental center is an overly important existence on Matia. No matter what the topic is, in what situation, this mysterious and advanced existence can be discussed. Gabriel noticed Susu's gaze, and nodded slightly politely. Susu retracted his gaze, and before Hollis could figure out how to respond, he asked eagerly, "So, merciful priest, please ask me how many contribution points we can get from completing this mission. I was injured during the mission. Will Matthias reimburse me for the work injury?" Hollis twitched his lips, thinking that Susu's previous calmness was fake, and now he looked like he was trying to make up for it for a purpose. He was asking for compensation now. So he said, "Don't worry, kid, Matthias will try his best to make it up to you." Susu knew Hollis was writing a bad check as soon as he heard it. He looked pitifully at the staff at the medical center's cashier's office and sighed. The cashier's office said that I worked hard and saved all the contribution points for so long to pay for the treatment. It's only enough to stay for one more day today. By tomorrow, I will be a poor man with injuries all over my body. That's nothing. For Matthias, I'm willing to endure it. But I'm afraid I won't be able to leave the medical center. You? Max could tell that Susu was saying in front of everyone that Uni Garden would make things difficult for him. Some things were known to everyone, and this guy was exposing them to the public just to embarrass Garden. Hollis secretly winked at Max, telling him not to act rashly, and then glanced at the person at the cashier's office of the medical center. The person immediately understood and left, almost running out of the ward door. Posa Palace will help with the treatment costs. Hollis turned to Susu again, and returned to his previous gentleness and kindness. He folded his hands in front of his chest and said slowly, "Child, I am very pleased to hear you say that you are willing to give everything for Matthias and the continuation of human life. Pajuo Palace is very pleased, and will definitely apply for more rewards for you. Don't be afraid of what happened on the seabed anymore. Everything is over." Susu understood, and knew that the other party was also a wise man. He was stepping on his words to tell him that since he was back, he should not mention anything about what happened in the collection center after getting the reward. This is the real purpose of these people coming to him today. However, he never said that he was doing it for the future of mankind. Susu sat cross-legged in the treatment chamber, with his elbows on his knees, and slowly rubbed his sore temples. Anyway, Pajuo Palace also saw that he was deliberately playing misery before, so why pretend to be kind? He changed his previous pitiful tone with a sullen face, and said slowly, "The future of mankind? When you collected groundwater without limit, did you consider the future of mankind?" Susu's words were light and slightly raised, but mixed with a cold knife, without any obedience that Hollis wanted. He pretended to be stupid and said that he needed work injury compensation, and that Pajuo Temple paid for the treatment. He was asked to cover up the fact that he almost died? Did these people really take him for a fool? The illusion he saw on the seabed was too real. Perhaps it was his hallucination before he died, but when these people came to him in a mighty way, it was obvious that they wanted to intimidate him to shut up, but they invisibly confirmed that Matthias was indeed guilty. The future of mankind? It's just Schrodinger's cat. Chapter 76. Hollis's face was stiff, and he couldn't smile anymore, but he had to raise his mouth again on behalf of the Posha Palace, and said with a fake smile, "Child, you grew up in Matthias, and now you follow the vanguard to the sea, and you think you have seen the whole world. You are young, and what you see and hear is still somewhat limited." He said something pointed, mocking Susu for believing everything he heard, and then changed his tone and said earnestly, "After the Black Rain era, the water sources on the entire surface of the earth have been polluted. For so many years, we have actually been looking for ways to purify the water sources, But in order to get better test results and cultivate better genes, we have to use groundwater. While speaking, Hollis slightly raised his head and squinted at Su, with a hint of instruction. Su felt that this kind of unreasonable preaching was disgusting. He sneered and asked, how much can be used for an experiment? The underground city base has built a large sewage treatment system. Why can the people in the base use it? You have to use groundwater, just because a group of upper-class people live in the noble Matthias? When he visited Chunway Hall before, he passed by the industrial area of the underground city base, and saw from a distance that their sewage treatment machines were running all day. The population living in the base is much larger than that of Matthias. Hollis pursed his lips tightly, and squinted his eyes to hint that Gabriel and the others should speak up. They were ordered to come here to finish the work, but he was the only one who spoke, which seemed a little lacking in momentum. The head of the engineering department stepped out and said, in order to stay away from the sea, Matthias should not carry large machines. There will be a risk of falling. Su asked, I understand. You have time to drill underwater, but you don't have the energy to build a sewage treatment system on the sea surface. That's because... The head of the engineering department was suddenly speechless, and then repeated Hollis' words. Didn't I say that the water source exposed to the outside has long been polluted? Gabriel didn't want to show up at this juncture, but he had to say a few words under the meaning of the superiors. Sewage treatment cannot 100% evolve water sources, and there is still a chance of infection. Su looked at him and asked again, then, what is the infection rate of residents in the underground city base? Gabriel immediately kept silent, and had a bad premonition. It was best not to give Su the opportunity to continue to grasp the key points at this time. Hollis didn't understand Gabriel's eyes, but he knew that Su was now nakedly provoking. What do you mean? Su ignored Hollis and continued to ask Gabriel, what is the current probability of the spread of the biochemical virus of the alien creatures? Have you calculated it? You must have calculated it, but it is not 100%. Amid the frequent questions, Gabriel took a deep breath, but did not get angry at Su's presumption. Instead, there was more appreciation in his eyes. Su is very smart and has great potential at present. Perhaps he can continue the unfinished experiment of Barton's scrap product? Gabriel calmly replied, it is indeed not. Su nodded after getting the answer, and then turned his eyes away to look at Hollis, who was pretentious, and asked, so, is the probability of you abandoning your compatriots lower than the probability of infection in the underground base? After the assessment, the Vanguard members, who showed signs of infection, were taken into a closed hut in the corner. Until their ship left, there was no follow-up treatment for those who were locked up. Any exposed wounds on the returning Vanguard members after the mission meant that they were about to be abandoned by the inspection team. If Roger had not brought back important samples such as the alienated humans, and if he had not saved the other survivors on the same mission, their fate would be the same as the people in the closed cabin. But it turns out that biochemical infection is not certain, it may have necessary conditions, and Matthias clearly has the means to avoid the loss of so many lives. What's funny is that Matthias advocates everything is for the continuation of human life. Su thought about it, and couldn't help laughing. He looked at Hollis and asked, sacrificing a small number of people will bring greater benefits. It's just a few deaths. It doesn't matter to the remaining number of people. Just like the groundwater that is constantly being mined, everything is for humanity, right? He looked at the man in gold and pink, at most, the flowers in the garden will work a few more times, right? Max's face turned black, and he shouted angrily, Su, you are so ungrateful. The above means that as long as Su can understand, Unigarden will also make its attitude clear, and say that the previous things may not have happened. As for the law samples, it won't be too late to let Su hand them over after he re-identifies with Matthias. But now it seems that Su is obviously going to go against Matthias. Su held his cheek with one hand, and tapped his knee with the other hand, with a willful attitude. This group of people was Matthias's leadership, and they controlled the lives and deaths of most people, but he had no fear at all and looked nonchalant from beginning to end. What do you think the future of mankind is? His tone was as relaxed as if he was chatting with an ordinary friend. Hollis found that he could not see through Su anymore. This man's spikes would shrink from time to time, and he would always say some stupid and ridiculous things. Of course, when the seawater recedes, Matthias will rebuild his home with the remaining humans. Su asked again, what if there is no such day? What if Matthias falls before that? He did not understand why these people came to him today. Whether it was coercion or bribery, or asking Unigarden to come forward and give in, the purpose was only one, to make him shut up. He could indeed be obedient and pretend that nothing had happened. Anyway, he gambled his life to leave the seabed just to see if he could get to a higher position on Matthias and get more information about HOM. He might be able to profit from giving these people a face, but the price was to kneel down to receive the reward. But if he was willing to wag his tail servilely, he would have done it long ago. He risked his life to come back not to be a lackey, but... Su was thinking in his heart. His eyes fell on Gabriel, who had been smiling silently and watching him. You? You are cursing. Hollis, who was trying his best to be kind, was furious when he heard this, and stared at Su with his hands on the glass cover. Max saw that Posha Palace lost his composure, and didn't want to be at a disadvantage in front of Su, so he immediately took over the conversation and said proudly, Mattia is equipped with a gene-freezing chamber, which can bring human superior genes back to the light of day after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Su seemed to have heard a joke, and laughed out loud. Superior genes? He quietly thought. Matthias was always concerned about genetic issues. Could the things Su took away be related to genes? Max thought about Su, not understanding what he was laughing at. It was really meaningless. He chuckled. Of course, strong genes have a higher survival rate in harsh environments. Su did not refute Max's point of view, but found the problem with clear thinking. Are the methods used in this world to prove whether a gene is strong consistent with Matthias' criteria for determining whether a gene is good or not? He stopped, resting his chin on his hand, and folded his hands, dragging his chin, tilting his head slightly, and asking a question. You say, if Matthias really falls, everyone will have to live on the sea. Who will survive in the end is the superior genes you have raised on Matthias, or the dispensable inferior talents of our vanguard, or the underground city base. He added without thinking too much, by the way, do we have to count the thieves' camp you mentioned? Su, please be careful of your own behavior. Hollis gritted his teeth and said angrily, it was the merciful Matthias who forgave your previous sins because you completed the mission this time and took the first place, but you chose to go against Matthias. At a meeting not long ago, the captain proposed a strategy of using a conciliatory policy to win over. Whether it was to consolidate manpower, or for the matter of Unigarden, they had better control Su. Max had clearly expressed his objection at the time, saying that a man who had betrayed Matthias should not be given a second chance. At that time, he saw that the captain had made up his mind, so he did not agree with Max. Now thinking about it, they should not have come today. Su followed his meaning and said innocently, go against? This is just an ordinary citizen of Matthias asking questions. Will such a kind-hearted Matthias care about it? Hollis' breath was stuck in his throat, clenching his teeth to hold back his anger, forcing himself to put on a high-ranking attitude and not lose his composure in front of a small character like Su. He curled his lips to reveal his signature smile, and said slowly, Kid, you must have been mentally polluted by alienated creatures to ask such a stupid question. Take good care of your injuries first, and we will visit you later. After that, he waved to the people behind him, turned around and walked straight to the door of the ward. He saw Max still standing there staring at Su, and coughed to remind him. Su is now relying on his own merits, and is fearless. If the captain had not stipulated that citizens should not quarrel on Matthias, he would have made Su look bad. But what exactly does the captain think? What is there in Su that is worth so much thought? Gabriel seems to be paying attention to him too. Su lay back down and said leisurely, just like humans screen genes, the Earth is also screening species. You are crowned with the name of high-quality genes, and the idea of trampling on human lives will one day pay the price for it. Whether he agrees or not is irrelevant to this cold giant ship, and he has never thought that he can change this absurd and rotten world by himself. The price to pay for personal heroism is too high, and he doesn't like it. But every time before making a choice, he would think of the teachings of the director and teachers when he was in the welfare home. They can wait for the ebb and flow of the tide, and welcome the strong wind and rain, but if they are willing to go along with the mud, they will be truly rotten. He doesn't want to be the kind of person that the director doesn't like. He doesn't want to get the truth through this means, and then be taught by the director by the ear when the day comes. Thinking of that scene, Su smiled nostalgically. He suddenly froze his smile, lowered his chin slightly, raised his head, and looked towards the door, meeting Mahler's gaze, blinked and asked for instructions. Mahler did not leave with the others, but stood quietly by the door, watching Su in the treatment cabin. When he realized that he had been discovered, he turned around and disappeared outside the door without saying a word. Chapter 77. Su sat up again, staring at the door of the ward with strange eyes. Did Admiral Mahler want to say something to him just now? The Admiral seemed to have been paying attention to him silently, but why was he paying attention to him? Unigarden was staring at him, because of the missing sample. And what about Mahler? He remembered that the guards and Uni Garden didn't get along well. Could it be because of this? The more Susu thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Susu didn't figure it out, but he saw an acquaintance coming in. The staff at the cashier's office held a stack of receipts in his hand, flipped through them, and said, "Your medical expenses today, Pajul Hall has kindly helped to pay, but you have to find a way to pay the fee tomorrow as soon as possible." Susu raised his eyebrows and asked, "Today?" "Yes. One day." Susu confirmed again. The staff member glanced at the control panel outside the treatment cabin and said impatiently, "Your ruptured eardrum has been repaired." Susu understood his sarcasm, but still couldn't help complaining, "Stingy." He glanced at the thick stack of bills in the staff's hand, and then said, "I leave tomorrow." The staff member sneered, "Poor guy." After that, he rolled up the bills and threw them on the table outside the treatment cabin, put his hands in his pockets, and turned away. Susu shrugged indifferently. He was just a poor guy. There was nothing to deny. There was no one else in the room. Susu finally let down his guard and slowly lay back on the bed. The bed surface was a hollow soft net, which should be for the breathability of his back injury. After sleeping for 2 days, he was not sleepy at all. He looked at the equipment in the treatment cabin curiously. He remembered that when he just woke up, he heard the medical staff say that his repair was basically completed. He looked down at his hands, prepared himself mentally, and raised them up slowly. Susu tried to move his fingers first. Although he still felt a little sore, he could move them freely. He turned his wrist and tried to make a fist. Except for the lack of strength, it was basically the same as before. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, but it is almost healed in 2 days here. It's really the power of technology. He bent his waist and touched his back carefully. Most of the wounds on his back burned by the explosion fireworks had scabbed over. They would fall off in a few days. No wonder he always felt a little itchy. No skin grafting? Susu was fortunate, because after learning about the treatment costs here, he knew that he could not afford it at all. In a place that values surplus value so much, it must have taken Captain Meg a lot of effort to get an ordinary Vanguard member, who was only half a breath away, to be treated. But Susu was not surprised, because when he made the decision to go to the main control room alone, he was also betting on how far Meg, the good old man, could go. Now it seems that Meg is much better than those people just now. After Susu took his hand back, he lay flat on the bed and thought. He had been exposed to seawater for a large area, so why didn't he get infected? Was it because of Weiyu's blocker? He didn't have any abnormalities. Didn't Mattia find it strange? But what can I use to replace 2 tubes of Weiyu's blocker? It seems to be very useful. It was said that he would stay until tomorrow, but the machine was removed in the afternoon. All the tubes on Susu's body were pulled out, and the isolation cover and drug delivery machine were moved away one by one. In less than 10 minutes, there was only one bed left in the ward. Without the expensive nutrient solution, the medical staff took a box lunch delivered by the cafeteria in the morning and threw it to Susu, closed the door, and ignored him. The lunchbox looked ordinary, but once you ate it, you could tell it was the work of Chef Jeff. Susu was not dissatisfied at all, but was very happy. Finally, he had something to chew. "I wonder how Meg is doing now," Susu murmured. Meg's situation was not good either. She had managed to bring those losers back and settled him down. Although he had ulterior motives, it was obvious that he was trying his best to make up for it. "I hope Meg is okay. He still has questions to ask." Experimental Center. As soon as Gabriel came back, he saw a person kneeling outside his office door, hunched over and his head buried so low that he could not see his appearance clearly. But Gabriel knew who the person was and said coldly, "Coward." The kneeling man did not dare to refute and reported in a low voice, "Professor, it has been confirmed that Barton and the members of the 6th team all died on the seabed, and no one survived." Gabriel looked down at him. "You almost killed the next experiment I had set my eyes on." The man was silent for a while before saying, "Professor, I didn't mean it." "You did it on purpose." Gabriel said firmly, "I saved you and asked you to stay in the 10th team to watch over Meg and Barton. You have done a good job over the years. I also regularly transferred your contribution points as agreed to ensure that you will be in the future. Tia lives a carefree life. But you want more and more. Do you think that if Susu dies, the experimental center will accept you? You don't deserve it. Professor, I don't dare to dream of entering the experimental center. The man said. The resentment in his chest became heavier. Susu is not simple. I just want to protect the professor. He looked up at the person in front of him with devout eyes. Professor, If you hadn't helped me in time, I would have been bullied by those people and thrown into the labor zone to live a miserable life. You are my second parent. From the moment you saved me, I swear to repay your kindness, even at the cost of my own life." Before he set out, he knew that this mission was a one-way trip, but he was not afraid, because the professor said that the defective experimental products must be disposed of as soon as possible, otherwise, they would lose control in public one day, which would definitely threaten the credibility of the experimental center in the eyes of humans. He couldn't tolerate the professor being threatened, but did he really want to risk his life? What if the professor still needed him in the future? Anyway, he just needed to confirm that Barton and the others couldn't come back, and it didn't matter if he didn't do it, right? As for Su, he is indeed a very powerful person, and he is likely to replace Barton as the new leader of the 10th team in the future. But this person is really annoying, because the professor seems to like him. If he is allowed to come back alive, the professor who is only focused on research will no longer see anyone else. Thinking of this, the man hugged his arms tightly and trembled in fear. What to do? He was so scared, really so scared. Gabriel lowered his chin, stared at the dodging eyes, and asked, "You said you saw him escaping from the collection center, and there were other people around him. Are you sure about this?" "Professor, you just asked me, The man put away his excuses and answered again, "I am sure. I really saw it." Gabriel stood up, walked to the window with his hands behind his back, stared at the dormitory area opposite thoughtfully, and dismissed the people outside the door. "You go down first. Since you are back safely, continue to stay in the 10th team. The mission is the same. Just replace Patton with Su." "Yes." The man just stood up and knelt down again. "Professor, I still don't understand. Why is it him?" He knew that the experimental center would select the Vanguard members with excellent performance in the assessment to participate in the experiment every year, but there were very few who could be personally formulated by the professor for transformation plans. Patton and Vitas were two of them. Although they were average in ability, they were ambitious and could be very obedient with a little guidance. But Su was different. When the professor showed obvious interest in him, he had just joined the Vanguard not long ago. He was unruly and attached great importance to personal interests. Could such a person obey the professor honestly? Gabriel heard his words, but did not look back at him. He did not want to explain too much. He just said perfunctorily, "He has good ability and strong adaptability. Even if he is a fierce horse, he is a rare good horse." At first, he did not notice Su. All this was thanks to Uni Garden. In short, he had promised the captain that if Max could not solve the hidden danger of Su, he would use other methods to make Su loyal to Matthias forever. Ward of the Medical Center. Su yawned out of boredom, turned over and touched under the pillow, but could not find his communicator. He was stunned for a while, before realizing that he was in the ward. He sat up and looked around the room, and then he saw a bag in the corner. It was full of his things. It should be put here deliberately by the medical center to drive people away. The bag is a bit far away, so I have to get out of bed to get it. Su struggled to get out of bed, and when his feet just touched the ground, his legs were so weak that he almost knelt down. He immediately grabbed the edge of the bed to stabilize his body, and kept repeating in his heart, "I can't fall, and my injuries are not fully healed. If I break again, my family can't afford a second medical center with our financial conditions." It's just that he has been lying in bed for a long time, and hasn't walked properly for a few days. Su can move freely after adapting for a while. He put the communicator and other useful things into his pocket, and he didn't take other things that were blown up and burned. "Let's go back. If we have time, we can go to the labor area and report to Appa that we are safe." Su muttered to himself and limped out of the medical center. As soon as the automatic sensor door opened, the earth-shaking eulogy instantly poured into Su's ears, making Su's head buzz. On the hexagonal platform in the center of the square, the believers of the Pajuo temple held fine soil in their hands and sang the lyrics. Everyone stopped and looked at the coffin under the platform in grief. Hearing the familiar name appear in the eulogy, Su, who was passing by, sneered and said, "Matthias abandoned them coldly, and now he is mourning with hypocrisy, which is extremely hypocritical." Su suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of the Pajuo temple. He noticed that a man in a golden robe was standing at the door of the temple and staring at him with a particularly sinister look. He turned around fearlessly and faced the door of the temple, and responded to the other person's gaze with his hands around his chest. Who doesn't know how to glare at someone? Su had asked Pajuo Hall for help once, but what was the result? Now, he just said two sincere words, and was not willing to cooperate. As for only paying him 1 day's treatment fee, he still gave him such a face. He was even more stingy than him. Hollis was angry when he saw Sue's expression of not knowing what fear was, but he couldn't teach him a lesson in front of so many people, so he quietly planned how to retaliate. Sue had no interest in these high-quality genes, who had been pampered in Matthias for a long time, and whose methods were the same as playing house. He was too lazy to pay attention to him, and continued to walk towards the dormitory area. Suddenly, he heard a sound from the communicator in his pocket. He was wondering that usually, except for Meg who would send him a mission message, few people would contact him. Obviously, Meg would not call him on a mission at this time, so who would call now? Sue took out the communicator and frowned suddenly. He saw that there was no incoming call number on the communicator screen, but the notification tone of the communicator was still playing. Chapter 78. No incoming call is displayed, but there is a notification sound. Could it be that it broke down after being soaked in water? But isn't this thing supposed to be waterproof? Could it have been accidentally knocked? Sue had always regarded this small and sturdy communicator as a doomsday version of Nokia, and secretly wondered if it would work if he didn't bring any tools with him one day and used it to smash the door. He didn't expect it to break down so quickly. It turns out that the fact that mobile phones are constantly updated and replaced, but the quality is getting worse and worse, also applies to the doomsday. Sue complained but didn't care, and didn't have the time to repair it. He put the communicator back in his pocket and continued walking forward, but the ringing stopped and rang again, attracting the attention of passers-by. He didn't want to be the target of public criticism, so he had to take out the communicator again. When he was about to turn it off, a strange thought flashed before his eyes, and he pressed the answer button for some reason. The ringtone disappeared, and the other end of the call was silent until Sue took the initiative to speak. Hello? Hearing that it was Sue who was speaking, the caller chuckled with relief and whispered, I am Wei Yu. You? The shock on Sue's face was quickly covered up, and he quickened his pace to leave the central square, lowering his voice to the lowest and asked, Why is it you? How can you call in? He then asked vigilantly, Will Matthias find out? Wei Yu knew that Sue had many questions now, and they were afraid that they would not be able to continue talking before solving these hidden dangers, so he explained, This is a small base station I used to build for memorandums, but I can't call for too long. I was relieved to hear that you woke up. Sue guessed that Wei Yu had probably tampered with his communicator, but it was okay, it would be more convenient to contact him in the future. He lowered his head and looked at his arms that were still bandaged, thinking that his injuries were serious, and Wei Yu might not have gotten any good results in order to help him. So Sue asked, How about you? Are you seriously injured? Are you receiving treatment now? Where are you? I will go on a mission and bring medicine to you as soon as possible. No need. Wei Yu refused immediately, fearing that Sue would feel offended, and reminded him, I guess you can't stay in the medical center for a few days. Your injuries must not be fully healed. Take good care of your injuries first. He paused and said, I'm fine. Sue doubted, Are you sure you're okay? Before, it was just an arm injury, and Wei Yu spent a month recovering in the abandoned camp. This time, more than one arm was injured. Wei Yu recovered so quickly? Wei Yu tightly grasped the pillow under his chin and said stubbornly, I'm really fine. He just finished the previous words, and the stabbing pain in his back made him unable to hold back for a moment. Oh, does it hurt? I thought you were blown up and lost all your senses, so I was just about to work. Wei Yu took a deep breath helplessly, turned his head to look at the old director Finn, who was changing his bandage, and pointed to the communicator helplessly, indicating that he was talking to someone. Then glanced at him and said frivolously, You risked half your life for someone else, and now you are afraid that he will worry, so you don't say a word about your injury. I didn't expect it, Wei Yu. Where did you learn this trick? He exposed Wei Yu without any hesitation, but he didn't expect that the boy knew nothing about his painstaking efforts. When he was looking for supplies in the past, he often brought back computers, USB flash drives, and CDs. He had watched a lot of old-time love dramas. Aren't the ones who play the bitter and affectionate roles always the second male lead? His apprentice can't just be the second male lead. Old director here. Finn saw a scalpel being handed to him, raised his eyes to look at his student, blinked angrily and amusedly, and said, I don't really want to do anything to him. Oh! Lu Fangqing put it down honestly, and then he noticed that Wei Yu had been staring at him with shocked eyes. As a result, Wei Yu was slapped on the back of his head by Finn. He shifted his target with an incredulous look and looked at his elders and said, I am now a patient. It's okay that I usually favor your good student, but can you be more moderate now? Then pouted embarrassedly and changed the subject. It's because you are too useless. You used the strongest exoskeleton as a shield. It became scrap metal, and you didn't get anything good. It's good that I didn't sew the word sinner on your wound. Lu Fangqing stood aside to help. Wei Yu gestured at his back and said, if you want, it's not impossible. These few wounds can make up for it. Stop. Wei Yu was really impressed by Lu Fangqing's stubbornness, who always exaggerated things without realizing it. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm on the phone. Wait until I finish talking. You can sew the map of the Deep Sea Research Institute on my back. Is that okay? He knew that the old director was actually protecting him. He didn't want to see that Su Su knew nothing about his injuries, but he didn't want Su Su to think that he was deliberately trying to gain sympathy. It seems that you are seriously injured. Su Su thanked him with a little guilt. Thank you for helping me, but I asked you to leave. This account cannot be counted on me. But thank you anyway. After all, Wei Yu was also seriously injured because of him. He didn't want to take the main blame, but he still had to express his sincere gratitude. Next time they meet, should he bring some hospital gifts or something? He can't be stingier than Pasa Palace, right? Hearing Su Su's awkward but sincere thanks, Wei Yu buried his head in the pillow to try to hide the smile on his face, but his slightly shaking shoulders revealed his excitement at the moment. Then complained bluntly, no future. Some people, after calculating and calculating, didn't get themselves out of it when calculating the cost. Now, they are trapped and don't even notice it. Wei Yu raised his head and coughed lightly, and said to himself, you don't need to take the blame, but don't forget my sincerity. Let's talk about it next time we meet. Yeah. Su Su secretly looked around and asked after making sure no one was paying attention to him, by the way, what is the Deep Sea Research Institute you mentioned just now? And what exactly do you need me for? Wei Yu looked at the call time and said faster, these things are not convenient to talk about now. We will talk about them next time we meet. According to the agreement, I will tell you everything I know. Before ending the call, he reminded again, Su Su, Matthias is far more complicated than you think. Don't trust anyone. Su Su had long realized the weirdness of this place, and had been on high alert. He raised his eyebrows slightly, with a little joking in his tone, and asked, what about you? Wei Yu smiled. I am not Matthias's man now. Su Su. Hearing someone calling his name, Su Su hurriedly hung up the call, and turned around to see that it was Captain Lydia running towards him. Lydia looked up and down at Su Su's injuries and cursed, Meg, that idiot, wants to die, but she has implicated a lot of people. What do you say? How long can you live with such injuries? Su Su coughed and reminded Captain Lydia that it was not the time to talk. I know this is not far from the central square, and I have a loud voice, so others can hear it, but what does it matter? I was wrong? Lydia put her hands on her waist, turned her head, and looked at the others who were looking at them, and glared back at them one by one without any loss. Then she turned back to look at Su Su, raised her chin and teased. Just now I saw you were so happy on the phone, what's wrong? Are you chatting with your boyfriend? Su Su almost sprained his foot when he heard this, and quickly denied, of course not, how could it be possible? Lydia spread her hands and said, your sister, I have seen all kinds of storms and waves. In this era, it is rare to love someone, at least it proves that he is still like a human being. Su Su did not answer this question directly, but thank you for your first aid kit, it saved my life. Lydia shook her long ponytail, threw away the worries in her mind, and said with relief, I'm just afraid that someone else will stay in that sea. I just came back from the sea, and I will give you a new pack in a while. Su Su noticed that she also had injuries on her body and asked, did something happen at sea again? Lydia sighed heavily, and the sorrow between her eyebrows gathered again, and said worriedly, recently, the number of alien creatures near the Santa Maria base has increased abnormally. If you have a mission to go there in the future, remember to be more careful. It was not convenient for her to talk to Su Su for too long, so she tilted her head back and turned away, while not many people were paying attention. Su Su watched Lydia leave, pondering her last words. I still remember that when I went to Taoyuan base before, General Huafeng also mentioned that the frequency of attacks by alienated creatures on the underground city base was getting more and more frequent. Now the other existing underwater base of mankind was not safe either. Both the eastern and western hemispheres were facing severe survival problems, as if a crisis was brewing. The terrifying but non-aggressive giant monster, the inexplicably resonant heartbeat. Su Su always had an indescribable feeling, strange and familiar. Aren't there enough strange things in this world? Su Su snorted, and walked into the dormitory area with his head down. He returned to the dormitory, and wrapped himself tightly to cover all the injuries on his body, to avoid attracting other people's attention. If I guessed correctly, the people who came to visit the patient represented the Padua Palace, Uni Garden, Experimental Center, and Engineering Department. He had offended many senior management this time, so it was better to keep a low profile recently. Susu zipped up his coat to the highest position, put on a hat to cover his face, and quietly went out and got into the freight elevator to leave Mattia. For Mattia's reputation, the matter of the collection center must not be spread, but there is no guarantee that no one will be watching him. Susu put on the mask cautiously as soon as he crossed the suspension bridge. Even the most familiar people could not recognize him now. Please wait a moment. Susu was stopped just as he was complaining in his heart. The expression under the mask was very interesting. He did not reveal his emotions and turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" The man was dressed in rags and even walked a little lopsided. He had a simple smile on his face. He held the sweat towel and moved closer. After confirming the mask on the face of the man in front of him, he pointed to the path next to him with shining eyes and whispered, "Please follow me." Susu looked at this laborer, who suddenly appeared in confusion, and did not rush to follow him. Lauman looked back and saw that no one was following him. He was not surprised. He returned to Sushi with a gentle attitude, took out a small piece of vegetable cake from his pocket, and said, "It was Appa who told you not to go to the market when we saw you." "Appa?" Sushi stared at the vegetable cake in front of him, which was the same one that Appa had specially left for him when they met last time. In this era, material resources were scarce, and Lauman district was even more hungry. There was no reason for them to leave the food uneaten and wait for him. If it was not a problem, then there was a big problem. Chapter 79. Go this way. Lauman walked a distance and then turned back to check if Susu had lost him. The roads in Lauman district are narrow and winding, and it is easy to get lost. Susu followed him slowly and asked, "What's your name?" Lauman was stunned for a moment and answered honestly, "Number 568. Susu asked again, "I asked for your name, not your number. What should I call you?" Lauman was a little surprised for a moment, and then he seemed to remember something and smiled and said, "My name is Andre. Everyone calls me Uncle Lame." "Thank you for leading the way, Andre." Susu's tone was flat, telling Andre that he would not slip away or lose him. Andre scratched his head embarrassedly, and asked Susu to continue following him. After entering a dead end, he turned back and motioned Susu to wait. Then he knocked lightly on the door of the nearest resident, and the tightly closed door was soon opened, and a nervous face peeked out from inside. The resident heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the person coming was Andre. He looked at the masked man behind Andre and politely opened the door to let the two in. Susu followed Andre in, and saw that the resident had moved a chair to the window to facilitate them to climb out of the window. He did not ask any more questions from beginning to end, as if he had rehearsed it long ago. All this was too deliberate, and Susu had to remain highly alert throughout the whole process. Andre took him through several alleys, changed routes from other people's homes, and took a long detour before arriving at the market at the bottom of the labor zone. "We're here," Andre said. Susu stood at the entrance of the alley and looked at the market. He saw a masked man repairing things at Appa's stall. He asked in confusion, "Andre, this is why you didn't let me come to Appa directly." Andre nodded and said with emotion, "Appa is a good kid. After his business became successful, he also bought our goods. Otherwise, we would have to sell our children to rely on the decreasing points." He turned his head and looked at Susu, his eyes full of gratitude, and took the initiative to explain the abnormality along the way. He said that his business was built with your help. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't be where he is today. He also said that your identity is special and cannot be revealed. If there are bad guys who want to find out about you, we must not let it slip. Andre pointed to the man wearing a mask and pretending to repair electrical appliances on the stall, and introduced. Xiao said, "He is the son of number 357, and he is about the same size as you. When you are not here, he will sit there in your place to confuse people. Don't worry, he is also a good boy." Susu roughly understood the reason for the abnormality, but still felt a little surprised. He thanked them in a daze. "Thank you." Andre waved his hand flattered. "This is not my idea, it was Appa's idea. Please wait here first, I will go and inform Appa, and then you can come out." Susu nodded, watched Andre enter the market, walked quickly to Appa's stall, and whispered a few words in his ear. Then he saw Appa's eyes brighten, and he wanted to find the target in the crowd excitedly, but he soon calmed down and continued to sell the goods in front of the stall. Not long after, the masked man in the corner of the stall turned around and greeted Appa. then got up and left quickly. Follow me. Susu noticed that after the masked man left, two people in the crowd immediately whispered to each other and followed the former's steps. He stayed at the alley for a while, and only walked slowly to Appa's stall after making sure that the two had gone far away. Perhaps because he had experienced a near-death experience, seeing Appa, who was like a younger brother, Susu felt a little emotional. Appa, long time no see. In fact, he had not been away from Mattia for a long time, but it always felt like a long time had passed. Appa excitedly trotted to Susu and jumped up, saying excitedly and restrainedly, "It's great that you are okay." He was just a laborer, and he didn't know what Susu had to go through as a vanguard, so every time Susu went on a mission, he would be worried for several days, fearing that he would never come back. During the time when Susu disappeared, he went to the supply platform every day to wait, but he didn't see Susu after waiting for a long time, and thought that the old story was going to happen again. He cursed himself several times, always thinking that he was unlucky, otherwise why would anyone he approached encounter an accident every time? Fortunately, Susu finally came back. He was not a jinx. "Well, I'm fine, I'm back." Susu was infected by Appa's smile, and nodded in response. Appa held Susu's sleeve without letting go, tilted his head, and said to Andre next to him with a bright smile, "Uncle Lame, please help me watch the stall for a while." "No problem." Andre agreed very readily. "Can you go somewhere with me?" Appa pulled Susu's sleeve, and after seeing him nod, he jumped and carried Susu to the other side of the market. The two stopped in front of a house at the corner, and then saw Appa took out a key from his pocket, opened the door, and stood by the door to invite Susu to come in. "Where is this?" Susu walked in surprised. The house had been cleaned up. Now it was empty, and there was nothing. Appa opened his arms, and turned around several times. He said happily, "I rented this place, and am waiting for you to come back to plan it together." As he said this, he opened the window along the street. "From here, you can see their stall. I want to start a business with everyone. I don't ask for how much money I can make, but at least we can have enough food with the help of each other, and we don't have to sell ourselves and our children." Appa leaned against the window and looked out, and enthusiastically introduced to Susu, "The lame uncle who brought you here just now is very good at making furniture. In the future, if you find tables, chairs, benches, etc., give them to him to sell. He can also repair things. My chair was repaired by him. The sister who lives in number 59 is good at sewing clothes. She said she can bring a group of girls who can sew to sell old clothes together, or dismantle those fabrics to make new clothes. The children of number 269's aunt like to draw very much. While complaining about the use of drawing, the aunt asked me if I could sell her the artwork. She wanted the children to learn more about what they are interested in the limited time. And there are also the brother of number 147, the old man of number 357. Appa became more and more excited as he spoke, clapping his hands as if the future he imagined was within reach. If that day really comes, they won't have to live such a humble life anymore. When Appa shook his hand, Susu keenly caught the bruise on his wrist, grabbed his hand and asked, "Who did it?" Appa hurriedly tried to pull his hand back to cover the bruise on his arm, and stammered, "It was just an accidental bump." "Who did it?" Susu's expression was as cold as usual, but his slightly lowered brows revealed his unhappiness at the moment. The stall owner closest to the house heard the sound and looked in from the window. He didn't want to get involved, but the future that Appa talked about was also what he expected, and he didn't want this good child to endure such a big grievance. Some people wanted to find out your whereabouts, but Appa refused to tell them, so they dragged Appa to a deserted place and beat him several times. The stall owner said, feeling the same way and angrily, "Oh, it's really inhumane and unjust." Susu looked at Appa and confirmed, "It was the person who was staring at you near the stall just now, right?" Appa pursed his lips and shook his head, lowered his eyes to avoid Susu's gaze, and said in a false voice, "No, don't listen to Uncle's nonsense, I just fell. The road in the labor zone is uneven, and I fell while walking, right?" Susu helped him find a reason. "Ah?" Appa raised his head and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, "Yeah." Susu looked out through the window, raised his chin slightly, and said, "It seems that Andre is not familiar with your stall, and is starting to get flustered. You go back first. I still have something to deal with." Appa vaguely guessed what Susu was going to deal with, and hurriedly said, "I'm really fine." Susu didn't listen to Appa's dissuasion, walked out of the house wearing a mask, and disappeared in the crowd in a blink of an eye. The bottom cabin of the labor zone was dark, and the street lights on one side of the narrow alley flickered. As long as the road could be seen clearly, no one was willing to repair it. Two people walked one after the other in the dark alley with little interest. The leader said worriedly, "When will we stop watching here?" The one who entered the dormitory of the labor zone today is obviously not the person the director wants to find. Who do you think the director wants to find? I guess that person was Susu before, but he was not in Mattia during this period, so there was still someone at the stall? The people following behind didn't figure it out either. Who knows? The director insisted that it was Susu, but we caught the troublemaker and interrogated him several times without any result. What else can we do? Just keep watching. The man in the front row walked for a while, and found that his companion didn't reply. He turned his head, and looked back in surprise, and his back suddenly felt numb. In the long and narrow alley, a thin figure appeared behind them at some point. The companion who was talking to him, not long ago, had been strangled. The flickering light hit the ghost face of the person who came, which looked weird and terrifying. Seeing that his companion was almost suffocated and his face turned red, he tried to pry open his hand, and gradually became weak, but he didn't dare to step forward until the man didn't kill him, but threw him to the ground. He clenched his fist and punched his companion on the head, making a solid muffled sound. The companion's cry was like a devil's voice. He dared not stay there any longer. He hurriedly fled into the dark alley, trying to get rid of the masked man with murderous intent. They were both wearing masks, but he was sure that the man in front of him was definitely not the one they had just followed. The corridors in the labor zone were crowded and winding. He turned several corners without stopping. He couldn't recognize the road and felt that he must have gotten rid of the man. He leaned against the wall and gasped. But suddenly, his eyes flashed, and a black shadow jumped down from the top of his head, grabbed his hair, and smashed his head against the wall. His nose bone lost consciousness instantly, and the gushing blood dyed his front red. He was dizzy and swayed on the spot, unable to stand still, and his legs and feet softened and fell to the ground. In a trance, he saw the masked man picked up a brick from the roadside and approached, and he moved back in fear. Help! Help! But before he could move far, a hand wrapped in bandages grabbed him tightly. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Forgive you for what? He was stunned and said tentatively, Never again, never spy on you. The masked man slowly squatted down, level with his eyes, and said coldly, Sorry, the answer is wrong. Chapter 80. Ah! The shrill cry echoed in the alley. The nearby residents heard the sound and opened the window to peek. After recognizing the mask on the face of the person in the alley, they all tacitly chose to ignore it. Other residents who didn't know the reason didn't dare to go out rashly, and let the wailing continue. Susu stepped on his back with one foot, swung a brick and smashed it on the bruised part of Appa's arm, breaking the man's arm without blinking. The director you are talking about is Max? Are you members of the guards of Uni Garden? Susu asked. The guard refused to answer, but Susu grabbed his hair and pulled it back suddenly, and he felt so painful that he thought his entire scalp was lifted up. Susu leaned down slightly and whispered in his ear, Remember, the road in the labor zone is uneven, and you fell while walking. The guard struggled to the point of saying something, and the person behind him grabbed the bloody brick and slowly scratched it in front of his neck. He could imagine that once he yelled, the brick would really break his neck. He trembled and obeyed. Yes, I fell accidentally. Yes, that's right. Susu let go of the guard's hair, clapped his hands in disgust, and brushed off the dust on his body, and walked out of the dark alley slowly. The guard didn't care about his broken arm, dragged his dying companion, and fled out of the labor zone without looking back. The market in the labor zone was a little quieter than a few days ago, but there were still many customers, and the most people were in front of Appa's stall. Hey, didn't you have a lot of usable electrical appliances here? Have they all been sold? Yeah, is this business still going to continue? Appa was anxious about Susu's sudden departure, and was in no mood to greet the customers in front of the stall. He casually said, You know, there are too few goods recently. There will be some in a while. Source? Where do you get the things here? Stolen? Appa saw at a glance that this man was here to cause trouble. People who come here know the source of the things in the market. Matthias was unwilling to accept them, and threw them away as garbage. Since they don't want them, how can they be considered stealing if they bring them back to sell? Appa asked angrily. Are you here to buy things or to make trouble? How do you talk to customers? He is also your god, understand? The man said, dragging his hands under the wooden board of the stall to overturn it, but he couldn't lift the stall with all his strength. Strange. As he was wondering, a kitchen knife suddenly chopped in front of him, deeply embedded in the wooden board, and almost cut his hand. Ah! The man retreated in fear after seeing the situation clearly. The people standing behind him didn't want to be the scapegoat, so they all moved aside and watched him fall hard on his buttocks. The man pointed angrily at the instigator, you. The other person was wearing a mask and slowly grasped the kitchen knife on the board. He was full of murderous intent. He didn't dare to say a word and went into the crowd in disgrace. Su pulled out the kitchen knife with one hand. He didn't have the killing intent just now. He said casually, the newly sharpened kitchen knife is sharp enough for chopping wood. It's even easier to chop vegetables and meat when you buy it home. One knife can be used for many purposes. Let's go and have a look. His contrast stunned the passers-by, and the crowd was silent for a while until Appa came out to liven up the atmosphere, and the guests began to move around. Appa pulled Su aside, looked at him with concern, and asked, "Are you injured?" Su put down the knife and shook his head. Appa was worried that someone was still watching them, so he didn't call Su's name, but said, "Brother, some of my words may make you unhappy, but I think you came back from this mission with something I can't explain." Su was stunned, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind after waking up were instantly untied, and he realized that something was wrong. After returning from the sea, he seemed to become very impulsive and irritable, and was easily driven by external factors. His hatred for Matthias was also increasing uncontrollably. He could think of better solutions for some things in the past, but now the first thing he thought of was revenge. Something is wrong. When did it start? Why is it like this? Su frowned and closed his eyes. In a trance, he saw the red pupils like flames in the deep, and his back was numb in an instant. Brother? Appa clutched the corner of his clothes with apology. Brother, did I say something wrong? Don't be angry, I'm sorry. Su's wandering eyes focused on Appa again. He calmed down and then shook his head and said, "You are not wrong. Instead, you have awakened me." He can indeed solve many things as quickly as before, but the influence driven by the butterfly effect is easy to get out of his control. He can't be so impulsive. Before he was fully prepared, all his resistance to Matthias was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Su took out a stack of vouchers from his pocket and handed them to Appa. He came back a little late because he went to the exchange office on the deck of the labor area. His current situation is a bit special. Uni Garden probably guessed his identity, but was just unable to catch him in the act. If he directly transferred contribution points to Appa, he could find out in the Ministry of Materials and Energy. At that time, Uni Garden would definitely use the excuse that the Vanguard members were working in the labor zone to make trouble, and it would also implicate Appa and others, so he spent 50 points to exchange for 10 manual vouchers. You can slowly exchange and use these vouchers. If someone asks, just say you saved them. Su deliberately reminded Appa when handing them to him. Appa quickly pushed his hand and refused. Why would you give me points? This is not appropriate. If it weren't for Su's help in repairing things and attracting a large number of customers, he wouldn't be here today. The mission at sea was full of dangers. After finally returning to Mattia to rest, Su had to sneak into the labor zone and sit in the corner of the stall for a whole day. In addition to dealing with 2 mouths of food, he didn't do anything else. Every time Su came to the labor area to repair electrical appliances and small furniture, he would sell them for several days and make a lot of money. He hadn't had time to thank Su, so how could he take Su's points? Su raised his hand and pointed to the shop that hadn't opened yet. So many people are looking for you to do business, so I recommend myself. This is my share. Appa didn't want it anymore. You are also a part of the shop without these points. Su folded up the handmade voucher and stuffed it into Appa's pocket, just like giving a red envelope to relatives during the new year. He smiled and said, keep it. It takes a lot of points to repair the shop. Besides, I, the black-hearted partner, will have an excuse to increase the commission in the future, right? But Appa has been making a living in the market since he was very young. He can stand on his own feet now because he is smart enough. He knew that Su thought that he had caused him to be beaten and felt that he owed him, so he gave him so many points. Appa touched his pocket, which was heavy with only a few vouchers, but he still didn't mention accepting them. I keep them first. If you don't need them one day, come to me for them. I'm the boss now, Appa. I pay for your meals in the labor zone in the future. He put his hands on his waist, and the little pride on his face was not pure, but was sensible and not in line with his age. Su raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the words, and cooperated and said respectfully, Okay, boss, I serve you wholeheartedly. After that, he returned to his old position and continued to work as the two laughed heartily. The famous saying was indeed true. Some money will be spent in another way even if it is saved. After going around in circles, he became a pauper again. Now I have to work hard to make money. The market is bustling with people. At night, the people here are replaced. The neon lights of Xioxianglu are colorful and flickering like a fine wine in a shaking wine, which makes people intoxicated. Susu didn't remember how long he sat in his seat, and which object he was repairing. He only knew that his arm, that was not fully healed, had begun to tremble, and the numb and sore muscles, when he stretched his arm, were also reminding him that he had to rest. Appa, I go back first. Wait a moment. Appa took out a small paper bag and handed it to Susu. You go back so late. Do you have any food? Take these with you. Susu took it and looked at it. There were 2 vegetable cakes in the paper bag. Remembering that Appa always said that the vegetable cakes were delicious, he couldn't bear to eat them, so he stuck both of them to him. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Appa's frizzy hair, looking like a brother. Thank you. Appa, whose hair was tangled into a mess, puffed his cheeks in anger, but said goodbye to Susu obediently. The batter was mixed with shredded green vegetables and mushrooms, and spread into small pancakes, fried until both sides were golden and crispy. Even though it was cold, you could still taste the sweetness of the vegetables and the firmness of the pancakes. Susu ate while crossing the suspension bridge, calculating the time to catch the ship back to Mattia. He lowered his eyes to look at the pancakes, and suddenly remembered something. He took out the address book, found the call without a number, and after thinking for a moment, typed a text and sent it out. Why did you need the blood of the children in the labor zone before you disappeared? Is this related to your leaving Mattia? In the Deep Sea Research Institute, several experimenters were urgently analyzing the marine biological samples that Wei Yu and his team brought back last time. The high-speed operation of the test machine made people's ears itch. Lu Fangqing handed Wei Yu the freshly printed experimental report, which was still hot, and asked, You haven't recovered from your injury yet, why don't you take a rest? Wei Yu, who was being questioned, was almost buried in the pile of documents on the table. After taking the report, he frowned and read it carefully, then turned around and made notes on the glass plate about the current progress of the experiment. Then he took some time to answer. The sea has been uneasy recently. After Mattia moved his position, he must clean up the sea camp. We must prepare early and move the residents of the camp in advance. He handed the sorted experimental records to Lu Fangqing, asking him to check and archive them, and stood up with crutches to move to the analyzer to check the current proofreading results. I have to go to the sea with Oliver in a while. Before that, a new version of the purification device plan must be provided so that the mechanical department has time to calculate the planned data. Wei Yu planned calmly and directed the experimenter to record the direction with 1 mind and 2 minds. Seeing his inconvenient legs and feet, Lu Fangqing told him the truth. If you are like this, you may need Oliver to carry you. Wei Yu pulled the corner of his mouth and defended. I told you that this injury is not serious. It was the old director who insisted that I use crutches. Ding. The communicator on the table suddenly rang. The unexpected special prompt sound made Wei Yu stunned. He didn't have time to take the crutches leaning against the table. He jumped to the table with 1 leg to check the message. His movements were so agile that it was impossible to tell that he was seriously injured. Lu Fangqing held a stack of documents and stared at Wei Yu, who moved like the wind. He subconsciously nodded to confirm. It's okay. But he quickly changed his words. But since the old director said you have to use crutches, it's better to be obedient. Chapter 81. After Wei Yu read the message, he ignored the cane Lu Fangqing stuffed in his hand, and half leaned on the table to type a reply. How did you know? I know Appa. His question was answered quickly. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar name on the screen, Wei Yu was a little upset for a moment, and his typing speed was obviously slower. Is he okay? He still remembered that the child looked thin and small, but his eyes were very clean, always staring at new things innocently. Unlike other children's fear of outsiders, Appa bravely took the initiative to get to know him. It was different from the fearlessness of ignorance, but a kind of seriousness that did not easily underestimate himself. Such a character can be regarded as a treasure in the labor zone, or even in this already rotten world. Yeah. Susu's answer was as cold as usual. Wei Yu put his knuckles in front of his lips and said, You haven't rested yet so late? Staring at the words that popped up on the screen, Susu paused while chewing food, licked the shredded vegetables on his lips, and thought for a while before responding. Dinner, vegetable cakes, delicious. AI intelligence is more emotional than Susu's reply, but Wei Yu read these words over and over again, and smiled like a madman, until he caught a glimpse of Lu Fangqing's inquiring and old-fashioned expression, and instantly retracted his smile. He turned his head, coughed twice to regain his composure, and typed, "Yes, I've been away for too long. When I think back to the past, I find that only that taste is what I miss the most." "You haven't answered my question yet. Why did you draw their blood?" Susu's message came right after. He didn't wait for Wei Yu's direct answer, but unexpectedly got the information he had been looking for. "Wei Yu, you really don't remember our first meeting? And what did you give me at that time?" Susu was so surprised that he didn't reply for a long time. So the sea camp was not the first time he and Wei Yu met, but he didn't remember when he had met Wei Yu. In other words, the person Wei Yu had seen before was most likely Susu, who was on his first mission with the Vanguard. But what could he at that time get to Wei Yu? The thing he brought out from Uni Garden? Susu stood by the return cabin door, holding the remaining half of a vegetable cake in his mouth. When he was about to ask Wei Yu about it, he saw several ships docked on the flying platform under his feet. At most, it was a team returning from a mission at night. He didn't think it was strange, but when he saw a dozen people wearing non-Madia uniforms coming down from the ship, he immediately put aside the matter of replying to Wei Yu and silently observed the situation on the platform below. It stands to reason that Susu was on the last return ship, but as soon as he stepped out of the cabin and stepped onto Mattia, the hatch behind him closed and the cabin fell rapidly, as if it was rushing to pick up someone. Thinking of this, Susu didn't leave in a hurry and quietly hid near the gate to Mattia, trying to find out what was going on. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but just now, he seemed to have seen the figure of General Huafeng from Taoyuan base among the people who came. He couldn't figure out what the people from the underground city base were doing in Mattia at night, and even the generals of the defense military came. Considering Mattia's behavior in recent times, it was hard for Susu not to guess that it was related to Mattia's upcoming departure. He didn't wait too long before he heard a station reminder outside the gate. "Welcome home, the last home of mankind, maintained by you and me." A dozen people were led into Mattia by the guards. Although no one introduced them to Susu, who was peeking, it could be seen that they were mainly divided into two groups. And he was not mistaken, General Huafeng really followed. Most of the people in Huafeng's group had Asian faces, with yellow or black skin. They followed the guards' guidance, and silently spied on the situation in Mattia. They looked gentle and easy to bully. The others walking beside them were not so obedient. They looked around carelessly, and occasionally asked the guards in front of them a few words, even if the other party did not respond. Their facial features were three-dimensional and deep, and their skin and hair were all European features in Susu's impression. "It seems that these people are from the Santa Maria base," Susu said secretly, suddenly remembering meeting Captain Lydia not long ago. She mentioned that the Santa Maria base had been frequently attacked by alien creatures recently, and the situation was not good. They went all the way to the central square, probably to take the central elevator to the upper floors. There was no need for Susu to follow them any further, as he couldn't go to the upper floors anyway. Susu was thinking that after everyone left, he could still go to the training base to punch in, when he unexpectedly saw Captain Meg staggering out of the medical center, with weak but urgent steps. Meg opened her mouth and was about to call for help, but she noticed that several of these late-night visitors looked at her, and she stood aside and watched, hesitant to speak. Huafeng also noticed the appearance of Meg, and stepped forward to say to the guards, "Captain Meg is my old friend. After I say a few words to him, I will go to the upper-level meeting room by myself." The guard looked at Meg, and when he nodded in agreement, he indifferently agreed to Huafeng's request and continued to move forward with the others. Huafeng moved aside and waited for everyone to pass by before he started walking towards Meg. He looked back and confirmed that the others had walked a distance away, and asked with concern, "What happened to you?" He noticed that Meg was not in a good state when they met last time, and now it seems that something big has happened. Susu was a little far away, and Meg's voice was weak, so it was really hard to hear the content of the conversation between the two, but seeing that Huafeng's face was getting darker and darker, he could basically guess what Meg said. "Meg, do you know what you are doing?" Huafeng's voice was deep, and he knew that what Meg said to him should not be known to more people, so he tried his best to control the volume of his voice. Meg smiled bitterly and nodded, covering her still aching chest, and said in a low voice as much as possible, "General, I know I am wrong, and I am not here to seek recognition from you. Mattia will soon sail away, and Taoyuan base is best not to participate in any stage of the sailing plan." Huafeng frowned when he heard this, thinking about the old friend, who was a little strange in front of him, and asked with doubt, "What do you mean?" They were good friends who talked about everything, and comrades who fought side by side. When they worked together for the lighthouse, they were fearless in the face of thousands of alien creatures, and they also imagined the beautiful expectation of jointly protecting their homeland. But after Meg joined Mattia, he changed completely. There was no more spirit in his eyes, and he kept everything in his heart. The warrior who rushed to the front row when fighting monsters back then has become a selfish coward now. Is Meg still trustworthy now? Huafeng couldn't think of an answer for a moment. Meg lowered her head to avoid Huafeng's gaze, not daring to look at the disappointment in his eyes, and repeated what she had just said. General, please forgive me for not being able to say too much. Taoyuan Base is also my home, the place where I want to go back. I did something stupid, but I will never hurt my home. You must stop Taoyuan Base from participating in Madia's voyage. Don't compromise if you can't agree. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and at the end of his words, he tightly grasped Huafeng's arm, wanting to chisel every word into his heart. Su Su leaned against the wall with his arms around his chest, unable to understand Meg's thoughts. What is the relationship between Madia's voyage and Taoyuan Base? Did he know something? What exactly does he want to stop? The answers to these questions can probably only be known by actually participating in it. Su Su looked back in the direction of the central square, knowing very well that he currently did not have the ability. The trust in the past was still vivid in his mind. Huafeng couldn't bear to be cruel after all. He said, Meg, you are capable of accomplishing many things, but you? He sighed, and didn't say it absolutely. We are only responsible for guarding the underground city base. We can't influence Matthias's decision, but I will seriously consider your words. Now the sea is getting more and more dangerous. He is responsible for the defense of the underground city base. He knows that the lighthouse will be lost one day. If that day comes, human civilization on the surface of the earth will no longer exist. As long as Matthias hangs high, human hope will never fall. Meg understood Huafeng's position. He took a step back and bowed deeply to his former brother, friend, and general. He turned around and walked towards the medical center with a lonely back. Huafeng shook his head silently, turned his back to Meg, and followed his companions in front with big strides. Su Su, who was hiding in the dark, looked between the two people and finally fell on Huafeng, quietly following his pace. The central square was crowded with people late at night, including the citizens of Matthias, who were curiously looking at the outsiders who suddenly appeared, but found that the guards were not far away, and no one dared to ask a question. Su Su hid in the darkness and approached the central square quietly. He noticed that all the people in the underground city base were standing outside the central elevator. Even if the elevator was empty, no one went in first. It seemed that they were waiting for someone. They are coming, someone in the crowd whispered. Su Su followed their gaze, and saw that the magnificent door of the Pajuo Palace opposite slowly opened. Several messengers in golden robes walked out slowly, and arrived in front of the central elevator one after another with Gabriel, who came out of the experimental center. Hollis, the leader, faced the guests of the underground city base, covered his chest and nodded slightly. Thank you for coming from afar, friends. Meals and accommodation have been prepared for you. You can rest after the meeting. He walked to the central elevator, pressed the button, and said, then please go to the high-level conference room and participate in the meeting with peace of mind. Thank you for the kindness of the priest and the Pasa temple. Several representatives of the underground city base were flattered and hurriedly thanked. On the way to Matthias after being summoned, they were full of worries about ignorance. The friendliness of the priest of the Pasa temple greatly alleviated their crampedness. Hollis smiled politely, and waited for everyone in the underground city base to enter the elevator before he ran in. He turned around and saw Gabriel still standing there, staring at the corner of the square. Professor, what are you looking at? Gabriel retracted his inquiring gaze, smiled and shook his head. It's okay, maybe I saw it wrong. He walked into the elevator, his eyes still fixed on the corner of the square. Let's go upstairs. Su Su, who was hiding behind the corner, leaned against the wall with his back, not daring to move, and did not choose to stick his head out at this time to confirm whether he had been discovered by Gabriel just now. This person was much more vigilant than he thought. Chapter 82. Listening to the sound of the elevator door closing, Su Su looked back and tentatively revealed half of his face. He made sure that no one was looking at him in front of the central elevator before he breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned against the wall with his arms folded, staring at the relief wall outside the Pajuo Palace. His eyes were on the image of the god holding the baby in his hands. The discomfort in his heart surged again. He sneered and turned back to the training base. Matthias Senior Management, the door of the conference room was wide open. The colorful glazed tiles on the top were dim in the middle of the night. The room was only illuminated by the wall lamps on the relief wall. The cold yellow light reflected on the relief pattern, casting a deformed shadow. The participants in the meeting entered in an orderly manner, and the spotlights around them suddenly lit up, as if someone was leading them in the dark. The crowd naturally divided into 4 rows, led by the Paguo Palace, Uni Garden, Experimental Center, and guards. The underground city base was summoned and did not belong to Matthias's department, so they could only randomly find a team to line up first. Taoyuan base was ranked after the materials and energy department, while Santa Maria base chose to stand behind the guards. Everyone waited devoutly until they heard footsteps and the sound of a scepter falling to the ground from a corner of the platform, and greeted in unison, "Captain." The captain standing in the dark spoke with a high voice to respond to all the people under his seat. The catastrophe 400 years ago affected everyone on the earth, and humans have lost their homes since then. Matthias also took off with a fire of hope, waiting for the day when the seawater recedes. Natural disasters and maritime disasters are becoming more and more frequent. In order to ensure that human civilization will never be annihilated, Matthias decided to set sail again. He emphasized his words, as if he was beating an agitator, and then asked, "This time, everyone was summoned here for this matter. How are the departments preparing?" Representatives of various departments in the discussion kept silent at the same time, waiting for others to speak first. In the current environment, others just don't take the initiative to speak. Everyone can guess based on their current progress that other situations are not optimistic. Whoever speaks first will suffer at this time. The captain was displeased and coldly pointed out someone, Ministry of Materials and Energy. "Why me again?" The head of the Ministry of Materials and Energy muttered to himself that he was really unlucky. He hunched his back and stepped out of the line, reporting, "The Materials and Energy Department is currently in a critical situation, and the Navigation Department is urgently needed to dispatch personnel to bring back more supplies." The Navigation Department, who was called, secretly glared at him and had to step out of the line to respond, "Captain, according to the reports of the Vanguard's maritime missions in the past 6 months, the evolution of alien creatures has exceeded the estimated value given by the Experimental Center. It's not that the Navigation Department does not cooperate with the collection of supplies, but the current sea resource mission has been fully completed, and the number of Vanguard members has dropped sharply. The formation results after the assessment have not yet been determined due to the extreme lack of manpower, so the reduction in resources handed in recently is also understandable." The question was thrown to the Experimental Center, but Gabriel was not anxious or annoyed, and said slowly, "The Experimental Center can understand the dissatisfaction of the Minister of Navigation. If it were not for the active cooperation of the Vanguard team in sample collection, the data group would not be able to give an estimate. The continuous evolution of alienated creatures is something none of us want to see." He admitted his mistake quite frankly, kicked the question back with a little effort, and then said with a sigh, "The Experimental Center has decided to set up a new sea area data research group to collect samples submitted by the Vanguard team and cooperate with the Navigation Department Research and Judgment Center to give a more accurate prediction, so as not to let the current pain continue." The head of the Navigation Department's face darkened. After working in Mattia for so many years, who doesn't have some tricks? Don't think he doesn't know the mind of Gabriel, the old fox. On the surface, he didn't argue and stood at attention to be beaten, but in fact he attributed the fault to the Vanguard. The Vanguard is under the Navigation Department, which obviously means that the Navigation Department is shirking responsibility. That's not all. Gabriel's most cunning thing is to follow his words, to tie up the Navigation Department. After that, if the Navigation Department has any opinions, it will have to consider the cooperation relationship between the two departments. Friendly cooperation between departments is exactly what the captain is most happy to see. As expected, the people on the high seat agreed very quickly. Professor Gabriel is right. Mattia carries the community of human destiny. Only when all departments work closely together can the boat of life go further and further. Captain, that's right. Everyone stood up and responded. Even if the head of the Navigation Department was dissatisfied, he couldn't say the opposite in public. He could only bury his head and agree with others. The Ministry of Materials and Energy, which successfully led to the war, clasped its fingers in dismay and took advantage of the captain's good mood to speak again. "Captain, due to the recent surge in outdoor temperatures, the farm operations have been affected. The harvest in the second half of the year is half of the previous period. The current estimate of sailing supplies can only last for 28 days. Going to the new sea to collect supplies is imminent." His words were like throwing a stone into the lake, causing a wave of waves among the crowd. Only enough for 28 days? How can it be so short? What if we can't reach the new sea after 28 days? Will we all starve to death? Faced with many questions, the head of the Ministry of Materials and Energy said truthfully, "Because we have stayed in the current sea for too long, The resources brought back by the Vanguard are far less than the daily supply required by the citizens of Mattia and the labor district. 28 days is already the most ideal result calculated by the Ministry of Materials and Energy. As for 28 days later, he said with embarrassment, slowly turning his head to look at the people in Taoyuan base behind him, and his intention was quite obvious. Huifeng, who received the sight, just understood the intention of what Meg said to him not long ago, and his face was heavy and silent. Matthias would not call the underground city base for a meeting for no reason, and there must be a purpose. The last time the leader of the base came to discuss matters, he brought back the news that Matthias hopes that the underground city base will increase the supply of materials in order to continue the human fire. After that, the base's monthly supply of fruits, vegetables, and livestock to Matthias has increased by 20% compared to before. So now, does the Ministry of Materials and Energy think that the underground city base is still not enough, but the daily meal standard of the lighthouse guards has been reduced to the minimum, and the businessmen in the base also divide the materials they deserve according to their labor? If they continue to reduce, I am afraid that the people in the inner city will be in chaos. Before the leader could say yes, Huifeng stepped out of the line and said, I am Huifeng, the chief of the Taoyuan base defense military. I have something to report to the captain. A voice came from the high seat. General Huifeng, go ahead. Huifeng saluted and said, report to the captain. Due to the abnormal warm current in the ocean, the frequency of attacks by alien creatures is increasing. The underground city base has lost 2 lighthouses in half a year. I request support from Matthias. Seeing that his idea was not implemented, the head of the Materials and Energy Department said unhappily, it seems that General Huifeng is indeed a busy man. The Navigation Department just spoke for a long time. Did you seem to not hear it? I heard it, but... Huifeng was about to continue, but was interrupted by the Materials and Energy Department. Or is there something that Taoyuan base is dissatisfied with Matthias? Huifeng had been through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and had seen many rains of arrows and gunfire. He had never been afraid of alien creatures approaching him, but he hated nothing more than the calculations of human hearts. I didn't. General Huifeng really didn't mean that. Holies, wearing a golden robe, folded his hands in front of his chest, and slowly turned to face the crowd. His gentle voice resolved the deadlock. John, you should understand the difficulties of the underground city base. The sea is full of dangers now. The 2 bases are already struggling. No matter how difficult it is, Matthias should not put pressure on them at this time. Hollis walked between the queues and opened his arms to the 2 people. His words were full of compassion. As fellow human beings, we should unite and stand together in adversity. Don't you think so? Hollis, the head of the Materials and Energy Department, wanted to argue quickly, but his thoughts quickly caught up and understood what he meant. He also smiled and said to Huifeng, yes, this world is not easy for everyone. We should look at problems from each other's perspective. Taoyuan base can understand our needs. Huifeng's face was gloomy. He already understood that the 2 people in front of him had set him up like this. Advance and retreat together? Suddenly, a voice interrupted the stalemate. The leader of the Santa Maria base, who was standing not far away, cast his eyes directly at the Combat Readiness Center in the front row and asked loudly, Santa Maria has just experienced a fierce battle. Fortunately, Matthias's vanguard came to help, otherwise our lighthouse would have fallen. The Minister of Navigation saw that he was staring at the Combat Readiness Center, and knew that Santa Maria base did not speak to thank the vanguard at all, but must have other purposes. Faced with the overwhelming ugly monsters, if the base's combat readiness has not been improved, the lighthouse will sooner or later fail. The leader of the Santa Maria base imitated the appearance of the Pasa Palace, and put forward his demands in a good voice. He is not a machine like Huifeng who only knows how to fight. What does it matter if he wins a few battles, and gets the support of the residents of the underground city base? In Matthias' eyes, it's nothing. If you want to get something here, you have to show the attitude that these bigwigs like. It's just that the Combat Readiness Center deliberately avoided looking at him, which is really rude. On the high seat hidden in the shadows, there was a sudden sound of a scepter hitting the ground. For a moment, all the struggle for interests was suspended, and Hollis returned to his original position and stood devoutly. Gabriel, how is the progress of the experimental center's plan to strengthen the army? Gabriel took a step forward, covered his chest and bowed slightly, and said respectfully, Captain, the transformation plan is proceeding in an orderly manner. The 6th phase of the experiment has been prepared, and it is expected that there will be results soon. The person on the high seat looked at the leader of the Santa Maria base in the back row and said, Robert, did you hear that? Santa Maria's Combat Readiness Experimental Center has been preparing. If the Experimental Center needs it, the base should actively cooperate. If everything goes well, you will have nothing to fear. The captain's last words burned his throat like a brand. The leader of Santa Maria was silent for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, Captain, Santa Maria base will fully cooperate. He suppressed his personal emotions, but his voice couldn't help trembling. He looked at Admiral Muller in the front row as if asking for help, begging him to come out and help say a few words. Mon, the Lieutenant General of the Guards, saw Robert's look and asked the Experiment Center without waiting for the Admiral's order, Professor Gabriel, can the Experiment Center publish the transformation process? Chapter 83. Mon's words resonated with most of the people who came to the meeting on behalf of the Santa Maria base, and they all agreed, hoping that the Experimental Center would disclose what the so-called transformation is. Faced with many doubts, Gabriel did not show any fear. He turned his back to everyone and looked up at the high seat. The desire in his eyes could not be seen by anyone except the human leader who was deeply hidden in the darkness. He spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. I'm sorry, all the warriors who fought desperately with monsters. Since the transformation plan involves many departments and is a Mattia top secret, please forgive me for not being able to tell you in detail. Seeing that his words failed to appease everyone, Gabriel calmly said, in short, this experiment is to transform the physical constitution of the participants, and with the help of experimental instruments and supplements, gradually break through the body's functions, have stronger willpower and physical fitness, expand their own strength, and enable all warriors to no longer be afraid of the evolving alien creatures. But, Mond wanted to ask again. Mahler suddenly stopped his reckless behavior. Lieutenant General Mond returned to the team. Admiral. Mond turned his head to look at his superiors, and returned to the team indignantly. Gabriel's slightly raised mouth corners revealed his pride at the moment, and he still showed his kind and calm image in front of others. Mr. Robert, the Combat Readiness Center also wants to meet the needs of the Santa Maria base, but now all kinds of resources are scarce, and they can't help. I hope that the human compatriots in the underground city base can understand. He just turned around slowly and said with a smile, when the evolution of alien creatures exceeds expectations, we can no longer sit and wait for death. Physical transformation is to strengthen the strength of the troops, and it is also the general trend. Everything the Experimental Center does is for the future of mankind. Robert took a step forward after hearing what the Experimental Center said, for the future of mankind? But those soldiers are. Another sound of a scepter hitting the ground sounded. After arriving at the New Sea area, the Navigation Department urged the Vanguard to collect resources as soon as possible to replenish the energy consumption of Matthias. The Minister of Navigation Department retracted the gaze of the spies in the Santa Maria base and bowed his head and said, the Navigation Department obeys your orders. Then, the person on the high seat instructed another department that was very active today. The agricultural and pastoral areas built by the Engineering Department have intelligent daylight and temperature control, and there are sufficient laborers for you to dispatch. Natural disasters are not an excuse. Can the harvest in the next quarter give good results? The Department of Materials and Energy? Reply to the captain, the Department of Materials and Energy will do its best. The person in charge nodded his head and accepted the order, his lowered eyelids covering the brilliance in his eyes, and then he made up, Captain, the Department of Materials and Energy has one more thing to report. The person on the high seat was silent for a moment before saying, say. The current resource problem faced by the Material and Energy Department is not only the sharp decline in replenishment speed and quantity, but also the problem of excessive consumption. If the Navigation Department and the underground city base cannot guarantee the supply of materials in the short term, perhaps we can try to temporarily transfer some of the low contribution values. When he spoke, he emphasized the 4 words temporarily transfer to make his words more complete. Seeing that the high-ranking officials were silent for a long time, Hollis, who represented the Pasa Palace, said charitably, regardless of status, as long as they contribute to the future of mankind, Matthias will not easily give up any compatriot. The Material and Energy Department understood what he said and replied respectfully, the priest is right. Captain, I understand. Muller looked at him coldly as he finished his flattering speech and returned to the queue, never participating in the dispute. He knew that behind him were the disappointed eyes of his subordinates and the soldiers in the underground city base, but he still chose to remain silent. The guards, the running dogs of the top leaders. He himself almost thought so, but what else could he do? Muller looked up at the glazed tiles above his head without saying a word. There was no light except for the artificially dyed colors. Gabriel noticed his gaze, looked up and smiled and said, the engineering department has been working on it for a long time. It looks good, right? Muller did not answer. As soon as the captain announced the adjournment of the meeting, he personally escorted the leader away with the guards. What is his attitude? Max couldn't help but question. Uni Garden was not directly involved in the issue of supplies, and he watched the whole meeting today from the sidelines, but he just couldn't stand Muller's look of not looking at people straight in the eye. Now you are pretending to be noble, but you still turn around and wag your tail in front of the captain. It's really hypocritical. Gabriel smiled and said nothing, not getting involved in Max's evaluation of others, still maintaining the external image of the experimental center that is self-sufficient. He walked past the priests of the Posha temple, who were talking to others with his hands behind his back, and left the conference hall first. Experimental center. Hey, who are you talking to, laughing so happily? The researcher who was grinning at the communicator raised his eyes, and looked at his colleague and said, I recently started dating a new boyfriend, very cute. New? The colleague asked and sat down at the seat next to him, took a piece of alcohol and carefully wiped the artwork he just bought from the labor zone, and asked leisurely, Didn't you just start dating your last boyfriend not long ago? The researcher curled his lips and said helplessly, The last one was from the Vanguard. He went on a mission 2 days ago and didn't come back. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he got angry in bed and gave me a bad experience. It's a good time to change him. In this era where desires and expectations cannot be satisfied, it is common to put the most easily obtained carnal desires on the table. The colleague didn't think what he said was explicit, but just admired the flawless statue of Eve in front of him. Ahem. Someone coughed suddenly in the corner. After hearing the hint, the two immediately put away the external objects and hid them, lowered their heads to record the experimental data on the instrument, and looked quite serious. Gabriel passed by them, and saw the statue under the table, which was deliberately covered with a worn white coat, but still exposed a corner, and the researcher's communicator that kept flashing. He snorted in displeasure and said, Throw away the things that shouldn't be in the lab now. The two researchers saw the professor was angry, apologized decisively, took their personal belongings and left. Gabriel walked slowly to the corner of the lab. Sari, how is the data sorted? Sari, whose name was called, stood up from her seat and handed over the sorted files. It's all sorted, but the data of this sample is not ideal. Gabriel said without surprise. He was not the best experimental subject when he was alive. Now he is used to test drugs, and the effect is not as good as other samples. Find a chance to dispose of it. Okay, Professor. Sari obeyed as always, but when she looked at the glass jar in front of her that was as tall as 2 people, there was a hint of difficulty in her eyes. This huge glass jar is filled with liquid. The sample imprisoned in it is firmly fastened by a steel frame. Countless tubes are connected to it from the outside of the jar, and behind it are densely packed glass jars and spider web-like tubes, like honeycombs. Gabriel supported his hands in front of the drug guide console. His eyes, which were indifferent in front of people, were now full of greed. The corners of his mouth, that could not help but rise, were suppressed because of the presence of others. His face looked a little distorted. The questioning voices at the meeting were still echoing in his ears, like a long whip with thorns whipping him. Where was the calmness before? He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a confession. Everything I have done is to truly find a direction for the future of mankind. I have not failed the wishes of my ancestors. Sally had never seen the professor lose his composure like this. She was shocked and looked away, pretending that she had not pried into the secret. Gabriel stared at the glass jar deeply and intoxicatedly for a long time before he stood up again. The moment he turned around, he regained his usual gentle and humble appearance and said decisively with a smile, You continue to follow up and record the data of other samples. If you find any abnormalities, you must inform me in time. Do you understand? Sally nodded quickly to confirm. Professor, I remember. Gabriel nodded with satisfaction and gave her permission at the right time. Sally, the reason why you can stay in the experimental center as the only female researcher is that in addition to Captain Meg's protection, you are also capable. Come on, work hard here, you will have the brightest future. Bright future? Sally was a little absent-minded, and the figure she wanted to see the most at this moment emerged in her mind. They will all have a bright future for sure. Sari? Sari? When she heard someone calling her name, Sari came back to her senses, and the professor was no longer in front of her. She looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a colleague peeking at the door. What? Did the professor leave? Sari looked around the laboratory and nodded in response. He should have left. The two researchers stretched their necks to peek inside. He left. After making sure that they didn't see the professor, the two took back the things they had taken away, sat on the chair with their legs spread out, and their white coats were casually opened, not caring about their image at all. Everything is for the future of mankind. The researcher said, exhaling from the statue, and said with a smile, humanity has no future, it will be ruined sooner or later, so we might as well enjoy ourselves while we can. That's right, those monsters evolve so fast, who knows if they will grow wings tomorrow and beat Matthias down. The two of them laughed at each other, as if they had hit a funny point, and their minds were not on experimental research at all. Their conversation was very noisy, and Sally glanced at the two of them unhappily, and then retreated to the corner. But thinking back to the jokes just now, her brows relaxed, and she suddenly stood up, and made an excuse to go to the bathroom. Because Sally was the only female, the experimental center did not set up a separate bathroom for her, so she could only use the men's bathroom when no one was around. She quickly got into the cubicle, took out the communicator in her pocket, and quickly wrote a text message and sent it out. Are you recovering well today? When your injury is healed, I will make you something delicious. How about tomato stewed chicken? The communicator quickly responded, okay. It was just a simple word, but Sally stared at it for a long time, with the corners of her mouth raised for a long time. All the boredom disappeared at this moment. In the laboratory, the two chatted casually. No one noticed the abnormality that suddenly flashed on the monitoring screen, nor did they notice that the experimental subject, who was planned to be disposed of, slowly opened his eyes. Ah Su yawned and walked out of the dormitory. His arm hurt so much that he didn't sleep all night. He thought he might as well get up and go to the labor area to see if Appa Decoration Shop needed help. He was walking slowly to the wash basin in the dormitory area, but suddenly stopped and quickly hid in the nearest shelter. He looked slightly towards the central elevator in confusion and murmured, why did the group of people from the Pajuo Hall go up again so early in the morning? That meeting hasn't ended yet? Chapter 84. Pa! As soon as Hollis stepped into the frigate, he heard the dull sound of a stick hitting his flesh. His eyes were dim under the shadow of his hood, and his short breath showed his displeasure at the moment. Near the door, the followers who came with him quickly stepped forward to clear the way, and surrounded Hollis to enter the frigate's standby area. As soon as he entered the door, he could see the torture platform in the center. On the platform, a person was lying motionless, and his back was beaten to pieces. The guards on standby stood upright on both sides and witnessed the whole process of the punishment with their own eyes. Many of them lowered their eyes with emotion and immediately shouted coldly. You all watch carefully. Mahler stood by the torture platform, staring at every guard present, and his tough tone did not allow for questioning. Oh, what happened? Hollis brought the believers in uninvited, stretched his neck to look at the torture platform, and after seeing who was being beaten, he pulled the corners of his mouth slightly with understanding, still with a generous look of loving all beings, and said anxiously with concern, Is this Lieutenant General Mond? What happened? Why are their own people fighting each other? Mahler could see that Hollis was pretending to be confused, but he didn't mind making it clearer. Mond contradicted Professor Gabriel. He should be punished. Hearing this, the believers who came with him to take people came forward and asked awkwardly, Father. Hollis raised his hand, signaling them not to move for the time being, and continued, It turned out to be such a small matter. Is the Admiral too harsh? Mahler, as a guard, there is only one duty, to protect Matthias. The guards had no right to ask about other matters, and should not offend the superior citizens beyond their level. So Mond's mistake was not a trivial matter, and the punishment was not too severe, as expected of the impartial Admiral Mahler. Hollis's praise was not sincere, but at least he would not offend anyone on the surface. He glanced at Mond, who was already unconscious on the scaffold, and kindly followed Mahler's words and added, The Admiral is right. As a guard, your primary responsibility is to protect Matthias. If you have any idle thoughts, you should go to the baptismal pool in the Pasa Temple and repent. I did not discipline my subordinates well, and I will receive 50 military sticks later. The Pasa Temple loves all living beings, so don't bother the priest with the guards. Mahler immediately spoke up to stop Hollis's intention. He took a step forward and took the initiative to admit his mistake, but in fact, he stood between Mond and Hollis, and swept his eyes coldly over the believers of the Pajuo Temple. His indifferent aura did not give anyone a chance to get close. The confrontation behind him woke up the unconscious Mond, and the excruciating pain in his back made him unable to move, but what really made his nose sour was the Admiral's protection. After returning from the meeting, he was ordered by the Admiral to be tied to the torture platform. When he was beaten with a military stick just now, he was full of dissatisfaction and resentment. He didn't understand why the Admiral stopped him from asking the truth about the transformation. So many people had been involved. If the experimental center was not stopped, something big would happen sooner or later. When Father Hollis showed up on the frigate with his men, he understood why Admiral Muller wanted to punish him. First, if he was severely injured, the Pajua Temple would not mention taking him away again because of the self-punishment of the guards. If not, once he was taken away, it would be difficult for the Admiral to protect him. Although he was not sure what was so worrying about being taken away by the Pajua Palace. No, he knew that Susu was. Mon's nose was sore, and he wanted to slap himself. He had followed the Admiral for so long, how could he forget that the Admiral would not harm them? He actually blamed the Admiral for being unkind before, when it was obviously his own fault. Hollis stared at Muller's eyes for a long time, and seeing that he had no intention of giving in, he nodded with a fake smile and said, "The Admiral is strict and conscientious, and he is worthy of being the most satisfied subordinate of the captain." After that, he raised his hand to signal the believers to leave, and put on an understanding gesture, smiling and slightly retracting his chin. Since Admiral Muller can handle it himself, Pajua Palace will not help to share the burden, but I hope that the guards will not make such low-level mistakes again, so as not to disappoint the captain's trust. Yeah. Muller responded very coldly, and the meaning of sending him away was already written on his face. Seeing Muller's attitude of pretending enough, Hollis did not want to make trouble, and led his people to turn around and leave the standby area. "Let's go! We won't disturb the general from handling his internal affairs." After watching the people from the Posha Hall leave, Muller turned his eyes to the executioner and asked, "Are you done?" The executioner nodded. "General, the 30 military sticks have been beaten." Muller nodded and signaled the guards to help Mon to the side. Mon coughed painfully, his throat full of blood, and looked at the general and said in a hollow voice, "General, I..." Muller didn't wait for him to hesitate, and took off his military uniform without saying a word, and lay on the torture platform, saying in a deep voice, "General Muller of the Guard Army neglected discipline and failed to fulfill his duties." He voluntarily accepted the punishment of 50 military sticks, and began to execute. Admiral. Except for Mond, who was supported by the guards standing on both sides could not help but speak out to stop him. All the doubts and dissatisfaction in their hearts were resolved when the people from the Pajua Palace got involved. How could a subordinate beat a superior? Moreover, the Admiral did nothing wrong in this matter. "Beat him," Muller said firmly. The executioner was embarrassed. "Admiral, I can't." "Beat him." Mon didn't care about the injury on his back, and hurriedly pushed away the guards around him, stopped the executioner, and grabbed the steel rod to prevent it from falling. "General, I know I was wrong. I am willing to accept the punishment. I will take the 50 strokes. What does it have to do with you? Get up." Muller gritted his teeth and issued an ultimatum. "I say, beat you." The executioner sighed helplessly, took Mon's hand off the military stick, had him pulled aside, and bowed deeply to Muller. "General, I'm sorry." Snap! The steel stick fell firmly, making a muffled sound, and the man lying on the torture platform said nothing. Watching the trouble he had caused affect others, Mon fell to his knees helplessly, not daring to look at the torture platform. Every time he heard a stick sound, he slapped himself. Lieutenant General? How could there be a Lieutenant General like him? After being selected from the underground city base to join Matthias, he has been working hard to complete the Vanguard mission and tried his best to get the top score in the assessment, just so that when the superiors asked him about his intention for promotion, he could take the initiative to say, "I want to join the guards." Why do you want to join the guards? He had only heard rumors before. This was the first time he saw Admiral Muller in person, and he was so nervous that he couldn't speak for a long time. Aye? Then let's switch to the next one. Wait a minute. He was so anxious that he stopped the Admiral, who was about to leave. "My name is Mond. I want to join the guards, and protect Matthias and the human fire just like you, the Admiral." The Admiral stared at him for a long time without saying anything. I don't know if it was his illusion, but I always felt that the Admiral seemed to smile just now. It was an illusion. After joining the guards, they realized that the Admiral was really strict. They would be punished by him even if they made only a small mistake. So they usually stay away from the Admiral, for fear that they would be picked out and scolded again if they were not careful. But they also know that the position of the guards is special, and there are countless eyes watching them in secret, and they are eager to show their faces in front of the top leaders under the banner of eliminating the disloyal guards for the captain. If it weren't for the Admiral's strict discipline, they would have died hundreds of times, and no one knew where their bodies were thrown. What about protecting Matthias? It's all fake. They are just hounds raised by the top leaders. After being protected by the Admiral for so long, They had completely forgotten the embarrassing position of the guards, and the difficult situation of the Admiral himself. I won't say anything more in the future. Mond couldn't remember how many times the stick fell. The pain on his cheek had long been numb, and he just apologized numbly over and over again. 49-50. The believers counted while listening, and were a little disappointed when they heard exactly 50. They hoped that the guards would be partial and lazy, so that they could find an excuse to go in and make trouble. Hollis shook his head. He was sure that Mahler would not give outsiders an opportunity to take advantage of this matter, but he still sighed with disappointment and said with regret and compassion, "The Admiral is so harsh on himself and his subordinates, and he has suffered such a serious injury. What if there is a mistake in the patrol later?" He laughed coldly, pulled the hood down a little to cover his face, and turned to walk towards the exit. The believers nodded in understanding, followed the priest's steps, and quietly left the frigate. 50, enough. The guard counted to 50 seriously, called the executioner, and stepped forward to help the Admiral up. Muller raised his hand to refuse, put on his coat without changing his expression, and looked coldly at Mond, who was kneeling on the ground. Mond felt his gaze, and looked up at him. "Admiral, don't get involved in the affairs of the experimental center. Do you understand?" Muller issued a death order. Mond bit his lips tightly, still muttering in confusion. "But we have seen those people. Can they still be considered human beings?" The Admiral's silence was like a bell, and he dared not say again, "I understand. I will help you go back." He stood up to help Muller, but was rejected. Muller shook his head and said, "The patrol is not over yet. Everyone return to their respective positions, and do not miss any abnormality." Mond lowered his head. "Yes. Yes." The market in the labor district was still dark, and the signs along the street flickered, as if the heart of this garbage dump regarded by the world was beating vigorously. When Su first arrived, he was shocked by the desertedness of today. In the past, the stalls along the street were full of goods for sale, but now, except for a few stall owners who were still sitting in their positions, most of the stalls were empty. Su was not the only one confused. The citizens of Matthias, who came here to relieve the pressure, were also puzzled. They randomly found a stall owner to ask what was going on, and the answer they got was, "Oh, the things are almost sold out." They all went to the material platform to grab work. Appa was not at the stall either. After thinking for a moment, Su turned around and walked towards the small shop rented by Appa. The road leading to the shop was blocked by a pile of waste and garbage. The citizens of Matthias who passed by here covered their noses in disgust and stayed away. Su found a small road to go around, and sure enough, he saw Appa's figure going in and out of the shop door. But he didn't expect that there were other people around Appa to help clean up the shop. They were other stall owners, who were supposed to work on the material platform, and residents of the labor zone. "Appa, he's here." Chapter 85. "Brother." Appa tiptoed and waved at Sushu, put down the pliers in his hand, and trotted forward. "I was just thinking that you might come today, but I didn't expect to see you. Come with me." Sushi was grabbed by Appa's sleeve and moved forward. His sore arm subconsciously avoided it, but he didn't want to expose his injury, so he pretended nothing happened. Appa led Sushi to the door of the shop. Next to it was a pile of waste that looked high outside. Everyone in the small shop was busy in an orderly manner. Some were mixing mud, and others were building walls. A simple stove was set up outside the door. The aunt in charge of the community canteen was calling for help. Didn't Appa go to get the pliers? Why hasn't anyone been around for so long? When he heard someone calling him in the store, Appa told Su, "Wait here for a moment." He walked in quickly with the pliers, and in the blink of an eye he rushed to the door again. "We are planning to do business together, so let's help decorate the shop together so that it can open early." As Appa introduced, the laborers on the side took the initiative to greet Su. "Hello, thank you very much for not despising the laborers area and being willing to take us with you to make money. We are all here to help voluntarily." Su turned his eyes to the real initiator of this idea, Appa. He himself is an egoist, and the practice of getting rich together is purely self-inflicted but may not achieve ideal benefits, so he would not choose this if his own interests cannot be guaranteed. But Appa is completely different. Although he himself is also hungry and cold, and has seen a lot of ugliness and human nature in the dark corner of the labor camp, he still retains an innocence and kindness that is unnecessary for this world, and foolishly opens his heart to embrace everyone who needs warmth. In the past, idol dramas on TV often had such saintly white lotuses. Su didn't quite understand the ideas of people like Appa, but he had the greatest respect for the kindness of others. "I should thank Appa." This was his suggestion. He said, pushing Appa out, "The labor zone is your territory, and I came here to work. So, Boss Appa, do you have any instructions? Appa scratched his head embarrassedly. I didn't do anything. He glanced at Susu's arm and said, Auntie said she needs more manpower here. You help her. There is no shortage of labor inside. Susu noticed Appa's gaze and smiled knowingly. This kid should have noticed his action of pulling his hand just now. Considering that there are many people here, it is not easy to ask him directly what happened to his arm. So he let him do the work that does not require much effort first. He nodded and said, okay. Several people gathered around the temporary earthen stove, both men and women, young and old, looking thin. Everyone wanted to help, but they were afraid of causing trouble, so they consciously found work that suited them. Seeing Susu sitting down next to them, the few people who were just chatting suddenly became stiff and silent, fearing that they would say something wrong and offend the big shot from Matthias. Susu was not a good communicator either. He took a basket of unprocessed vegetable leaves and placed it in front of him, picking and cutting vegetables by himself. It was just that Susu's movements were too quick, so no matter how careful the others were, they couldn't help but cast their eyes and saw him quickly find edible leaves from a pile of rotten leaves, wash them, cut them into thin strips quickly and steadily, put them on the iron plate, put them next to the aunt who was in charge of the kitchen, and then started to process the second basket. Wow! Hearing the exclamations from the side, Susu raised his head to look at them, and said the pale truth that no one believed. I worked as a helper in the canteen. Everyone just thought that Susu was trying to ease the atmosphere, and laughed it off. In fact, it really livened up the atmosphere. The stove, which had been silent for a while, was filled with laughter again. Susu was infected by their laughter, and tilted his head a little uncomfortably. There were calculations everywhere in Mattia, but this place became the most comfortable place. The way everyone gathered together to talk about family matters made him unconsciously recall the past. The welfare home is very cold in winter. The director and the nursing sisters would set up a bonfire in the yard. The children gathered together to listen to the adults tell stories, and eat hot sweet potatoes. Even the coldest winter nights were sweet. Auntie, let's make vegetable cakes today. Appa excitedly stood by the stove and rubbed his hands. Don't you like to eat? Auntie will make more for you today. But you unlucky child, get out of here first, don't get the food dirty with all the dust on you. Okay. Appa chuckled happily, stretched his neck to confirm that Susu was still there, and then jumped into the door to continue pasting the wall. When Susu finished the third plate of shredded vegetables quite efficiently, the head chef auntie urgently called him to stop. Please sit down and rest for a while. I can't keep up with your speed. Appa will be full soon. The head chef auntie said with a smile. Susu was used to being urged by Chef Jeff. This was the first time he was criticized for being too efficient. He pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly, nodded lightly, took out the communicator, and sat down on the stool. After thinking for a moment, he edited a message and sent it out. Captain Meg, when is our next mission? No contribution points? Meg's reply hit Susu's point. After giving Appa 50 contribution points, he is now a complete pauper and can hardly afford a meal in the Mattia canteen. Susu replied, yes. Meg, a citizen of Mattia, applies to transfer 30 contribution points to you. Please check it. The next moment, this message popped up on Susu's communicator, and he immediately questioned Meg's generosity. He rejected Meg's kindness. I'm not asking you for contribution points. Please take back your kindness. Thank you. Including the medical expenses you paid in advance, I will pay you back when I have enough. Meg had calculated him in the last mission. He would ask Meg to get back the account sooner or later, but not like now. The return rate of money transaction is too low. According to the various information clues collected so far, Meg stayed in the vanguard not because he was incapable, but because of his own strength and certain influence on Mattia, so he had the right to choose to stay in the vanguard as a team leader. From the perspective of long-term development and vested interests, he needed Meg to remember that he owed him this favor. Now there were no obstacles like Barton and Rogier. As long as Meg continued to not fight or compete, his share of the benefits would be very large when the mission was settled later, and it would not be in vain that he had planned for so long. Only if the position was conspicuous enough, there would be a chance to achieve the goal. When Susu thought of what he was going to do next, he felt a little headache. It was a crazy and exciting plan. Unfortunately, the news from Meg was not as good as Susu wanted. The 10th Squadron is currently short of manpower, and the dispatch office rejected my application. Is your injury okay now? I heard that you left the same day you woke up. If you don't have enough contribution points, you can ask me. Thinking that Susu had just rejected her kindness not long ago, Meg added, I owe you this, No need to pay it back. Su still refused. It's almost healed. If you really feel bad, find a way to go on a mission earlier. Before all the plans were carried out, he hoped to meet with Wei Yu to confirm some things. The howling sea breeze rolled down the waves layer by layer, and a huge tide was raised on the sea surface, causing the submarine that floated up from the bottom of the sea to drift unsteadily. Wei Yu was about to leave the cabin and head for the long-distance ship, and he touched his ears from time to time on the way. What's wrong with you? Oliver noticed his abnormality. Wei Yu scratched his earlobe and wondered, I always feel itchy in my ears. Someone is talking about you. Oliver teased, then quickly regained his composure and asked, Boss Wei, didn't the old director say that it would be best for you to rest for a while? Do you really want to go on a long voyage with us now? Seeing Wei Yu nodded and preparing to put on the hood, he quickly stopped him and said, The old director is usually a bit mean, but if he knew that you followed me out like this, and if you came back with missing limbs, he would definitely bomb me to death with heavy nuclear artillery. Wei Yu took his hood back from Oliver and said firmly, I believe Su has the ability to bring back what I want, so I should prepare in advance. I just can't figure it out. Oliver crossed his arms. Why do you trust him so much? You two have only met a few times. Wei Yu wore the hood on one arm, stroking his chin with his free hand, and said hesitantly, I don't know, it's just a feeling. Oliver, it's a bit hard to describe, it's just a very wonderful feeling. Can you play chess? Wei Yu suddenly asked. Oliver shook his head. How can I know that? Then put it this way. Wei Yu smiled. There is such a person in the world, he can always guess your next attack method, and every assumption you have about him can be found in him. In the chaotic and complex battle, your thinking is the same frequency, but he is not you, and you are not him. What is it? Oliver was confused. It's just... Wei Yu smiled. Forget it, I can't explain it to you, a fool. He put on the hood, checked his equipment, and strode towards the hatch. Oliver looked at Wei Yu's back, and felt angry and amused. He said unyieldingly, Who doesn't understand? I also had a lover. As for you, I think you are the one who doesn't understand. Let's go! Wei Yu no longer discussed who understood more. This matter was not as important as the content of his cooperation with Su. Su should be recovering from his injury now. He had to arrange everything before the next meeting. Su couldn't help sneezing, wondering that it was impossible for him to catch a cold in such hot weather. Meg didn't seem to care about Su's indifference, and sent another message. How is your relationship with Guanjia? Su was confused and replied, Why do you suddenly ask about him? What relationship could he have with Guanjia? But speaking of Guanjia, this person is much more interesting than he looks on the surface. Meg, he just rushed to the medical center, and said he wanted to see you. Su was about to reply to Meg when Guanjia's message popped up. Su, where are you now? Something? Su replied. Guanjia replied quickly, I was a burden to you before, and I want to formally apologize to you. Su felt something was wrong, and remained a little alert, and replied, No need. No time, I come to you now. Su had just seen the message sent by Guanjia, when an alarm sounded above his head. Chapter 86. Roar. A sudden roar resounded through the silent lower floors of Matthias. The staff of the functional department, who did not know the origin, went out to check, and found that the source of the sound seemed to come from the dormitory area at the back. Some brave people said decisively, Go and see what's going on. But as soon as they crossed the central square, they smelled a strong smell of blood. From a distance, they saw a humanoid monster grabbing a citizen, who was trying to escape from the dormitory area, breaking it with its bare hands and throwing it away. The monster seemed very sensitive, and quickly caught the sound of someone approaching in the distance. It slowly turned around and saw the people at the other end of the central square, and roared hoarsely, Roar! Isn't he Rogier from the 10th team? Someone recognized the monster's stiff and pale face. It was the Vanguard member, who brought back the alienated human before. But didn't they say that he was killed by Su in the last assessment? They didn't have the time to remember the name of an ordinary Vanguard. This one named Rogier was relatively special. Not only did he bring back important samples, but he was also related to the famous Su on Mattia. It was hard not to remember him. But shouldn't Rogier have been dealt with when the examination room was cleaned? After the assessment, a grand memorial service was held in the Posha Hall. Rogier's name was hidden in public. It was impossible that he was not on the memorial service list. So what happened to this monster that looked exactly like Rogier? It only had half of a human body that was about to rot, and its shaky head was hung on a steel pipe behind its neck to retain some human appearance. There is a crack on each side of its chest, which opens and closes slightly with its breathing, like fish gills. Its lower body is not legs, but tentacles covered with black and green pustules that support it to stand and move forward, leaving foul-smelling mucus wherever it passes. He only knew how to kill and scream, and had completely lost his human reason, becoming another alienated human. Go and sound the first level alarm. A monster has appeared on Mattia. Request resources from the command center. It's coming, run, run. The lower level of Mattia was in chaos, and the fleeing citizens knocked on the door of the nearest Pasho palace, but no one answered. In a hurry, he heard the sound of mucus dripping from behind him. Just as he was about to turn his head to look back, his vision was forced to circle a large circle, and his head fell to the ground powerlessly. With his remaining consciousness, he saw blood spurting out from his broken neck and splashing on the gorgeous and exquisitely carved palace door. The deep red seemed to dye the carvings on the door alive. Warning, warning. Mattia has encountered a suspected alien creature invasion. All citizens, please do not go out. Please ask the vanguard on standby to assemble in the central square immediately. Warning. Warning. The siren alarm was harsh and urgent, and it sounded through the sky like a death sentence. The panicked people ignored the repeated warnings from the command center and frantically squeezed into the ships heading to the flying platform, just to escape from this place known as the safest place in the end times. Please ask the vanguards on standby to gather at the central square immediately. The command center, the navigation department, and the dispatch office issued summons one after another, and the identity information of all the vanguards on standby in Mattia was locked, and they could not pass through the gates, and could only watch other functional departments escape. In an instant, the vanguards who were forced to stay in Mattia felt that countless invisible hands pushed them in front of people, and gave them the mission of protecting mankind without explanation. But they also want to live. The dispatch office asked us to drive this monster to the back end of Mattia. Seeing that they could not get out, several captains of the vanguard team hidden in the crowd stepped out to guide them. The medical center is further ahead. Most of the patients have not been evacuated. Those who can receive treatment in the medical center must have achieved certain success in Mattia. Moreover, there are still a large number of citizens waiting to be evacuated behind the exit gate. Once the monster passes through the gate, there will be a river of blood. Therefore, leading the monster to the back end will minimize the casualties. They guessed that the command center meant to drive the monster onto the freight elevator and push it off the edge of the material platform. The vanguard team members hesitated and had no confidence in dealing with Rogier, who turned into a monster. The dispatch office issued a large number of new tasks early this morning. Most of the vanguard team set out to the ocean to assist the research and judgment center in collecting sea conditions. We are the only ones left. Going up is also a death sentence. The dispatch office has issued new tasks. How could the captains not know about it? But now is not the time to think about these things, so they could only bite the bullet. After the captains looked at each other, one of them stepped out and shouted excitedly, "How many people are there? Matthias carries the last hope of mankind. Now you and I are the heroes who protect the fire. We must minimize casualties as much as possible, all for the future of mankind." His words stirred up waves in the crowd, and the wavering team members also followed the crowd. The panic raised their heart rate. Under the passionate encouragement, the only thought in their minds was to rush forward. Go! Everything for mankind. In order to ensure that patients can rest well, the medical center has set up a soundproof wall, but it is too noisy outside, and the noise still comes in. Meg, who was lying in the treatment cabin, had just sent a message to Su. After noticing something strange, she immediately asked the medical staff beside her, "Excuse me, what happened outside?" Seeing that the medical staff did not answer, he immediately changed the question. "Then how long will my treatment be today?" The sound outside sounded more and more wrong, and he wanted to go out and see as soon as possible. Meg yawned uncontrollably. His thoughts became more and more confused and drowsy, and he realized in confusion that the medical staff beside him had just tampered with his drug guide. He pinched his skin and flesh hard to stay alert, intending to pull off the catheter connected to him, but he lost consciousness in vain. Warning! Warning! Su followed the alarm from above, and came to the deck of the labor area, noticing that there were no staff members at the resource exchange office. He took off the mask on his face with his back to the person, and his vision became clearer. He saw that all the citizens of Matthias, who came to have fun, were crowding onto the suspension bridge, fearing that they would run a step slower. Su subconsciously wanted to turn around and avoid people, but the situation was strange, so he still looked at the person who called him, who was also from the 10th team. "I thought I was seeing things." The teammate ran over and said anxiously, "Didn't the command center tell us to gather at the central square immediately? Why are you still here?" Although he didn't like Su because of Patton before, when he was at the collection center, Su volunteered to take risks alone to give them a chance to escape. He was not an ungrateful person, and he still knew the most basic gratitude. Su looked down at the communicator. Mattia suddenly called for people. Meg, who was still in contact with him just now, was now on Mattia. Why didn't she respond? Because the medical center is too soundproof. But Su always has a feeling of uneasiness. "Let's go!" the team member urged anxiously. Su nodded slightly, looked back at the laborers who also gathered on the deck to check the situation, looked at Appa in the crowd, nodded to him silently, and turned to walk towards the suspension bridge. The suspension bridge connecting the labor area and the Mattia material platform is very simple. Now it is crowded with people who want to leave, and it shakes and vibrates with every step. It seems that they have walked for a long time, and the teammate stretched his neck to look at the exit of the suspension bridge, and said anxiously, "Why haven't we arrived yet?" But when he finally squeezed to the front, and saw the situation in front of the bridge clearly, his heart was cold. "What's your citizen number and department?" "Engineering Department, citizen number 426589. "Well, go over there, take the shuttle boat next to you and leave immediately." "Me. I'm from the Vanguard, citizen number." Before he could finish, the guard blocking the bridge said coldly, "No Vanguard members will be allowed to pass. Next one." "Why are you stopping us?" "The command center asked us to return to Mattia to gather." The guard sneered and said, "You should be glad that you didn't stay on Mattia." "Why?" The guard didn't explain, and ignored him. Next one. "Sir, I'm from Uni Garden." Su's eyes darkened as he pondered, trying to guess what Mattia wanted to do, and whether Guanjia's sudden rush to find him at this time was related to the sudden alarm. Before he could figure it out, he heard someone on the supply platform on the other side shouting to him, Su. It was Guanjia, who was waving his hand hurriedly, "Come here quickly." Many people in the crowd had heard of this name, and they all followed Guanjia's line of sight to look to the side, but now was not the time for them to gossip. The most important thing was to leave the shaky suspension bridge as soon as possible. Why can't the Vanguard leave here? We are not the only ones who come to the labor area for entertainment. Now others can leave, but we can't. This is unfair. Yes. The command center asked us to go back. What do you want to do by stopping us here? At this time, the command center's mission was no longer important to them. The unwillingness of being treated differently made the Vanguard members present angry and agitated. For a while, the bridge was in chaos, and the angry Vanguard members squeezed forward desperately. They didn't know what it meant to stay here, but suddenly withdrawing those second-level citizens from the functional departments and leaving them and the laborers to return to their positions was definitely not a good thing. Wait a minute, what do you see? Someone looked up and saw a strange figure in the cargo elevator constantly hitting the iron cage, with broken arms and limbs falling down as the cage shook, and blood falling like raindrops, covering the material platform with a red cloth. Bang! The cargo elevator fell down with a bang, and the material platform and the suspension bridge shook up and down. The noisy bridgehead was suddenly silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on the cargo elevator not far away. The iron door slowly opened, and a head with wide eyes rolled out. Su, why are you standing there? Come here. Captain Meg asked me to call you back together. Guanjia turned his back to the cargo elevator, as if he knew nothing, and kept urging Su, who was near the bridgehead. After hearing the instructions from the headset, the guards blocking the bridgehead no longer stopped the remaining people coming out of the labor zone, and quickly retreated to the shuttle boat. But just as they retreated to the side of the boat, several tentacles suddenly entangled their legs and feet. They didn't even have time to draw their guns to defend themselves. They watched their legs being broken with their own eyes, and their upper bodies fell off the supply platform without support and fell to the sea. Help! Chapter 87. The wailing behind him finally attracted Guanjia's attention. He turned around stiffly, and saw what came out of the freight elevator. He was full of disbelief. He dared not speak anymore. He quickly hid behind the nearest shelter, covering his mouth and nose and trembling. Black mucus with a fishy and sour smell flowed down from the bottom of the freight elevator, gradually covering the blood under the body fragments and spreading outward like a devil's claw. At that moment, the sky was bright, and everyone saw with their own eyes that a half-human, half-monster alien twisted out of the iron cage of the freight elevator, and the deformed body approached the suspension bridge in a very strange bending posture. The head hanging on the side of the neck looked straight at the humans on the suspension bridge, as if summoned, and walked forward. Monster. The people on the suspension bridge panicked and hurriedly retreated to the labor area. Susu recognized this person who should not exist in this world at a glance. Rogier? No, it can no longer be called a human. Quickly move back, don't squeeze me. Don't block the road, get out of my way. The people who were trying to escape the labor zone not long ago suddenly squeezed back, and the desire to survive overwhelmed their previous unwillingness to be treated differently. The suspension bridge shook more in the congestion, and someone shouted, "Run, the bridge is going to break." The people who were stuck on the bridge were the first to lose their rationality, and they squeezed forward desperately. Seeing someone blocking the road ahead, fear fueled their anger, prompting them to pull the person in front of them off the bridge. The crowd, who originally shared the same hatred, killed each other in the face of crisis. They didn't want to care about so much, just a way to survive. Susu, I'm sorry. Susu turned around in confusion, and saw his teammate, who had just made friendly gestures to him, grabbing him and pushing him out of the bridge. The man muttered in remorse, "If nothing unexpected happens, when we all return to the Vanguard, I will support you like I did when I followed Patton before, but I'm sorry." Susu reacted quickly, and quickly grabbed the iron chain on the side of the bridge when his upper body was pushed out of the bridge. Ugh! His arm, which had not yet recovered, instantly bore the weight of his whole body, causing him to feel so painful that he wanted to curl up his back. There was a height of thousands of feet under his feet. If he lost his strength and fell down, he would not have to worry about drowning, because the huge drop alone would be enough to make him be beaten into a pulp when he fell into the sea. He forced himself to climb back to the suspension bridge, with the severe pain of broken tendons and bones in his arm. There were only a few people left on the bridge. He saw with his own eyes that Roger, who had already changed, was approaching his position. In addition to those who were pushed down, there were many people who were trampled to death by others because of panic. Susu looked towards the labor zone. Before the monster that suddenly appeared came close, half of the citizens of Matthias, who were stranded here, had already killed each other. "Brother, come here quickly." Appa was pushed to the back by the crowd. Whenever he wanted to go up to help, someone would come down from the bridge and push him back. He could only watch Susu hanging outside the bridge. He desperately begged the people in front to help pull Susu, but no one paid attention. "Aren't you all Matthias people? Why don't you want to help?" The people who kept pushing back were not morally condemned. It was their ability to run back to the labor zone. Why should they save people? Matthias has abandoned us. Everyone can only wish for good luck. Before the monster comes, quickly break the suspension bridge. No! Appa pushed the person in front of him hard, opened his arms, and blocked the bridge, not letting the person, who said he wanted to break the suspension bridge, get close. Susu hasn't come yet. Let's go! Susu, who climbed back to the suspension bridge, gently pushed Appa's back, signaling him to find a place to hide. The monsterized Rogier has moved to the middle of the suspension bridge. Its movement speed is not fast, and its unfocused eyes are staring at the road ahead, as if looking for something. Susu looked up at the iron chain hanging on the large ship of the labor district at the bottom of Mattia, and moved his eyes down to the front. If the suspension bridge is cut before Rogier comes, there is indeed a way to survive. They are not wearing protective clothing, and they don't carry any weapons. Once Rogier gets close, they won't even have room to fight back. Susu remembered that in order to promote the work efficiency of the laborers, there is a tool area on the deck. He walked quickly to find an axe, and returned to the front of the bridge, raising his hand to chop the iron chain. The few people who wanted to cut the bridge just now pushed Appa, who was in the way, away with disgust, and also took the tools. It was just a suspension bridge. It would be broken if it broke. As long as the chain above their heads was not broken, they still had a chance to return to Mattia. Did the command center let the Vanguard return to the central square because of this monster? Then was this also the reason why they were left here? Perhaps Mattia did not abandon them, but had high hopes for the Vanguard, hoping that they, who were experienced in dealing with alien creatures, could turn the tide. Yes, it must be like this. They kept comforting themselves, trying to find a reassurance in the panic. Suddenly, someone's communicator made a sudden sound, and the monster that had lost its target suddenly became alert, turned to face the labor area, twisted and crawled on its lower body tentacles, and came to the deck in the blink of an eye. Quickly retreat. The men at the bridge head retreated with axes in their hands, but they soon discovered that the monster seemed to have a clear target. Should we go up to help? After saying so, the Vanguard members retreated a lot. Susu quickly retreated to avoid the sweep of the tentacles, stood still for a moment, and immediately changed positions, avoiding Rogier's attacks several times in succession. He was sure that the sound of the communicator had nothing to do with him. So now the monsterized Rogier was only chasing him. Could it be that he still remembered their old grudge? Susu dodged and glanced at his teammates, who hurriedly turned off the communicator, and subconsciously turned his eyes to Guanjie, who was hiding behind the bunker on the other side. Seeing Guanjie buried his head in his arms, he still looked timid as before. Susu was very careful. Guanjie had too many contradictory and deliberate behaviors, including the sudden proposal to meet him today, which was also quite strange. Even if Guanjie wanted to argue that he didn't know what was happening now, he didn't believe it at all. But why did Guanjie do this? Who gave him the power? And what was his intention? Susu didn't have time to think about so much. The big trouble in front of him was enough for him to worry about. Help! How to help? The Vanguard members were at a loss. They could hypnotize themselves and make the excuse that Matthias had other plans for them, but facing such a big gap in strength, they didn't have any protective gear to rely on, and their enthusiasm was thoroughly dampened by the reality. The savage tentacles smashed down, leaving a sticky ground. Susu supported himself with one hand and turned over to dodge nimbly, his eyes quickly sweeping over everything on the deck that could be used as a weapon. Seeing that he couldn't help, someone hid in the corner and called Matthias for support, but no one responded. Why can't we contact him? Could something have happened to Matthias? It's the same here. Or is Matthias really? Don't talk nonsense, have you forgotten? Every time we go on a mission, the command center will say that Matthias is always behind us. I believe Matthias will not give up on us. Although he said so, he himself was not sure. Then, can Susu handle it alone? Otherwise, we hide in the cabin and wait for Matthias' support. If it weren't for that lion stopping them, they would have cut the suspension bridge long ago, and how could the monster come? It seems that Susu knows him, so this account must be counted on Susu. His words immediately attracted the agreement of others around him. That makes sense. Let's go around from the back. The difficulty and risk of cutting the suspension bridge's iron rope are completely different from what Susu is facing now. They are not impulsive lunatics. Brother, is there anything I can help with? Appa's voice sounded particularly clear in the chaos. The laborers beside him were hesitant, but still persuaded. Let's not go up and cause trouble. Susu's eyes swept over all the people and things on the deck, and finally fixed on the flag fluttering in the whistling wind. The hot gold and fiery red Matthias logo was very eye-catching on the barren and gloomy deck of the laborers' area. He turned sideways to avoid the tentacles, and jumped up to avoid the conspiracy under his feet, and asked Appa, I need a very long thick rope. Appa didn't hear the dissuasion in his ears at all, only remembered Susu's voice, and responded, Okay, I go find it right away. Appa's positive attitude infected some of the wavering people. Then let's look for it too. If we don't find a way, all of us will die. Since someone has come out to make a decision, let's listen to him. The crowd was divided into 3 groups unconsciously. One group quietly hid in the bottom cabin to protect themselves, and another group was wavering but unwilling to lose face, and became turtles, standing aside and giving Susu advice with their mouths open. Only a small number of people still had the idea of saving themselves. Everything that happened in the labor zone was in full view of the ship on top. Mon quickly walked onto the deck of the ship and reported with his head down. Admiral, the command center is urging us. Muller did not take action after hearing this, yeah. Mon sighed briefly and added, Admiral, this is also what the captain meant. Muller tightened his hand on the railing, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, I know. He stared at Susu, who refused to admit defeat with deep eyes, turned around helplessly, and looked away, according to the captain's intention, prepared to land. Mon's face was also not good. He did not dare to walk to the edge of the deck and look down, for fear that if he looked at it more, his numb faith would begin to waver like the big ship under his feet. Is it really right for them to do this? For the future of mankind? Brother, I found it, go on. Appa's voice was full of surprise, like a God-sent soldier from heaven. Since he couldn't find a thick rope in the labor area, he twisted 7 or 8 ropes together. His calloused palms were rubbed with marks, and he didn't dare to delay and delivered it. Thank you. Susu took the rope with one hand, slid over the mucus, and picked up the axe that fell to the ground. After failing to catch the target several times, Rogier roared in anger, Roar! The tentacles under its body slapped the deck irregularly, venting its anger in the simplest and crudest way. The labor area had no power device, and only relied on the iron chain above its head to hang under Mattia. It was easy to swing with the wind. Now it began to swing violently under the monster's brute force, and many people fell down without standing firmly. Susu caught the rope in a flash, let Appa and others hold one end of the rope, and then quickly moved to the flagpole and circled it. Hold on tight, Susu reminded, grabbing the other end and rushing towards Roger. Chapter 88. Roar! Roger roared, his tentacles slapped the deck in a chaotic manner, and attacked Susu frantically. The whistling high-altitude wind carried a strong stench and brushed past Susu. He held the rope tightly, and shuttled between the tentacles of the monster. He was almost hit several times, and the others who were not far away couldn't help but exclaimed. Should we grab this rope? A lawman asked in a low voice, silently helping Appa to pull the other end of the rope, fearing that the monster would pull it and take Appa away. As more and more people helped to pull the rope, everyone's eyes were fixed on Susu on the edge of the deck, and they were nervous with his every move. Ugh! Susu slipped under the slime, and the tentacles as thick as tree trunks slapped him in the face in the blink of an eye, and he was almost crushed into meat paste. The moment Susu lost balance, he realized that something was wrong. He quickly moved away with the help of the slimy slime. He saw from the corner of his eye that a deep pit had been smashed out of the place where he was just now. Brother! Appa was so scared that he subconsciously took a step forward. Seeing Susu evaded it nimbly, he was so scared that his legs and feet became weak, and he couldn't help crying. You scared me to death, brother, I'm scared. He sobbed with trembling shoulders, but he was afraid of distracting Susu, so he covered his mouth and didn't dare to cry out loud. Susu slid back to the flagpole along the slime on the ground, glanced at Roger, who ran over angrily, raised his hand and chopped the axe he had been holding in his hand into the flagpole, then turned around and kicked with his leg, shouting, Appa, loosen the rope. He held the axe in one hand, and the other hand was completely powerless, so he could only use Appa's strength to tie the rope to the flagpole. Susu really didn't like to trouble others, but Appa was different. He found a long-lost sense of belonging in Appa. The feeling of nestling in the corner of that simple stall was as comfortable as returning to the welfare home. Appa called him brother, and he really regarded Appa as a brother who could be trusted. He was looking forward to the future described by Appa, because that was what the world should be like in his eyes. Susu kicked open the crack made by the axe with all his strength, and the flagpole with the symbol of Matthias hanging high fell to the ground, rolling on the deck that was smashed into several deep pits, making a series of thumping sounds. The monster moved away with its tentacles arrogantly, and was not affected by the falling piles, and continued to approach Susu. The tentacles full of black pus attacked Susu's face, and were determined to tie him up and crush him into pieces in the next moment. But the thick rope wrapped between its tentacles and feet tightened suddenly as the flagpole rolled out of the deck, and was taken out of the deck at the moment of losing adhesion. Ah! People couldn't help shouting when they saw the monster being dragged out of the labor zone. Some people were still immersed in the crisis just now and were worried, and whispered, Is it really dead? Some brave people quietly approached the edge of the deck and wanted to take a look down, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Susu pulled the people who were stunned away, and looked down at the bottom of the labor zone cabin. He saw that Roger's lower body was pulled down by force, and only his upper body was still clinging to the outer wall unwillingly. Its lifeless head hung on the iron pipe behind its neck, and its empty eyes stared at the Matthias boat above its head. It tried to climb up stiffly, trying to get closer to that place. But he couldn't go back after all. Without the support of the nutrient solution, the broken body quickly withered. The bones of Roger's arm hanging on the outer wall of the labor zone began to disjoint, and the inelastic muscles and skin cracked like foam. Roger looked at Susu on the edge of the deck unwillingly. Many grievances were swept by a high-altitude hurricane, and turned into black and gray powder with his body. Susu watched Roger disappear in front of his eyes, and he actually had a bit of an illusion that Roger seemed to have something to say before leaving. Brother! Appa broke free from the obstruction of his friends in the labor zone, and ran towards Susu. Seeing him standing there in a daze, he asked with concern, Brother, are you okay? Susu shook his head and responded sadly, It's okay, He was about to say something to comfort Appa, but suddenly heard the sirens approaching from afar, and immediately looked at the source of the sound with a changed expression. I saw the familiar frigate slowly landed and stopped on the supply platform on the opposite bank. Susu took a step forward cautiously, pulling Appa behind him, and staring at the team coming down from the frigate with a sharp gaze. What's the difference between someone coming at this time, and someone coming to help after a fight in a TD series? Besides, the frigate was parked on the supply platform opposite the labor zone, and it didn't look like they were here to help. Mahler strode down the ship, wearing a meticulous military uniform, and led the guards behind him to the front of the bridge, looking down at everyone on the deck, including Su. Also hanging under Matthias, the simple suspension bridge divides two completely different worlds. The labor zone swayed in the wind, and the iron chains made a sharp and jerky noise, which made people's eardrums itchy and their hearts tremble. Mahler raised his hand expressionlessly, and immediately sent 2 guards to guard the bridge, seeing that there was no intention to approach the labor zone. So, can we go back now? Why is it a frigate? It doesn't look like it's coming to pick us up? Then why don't we go over and ask first? The vanguards, who were still on the deck, looked at each other, hesitated to move forward, and just as they were about to step onto the bridge, they heard a cold alarm from above their heads. Warning! Due to the infiltration of abnormal creatures, Mattia is facing an unprecedented risk of exposure. It is now decided to launch a comprehensive investigation and enter a special alert. All those who are exposed to risks will be transferred to the labor zone for investigation. If anyone is found to deliberately conceal, resist, or spread the information again, they will be charged with malicious endangerment and severely punished. The broadcast from the command center caused an uproar in the labor zone. From this, it seems that the guards on the other side are not here to pick up the citizens of Mattia stranded here, but to completely control the entry and exit of the labor zone and completely block it. Su lowered his eyes slightly and listened to the warning again silently to make sure he had heard it correctly. According to the command center, they announced to the public that Rogier's resurrection was an invasion of abnormal creatures, completely blurring the reason why Rogier turned into a monster. If Rogier had a mutation because he came into contact with alien creatures during the assessment, then how to explain how he returned to Mattia and how he had been lurking for so long? Was the command center trying to hide something with this ambiguous alarm? Su stood calmly in the chaos, looking up at Mahler on the other side with clear eyes, trying to find the answer from his reaction. The two looked at each other with vigilance and temptation, but could not see the secrets in their eyes. A beep sounded suddenly, indicating the docking, and a small ship gradually landed above the deck of the labor area. Many people exclaimed in surprise, "This ship must be here to pick us up." The inspection team logo was posted on the outside of the ship. They must be here to check if they were infected and take them back. They had never come into contact with the monster from beginning to end. Even if they were to be quarantined, they should focus on Su. They were all innocent. But the small ship docked smoothly. After the hatch slowly opened, the inspection team came out and escorted the researchers from the experimental center. It seemed that they were not here to take them away at all. "Let go! We are researchers from the experimental center. Did you catch the wrong people? I am a second-class citizen. You actually asked me to wait in the labor camp. Believe it or not, I will report it to the higher-ups." "Let me go!" The researcher who was being escorted away kept struggling. Not long ago, they were still in the laboratory discussing where to go for dinner and making plans for the next date with their lovers. In a blink of an eye, they were surrounded by the inspection team. Until now, they couldn't believe that they were driven here. Several researchers were disembarked, and protests and insults were heard. Only one person was the calmest. Su recognized the only female researcher in the experimental center, who was also the woman who had talked to Meg before. He remembered her name was Sally. Sally gathered her coat and brushed her wind-blown hair behind her ears. She noticed Su in the crowd opposite. She was slightly startled and was surprised by Su's appearance, but she reacted quickly. "It's definitely him," Sally murmured. She recognized Su, not only because he was a big shot on Mattia, nor because of his relationship with Meg, but because she had seen Su's file on Professor Gabriel's desk. But did he know about this? "Admiral." Sally was startled when she heard the familiar voice, and turned to look at the source of the sound, only to see another ship landed on the supply platform. As soon as the hatch opened, Professor Gabriel walked quickly to Admiral Mahler's side. Gabriel was so anxious that he was out of breath. It seemed that he had rushed all the way here. He supported his knees with his hands and said while panting, "Admiral, what's going on? Why did you suddenly take all my researchers away? Also, why did you block the labor zone? The alien creatures appeared strangely, but they are all innocent." Moeller glanced at him indifferently and replied without room for negotiation, "This is what the command center meant." Gabriel's plea caused unrest in the labor zone again. "The professor is right. We are all innocent. Besides, if someone hadn't stopped us just now, we would have left here long ago. We reasonably suspect that someone deliberately framed us. Those who stopped us and didn't let us leave are the ones who really committed crimes." Gabriel quickly seized the power of the call and came out to appease. "Quiet down, everyone, be quiet. The command center must have their considerations for doing this. Please believe Matthias." The Vanguard members kept clenching their fists in protest. Hearing Gabriel's comfort, many were moved. We listened to the professor. Matthias will never give up on us. Gabriel smiled and nodded, but his eyes fell on Susu, who was observing him, and asked gently, "Did you fight off the monster and save everyone?" Susu did not answer, and continued to look at the people on the material platform, trying to figure out this premeditated turmoil. From the beginning of the assessment and selection, Matthias has been constantly screening and eliminating. Those who are valuable are still transferred, or like Captain Lydia, they have recently received an outing mission to avoid the current disputes. Those who are now staying on Matthias, and have come to the labor area for entertainment are regarded as useless in the eyes of the noble Matthias. Since Rogier's appearance is by no means accidental, it can be seen that the isolation of all risk carriers who may come into contact with alien creatures is actually a premeditated killing. Chapter 89. Faced with the indifferent and silent Susu, Gabriel showed extreme patience and said with a friendly smile, "Let the inspection team check first to make sure you are not infected." He noticed this special existence when Susu escaped from Uni Garden, but he didn't pay much attention to it at that time. But he didn't expect that Susu not only came back from the sea, but also successfully joined the Vanguard team, so he secretly began to pay attention to this person. Susu's skills are not the best in the Vanguard team, but he is calm enough, and both his thinking ability and adaptability are better than all the previous experimental subjects. Just now, he watched the whole process of Susu fighting with the failed product, which further confirmed that his choice was the right one. As long as Susu is willing to obey and cooperate with him to complete the research, the fate of mankind will be completely rewritten, and he will be the hero who saves all mankind. After the inspection team checks Susu, will it be our turn? Right. If Susu, who has the most contact with monsters, can complete the inspection, we should all be fine. They also wanted to be inspected first, but since the professor had chosen Susu, it would be okay for them to wait a little. Susu looked back in silence. His eyes swept across the faces that were either nervous or expectant, and he looked at Gabriel again and asked, "Let others be inspected first." Susu's words surprised the others. They all thought that Susu was a very difficult person to get along with, but they didn't expect that he would be willing to give them the opportunity at this time. Gabriel lowered his eyes slightly, with a strong reminder, "This is a good opportunity, Susu." Hearing this, Susu snorted lightly. Sally stood not far away, and watched the two people negotiate silently. When she heard what Professor Gabriel called a good opportunity, the turbid air in her heart became bigger and even choked her breathing. She didn't understand why the experimental subject 6842 suddenly ran out, but she knew why they were driven here. According to the professor's habit, before starting a new transformation plan, he must clean up the previous failed products. As long as the researchers who participated in the failed experiment and had access to the experimental secrets disappeared with the failed products, no one else would know the specific content of the old plan. Join the Strong Soldier plan and cooperate with the professor to complete the transformation content. As long as the experiment goes smoothly, it will not be difficult to deal with alienated creatures in the future. For those who want to leap forward, this is indeed a good opportunity for Barton and others. But looking at Susu's reaction, he doesn't seem to think so. Sally's dead eyes showed a little movement. At this moment, she finally understood why Meg showed a regretful expression when she asked about Susu. "Hurry up and get checked. Don't waste other people's time." "That's right. I said Matthias didn't give up on us. We can go home after the inspection team finishes the inspection." Seeing that Susu was still standing there, someone in the crowd questioned, "He must be injured, so he doesn't dare to get checked." As soon as this was said, most people standing next to Susu were scared and immediately stepped back. Only Appa remained where he was. "Brother, are you injured?" Appa's concern was sincere and pure. Susu shook his head to deny it, and then saw someone quickly walk up to Muller and hand over the communicator. The labor area was some distance from the material platform, and Susu could not hear the content of the call. He only knew that after Muller put down the communicator, his face was gloomy, and he turned his head to say something to his subordinates. The guards nodded and accepted the order, walked quickly to the suspension bridge, and cut the iron rope connecting the material platform without saying anything. After a few clanging sounds of the iron rope being cut, the suspension bridge fell off with a whoosh, drew a semi-arc in the air, and then swung back and forth due to inertia, and the labor area hanging on the other end of the chain was pulled and violently shaken. No one expected that the guards would suddenly cut off the suspension bridge, and they fell down because they could not stand firmly for a while, and a large number of people rolled down. "Admiral, what's going on?" Gabriel was interrupted before his goal was achieved, and he was no longer polite when he spoke. Mahler conveyed the meaning of the previous call. The command center said that the inspection team reported that there is a high-risk infection source in the labor zone, and there is no need for re-examination. In order to ensure the safety of the remaining humans in Mattia. He paused, looked away, and said, "Announce the immediate escape from the labor zone." What? Gabriel's face was hard, and he said to Mahler in a hurry, "Mahler, the guard and the command center are both the captain's right-hand man. As the admiral of the guard, you listen to the opinion of the command center. Aren't you afraid that the captain will blame you if he finds out?" "I know." "What do you mean?" Gabriel asked. Mahler's face was cold. "The captain knows." Gabriel couldn't believe it, and immediately took out his communicator to call the command center. As soon as the connection was connected, he asked, "What's the matter with getting rid of the labor zone?" The preset plan was completely disrupted. Gabriel's voice was anxious, and he didn't want to control his voice, which caused the crowd on the deck of the labor zone to riot. "Didn't we ask the inspection team to come and check? We haven't come into contact with monsters. We haven't been infected. Admiral, did you hear wrong? Or will someone come to pick us up? We are citizens of Matthias." Faced with the constant questioning, Mahler remained motionless, like an inhuman execution machine. Apart from the orders from his superiors, nothing else mattered to him. Su was not surprised by the news. If he guessed correctly, Gabriel had been pretending here for a long time just to gain his trust and achieve some purpose, which should be related to the strong army plan. The reason why he could react so quickly was because the strong army plan was also his goal, but it was different from Patton's intention. Gabriel's status in Matthias was not low. Who could disrupt the original plan at this time? Su lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. A face that always raised its chin to look at people, and was very annoying, flashed in his mind. "What did you say?" Gabriel gritted his teeth, veins popping out of his forehead, and said angrily, "What did Max mean? Why didn't he stay in Uni Garden and meddle in other people's affairs?" Control tower. A man stood in front of the window overlooking the tiny labor district. His dark blue military uniform was reflected on the glass. His brown eyes, covered by the brim of his hat, had a bit of amusement. "Professor, you should know that if Su does not cooperate with the experimental center and cannot be as loyal to Matthias as you wish, then being exiled with the labor district is the best outcome for Matthias." Gabriel probably guessed what Max said to the captain, but he clearly told the captain that he would deal with Su's trouble. As long as he makes good use of the ambition that occasionally leaks out of Su's eyes, he will definitely be Mattia's most useful weapon in the future. He took a deep breath and said patiently, "Max must want to see my reaction. He is next to me, right? Let him answer the phone." Max, who was standing not far behind the windshield, was not surprised. He stretched out his hand and said, "Commander, give it to me." As soon as he took over the tower communication signal receiver, he heard Gabriel's question. Su is a rare experimental subject. "Max, if you want to take revenge, you must distinguish between the places." "Public revenge?" Max chuckled. "I am thinking about Mattia. I don't know what you are thinking." Gabriel frowned and defended himself. "Of course, I am doing this for all mankind. Su has passed all my tests, and now there is only one last step. He has been observing in secret. After joining the Vanguard, Su's various performances are in line with the most perfect experimental subject standards of the strong army plan. Just now, he was sure that Su could fight calmly on land, and even dared to rush forward without a weapon. If he cooperated with experimental enhancement in the future, the effect would be immeasurable." Max raised his eyebrows, his tone full of disbelief. "Really? Why do I feel that he doesn't want to cooperate with you?" "The captain said that this is his last chance for you. If it weren't for Matthias's restrictions, he would have solved Su's hidden danger long ago. Later, he had the opportunity to take action when Su was out on a mission, but who would have expected Gabriel to come forward to save this man? It was because Gabriel gave Su such a long breathing time that he couldn't solve him even after sending a whole team. If you hadn't intervened, my goal might have been achieved by now." Gabriel gnashed his teeth. Max's gloating tone contradicted it, and he even disdained to pretend. "Oh really? That's a pity. He did it on purpose. If the lost samples could not be found, it would be safest to keep the secret forever. Once those secrets that should not be known to outsiders were leaked, Matthias would no longer be safe. He was not Gabriel, a madman who would do anything to complete the experiment. Even if Su returned to Matthias, this person was a hidden danger after all. He did all this for Matthias and for all mankind." Max cast a look outside the window and said slowly, "Professor may try again, but time seems to be running out." As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar spread in the sky. Bang! The 4 chains that fixed the large ship of the labor district were untied with a bang, and the rollers at the bottom of Matthias were gradually recovered. The labor district, which was already swaying, tilted to one side in an instant, and nearly half of the people rolled off the deck and fell into the endless sea. But in a moment, many blood-red waves bloomed on the seashore below Matthias. Amid countless panicked cries for help, the bells above suddenly rang, and the gradually rising compassionate chants were like the warm voice of a mother, an elegy for the posing palace. The silent land is crying, and I mourn with the world. The ears of wheat are burning in the scorching sun, and I mourn with the world. The spines of living beings are rusted, and I mourn with the world. Roses awaken in the thorn bushes, and Matthias is with the world. Light, 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 I am with the world. Bang! 4 more chains were untied, countless lives fell like light rain, and after a few moments of waves in the sea, they got rid of this ugly world. The railing that Su was holding on to seemed to be a little loose, and Gabriel hurried to Muller and said urgently, "Admiral, let your guards rescue people. The new experiment has not started yet, he will not allow it to end like this." Muller stared at the figures that kept falling from the labor area, and said without changing his words, "The guards obeyed Matthias's orders, and got rid of the labor area." His eyes fell on Su, who was struggling to hold the railing, and the high wind blew away his silent sigh. Chapter 90. We have to find a way. If we fall down like this, we will die. Su looked down and held the railing tighter. He stood in front of the labor district ship. After the iron chains hanging on both sides of the head and tail were broken, he was the first to roll down with the missing ship. If he hadn't grabbed the railing quickly, he would have fallen into the sea now. The Vanguard members, who thought that everything would be fine if they hid in the bottom cabin, were now like copper coins in a fortune-telling tortoise shell. As the labor district ship swayed, they fell out of the porthole one by one. Even though he was still in the air, he smelled a strong smell of blood, mixed with the stench of turbid sea water, and the smell was disgusting. But this smell drove the marine creatures crazy. If the alien creatures in the nearby waters had not been cleared long ago, it would not be some small fish sharks, who were enjoying this feast in the surging waves. Climb up along the railings on the outer deck. If everything goes well, he should be able to catch up with the last 2 iron chains to be untied. Su secretly calculated, and his hands began to move. If it were in the past, he would not feel it was difficult, but now his hands were almost powerless, and the arm that was originally repaired in the treatment cabin was in great pain. He had to survive. He had been preparing for so long just to get in touch with the HOM Strong Soldier plan of the experimental center, and he had not yet asked Wei Yu for clues about HOM. He absolutely could not die like this. There were many people who had the same idea as Su. At the critical moment of life and death, the desire to survive was the strongest. They used all possible fixed objects to climb up to get close to the iron chain that had not been disconnected yet. "I caught it!" Someone shouted in relief from above, but he did not continue to climb up, but lowered his head to look for a figure. He shouted to the bottom, "Where is Su? I will help you." Su, who had already climbed halfway, was stunned. He did not expect someone to say that he would help him. But it is better to rely on oneself than on others. He continued to strive to climb up and seek a chance to win. The man hung on the iron chain connected to Matthias, imagining that he had returned to his dormitory home. The relaxation after the urgency made him smile and said sadly, "I know that even if a small character like me returns to Matthias, they will not keep me. So Su, I want you, the traitor of Matthias, to survive for me. I believe you can survive." The most ridiculous thing is that when the disaster was imminent, Matthias, to whom they were fully loyal, took the initiative to abandon them, and this traitor was the only one who stood up at the critical moment. They did not want to accept their fate, but their existence was dispensable to Matthias. Any screw on the high-altitude giant ship was more important than them. But are they just going to accept their fate? They are all going to die. What else can they not do? Since Matthias ignored their lives and regarded them as worthless, then sending the hypocritical high-level people who hate the most back to Matthias is the most vicious revenge that these rubbish can do. He's there. Someone tried to open his eyes and look for him in the strong wind, and finally saw the person who was climbing up at the edge. The people who had already climbed to the edge of the iron chain stopped climbing up, but someone stepped back and grabbed the legs of the person above, using his own body to extend the iron chain, and more people joined in to extend the ladder further. Su, hold on to us and climb up, we will hold you up." Looking at the hand reaching out to him not far away, Su was stunned and habitually refused. Then he heard someone in the thin ladder say, "You joined the Vanguard halfway through, and you haven't had time to take the oath yet." The smile he brought when he spoke was full of bitterness, and he looked up and sighed. The person closest to Susu grabbed him, dragged him up, and swore with others, "I voluntarily join the vanguard, loyal to the Ark of Matthias, loyal to the community of human destiny, unconditionally obey orders, have no regrets, be tenacious, and live and die with the fate of mankind, and dedicate my life to the continuation of the human fire." Their powerful voices seemed particularly shrill in this swaying. Now should be the time when they have the most sense of existence since joining Matthias. The beliefs that used to hang over their heads have become swords, and the loyal human leaders slashed at them with swords in their hands, and the oaths they once took have become a joke. They swore tirelessly over and over again, no longer numb as before, and their voices echoed in the sky, with a momentum comparable to the alarm above their heads. Susu looked up at countless eyes full of expectation and resentment, and his arms became heavier, as if they were not bound by physiology, but because they supported countless souls. Suddenly, he felt someone pulling him, and he looked up and found that the person next to him was Siley. Siley's forehead was bruised by the sudden and violent shaking, but even so, she still maintained a calm smile. She was afraid that Susu couldn't hear her, and she was afraid that her voice would be covered up, so she grabbed Susu's clothes and asked him, "If you can go back alive, tell my lover for me that you must eat well in the future, pay more attention to rest, and don't get hurt. I cooked his favorite beef this morning and put it on the table in his dormitory, but don't wait for me for the dinner we agreed to have in the evening." At the end, her voice was choked with sobs, and she had no time to wipe the tears from her face. She held Susu's hand even harder, and the tenderness on her face was no longer visible. She bit every word very hard. "Remember, don't compromise if you can't agree. Go live," Siley said, and gently pushed Susu with one hand. She had no strength left, and after sending Susu up, her life was at an end. Susu nodded heavily, took the initiative to grab the hand of someone above, and climbed up faster, but slowed down again when he saw someone. Maybe it was because he had been blown by the wind for a long time. Why did his nose feel a little sour? Appa smiled and nodded, motioning Susu to continue. Su went on, saying nothing else, but leaving a childish wish. "Brother, if there is a next life, I will still call you brother." If there hadn't been today's incident, they should be sitting around the small table eating the vegetable cakes made by their aunt, planning to open the business in 2 days. At that time, all the stalls will be rearranged according to the types of goods sold, and when everyone has saved enough money, they will rent all the shops on the edge of the market, so that everyone can have their own support in the dark and laboring area. There is another thing he didn't tell Susu. In fact, he has been secretly worried that the Ministry of Materials and Energy will intervene and stop them from doing so. Unexpectedly, the accident came faster than expected. "Okay," Susu responded in a deep voice, and suddenly he wanted to take Appa with him. But he also knew that Mattia would not keep Appa, and he could not guarantee that he could survive safely when he returned to that place. "I will live and die with the fate of mankind, and dedicate my life to the continuation of the human flame." When Susu arrived at the connection point of the iron chain, another oath had just ended. In the eyes of everyone, he grabbed the iron ring and hung it on the chain. He was about to bow his head to express his gratitude to the vanguard who proposed to save him. Bang! The sudden disconnection of the iron chain shocked Susu so much that he lost consciousness all over. He didn't have time to say goodbye to others. He watched the once bustling ship fall into the deep sea with countless lives. The layers of terrifying waves were like the mouth of a giant beast. From all around, they dismantled the ship in an instant like chewing. After several surging waves, the sea surface returned to its former calmness, as if nothing had happened. Susu stared at the sea in a daze. Were the hull fragments he had seen on the seabed also the sins of the past few hundred years? The gears above his head kept rolling, recovering the last trace of the existence of the labor zone. The jamming of the chain made Susu numb all over. If he didn't get out, he would be rolled into the roller. Death was nothing to him, but living brought him greater benefits, and now he was unwilling to die so easily. Susu stared at Mahler on the opposite supply platform, with hostility in his eyes, like a steel knife, silently questioning why he was unwilling to watch indifferently, when he clearly saw the reluctance in Mahler's eyes. He did not struggle, and as he got rid of the iron chain of the large ship in the labor zone, he swung back and forth in a large arc in the air, always paying attention to his position, and saw that he had gradually exceeded the height of the supply platform. Gabriel's voice was urgent. "Hold on for a while, I have called someone to pick him up." His most perfect experimental subject must not be in trouble. If Max hadn't gotten in the way, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. Fortunately, the Posha Palace understood the priorities, and asked the captain for mercy, and they would soon be able to send a ship down to pick him up. He didn't care about the outcome of Susu's treatment. It would be best to publicly expel him on the grounds of infection, so that he could secretly detain him in the experimental center. However, it would be good to let Su return to Matthias. With today's life-saving grace, he would have a reason to let Su cooperate with the transformation in the future and verify the experimental results through C missions. As long as the sample is alive and well, the experimental variables can be adjusted. Su didn't listen at all. Gabriel was not worth much trust for him. He looked up at the shortening chain. Besides, if he just waited for someone to rescue him, if he rose too high, he would not even have room to save himself. Su found the time when he was closest to the material platform during the swaying, estimated the maximum height he could survive, let go of his hands, and jumped with the power of the wind. The fierce wind blew like a sharp blade across the exposed skin. The mouth and nose were blocked and unable to breathe. The eyes that were difficult to open felt as hot as a roasting fire, and there was nothing to rely on in the air, and the fall was entirely dependent on the preset route. The fragile human body hit and rolled on the hard steel platform, and the limbs finally stopped in a nearly twisted posture. Su covered his arms that were broken again, staggered to his feet, but saw countless guns pointed at him, as if he was a ferocious beast. As long as Mahler gave the order, the guards would immediately shoot and kill the suspected infected person, Su, who kept approaching. But Mahler just stared at Su indifferently, calmly accepted the other party's angry eyes, and gave the order in a cold voice: disinfection. The guards holding guns and preparing to pull the trigger were stunned. Seeing that the Admiral had no intention of changing his words, a few people quickly walked to the inspection team's disinfection point in the corner of the material platform, took out the disinfectant water gun, and aimed it at Su. But most of the guns were still pointed at Su, fearing that he would mutate in the next moment and take revenge on everyone present. After fighting with the monster and bumping on the deck, Su, who had finally escaped death, was soaked with disinfectant. He was not in a hurry to question Mahler, nor did he beg for mercy because of fear of unknown judgment. His whole body was in a mess, making him look like a devil who had just crawled back from hell. Chapter 91. People fleeing from Matthias filled the flight platform. Many people looked up with lingering fear. They couldn't help but think that they were worried that this place would become the next labor zone. How could it be? They were citizens of Matthias. Get out of the way! The person standing in the front row was suddenly pushed away by the person behind him. He complained unhappily, "How can we push? What if we push down?" But the man didn't mean to apologize. He staggered to the edge. If his legs were weak, he would fall down. "Hey! Don't get excited. I don't really mean to blame you." The person who spoke was afraid that he would really be upset, so he quickly explained. Someone recognized the person kneeling on the edge of the platform, raised his chin and said, "It seems to be Meg, the captain of the 10th Squadron of the Vanguard." Others on the side suddenly realized, is the one who jumped back to the supply platform his team member? Didn't the 10th Squadron have too many incidents recently? Who knows? Now his team members are surrounded by the guards, and he doesn't know what the result will be. He, the captain, will probably be held accountable. But even if he is to be held accountable, he shouldn't be like this, right? Is the relationship within the 10th Squadron good? Everyone cast their curious eyes on Meg, and seeing that his eyes were looking at the sea, they felt even more strange, but no functional department staff was willing to step forward to ask about the situation of a captain of the Vanguard. "Sally." Meg buried her head and murmured, holding the communicator tightly in her hand. The screen showed the last message sent by Sally. "Meg, I love you." When he woke up, the outside of the medical center had returned to calm. He was the only one left in the ward, and the medical staff who administered the medicine had long disappeared. Although he had been in a coma for a long time, he felt extremely weak, and even had difficulty sitting up from the medical cabin. "Why are you so nervous?" Meg didn't understand at the time. When she got out of bed, she was shocked to find that her face was full of tears at some point, and her eyes were sore and swollen that she couldn't open them. "Is anyone there?" He called out weakly, but no one answered. He pressed the call bell beside the bed, but received no response. He walked out with doubts against the wall. Not only in the ward area, the consultation room, the waiting area, but even in the entire medical center, there were no medical staff. The door of the medical center was closed, and only the beeping instrument proved to Meg that time was not stagnant now. He slapped the glass door hard, trying to call someone outside the medical center to help open the door, but there was no one outside the door except for a bloody ground. Why is it all blood? Whose blood was it? Was this the source of the commotion he heard before he passed out? What on earth happened on Mattia? The more Meg thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Her heartbeat was like a drum, making her more and more anxious. She picked up the nearest chair and smashed the sensor button by the door, then used her own hands to pry open the glass door. The lower floor of Mattia fell into a strange silence. The lobby of the dispatch office, which used to be bustling with people, was left with only the screen still scrolling. The broken limbs and arms and the blood on the ground outside the door seemed to be telling Meg about the tragedy that happened here not long ago. Welcome home, the last home of mankind, maintained by you and me. Meg looked back after hearing the sound and saw that the return shuttle had just docked. The deformed gate was probably hit hard and was opening and closing uncontrollably. Warning: due to the infiltration of abnormal creatures, all those who are exposed to risks will be transferred to the labor area for investigation. The sudden warning made Meg pause, and an extremely ominous premonition came to her mind. She quickly returned to the front of the lower floor and got into the cabin before the shuttle closed. Boom! The shocking sound caused the shuttle to shake. Meg hurriedly approached the window to look out. Before she understood the current situation, she saw that the chain that originally fixed the large ship in the labor area broke, and the huge hull tilted to one side, and countless living lives fell into the sea without resistance. That is, he leaned on the window and looked out in disbelief. When he recognized the familiar figure climbing on the deck, his breath stagnated. Sari! Why? What happened? He was the only one in the shuttle, and the other citizens of Mattia had already moved to the flying platform. No one could help him solve his puzzles. Meg wanted to reach the platform immediately to find out the truth, but the shuttle was slowly descending, and no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. He kept dialing numbers with trembling hands, but no department answered, and the command center rejected his call. Sari? Sue. Meg tried hard to calm himself down, but he saw a familiar figure in danger, and he couldn't help it all. He, who was always calm, clenched his fist and pounded the door in self-blame. Finally, the call request on the communicator was answered. Meg? It was the captain's voice. Meg tried his best to control his emotions and asked the unattainable power, Captain, what happened in the labor zone? Why did Sari and the others appear there? Why did they get rid of the labor zone? So many lives, just abandoned like that? Facing Meg's continuous questioning, the person on the other end of the line showed no emotion, and it could be heard that he didn't care about it. Meg, do you remember the alienated human sample brought back by your former team member Rogier? Meg's eyelids jumped, and his strong desire for knowledge made him answer, I remember. Not long ago, an alienated human suddenly appeared on Mattia and killed countless innocent citizens. The inspection team traced the source, and found that someone in the experimental center used the sample for secret research. Even though she already had a vague answer in her mind, Meg still didn't give up and asked, Who? It's the researchers including Sally. They must be responsible for this. Impossible. Meg's denial blurted out, Captain, anyone can research monster humans, but it definitely won't be Sally. She has no say in the experimental center. He wanted to fend for Sally, but wouldn't the captain understand such a simple truth? Meg suddenly realized it when she thought of this. Her back was numb, and her limbs were cold and stiff. She asked in a trembling voice, Or, as long as someone is responsible, Matthias can ignore anyone? The person on the other end of the call avoided Meg's question and persuaded her earnestly, Meg, I told you that you are a good talent and should have a bright future. You shouldn't be tied down by unnecessary human emotions. Meg couldn't accept it and said with gritted teeth, But in 3 months, I can take Sally away from Matthias. According to the practice of the navigation department, those over 40 years old are no longer suitable for frontline combat. When the term of office expires, they can apply to join the functional department to serve as logistics, or leave Matthias and return to the underground city base to work. In 3 months, he will be 45 years old, 5 years later than the original age. According to the plan, he will submit his resignation to the navigation department, leave the vanguard and leave Mattia, and return to the underground city with Sally, who is already over 35 years old and does not meet the breeding conditions of Uni Garden. The bright future is just around the corner. Why is it like this? Meg, the Mattia ship is about to set off again. We need an elite with great maritime experience as the leader to prepare for the next resource collection. And you are the best candidate. But you didn't say that before. Meg's urgent voice broke out. Bang! The chain broke again, the big ship in the distance was in danger, and humans were poured down like rain. Meg watched Sally slip and slide to the edge of the deck. She must have grabbed something in a hurry and stopped sliding down. But Meg was so panicked that she half knelt on the ground, lying by the window without moving her eyes. Why did he give in again and again, and still become like this? he and Sally had both worked in the underground city base. It was their common wish to enter Mattia and contribute their efforts to the remaining humans. Later, in the base selection, he defeated Huafeng and got the opportunity to join Mattia first. He and Sally agreed to meet again in Mattia in the near future. After entering Mattia, he became an ordinary Vanguard member. Whenever he had the opportunity to return to the underground city base, he would visit Sally and describe the interesting things that happened in Mattia to her. Until the end of the Vanguard assessment that year, he was identified as a high-quality gene by Mattia and was taken to Uni Garden without knowing the situation. Like most people who had just joined, he was surprised by the practice of the Uni Garden, but all they had to do was provide the genes needed by the garden, which was not a big deal. In addition, after asking the garden, the answers he got were all related to Mattia's secrets, and were not convenient to disclose. Over time, he no longer cared about the truth of the problem. This idea was shattered after Sally was selected to enter Mattia. That day, he happily greeted Sally at the entrance of Mattia, but before he could say hello to her, he saw her being taken to the central square with other women and taken to the upper floor by elevator. Maybe Sally was excellent in ability, so she went to work on the upper floor. He was really happy for Sally, and he would talk about the reunion when Sally had time, but strangely, he never saw Sally again from that day on, and he couldn't contact her at all. Until he was taken to Uni Garden again to cooperate in providing high-quality genes, where he finally saw Sally again. I heard from others, who were traveling with him, that Sally was watching the wind with other women. Keep watch? Why keep watch? What really puzzled him was that when he saw Sally again, she was thin and old, and her eyes, which used to be as bright as gems, were dim. Sally should have seen him. Why did she avoid him? He wanted to go in and ask Sally about her experiences during this period, but was stopped outside the door by the garden's guards. Not long after, he took the initiative to apply to cooperate with the garden to provide genetic samples. He sneaked into the garden when the guards changed shifts, searched everywhere, and finally found Sally in a dim dormitory. But the first thing Sally said when she saw him was not a greeting, but, "Get out of here, you can't be here." "Why?" he asked. Sari refused to answer, but the tears she shed revealed her sadness at the moment. Under his constant pestering, Sari was afraid of attracting the patrolling guards, so she told him about her experience in the Uni Garden during this period. At that moment, he finally understood what this place called Human Fire and Mother Matthias was. At that time, he was already the captain of the Vanguard. Because of his good performance, he was favored by many senior officials. It was rumored that he would be able to join the guards, or the command center in the near future. But after leaving the Uni Garden, he rushed to the captain's office like crazy and begged the senior officials to let Sari go. He was willing to stay in the Vanguard and go through fire and water for Matthias, and took the initiative to extend his term of office, just asking Uni Garden to release Sari. He gave up his future and voluntarily obeyed all the arrangements of the senior officials in exchange for Sari leaving the garden. He did not regret it at all. Matthias asked him to continue to carry out special missions in addition to leading the 10th team, and he accepted it calmly. He followed the advice of the higher-ups to deal with people who shouldn't exist, and he acquiesced. He gave in step by step, waiting to leave Mattia once his term was up, but he didn't expect someone to threaten Sally's safety and ask him to lead the team to the crisis-ridden collection center, on the condition that Sally could return to the underground city base in advance and live a worry-free life in the base in the future. For Sally, he agreed, but he almost died at the bottom of the sea. If all this ended here, he would have endured it without complaint until the end of his term, but everything in front of him was like a cold knife stabbing into his heart, and the murderer turned the knife handle without letting go, wanting his heart to break. Meg, put down useless emotions, you will have a better future. A better future? Meg stared at the ladder on the deck with burning eyes. Those dying people used their tiny bodies to fight against Mattia, but the predetermined ending was powerless. Meg closed her eyes unwillingly, leaned against the door, and fell to the ground, holding the communicator tightly in her hand and said, "Yes, Captain, I will have a better future." Chapter 92. The call was disconnected at the sound of the shuttle boat docking at the flying platform station. The slowly opened hatch was full of people, and the people near the edge of the platform suddenly cried out. Meg, who seemed to have lost her soul, was awakened by the noise. She hurriedly squeezed into the crowd and approached the edge. Suddenly, she received a text message on the communicator in her hand. It was from Sally. When Meg saw the sender, she stopped to check, and then she heard the sound of violent waves coming from the front. "Get out of the way!" He finally squeezed out of the crowd and reached the edge, but everything had disappeared. Meg stood up with a weak step, holding the communicator tightly. The people standing in the back row saw that he might jump down at any time, but he just stood there silently, looking at Su, who had become the target of public criticism on the opposite material platform. Meg was not the only one observing the situation. The panicked crowd soon calmed down and began to talk about Su's life and death. Anyone would be unable to bear being sprayed with disinfectant water like this, right? Aren't the guards too cruel? Yes, if he falls from such a high place, he will be dead in half a day. How does Matthias plan to deal with him? The people on the side blame them for being too naive. Are you still worried about him? He is the only one who has come into contact with the monster and is still alive. What if he suddenly mutates and kills everyone? Do you still think the guards are cruel? That's right. The monster killed so many of our compatriots. It is right to pay blood with blood. In order to prevent future troubles, it is recommended that the guards take action before he mutates. Kill him! Hearing this, most people who sympathized with Su stopped talking and were afraid that if Su really mutated, they would also be punished for speaking in his defense. But some people still couldn't bear it. What if he wasn't infected? What if many people in the fallen labor zone weren't infected? The inspection team didn't check them. Why kill them all? Aren't they our compatriots? You are so foolish. He has been entangled with the monster for so long, he must have been infected. For a possibility that doesn't make any sense, you let everyone be exposed to the risk of infection again. What's your intention? The people who dared to stand up at this time were not afraid of such questioning, and rejected the compliments from the other party, then let the experimental center do a blood test. Find out whether Su is infected or not, and those abandoned people will feel. How big is the probability of infection? Today we must give everyone an explanation. So many fellow human beings, including their colleagues, friends, and lovers, are discarded like garbage just because of a possibility without evidence. Isn't this too careless? The labor zone has fallen into the sea, and it is too late to monitor it, but they should at least give an explanation to those who are still alive. Someone in the crowd whispered, but if it is proved that Su is not infected, then Matthias isn't he killing innocent people? The man's voice was not loud, but the noisy crowd fell silent because of this terrible speculation. Yes, how will Matthias deal with Su's incident? Can they wait until the day when the truth is revealed? Look, the disinfectant gun has stopped. Everyone cast their eyes on Su after hearing this, holding their breath and waiting for the next move of the guards. At this moment, they seemed to be roasted on the fire. The water column that hit the body suddenly disappeared, and Su looked at the countless black muzzles in front of him coldly, and suddenly grinned without fear. Muller asked, "What are you laughing at?" Su's hands were almost unconscious. He raised them with trembling hands and brushed back the dripping hair. His fingertips passed through the black hair, revealing his calm eyes. "Admiral, are you wondering why this person hasn't changed after so long? It's really hard to explain." Muller pursed his lips and said nothing. His unfurrowed brows revealed that Muller was right. Su stared at Muller and said in a muffled voice, "So, I haven't changed, and they may not change either. You are killing people, and it's people who are killing people. People are killing people." Muller's eyes tightened, and he subconsciously grasped the gun on his waist. The selfishness that he tried hard to suppress was shaken in an instant, colliding with loyalty in his head. Su saw his reaction in full view, and his wanton smile was a bit mocking. "It seems that this general of the guard army is not firm. Take him back," Muller said. Mond on the side immediately stopped him. "Admiral, no." Muller added, "Apply to the medical center for a treatment cabin, and the guards will be on special guard throughout the whole process." Everyone on the flight platform was watching. As long as Su showed no signs of abnormality, they could not forcibly kill him. Since Professor Gabriel was guaranteeing him, the guards were just exercising their right to defend. Mond understood Muller's toughness and nodded his head, yes. He waved behind him, and immediately two people came forward with handcuffs in their hands, and two more walked behind Su, holding guns at the back of his head at all times to prevent any emergencies. "Let's go!" The guards carried Su on the left and right, and walked towards the frigate. "Oh, be careful, the handcuffs are too tight. He is seriously injured and can't run away." Gabriel followed nervously, fearing that Su would be killed on the way. "Have you contacted the medical center? Is there anyone waiting at the door? If not, I call someone now." Gabriel followed him onto the frigate, muttering all the way. He was afraid that Su would be uncomfortable sitting on the cold iron bench in the cabin, and it would be bad if he fell apart due to a bump, so he took off his coat and gave it to Su as a cushion. Even though he knew Gabriel had ulterior motives, Su still expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Hollis, who arrived late, stood by the ship's porthole and looked down at Gabriel, who was carefully escorting him, and changed his words. Since there is no need to save people, go to the flight platform to see the children. The church member asked in confusion, Father, how did you convince the captain? Wasn't he disappointed with the professor? Why did he agree to let the Posa Hall rescue people? Hollis laughed. How could the captain not hear what Max was thinking? Just giving up so many people in the vanguard and getting rid of the labor zone, Matthias is now in the most need of. When the current resources support us to reach the New Sea area, Matthias needs Uni Garden to quickly expand the population, so now we have to give him face. As for Gabriel, he said, suddenly showing regret, the professor is too obsessed with his own experiments. This is a good thing for Matthias, but not all good. The captain wants to use Max to teach the professor a lesson, but is it still our Professor Gabriel who can listen to advice? He didn't know what happened specifically, but listening to the meaning of both sides, he guessed that Gabriel had a bad habit again. In order to keep the experimental subject he liked, he deliberately made excuses to prevaricate, which made the captain unhappy. Max heard the rumor from somewhere, and he secretly sent people to the labor area to investigate in the past 2 months, just to find evidence against Su, but he always returned empty-handed. It is said that the people sent a few days ago were beaten and seriously injured. When asked what happened, they dared not tell the reason, which made Max angry and sent the 2 people to death on the spot. Although there is no direct evidence that Su was the one who beat people, who else would dare to attack the people in Uni Garden except him? Now, when he heard that Su appeared in the labor area, of course he would settle all the old and new accounts. But Gabriel is really something. A student of biochemistry, what kind of tricks did he play? He almost got himself into trouble, right? Hollis secretly sneered, but still looked kind on the surface. Mother Matthias prefers obedient children rather than those who are too opinionated. But the experimental center is the main force of development after all, and we can't really offend the professor. We understand the captain's intention, and come in the name of support. Although we came a little late, we are here after all. We will not offend either Uni Garden or the experimental center. Father is wise. The believers kneeled down and looked up with admiration. Hollis enjoyed this feeling very much, raised his head, and took a deep breath comfortably, and raised the corners of his mouth happily. There is a ship coming. The citizens on the flying platform saw a ship slowly descending and stopped above them. A group of people in golden robes walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck overlooking them. It's the Posa Temple, it's the priest. Recognizing the person, almost everyone covered their hearts and bowed their heads to show respect. Hollis smiled even more, quietly adding a bit of compassion to the smile on his face. Everyone is shocked. Today's disaster was caused by the Human Gene Research Group of the Experimental Center. They conducted research secretly without the professor's knowledge, but they did not expect to create such a monster. These researchers suffered the consequences of their own actions, and were also infected by the monster. They left Matthias with the laborers. Someone in the crowd asked, "Excuse me, Father, did the experimental center conduct blood tests on these researchers? Are they really infected?" Hollis sighed and said helplessly, "No blood test." His words caused an uproar in the crowd, but before the questioning came, he continued, "The experimental center is equipped with an infection source detector. When the inspection team arrived at the laboratory, the alarm sounded. In order to prevent the spread of infection, the researchers had to be forcibly transferred. How could it be like this? Professor Gabriel worked hard for Matthias, but he didn't expect his subordinates to have a different mind. He almost hurt everyone." Hollis covered his face and sighed. Matthias was also very sad about what happened today, but in order to ensure that human genes were not polluted, the loving mother had to give up her child. He raised his head with tears in his eyes, and opened his arms, as if to hug everyone present. "You are the last hope of mankind, and the most cherished children of Matthias. Please set sail again, with the expectations of your deceased compatriots, and dedicate your life to continue the fire of mankind. Everything is for the future of mankind." Everyone suddenly felt that the mission they shouldered was even heavier, and they shouted in unison firmly. Meg looked at Hollis solemnly, and the faith she often mentioned in the past could no longer be said. After the oath, someone whispered, "Respected Father, if the guards take the suspected infected person back to Matthias, what if he really mutates? The tragedy will not happen again. Is it really necessary to take him back?" Hollis's smile remained unchanged, and he put on a very patient look, gently explaining the doubts of the frightened people. The professor said that although what happened today was not his subjective intention, in order to make up for the mistakes made by the experimental center, he will definitely take responsibility to the end. Please supervise. Chapter 93. Is he still in a coma? There is no sign of waking up at the moment. The medical staff in protective clothing flipped through the test report in his hand and reported to the senior management outside the cordon. The medical center conducted a comprehensive examination. The patient's bones were broken in many places, but there were no exposed wounds. Gabriel was relieved after hearing this, but Max next to him looked unhappy. He was not willing to listen to the next report and turned away. He ran into Mahler, who had just arrived just after turning the corner. Seeing that Mahler still had a bad face, he probably came here at this time because he believed that Su would be infected and came to Tamasha to clean up the danger. Max was even more disappointed and said angrily, "No need to look, there is no infection." Mahler did not express his opinion and continued to walk to the ward as if he was following orders. It was just that when he turned his back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was a little relieved. The blood test is normal, the brain waves are normal, the electrical stimulation fluctuations are normal, and there are no abnormalities during the 5-fold observation period. The medical staff read one by one until they turned to the last page and announced the conclusion. In summary, the patient has a dural hematoma on the head, multiple fractures of the trunk and ribs, normal physiological reflexes, no obvious lesions, and no signs of abnormalities. He said, looking at the indicators on the treatment cabin, and said, "The current repair progress for the patient's broken bones is 80%. Gabriel knew very well that Su was unlikely to be infected. The alienated humans brought back by Rogier were from before the Black Rain era and did not have the conditions for infection. Now that the diagnosis results of the medical center came out, he immediately lifted the cordon, entered the ward to check the situation, and asked with concern, "Then why didn't he wake up?" The medical staff shook his head, saying that he didn't know the real reason. The patient's vital signs are stable. Normally, he should wake up in the next 2 days. Let's wait and see. He observed the changes in the patient's heart rate. He should not be pretending to sleep. He may have hit his head and has not recovered yet, or he may be scared and unwilling to wake up to face reality. Anyway, the cost of treatment is borne by Professor Gabriel. The medical center has nothing to lose except worrying about it. Gabriel lay outside the glass cover of the treatment cabin to check on Su's condition, his eyes full of appreciation for the treasure. Wake up quickly. Beep. Beep. The sound of the bedside monitor is slow and orderly, which makes people gradually calm down. But the person being monitored is confused, and he hears it as an alarm clock to wake people up. Beep beep. Su knew that he had slept for a long time, probably because he was tired from working too many jobs during this period. He opened his eyes, and saw the familiar ceiling covered with mold spots. Su sat up from the bed, rubbing his aching shoulders, and took out his cell phone from under the pillow. He checked the time, rubbed his messy hair, and clicked on his account balance. He saw that the number on the screen was only this month's salary away from the target. Today is the day of salary payment. After work, I will find an agent to buy that courtyard house. Su, who was still sleepy, was excited. With a smile on his face, he ran all the way to the company and was so happy that he took the initiative to say hello to colleagues who had little contact with him before. "What the hell, Su said hi to us." Probably because of salary payment today." Colleagues looked at each other and shrugged to express their incomprehension. Su rarely rushed to deliver food after get-off work today, and also turned down odd jobs at late-night food stalls. He rushed to the real estate center as soon as it was time and paid the down payment for the courtyard house he had been looking forward to for a long time. In this way, we can use our salary to pay off the mortgage every month, and the money from odd jobs can be used to pay for the welfare home's daily expenses. As long as we pay it back for 40 years, the yard will truly belong to us. Perhaps because he was too excited, he didn't think too much along the way. In the blink of an eye, Su returned to the welfare home and even got the property certificate. He ran into the familiar rusty gate director. When they move into the new yard, they don't have to live in this old bungalow that leaks when it rains. Time is too cruel. It doesn't care about a person's kindness and leaves traces on everyone indifferently. The director staggered across the threshold. When he saw Su coming home, his smile hung on the corners of his eyes, and he waved and said, "Xiao Su is back. Tell the director what you want to eat, and the director will make it for you." "Yeah." Su nodded heavily. He didn't know why. Even with such a simple greeting, he always felt a sour nose. He raised his hand and rubbed it lightly on the tip of his nose, hiding the strange feeling in his heart, and said with a smile, "Dean, I also brought a friend home." The dean's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, "Wow, Xiao Su is a friend, let him in." Susu waved behind him. Appa, come quickly. Hello, Dean. Appa was holding fruits in one hand and snacks in the other. His tan face looked white and clean when he smiled, and he greeted the Dean in a naive way. The children who saw the snacks came excitedly surrounded him, and they jumped up and down and called Appa brother sweetly. Appa was flattered and scratched his head. In Susu's gratified eyes, he distributed the snacks to all his brothers and sisters. It was rare for guests to come to the house, so a bonfire was built in the yard in the evening, and everyone gathered around the fire to chat. The director was in high spirits today, and he told Appa a lot of interesting stories about the welfare home. Appa glanced at Susu, covered his mouth with his hand, and asked in a low voice, "What about brothers?" The director also covered his mouth and whispered, "Shioshu, he has been the most worry-free child since he was a child, and it is also because he is too obedient and withdrawn that he has never seen any friends. You are willing to be friends with Shioshu, you are also a good child." Appa giggled happily and moved to Susu next to him, saying with curved eyebrows, "Brother, I like it here, and I like everyone too." Sushi was infected by his smile, with a little joy in the corners of his eyes, and lowered his head to take a bite of the freshly baked sweet potato. He should be happy, but why is the feeling of uneasiness getting heavier? Did he forget something? What did he forget, or he didn't want to think about it? Isn't it good now? Hasn't he been looking forward to this day? Brother. Appa called Sushi again. Susu looked up at him, and suddenly realized that the excitement just now had disappeared without a trace. What happened? Where are the Dean and the others? Why are he and Appa the only ones left? Wait, why are he and Appa back here? Appa shouldn't be in the welfare home. Shouldn't they be in the labor zone? Isn't Appa? Cruel memories madly hit his brain, and his headache was almost bursting. A hand gently rested on Susu's shoulder, and Appa's honest voice mixed with the crackling sound of burning flames, blending into the quiet night. Brother, I will stay here for you to accompany the Dean and your brothers and sisters. You keep going forward. Forward? The scene in front of him and the fragments of memories intertwined and separated, and Susu was confused for a while. Isn't this his hometown that he loves most? Why should he leave? Brother, you don't belong here now, go wake up. What? Susu was distracted. The bonfire beside him suddenly went out, and Appa disappeared. He stood up and looked around, and saw Appa and the director standing in the yard. He didn't know how he ran out of the door. Susu wanted to enter the gate of the welfare home again, but no matter how fast he ran, the distance from home was getting farther and farther. Why? Appa smiled and waved to Susu. Brother, go back to where you are needed. Susu never thought that he was an important person, and the world was not for him. I want to stay here. If the world really destroyed tomorrow, he just wanted to stay in this simple little yard with the director and others. Child, remember to put on more clothes when it's cold, don't starve yourself, and be good. The director looked at Susu with loving eyes, and stretched out his hand to touch his hair in the air. Go. Susu watched the door in front of him close with his own eyes, and the figures he missed were no longer there. Dean! He suddenly opened his eyes, and the bright light made him a little uncomfortable for a while. Susu looked around the environment in a daze, and it took him a while to realize that he was lying in the treatment cabin. After returning from the mission at the collection center, he was also lying here. Could it be that he didn't actually leave the medical center at all, and what happened in the labor zone was just a dream of his? I heard that he woke up, right? Susu looked at the door of the ward and saw Professor Gabriel running in hurriedly, lying on the glass cover with a worried look on his face to check on his condition. After confirming that Susu was conscious, Gabriel let out a long sigh of relief. Thank God, after 10 days, you finally woke up. Susu sat up from the bed silently, and found that his broken arm could move freely, and the dull pain in his chest disappeared. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Do you recognize who I am? Gabriel saw that he was slow to react, and worriedly called the medical staff to check. The people who came in with the medical staff were wearing golden robes, and rarely stood out in the crowd. Susu felt itchy in his ears when he saw Hollis, and he had a premonition that the other party would say a lot of cliches. It's good to wake up. It's good to wake up. Hollis covered his chest, looking like a caring elder. The medical staff stood in front of the treatment cabin, clicked on the operation panel to view the real-time monitoring values, and nodded to confirm. The patient is currently in a stable condition, and can be removed from the cabin at any time. On behalf of the Pajot Palace, I thank you for your efforts. Hollis covered his chest and bowed slightly. The medical officer was flattered and bowed, even lower than Hollis, and said quickly, Father, this is what I should do as a citizen of Matthias. You are too polite. If you have anything, Just let me know. I be outside, he said, and politely left the ward and closed the door. Su sat in the treatment cabin expressionlessly. Since the injury was ruled out, it was a problem of his personal emotions. Hollis smiled standardly, walked slowly to the front of the treatment cabin, and said gently, "Child, are you feeling better? Professor Gabriel has been taking care of you all this time. If you don't wake up, the professor will be exhausted." "It should be." Gabriel looked at Su, and his words were sincere. Su pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Professor, why are you so good to me? Isn't it just a little white flower? I have seen it before." Gabriel didn't know whether Su had just woken up and hadn't recovered yet, or really didn't understand, but now was the right time. He spoke quickly, wanting to let Su understand his sincerity as quickly as possible. "You are a talented person with great potential, both in terms of brain and skills. I have high hopes for you and sincerely invite you to join the experimental center." Chapter 94. Child, you are the only survivor of this incident. You must live well for others. It is a good opportunity to participate in the professor's experimental plan. If it goes well, you will no longer be afraid of alien creatures in the future. You can kill them all to avenge your fellow human beings who died. Hollis's high spirits did not resonate with Su, which made him look a little funny. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. This is not the first time that Su has ignored him. Even if he holds a grudge because of the incident in Uni Garden, the people of Matthias should not ignore the Pajuo Palace. The treatment of Su's defection from the garden was not decided by the Pajuo Palace. It was a favor to let Su stay in Matthias. Su was not grateful, but even wanted to argue with the top leaders. He didn't even look at who he was. Su sneered in his heart. It was a pity that the priest loved him, but he was not an ignorant believer. 1 or 2 words could make him bow his head. This incident seemed to be an accident, but it was strange from the moment Roger appeared. A person who was almost abandoned by Matthias, now he can listen to the tone of Pajuo Palace calmly, which is very polite. He is carrying expectations, and those who sleep in the deep sea will not want to see him surrender to his enemies. But he is in an awkward position now, and he must climb up to find an opportunity. The stepping stone can be anyone, but it will never be the nihilism of Pajuo Palace. Thinking about it, Su looked up at Gabriel and responded to the other party's invitation with his eyes full of sincerity. "Thank you, Professor, I will seriously consider it." The content of the transformation of the strong soldier plan was almost unknown to him. If he didn't know anything, he might agree to it with a try-it-out mentality in order to achieve his goal, and take it one step at a time. The strong soldier plan was the most direct clue he could get about HOM so far, and he did so much just for Gabriel's olive branch. But he had contacted Patton, and the people of the 6th team, who were all participants in the strong soldier plan. It was precisely because of the experience of having a common mission that he knew very well that what Pajuo Hall said about no longer being afraid of monsters was actually losing human reason. He couldn't see whether he would become like Patton after leaving the experimental center, so he needed to confirm some things before agreeing. Therefore, now he had to keep Gabriel's interest in him, and find a way to get in touch with Wei Yu as soon as possible. "I know what you are worried about." Without getting Su's accurate answer in the first time, Gabriel immediately guessed his concerns. The change in the collection center was caused by the abnormal riot of alien creatures. In order to avoid polluting the underground water source, and ensure that human compatriots will have resources available thousands of years later, Mattia had to send people to close the underground water entrance and do their best to eliminate the monsters. Vitas and others in the 6th team were all defective products in the previous batch. Even if they were not the task of the collection center, they would be transferred to the Santa Maria base to charge in the near future. As for Patton, the laboratory originally had great hopes for him, but this person was really greedy and broke the original experimental progress, and became a data with little reference value. But Su was different. In the assessment not long ago, the experimental center saw his potential, but with the Uni Garden in the way, Su's work would not change. Su is not Patton. If he had invited Su openly at that time, Hollis would have been restless. So the clearing mission of the collection center is a good opportunity for Su. If he can return safely, he will definitely be credited with the first merit. In order to ensure Su's safety, he kept a backup plan, but the spy he planted was not very obedient recently, and almost delayed his big plan. He finally created a good opportunity for Su to be promoted. As long as he let him owe him a favor, the subsequent cooperation would be smooth. Even if the plan failed, he was ready to detain Su in the laboratory. Although things are going more twists and turns than he expected, it has finally reached the point he expected. Now all he needs is Susu's consent. Gabriel took out the notebook he carried with him from his pocket, quickly flipped through the target page, and showed it to Susu. This is the physical examination of Vita's and Barton done by the laboratory. He turned another page. This is the experimental plan adjusted according to their each stage, and this is the plan they actually implemented. The pages of the notebook were yellow and wrinkled, and it could be seen that it was taken out and flipped through from time to time. Gabriel's obsession with experiments was evident. But everyone has their own expertise, and these chemical symbols are no different from the heavenly book to Susu. Susu said bluntly, "I'm sorry, Professor, I don't understand these." But what deserves his attention is that the logo on the cover of the experimental record book in Gabriel's hand is exactly the same as the notebook he found on Weiyu. This at least proves that his current investigation direction is correct. The experimental center is indeed connected to HOM, and he has decided to wade into the transformation plan even if it is really a sea of fire. Gabriel was stunned for a moment, glanced at his simplified notes, and for a moment he doubted whether he had overestimated Susu's intelligence. He used the simplest way of thinking to draw a conclusion. It means that in order to achieve more significant results, Barton and his team did not follow the plan, took the prepared supplements in advance outside the specified time, and did not forcefully break through the limit under safe conditions, which led to the subsequent arrangements deviating from expectations. Susu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, which seemed to be related to the supplements that Barton drank. He remembered that Barton kept drinking those things before he showed abnormalities. Gabriel looked at Susu with urgency in his eyes, and said in a hurry, "You are more capable and smarter than them. This time I will definitely protect you, and there will be no more accidents." He will definitely create the most perfect experimental subject, and let everyone see that he is the one who can truly change the world. If Susu was just an ordinary citizen of Matia, he might really be moved by Gabriel's sincerity. But he has never had a peaceful life since he came to this world. He finally had hope for life, but it was ruthlessly destroyed by Matthias. Now he has nothing. What can he trust others? Susu was unmoved, but he showed a hesitant attitude on his face to show that he was on the verge of wavering. "Professor, I just woke up and I am still a little confused. Please allow me to think about it carefully and give you an answer soon." Gabriel saw Susu frowning and rubbing his forehead, looking very painful, and he stopped pressing him considerately. "Okay, think about it again. Come to the experimental center to find me anytime when you are sure." Gabriel firmly believed that Susu would agree. After defecting from Uni Garden, his life in Matthias was not easy. He made a name for himself in the assessment by taking a risky move, just to find an opportunity for himself. But given Susu's current situation, if he wants to achieve a class leap, unless Uni Garden is willing to give in, only his experimental center in Matthias will be willing to help. So he can see that Susu's hesitation is only temporary. "Then you have a good rest, we leave first." Gabriel's tone was full of care, and he took the initiative to pull away Hollis, who was still sulking on the side. "I'm sorry I can't see you off in person, take care." Susu leaned on the bed and was about to lie down to rest, and waved weakly. After watching the two leave the ward and confirming that he could no longer hear the footsteps, Susu relaxed and lay down and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was the only one left. Susu's breathing suddenly stagnated, and his eyes gradually darkened, like cumulus clouds about to rain in spring, full of heavy sorrow. Yes, he was the only one left. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door once again alerted Susu, and he looked up and saw a familiar figure walking into the ward. The staff at the medical center's cashier's office looked down at the bill in his hand, and walked in and said, "You woke up, right?" The patient's name. "Oh, Susu. Your treatment fee for these 10 days totaled 1,666 points." He was about to check the details of the bill with the patient, but when he looked up, he found that Susu, who had just been lying in the treatment cabin, had disappeared. The catheter that was delivering nutrient solution to the comatose patient was pulled off and slid out of the half-open glass cover. Only the suddenly disconnected instrument was beeping in the ward. "You? Don't worry, the professor paid for you." He continued to finish what he hadn't finished, and twitched his mouth in deep speechlessness. "What's the point of running away? If you really didn't pay the contribution points, the medical center would recover the fee no matter where you go." The cashier closed the bill and muttered, "You ran so fast, it seems that the treatment this time is not bad." Taking advantage of the flow of people in and out of the medical center, Susu quietly left this troubled place, so as to avoid anyone coming to visit him later. He was injured this time. No matter how much the treatment costs, Mattia will be fully responsible. It doesn't matter who pays, he doesn't want to be a scapegoat. Perhaps because they were worried that he was carrying the source of infection, all his clothes were disposed of. When he came out of the medical center, he had a communicator in his pocket, and he was still wearing the hospital gown that he hadn't taken off in time. It's better to wear it than not to wear it. Su silently buttoned the top button, lowered his head, and got into the crowd, who had just come down from the shuttle and entered the gate. He was penniless now, and he needed to go to the sea to find Wei Yu, so he had to contact Captain Meg as soon as possible, find an opportunity to leave Mattia for a mission, and temporarily avoid Gabriel. Hi, long time no see. Have you just finished your mission? Yes, the location of the mission assigned by the dispatch office this time is too far, and I have been away for half a month. Hey, no, why do I feel like something is missing in Mattia? Did we make any changes when we were on the mission? Su was not interested in the greetings of the passerby, and continued to send messages to Meg. Strange, why did I not get a reply after sending 2 messages? Isn't Meg usually very fast in replying to messages? However, their subsequent conversation attracted Su's attention. Speaking of this, it's a good thing you are not in Mattia. It is said that an experimental accident occurred 10 days ago, and a high-risk sample escaped and killed many members of our vanguard. I was also on a mission at that time, otherwise. The passerby couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. He raised his chin towards the gate again and said, "Didn't you notice when you came back? The labor zone is gone because the high-risk samples went to the labor zone. Anyone who has been in contact with the source of infection is gone. So many people." The passerby who heard the news covered his mouth in disbelief. Isn't it? The passerby who knew the news sighed. The Pajuo Hall lit 2,727 eternal lamps for the dead human compatriots, including those laborers. If there are your friends inside, you can go to the Miracle Hall to send them off again. Chapter 95. Light the lamps for those hard-working people? The priest is so kind. If those hard-working people knew that the Posa temple was willing to care about them, they would think that death was worth it. The passers-by talked to each other, speculating on the thoughts of the deceased, and their indifferent tone itself was a kind of contempt. The boredom surged in Su's heart, and the violent impulse sprouted again. The idea of catching those gossipers and beating them up almost controlled his behavior, but when Appa's concerned eyes suddenly flashed in his mind, he sighed and loosened his clenched fists. He took the initiative to ask the 2 people who were talking, "Excuse me, do you know where Meg is?" "I don't know." "I know." The vanguard who returned to Mattia earlier responded, looking at the approaching person with a little hesitation, noticing the hospital gown on the other person, and asked, "But who are you?" "Could it be?" he said, silently pulling away from the person in front of him. "The patient, who is concerned about where Meg is now, could it be Su, the only survivor of the rumored fall in the labor district?" Su said calmly, "The ward next to me is under strict security, and I can't even get close to take a look, so I came out to ask about the current situation." "So that person hasn't woken up yet?" the vanguard asked, accepting the possibility that the person in front of him was not Su. Seeing the other party nod, he continued, "Meg is not in Mattia, and has not been there for some time." "Why?" Su asked. "I heard," the man said, covering his mouth and lowering his voice. "Among the researchers involved in the fall with the labor district, there was Meg's lover. After the incident, Meg not only did not ask for an explanation, but also immediately cut off her relationship with the female researcher. In order to prove that he is loyal enough to Mattia, and will not do something like that female researcher that will harm the future of mankind, he has been on missions during this period." Su frowned and asked, "Can the 10th team still go on missions?" Although he and Meg are not very familiar with each other, but according to his understanding, Meg is not a completely indifferent person. From the fact that Meg would lead Barton and others away during the mission for Sally and deliberately warn him, Meg's feelings for Sally are quite serious. Besides, if Meg really wants to be promoted, why wait until now? Of course not. So Meg went to sea with other teams, and did not return after helping to complete the mission, but went directly to the next mission point to assist other teams. I heard that he was not very capable before, so he stayed in the vanguard for so many years, but this time he also came to help our team, and I feel that he is very capable. He pointed to the dispatch office not far away. I just went to inquire. Just in less than 10 days, Meg assisted in completing 6 missions, and did not ask for compensation from those teams at all, pure dedication. Another member of the Vanguard team sighed. Since the assessment, the Vanguard teams have been in a state of uneven numbers. Now these things have happened, and the Vanguard team has lost a quarter of its members. I guess it will be reorganized in a while. Hearing his friend say this, the Vanguard team nodded and said, seeing how hard Meg has worked recently, there is a high probability that she will be assigned to the elite team. At the very least, it will be better than the previous 10th team. Hey, you said that Meg was silent before. It turns out that she was hiding her strength. The two smiled at each other and teased in a bad way. Maybe women affect the speed of doing business. So, the existence of Uni Garden is very necessary. They laughed freely and happily, and saw that the person who came to ask questions had a gloomy face. What's wrong with you? One of them asked. Susu suddenly raised his head and smiled slyly, waved at the two and said, "Thank you for telling me so much. In return, I will tell you a secret." The two thought this person was very strange, but they couldn't resist the curiosity and approached. Only heard the other person whispering slowly in the ear, "The secret is... Actually, you guessed it right, I am Susu." You? When the two heard this, their hearts sank and they were about to retreat. Just when they were about to shout to the people around them to be alert, they saw Susu raise his hand and put his finger in front of his lips and hushed. "Hush, you better not say anything." Susu grabbed the two and kindly reminded them, "If others knew that you had been in contact with the source of infection, guess whether the merciful Matthias would abandon you like he did to the 2,727 people?" The two were shocked and stared, covered their mouths, and shook their heads silently to indicate that they would not say anything more. Susu's eyes swept over the two people grimly, and just as he turned around, he heard their hurried footsteps running back, probably going to the medical center for a checkup. As spectators, they can make comments lightly, but when disaster strikes them, can they still be so indifferent? 727. Susu murmured, and his steps became slower and heavier, and he changed his route to the Padua Palace. The Golden Temple is firmly located in front of the central square. The 6-layer hip roof is only for decoration. The top of the supporting Corinthian column is finely carved with flowers and plants. The white column reflects the warm light from the temple, and the column base below is engraved with auspicious clouds and auspicious patterns. The relief wall at the door is divided into 13 pieces by the decorative columns. The statues on each side are lifelike, but the style is strangely inconsistent. Shiva, with a bow and arrow on his back and a trident in his hand, dances with Cassiopeia in a leopard skin. Adam and Eve's foals are shining under the light, hugging each other under the apple tree. The suffering Jesus, the creation of human beings. Is this a collection of domestic and foreign myths? Susu is not very interested in the Padua temple. He hardly paid attention to it when he passed by before. This is the first time he has observed this magnificent indoor building up close, but he always feels a strong sense of disobedience. When Susu walked through the middle of the outer wall, his dull chest suddenly ached, and the strong discomfort made him stop in front of the relief wall in front of him. He frowned and looked up. The ankles of the man and woman in the statue were tightly entangled by grapevines, and they were about to drown in the tide. In a trance, he had the illusion that the plaster wave began to surge. They struggled to lift and drag their children, begging the gods for life. The merciful prophet descended from the sky, leaned over and spread his arms, pretending to take over the last hope of mankind. The vague and stiff lines behind it were abrupt and familiar. Susu squinted slightly and looked closely, vaguely seeing the outline of Matthias. The content of this relief wall did not seem to come from any myth or legend. Susu noticed it when he passed by the door of the Padua temple for the first time. At that time, he had not had a deep intersection with the Padua temple, but he already felt very disgusted, and he couldn't even say what he was disgusted with. Are these two a couple? A couple with so many children? Susu secretly mocked the hypocrisy of the Pasa temple for making even the relief sculptures at the door look good. He turned around and continued to walk forward without wanting to look at them again. Suddenly, he thought of something and stopped again. His eyes were no longer focused on the gods and the couple who offered their children, but hesitantly fixed on the children in the air. 1, 2, 13, 14, 24. Susu counted the images of children carved on the wall, and pointed twice in disbelief, confirming that there were 24 children, but why exactly 24? There were also 24 children in the welfare home, who suddenly developed acute leukemia. Could such a coincidence happen, when the exaggerated modification had a basis? In an instant, the closed door of time and space was knocked by fate, evoking a terrifying chill. In front of the magnificently carved palace door is a threshold as high as the calf. When you step over it, you will see a giant golden organ embedded in the wall. The colorful glazed dome is like an inverted holy grail. The dim light casts a long shadow on the golden carpet. The eternal lamps on both sides of the hall swayed with weak fire cores. Even the breeze caused by walking was enough to threaten their existence. While Susu was walking slowly under the warm light, he could not feel the warmth brought by the flames. The silence in the Hall of Miracles was an exception in the noisy lower level of Matthias. A door separated two worlds. Pedestrians came and went outside the door, mostly vanguards returning from missions or about to leave. The two vanguards, who got rid of Su Su, ran all the way and accidentally bumped into Guanjia, who had just come out of the dispatch hall. They ran into the medical center without apology. You? Guanjia covered his arm that was hit, looked at the two people's backs with vicious eyes, and secretly cursed them to die. Hearing the ringing of the communicator in his pocket, he murmured in surprise, "Who is looking for me?" It is not clear whether Captain Meg did not call him before the mission intentionally or unintentionally. He is not the captain and has no authority to accept the mission. He walked around the dispatch hall for a long time, and no team was willing to take him out. Could it be the professor? Thinking of this, Guanjia's eyes lit up with excitement, and he took out the communicator faster, but when he saw that the name on the screen was Su Su, he froze in place. His fingers trembled slightly, and after hesitating for a long time, he still checked the details of the message. "Let's meet. Come to the cargo elevator." In order to prevent the monsterized Rogier from hurting others, the Vanguard members who stayed on Mattia at that time used themselves as bait and paved a mountain of corpses and blood all the way before driving it into the cargo channel. The cordon of the Ministry of Materials and Energy has not been removed yet, and the bloodstains outside the door have not been cleaned up. Su Su's intention to ask him to go over at this time must be bad. Guanjia swallowed his saliva and refused. "I'm not in Mattia, I'm on a mission. Captain Meg will not take you on a mission, and no one else will be willing to take you except him." Su Su bluntly exposed Guanjia's lies. He really doesn't like people who are too smart. Guanjia sighed, holding the communicator tightly to meet the appointment, but when he arrived at the place, he didn't see Su Su's figure. Suddenly, he heard a gust of wind passing by his ears, and he hurriedly turned sideways to avoid it. As soon as he stood still, a hand clenched into a fist and attacked the door. Guanjia subconsciously raised his hand to block it, and immediately grabbed the other party's wrist and chopped it down with a knife. Su Su turned around and escaped from Guanjia's control, easily avoiding Guanjia's restrictions. Seeing that he had been exposed, Guanjia's face was no longer innocent. He laughed coldly and asked, "When did you start to notice it?" Su Su touched his chin and recalled, "You said that a coward who can only shout 'I'm so scared' can always escape danger in various ways. Once or twice is good luck, but you can get away with it every time. Your luck is so good that I am jealous." He lowered his brows. His eyes hidden in the thick fog were dim, and he asked coldly, "You deliberately led the monster to the labor area, and the sudden ringing of the bell was also your fault, right?" Guanjia shrugged without scruples. "You guessed it all. What do I have to hide? But I guess you won't kill me." Chapter 96. "Oh!" Su Su raised his eyebrows. He had the intention to kill, but the reason he asked to meet this time was that he had something else to do. In his opinion, Guanjia had a lot of clever tricks, but it was a pity that he didn't use them in the right place. Guanjia took off his timid disguise in the past, raised his head and stood up, looking Su Su in the face and said, "Su Su, I think we are actually the same kind of people in essence. I hate Roger who bullies others, and you don't like him either, and you killed him twice. I hate Patton who bullies others by taking advantage of his power, but he didn't end up well. So you see, we are real friends," he said excitedly, and the madness in his eyes was even more urgent. His eyes followed Su Su closely, trying to find recognition in the other's eyes. But Su Su's reaction undoubtedly poured cold water on Guanjia. He sneered, "Friend? A friend who stabbed me in the back? In a world full of interest calculations, how many people can be considered friends?" Guanjia was speechless for a moment, knowing that Su Su meant that he led Rogier to the labor zone. He swallowed and defended, "I was also following orders, and I didn't really want to hurt you. Besides, you received an invitation from the professor for this, didn't you? Cooperating with the experimental center's research, you will no longer be restricted by Uni Garden, and with the professor's help behind you, there will be so many good opportunities waiting for you in the future. Shouldn't you be happy about this?" His footsteps moved forward excitedly as he spoke, and the envy in his eyes could not be hidden. He wished that his soul could replace Su Su. Su Su pondered Guanjia's words. He said that he was following orders. Whose orders did he follow? Who benefited the most from this incident? What was Guanjia's purpose in hiding in the vanguard? His mind flashed with a face that was modest and gentle in front of others, and a pair of eyes that occasionally revealed his inner greed and desire. "What is your relationship with Professor Gabriel?" Su Su asked directly. His disguise had been exposed by Su Su, so it was not surprising that the other party guessed that he was related to the professor. Guanjia deliberately did not explain, but instead proposed, "Let's cooperate. I will speak for you in front of the professor, and I will listen to your arrangements for the missions in the future. I will do whatever you ask me to do. You, just like you assisted Roger before, give me more contribution points when the mission is settled, until I can also participate in the strong soldier plan." Su hesitated and pondered the person in front of him. Isn't Guanjia Gabriel's man? Why does he want to participate in the strong soldier plan through him? It seems that Guanjia did not get Gabriel's full trust, and Guanjia was very concerned about this. Su spread his hands and said indifferently, "But the professor has shown enough interest in me, I don't think it's necessary to cooperate with you. From the perspective of profit ratio and sustainable development, he has too little benefit from the cooperation proposed by Guanjia, and he is really not interested." Guanjia gritted his teeth and threatened, "Then I will tell the professor that you have no intention of cooperating honestly. It's because he has been wearing the mask for too long. Guanjia now looks unintimidating, and it's also because the threat he thinks is actually not painful to Su. What a childish threat. If you can get the professor's attention, why do you have to prove yourself through me?" Outside the material and energy department, there was no light on. Su stood in the dim light with his arms folded against his chest and leaning against the wall, playing with his communicator in his hand leisurely, taking the opportunity to move his joints that had been stiff for 10 days, and his condition was not affected by Guanjia at all. It's no wonder he speaks bluntly. Guanjia's cleverness is probably all used to plot against others behind their backs. He is really bad at competing in person. Ah. Guanjia ruffled his hair anxiously, stepped closer and asked urgently, "I am really useful. Why don't you want to believe me?" The professor asked him to lurk in the 10th team, record Barton's physical reactions at each stage of the experiment, and keep an eye on Meg's movements for the top management. As long as the professor says a word, he will get out of the mission no matter how hard it is, and he is even willing to take the risk of using himself to lead the monsterized Rogier. Doesn't this prove his value? Do you know how much I have paid to repay the professor for saving my life? I was worried that I would be discovered by you, so I always waited until there was no one else to go to the training base. I practiced endlessly, and you didn't know how many times I fell and how many injuries I got. If it weren't for the professor, Barton and Vitas could be seen by Matthias. I am different from them. I have come to where I am today through my own efforts. Why do I get worse than them?" Su's indifferent attitude contrasted sharply with Guanjia's crazy anxiety. He said calmly, "It is a blessing for you that there is no postgraduate entrance examination in this world. He doesn't like Barton, and he has no good feelings for the people in the 6th team, but Guanjia has put the cart before the horse. These people were recruited by the experimental center only after they achieved results in the assessment. We can't completely ignore their own strength just because they took a different path later. Besides, Guanjia hated Roger who bullied him, but he wanted to follow his example and take shortcuts. Others taking shortcuts was speculation, but taking shortcuts himself was just the wrong time." Su couldn't help but sneer. Guanjia said that he and he were friends, but it was useless to admit it. Guanjia was actually the same kind of people as Barton and the others, and even more hypocritical than them. "We can cooperate." Su, who had previously refused to cooperate, suddenly gave in, which made Guanjia stunned. What? Su said slowly, "I can help you show your face in front of the professor, but you have to help me do one thing. This thing is not difficult. If you do it, I will give you more preferential treatment than Roger." "Okay." Guanjia agreed without thinking, and was afraid that he would not meet Su's requirements and miss this rare opportunity, so he hurriedly asked, "Why don't you tell me what you want me to do first?" Su suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled mysteriously, and waved to Guanjia. Guanjia leaned in to listen, but his peripheral vision intentionally or unintentionally looked at the experimental center not far away, and saw that the curtains of the room at the edge of the 2nd floor were slightly open, and his mind became active secretly. Su leaned forward slightly to speak, keeping an eye on Guanjia's reaction. He seemed to notice the direction of his gaze and added, "As for how much you can get, it depends on your own ability." After that, he saw the screen of the communicator in his hand suddenly light up, just for a moment, without any prompt words on the screen. Guanjia also noticed the sudden light in the dark, and quickly followed it, but saw only a white patch on the screen. He kindly reminded, "If the communicator is broken, you can go to the maintenance department of the flight platform, they can help check it. No points, just make do." Su said, calmly putting the communicator into his pocket. The reason he gave did not arouse Guanjia's suspicion at all, and he even comforted him. With the professor as a backer, things will get better in the future. Su's eyes twitched slightly, and he nodded in response, pointing to the dormitory next to the garbage disposal station behind him. "I'm here. Please feel free." Watching Su enter the dormitory and disappearing from sight, Guanjia slowly walked out of the darkness in front of the Ministry of Materials and Energy, looking up at the experimental center that was close yet far away. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Su leaned against the door vigilantly, gently opened the curtains and peeked out. Until he confirmed that Guanjia had left, he took out his communicator again. "Is it him?" Su asked softly, without doing anything, and directly pressed the dial button. The screen was still blank, and it was a little unclear whether the communicator was broken, but now he hoped to connect to the call of that person. The call was silent for a long time, with no prompt tone and no one talking. Su sighed softly, his tone unconsciously carrying a bit of disappointment. "It seems that it is really bad." Until he spoke, a long sigh came from the other end of the call. Su, don't hang up. It's me, I'm Wei Yu." Su was startled, pursed his lips and asked, "Why haven't you spoken?" Immediately, he thought of the answer. There was no connection prompt tone, because Wei Yu answered the call as soon as he dialed, probably worried that someone else was connected, so he didn't speak until he spoke. "Sorry, I didn't think it through." Wei Yu's breathing was suppressed, and he asked in a muffled voice, "Did something happen in the labor district?" "Yeah." Su didn't want to think about it. Wei Yu on the other end was silent for a moment before speaking again. "Mattia will definitely reduce consumption to a minimum before setting sail, and will definitely not keep the labor district. As soon as I heard about the accident, I tried to contact you, but I couldn't get through no matter how hard I tried. I thought you." Knowing that someone was thinking about him, Su felt a strange tingling in his chest. He moved his upper body uncomfortably, leaned against the door and said, "I'm safe now, and I will find a way to find you as soon as possible." At present? Wei Yu wanted to ask Su if something happened, but his voice was drowned out by a sudden whistle from a ship leaving the cabin. How could the sound be so close? Su put down the communicator and carefully identified the source of the whistle. Then he picked it up again and listened carefully. Suddenly he realized that the whistle was not only in the connection. He was shocked and held his breath. "Are you nearby?" Wei Yu saw that he covered the receiver to no avail, so he had to say, "I thought you were in trouble. I thought that no matter whether you were dead or alive, there should be an answer, so..." When he and Oliver learned the news, they were just about to return from the open sea. When they arrived near Matthias, the sea was calm. Their ships secretly lurked in the deep sea for 5 days and 5 nights, but they could not find anything except the fragments of the large ship in the labor district. Wei Yu was unwilling to let his plan, which he had been planning for so long, fail halfway, and he was unwilling to believe that there was a courageous person. Su, who left the deep sea under the force of the explosion, disappeared in such a hurry. He also felt guilty that since he had already guessed that Mattia would abandon the labor zone, why didn't he say hello to Su in advance? He kept dialing these days, but got no response, and couldn't find any trace of Su in the ruins under the sea. Not long ago, Oliver advised him to give up as soon as possible to avoid being discovered by Mattia's guards and causing unnecessary trouble. He thought that he might find something missing at the end, but he didn't expect. He really waited for it. "Are you going to die? Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Su rebuked him in a tough tone. When he reacted, he scratched his hair regretfully and said quickly, "That's not what I meant. I mean..." Su paused, his eyes wandering and hesitant. "Is what you want me to find really so important?" Chapter 97. "Yes, it's very important," Wei Yu answered without hesitation. It seems that Wei Yu was so worried about his safety because he wanted him to help find something. Su felt that there was nothing wrong with this logic, but there was an inexplicable feeling of being suppressed in his chest, a bit like... The leader clearly promised to give out year-end bonuses, but at the end of the year, he said that this year's performance was not good, and he would definitely give it next year. "Okay, then I will try to live first." Su's response was quite hasty. A strong goal supported him to move forward in this boring world, but there was no desire for life and death. So he often thought that if it weren't for the kindness of the dean, it would not be a bad idea for him to stay on that beach forever. Wei Yu did not ignore the carelessness on the other end of the call, and said seriously, "I can't hide my purpose from you. But Su, when I knew you were still alive, I was really happy." When he decided to look for it one last time and give up without any results, he saw Su's name flashing on the screen, and his heart, which had been suppressed for a long time, beat with relief and joy. The firm words in his ears were like a feather gently scraping across his heart, taking away the disappointment that had appeared strangely not long ago. Su couldn't suppress the smile on his lips, until he heard Wei Yu's light cough, He was shocked to realize his abnormality just now. The other party's sudden silence caused Wei Yu to reflect. If he had known, he would have considered the wording again. Su Su was such a sensitive and suspicious person. Would he think that what he said just now had ulterior motives? But he could only scratch the surface with his hood on, and coughed lightly, and retreated then. I leave first, and you will come to me when you have a chance. Wait. Hearing Su Su's voice, Wei Yu stopped hanging up. What's wrong? Su Su rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably and said awkwardly, Thank you. He took a deep breath. I want to say yes. No matter what your purpose is, thank you for coming to me. He was not a completely heartless person. He could feel Wei Yu's seriousness, and noticed that the other party was careful to take care of his emotions when speaking. Even if there was an intention to cooperate, it was the most attentive party he had ever met. Wei Yu tried very hard to control his expression in front of Oliver, who came to watch the fun, but he still couldn't help but lower his head and chuckled, biting his lower lip, and said, Yeah. It turned out that Su Su liked to hear these words, so he would say more in the future. Well, even if it was for the smooth progress of future cooperation, it was reasonable for him to do so. The call fell into a strange silence, but no one hung up first. It was not until Oliver really didn't understand how long they would talk and was about to ask, that Wei Yu disconnected the connection. What do you want to do? Wei Yu quickly put the communicator into his pocket, and said with a vigilant face. Oliver sneered, What kind of attitude do you have? You are so good-tempered to others, but you don't care much about us brothers, who have accompanied you to search for a few days. You are sad and heartbroken. His nonsense made the others who helped with the search laugh, and they echoed, Captain Wei, it's not authentic. Wei Yu understood what they meant and accelerated the speed of returning to the submarine. I know, I will treat you when I go back. Let the chef cook freely, and you will pay for whatever you eat. Straightforward, it has to be our boss way. Oliver was not polite to Wei Yu, but before entering the cabin and leaving, he stood there for a long time, looking at the ruins on the seabed with a solemn expression, and said in a muffled voice, Let's go. Wei Yu noticed that Oliver had not come in, so he turned back to the cabin door, looking at the ruins on the seabed with the same melancholy eyes. He knew what Oliver was thinking. The dark and turbid seabed was full of blood and death. He always thought that the ocean should not be like this, but the variables that are difficult to control made it impossible to foresee the future. What they have to do is to speed up and seize the decision before everything gets out of control. Matthias, Experimental Center. The incandescent lamp made the laboratory even colder. Even if the temperature control system was running all day, it made people feel cold. An old file box was opened and spread on the table. Gabriel, wearing a white coat, was concentrating on flipping through the yellowed documents carefully. The photos scattered on the corner of the table showed faces that Zhang Guanjia had never seen before. Gabriel closed the report full of data, took off the glasses on his nose, and then looked up at the person kneeling in front of the table. You said he took the initiative to ask you to meet? Age left traces of gray on his temples, and his deep eyebrows and eyes carried a bit of the majesty of a superior. He rubbed the 2 marks of the glasses on his high nose bridge, unbuttoned his clothes with one hand, and leaned back on the chair with a relaxed posture. Guanjia immediately retracted his prying eyes and lowered his head to answer, Yes, Professor, he already knows that I am your man. Oh! Gabriel's tone was smiling, and it could be heard that he was not surprised by this. Then, didn't he settle the score with you? He looked Guanjia up and down, and he knew the skills of the two in his heart. Seeing Guanjia appear in front of him safely, he snorted and said, It seems that he didn't. Guanjia understood the ridicule of the person in front of him, and buried his head lower in sadness, saying in a muffled voice, Yes, Professor, not only did he not hurt me, he also proposed to cooperate with me. He had not been on a mission for a long time, so he did not wear a uniform. His clothes were very simple, and he almost blended into the monotonous color of the laboratory with his hunched back. Gabriel became interested when he heard it, and leaned forward a little from the upper body, leaning against the back of the chair, asking, He wants to cooperate with you? What does he want you to do? He emphasized the word you, and did not hide his contempt for Guanjia. Wasn't his sincerity enough? If Su Su had a big need, he could just come to him. What could Guanjia, a useless guy who only obeyed orders, do? Guanjia's eyes burned red, and his clenched hands left deep marks on his palms, but his attitude was still pious. Professor, he said, he would not pursue the past, but he wanted me to do something for him. He raised his eyes timidly and looked at Gabriel, and truthfully relayed Su Su's words. He said that he didn't get along with Patton on the surface, but in fact he had long been paying attention to the transformation plan that Patton participated in, and he also secretly kept his water cup, and wanted to reconcile with him, so that he could introduce him to you a little bit, so that he could also have the opportunity to participate in the transformation, but he never found the right time. Guanji observed Gabriel's reaction while speaking, and his humble tone made his guilty conscience seem not so abnormal. But he has finally survived, and now he is very afraid of death. He is worried that he will follow in Patton's footsteps after participating in the transformation program. He hopes that I can steal a supplement for him when you are not paying attention. He wants to try it first before deciding whether to give you an answer. Su wanted him to follow his instructions word for word, and he didn't have to do anything else. This ease made him feel uneasy. Will the professor find out that he lied? Will he be disappointed and angry with him? If he really gets angry with him, that's good. At least it means that the professor has expectations for him. What does it feel like to be cared about by the professor? One day he will feel it. As long as Su is willing to help him, there will be such a day. Gabriel knew that Su had hidden the water cup. At that time, he thought of Su's previous record of stealing samples from Uni Garden. He took away the Patton water cup and perhaps realized something. So he sent someone to sneak into Su's dormitory to search, but nothing was found. Unexpectedly, he found the answer at this time, but Gabriel always felt that something was wrong. So he looked at Guanjie, trying to dig out some more secrets from this timid coward in front of him. But you told me this plan. Aren't you worried that he will kill you after knowing it? The thin Guanjie knelt on the ground, and bowed devoutly at Gabriel's feet as if worshipping a god. Professor, from the day you saved me, I swear to be loyal to you forever, follow you forever, and never betray you no matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are. Out of selfishness, he concealed something from the professor, but his loyalty would never change for any reason. Gabriel sneered, knowing that Guanjie dared not disobey him, but Su's purpose could not be so simple. What exactly did he want to do? But he couldn't guess Su's thoughts. But considering that according to the original plan, the experimental subjects who agreed to the transformation had to drink those supplements, it would not be a bad idea to give them to Su to try first. In fact, Su could have told him about these concerns and ideas directly, and he would not disagree. Gabriel stood up and walked to the freezer in the corner of the laboratory, opened the door, took out a bottle of powder, and handed it to Guanjie. When he was about to take it, he suddenly pulled it back, hesitantly pondered him, and added, "Hand it to him intact and watch him drink it." Guanjie's hand stretched out in the air froze, and he understood the doubt in the professor's eyes, and his heart felt as if it was dug open. "Okay, Professor, I will definitely give it to him intact." He nodded in obedience. His eyes hidden in the shadows were full of sinisterness and desire, silently telling his own thoughts. "Professor, please believe me, your eyes will soon only focus on me." Knock, knock, knock. After Su put away the communicator, he turned around and opened the door. Seeing Guanjie standing at the door, he subconsciously glanced at the experimental center opposite. "You are quite fast." This is a compliment. Guanjie, however, remained calm, took out the powder from his pocket, and handed it to him. "Drink it with water." He stared at the bottle in Su's hand and said, "The professor wants you to drink it now." Su knew that Guanjie came here on Gabriel's orders. He was not strong enough to shake Matthias, but he felt sorry for those who sent him back if he had to endure it, so he deliberately used their relationship to make them unhappy, otherwise he would feel bad. "Okay." Su cooperated and opened the bottle cap. When he was about to pour it into the cup and drink it with water, his eyes were fixed on the spray code on the inside of the bottle cap. H198N6N3578. This number format is very similar to the spray code on the inside of the can of problematic milk powder in the welfare home. What's wrong? Guanjie saw Su stunned and asked. Su did not reveal his thoughts, but just said, "This smell is not very pleasant." He wanted to leave this clue, but he obviously couldn't at the moment. It is clear that such a long time has passed, and countless people have been drowned in it. Why is the research results of the experimental center directly related to the accident 400 years ago? The experimental center, HOM Biopharmaceutical Company, the relief wall outside the Pajuo Hall, the brothers and sisters in the welfare home, more and more clues overlap and mix together, like a big net, making it difficult for Su to see the truth. Chapter 98. Su didn't have any extra contribution points to buy a water cup, so he used a reusable drinking water bottle. He poured the powder into the half-full bottle of drinking water in front of Guanjie, shook it evenly, and put it in front of his nose to smell it. There was no smell, but just smelling it made Su's eyebrows tingle, and his temples felt throbbing, as if something was about to rush out. At this point, he had to take the risk. Su took a deep breath and raised his head to drink the supplement in the bottle. "You said, Will I become you? Will I be the same as you? Guanjia's tone revealed his envy at the moment. Su took a big gulp, and while taking a breath, he leaned against the door with his hands on his waist and asked, "Why are you so loyal to Gabriel?" The mission of the collection center is almost a one-way trip. Even if you know that Gabriel will prepare a retreat to keep him as an experimental subject, it is difficult for ordinary people to perform it with their own lives. And the matter of the material platform. He was more curious about how Guanjia, a person at the bottom of the Vanguard team, came into contact with Gabriel. Guanjia said without hesitation, "When I first joined the Vanguard team, I was bullied by Roger and his men. I was almost seriously injured and died when I was acting alone. I managed to return to Mattia with half my life, but I didn't have points to go to the medical center, and the medical center didn't think I needed any treatment. Just when I was ready to die, it was the professor who took me to see my wounds, and told me that it was not my fault to be bullied." As he spoke, he put on a rare smile without calculation on his face. "You know from your experience that every time I go on a mission, the points are theirs, and the points left for me are not even enough for food and clothing. It was the professor who had been secretly helping me. If it hadn't been for him, I would have starved to death." Su knew the greed of Patton's group, but he couldn't agree with Guanjia. Because this was also his way of coming, he was more qualified to question Guanjia. If you don't have money to eat, go to work to earn money. People with hands and feet will never starve to death. You should be grateful to those who are willing to help you. But this is not a reason for Guanjia to sit and wait for death. So when Su heard Guanjia's next enthusiastic sigh, he didn't resonate. "He is my benefactor, my adopted parent, and the person I swear to be loyal to for the rest of my life." Guanjia chanted slowly, and the lights of the garbage disposal station not far away cast a weak light on him, embodying his obsession and piety. Immediately, his face changed, and he said in a fierce voice with a fierce look in his eyes, "So Su, don't let me find out that you are trying to hurt him, otherwise I will make you pay the price even if I gamble my life." He saw the labor district ship fall into the sea with his own eyes. Su's appearance as a devil who had just crawled out of hell was still vivid in his mind. He didn't believe that Su would just let go of the past. But it didn't matter what Su did, even if it meant letting Matthias fall into the sea with him, but he just couldn't tolerate Su hurting the professor. Su smiled and said, "How could that be? Am I not showing my goodwill to your beloved professor now?" After that, he drank the last bit of supplement in the bottle, and poured the bottle upside down with sincerity, thinking that he had given a very good attitude. Guanjia's doubts persisted, but considering that he would need Su's help later, he stopped there. He took away the bottle of supplement powder that Su had been holding in his hand, and lowered his voice to the lowest level. "I have done what you asked me to do for you. Don't forget your promise." Su said readily, "Of course." He stood by the door, and sent Guanjia away with a friendly smile, glanced at the second floor of the experimental center with an ambiguous expression, and turned back to walk into the dormitory. As soon as the door behind him closed, Su immediately took out a bag he had collected from behind the door, and slid his fingers into the root of his tongue and throat. Ugh. Su had not eaten since he woke up, and he almost vomited bile, but he still felt a burning sensation in his stomach. He slid down the wall with his hands on his stomach, his vision gradually blurred, and he shook his head to get rid of his drowsy consciousness. But suddenly his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. The Mafia gate opened and closed, and a group of vanguards, who had just returned, poured in. "Welcome home, the last home of mankind, maintained by you and me." The group closely followed Meg in front, with an extremely attentive tone. "Captain Meg, which team are you going to assist next? Would you consider staying in our 33rd team for long-term development? Don't you have a captain in the 33rd team? Why, do you want Mr. Meg to help you? Captain Meg, the captain position of our team is vacant. You come and lead us. We will absolutely obey your orders." "Captain Meg, look at us. We are also very obedient." "Captain Meg." Meg walked forward absent-mindedly with her head down, her fingers pressing the up-slide key, and all she saw were Su's inquiry text messages. "Captain Meg, I want to go on a mission." "Captain Meg? Are you there?" Su's greetings became more and more impatient, and the dozens of messages behind were all the simplest word, "Are you there?" This perfunctory attitude was much different from the caring and concern around him, but Meg did not feel angry about it. Given Su's temper, it would be strange if he really obeyed everything, cooperated completely, and greeted everyone with a smile. "Captain Meg." Suddenly someone blocked Meg's way. Meg raised her eyes slightly, and felt strange when she saw the military boots on the other person's feet. It was not until she recognized the guard uniform on the person that she put away the communicator and asked, What instructions does the commander have? When they saw the guards, the crowd that had just surrounded Meg dispersed instantly. No one dared to provoke these high-level henchmen. The guard looked at Meg indifferently and conveyed the high-level order. The captain summoned all the captains to the high-level meeting. You are among them. Please come with us. Meg lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. She didn't have time to reply to Susu's message. She could only deal with the trouble in front of her first. She nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." The dimness in the room made people's already depressed consciousness more confused about the truth. Susu didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He looked at the time on the communicator and realized that it was already afternoon. Why did you sleep for so long? Susu rubbed his swollen temples and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He stood up with the help of the wall and paced back and forth in the room. He was keenly aware that his movements had become much lighter. I don't know if it was his illusion. Even without turning on the lights, what he saw in the small and dim space was clearer than before. Although I like to take advantage of small opportunities, if the pie falls on my head, how can I enjoy it? When thinking of the pie, Susu rubbed his hungry stomach, glanced helplessly at the contribution point balance on the communicator screen, and sighed. It's all in vain. Looking back now, he had been here for less than 3 months, and in a blink of an eye, he was back to the way things were before. But not everything can go back to the way it was. Susu took off his coat with powder on the cuffs, found a bag and carefully packed it, and hid it under the bed together with the water bottle he had just used to drink tonic. He leaned over and looked down to see that the water cup that originally belonged to Patton was still in its original place. He carefully pushed 2 boxes to block it, and pulled the bed sheet down a little more. After ensuring that everything was safe, Susu left the dormitory and walked to the cafeteria with a clear goal, wanting to ask Chef Jeff if he needed help recently. What do you think was the reason why Captain Meg was taken away by the guards? Meg is back? Hearing the familiar name, Susu slowed down and heard many people talking about it. It must be a promotion. He has performed so well recently, and has helped multiple teams complete their tasks. Didn't you see that when he just came back, he was surrounded by so many people, all wanting to win him over? I think the elite team is definitely there, but which team will he lead? I don't think so. Someone raised an objection, except Meg. The other captains were also called away, saying they were going to a meeting. Meeting? Everyone looked at each other, knowing nothing about it. Susu was the only one who noticed that Lydia was standing in the corner peeling candy shells, and walked closer to ask, "The captain is not going to the meeting?" Lydia put the lollipop into her mouth and said something quite sharp. "They thought that depriving me of my right to speak would make me obedient, and I am so tired of playing house with them." She raised her chin to Susu and asked, "What about you? I heard about the labor zone as soon as I came back. So are you going to follow the experimental center in the future?" She sneered in disappointment. It was rare to meet a special person, but the result was still the same. It was really boring. Susu was not sad because of Lydia's ridicule. He stated without hesitation, "Only by following Professor Gabriel can I join the HOM transformation plan. This is what I have always longed for." Others may not be able to hear the hidden meaning in Susu's words. Lydia happened to be the one who could understand, because she told Susu the clues about HOM in person. So this is what he thought. Lydia's expression eased a lot, but there were people coming and going around, so she couldn't get too close to Susu. She said coldly, "With the experimental center as a backer, you think that Uni Garden can't do anything to you? Director Max will not let you go." Susu understood her reminder and nodded silently, indicating that he would still be wary of Uni Garden. The Matthias ship will officially depart for the new airspace in 7 days. Before that, there will be a joint mission to clean up the last bit of the mess. Since the experimental center is willing to cultivate you, you will definitely be invited to go with them on this mission. But I don't want to participate and can't take care of you. Be careful. Lydia lowered her voice so that only the 2 of them could hear it. "What mission?" Susu asked. Lydia pursed her lips and said, "Restricted area. You have been to Uni Garden. You will know when you go there." Hearing this, Susu was afraid of exposing his identity and did not ask any more questions, but instead asked puzzledly, "Does the navigation department allow you to refuse the mission?" Lydia sneered, "I am different from your mindless captain. Submission will not get concessions, but will only make those greedy people think you are easy to bully." She bit the candy in her mouth and said calmly, "I never regret being a woman, but I feel disgusted with this unfair world." She hopes that mankind can continue, because she wants to see a day when the birth of a girl will no longer be regarded as redundant. She will not suffer any harm in her life because of her gender, and she can be proud of being a woman. As long as you live, there will be that day. Chapter 99. After a ding sound, the mechanical girl announced, "We have arrived at the lower floor." As the elevator door slowly opened, several captains exchanged a few words and said goodbye to each other. "Hey, we are here. See you on the day of the mission. See you later." Meg was preoccupied and did not participate in their discussion. The moment she walked out of the elevator, she noticed Su standing at the edge of the central square and rubbing the carpet with his soles, and Su immediately raised his head and cast his eyes on him. The other captains wanted to walk slower to eavesdrop, but when they saw Meg suddenly stop where she was, it would seem too deliberate if they stayed, so they had to leave in disappointment. After there was no one else around, Meg slowly approached and stopped not far from Su. "I heard that you agreed to join the transformation plan." Su didn't rush to answer. He put his hands in his pockets and asked Meg, "I heard that you are now fully loyal to Matthias." He didn't believe that Meg would just let it go. If it was the same as he guessed, then Meg didn't have to guess his intentions. Meg was silent for a long time. When their eyes met, she already understood Su's plan, and she didn't continue to ask. For a while, the two of them didn't say a word, but it seemed that they had said everything. Su asked first, "Captain Meg, are you joining the elite team?" Meg nodded and shook her head and said, "The 10th team has been reorganized, and I am still the leader." "Are you short of people?" Su asked. "No," Meg answered calmly, and then said, "Professor Gabriel recommended you in public, but I refused." He couldn't save Sally, but Su carried her hope. It was to fulfill his lover's last wish, and he wouldn't let Su get into trouble. Judging from the reaction of Captain Lydia, the upcoming joint operation might be more difficult than the collection center. Su understood Meg's concerns, but he also had his own plans. "I just need contribution points," Su said bluntly. Meg took out the communicator without saying a word, and pretended to submit a contribution point transfer application to Su again, but was held back by Su. Su said more bluntly, "Captain, I want to go to the sea." He had rejected Meg's funding once before. He had hands and feet, and could do tasks, and earn points by himself. Why should he owe Meg a favor? "At the sea." Meg repeated these two words, and suddenly changed her words. "I understand, this is good." Su should have been happy to achieve his goal, but when he heard Meg's words, he raised his eyebrows in confusion. So what did Meg understand? Before Su could react, Meg seemed to have made up her mind, and said solemnly, "Wait for my news." After that, he quickly returned to the central elevator, leaving Su standing there still confused. Su scratched his head. He really didn't understand what Meg had figured out, but the most important thing now was that he was really starving to death. "Let's try our luck in the cafeteria." It was getting close to dinner time, and more people came in to eat. In the blink of an eye, the cafeteria tables were full of people. Su did not sit down, but went straight to the back kitchen. As soon as he approached, he heard familiar shouting and cursing. "Haven't I made it clear enough? The things are in this cabinet, and I asked you to take a bag out. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending? You have to let me come and get it myself? What's the point of the cafeteria calling you here? You are a useless person who just eats and waits to die. And you, what are you looking at? With your speed of cutting vegetables, the people in front will all starve to death. What? You cut your hand while cutting vegetables? We are short of meat today. Why don't you chop your hand off as well?" Chef Jeff yelled at the top of his voice, and he would scold anyone in the kitchen from head to toe. No one dared to speak up to defend themselves, and they all lowered their heads to do their work, fearing that the chef would find them wrong again, drive them out of the cafeteria, and return to the Vanguard to work. It was okay in the past, but since they learned that all the Vanguard members who were forced to stay in Mattia last time were wiped out, returning to the team before the assessment and promotion has become a nightmare for everyone. Chef Jeff was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He turned around to check if everyone was working honestly. He saw someone standing still at the door at a glance. He pointed his finger at the person and cursed, "You!" When he saw who was coming, he didn't mean to let him go. He said in a bad tone, "Why are you still standing there? You came here to find work. Do you want me to invite you in?" The familiar feeling made Su suddenly feel comfortable. He rolled up his sleeves while walking and dragged the ingredients to be processed in the corner to the sink. Su's arrival greatly relieved the pressure in the kitchen. Although Chef Jeff occasionally complained, his temper was much better than before. Although it was inconvenient to say, everyone looked at Su's busy back at this time with gratitude in their eyes. Su worked silently until the cafeteria closed. He washed and sorted the dishes, and put them neatly in the disinfection cabinet. Then he took off his apron and hung it behind the door. "Humph," Jeff snorted suddenly. Susu lowered his head and adjusted his sleeves. Hearing the sound, he realized that Chef Jeff had been looking at him. So he asked, "Any other instructions?" Jeff snorted again. His attitude was still so bad. "Do you think I'm one of those people from the Ministry of Materials and Energy who makes people work endlessly?" His eyes were mixed with sighs as he scanned and inspected. Today was the cleanest and tedious time in the kitchen during this period. Usually at this time, it was as chaotic as if a war had just ended. Susu paused, knowing that the other party was talking about the exploitation of the labor zone by the Ministry of Materials and Energy. Jeff noticed the bruises still scattered on Susu's arm, and angrily scolded, "You are really thick-skinned. You dared to jump down from such a high place. Wouldn't it be okay if you just give in and beg for mercy?" He still spoke so harshly, but Susu could hear his softness in his nagging, and said in a muffled voice with a sour feeling in his heart, "There were many people who gave in and begged for mercy at that time, but what was the result?" Susu's voice was not loud, but there were only two of them in the kitchen, so Jeff still heard it. He sighed, turned on the fire and boiled water, and suddenly asked, "Do you know Shall We from the labor zone? He is my friend, who was sent to the labor zone for doing something wrong." "I don't know." Susu shook his head truthfully, and then asked, "Do you have friends in the labor zone?" Jeff snorted, "There are many things you don't know." He grabbed a handful of the remaining vegetables, and threw them into the pot, and took a few pieces of bread from the side, and broke them apart bit by bit. When he lowered his head, his eyes were covered by his eyebrows, but as the bread was gradually broken, they were gradually revealed in front of people. After all, we are all human beings, with 2 arms and 2 legs, and we all want to live well in this world. They are not the big guys who have to consider the development of mankind. So why are they divided into high and low? Jeff's expression was a little moved, and he asked Susu jokingly, "I laughed it off we for being bad, but he told me that the labor zone is actually quite good. Hey, do you think he is fooling me?" "No." Susu shook his head without thinking. The labor zone is really good. Although there are many helpless people there, most people are living well with their own hands. Even if they are regarded as garbage by Mattia, there are still many people who are full of expectations for the future. A place with hope is the greatest value of human survival. Jeff threw the last piece of crumbs into the bowl, looked up and asked, "You must have made a lot of money in the labor zone." Seeing Susu's surprise, he sneered, "I saw you take the freight elevator down when I went to move goods last time, but I knew you were definitely not going to prostitutes by looking at your poor appearance." Jeff poured the boiled soup into the bowl, and the fragrant aroma of food spread instantly. He picked up a large piece of beef and placed it on top, and pressed down the floating biscuit crumbs. "Eat here. Don't let those people outside see you and gossip behind your back." It's no wonder he is partial. The newly recruited regular employees in the cafeteria are all eating outside, leaving Susu, a part-time worker, to work here. He can tell which is better and which is worse. "Thank you." Susu was so hungry that he didn't feel anything at this time, but when he smelled the food, his stomach still grumbled. Jeff raised his hand and patted Susu's shoulder heavily. It was rare to see the kindness of an elder on his face. Worries are like clothes. They need to be taken out and dried to prevent them from getting moldy. "Boy, you will live forever, right?" Susu put down the spoon. "Why do you ask this suddenly?" Jeff has been staring at Susu, and in a trance, he saw the miracle ladder again, because now you are the only evidence that those people in the labor zone once existed. More than 2,700 people, gone just like that. He hardly knew those people, but he saw so many living people fall into the sea one after another with his own eyes. How could he not feel pity? But in this era, human life is as valuable as cabbage in the basket. Susu did not take on the burden completely, and imitated Jeff the chef, patting his shoulder to comfort the other party's sadness. As long as someone remembers, they will always exist. Just like he always missed the welfare home and the director. Jeff shook off Susu's hand on his shoulder and said proudly, "Then I have a very good memory." He glanced at the untouched steamed buns on the table and urged, "Eat quickly, it will get cold soon. Remember to wash the dishes after eating." Susu smiled and said, "Got it." Just as he was about to continue eating, he heard a prompt from the communicator in his pocket. As soon as he took it out, he saw Meg's name on the screen. "Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, flying platform." Susu smiled knowingly, thinking about what Meg and Lydia said in his mind, and immediately clicked on the blank contact and edited a text message to send. Mattia is about to set sail. Tomorrow is the last joint operation. Based on the experience of a senior researcher named Wei, what will the mission goal be this time? Wei stared at the message on the screen for a long time, and sat on the chair happily. Did we kill Boss Wei too hard? Look, he is. Crazy. Oliver glanced at Wei Yu, who was swaying across from him, and shouted from the kitchen, "Sister, another plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers." Then he whispered to his curious companion, "Don't worry about him. He pretended to be sick and weak at first to lure you into a trap, but in the end, he got himself caught. He deserves it." His Oliver looked under the table in pain, and tried to retract his foot that was stepped on by Wei Yu. "Ouch, are you still embarrassed?" Wei Yu coughed and said with a straight face, "We are talking about business." "Who would believe that you were talking about business with that expression just now?" Oliver knew that Wei Yu would definitely step on him again, so he raised his foot early and raised his eyebrows triumphantly. Wei Yu turned around and shouted from the kitchen, "Sister, stir-fried pork with green peppers is spicy." "Okay." Su waited for a while, and only received Wei Yu's reply after the dishes were washed. "It must be dealt with before Matthias leaves. It is a restricted area, right? I call that place the Baby Girl Tower." Chapter 100. Baby Girl Tower? Su's doubts suddenly fell. After Mattia found the new airspace, a large number of people were needed to clean up the sea, collect seabed resources, and build a new garbage dump. When the garbage dump accumulates to a certain degree of pollution, it becomes a restricted area. Once it is designated as a restricted area, all future maritime missions will deliberately avoid the area. Over time, except for Mattia's top leaders, almost no one knows the specific location of the restricted area. Su asked in confusion, "But what does this have to do with baby girls?" As soon as the message was sent, a terrible idea suddenly flashed through his mind. In order to control the population of Mattia, they have formulated a set of standards for evaluating genes. Children who do not meet the standards will be eliminated. Later, as long as there is one criterion that does not meet the evaluation criteria for high-quality genes, they will also be eliminated. And the first criterion is that under the same genetic conditions, the complete continuity of Mattia's high-quality genes should be given priority. "You don't know?" Wei Yu's message came again after a long time, as if he had just seriously considered something. After reading the content, Su secretly thought that it was not good. Last time, Wei Yu mentioned to him that the sea camp was not their first meeting. He had given Wei Yu something. It is very likely that when Su was tricked by Pa Zhuo Hall to perform a sea mission, he happened to meet Wei Yu and gave him the things stolen from Uni Garden. Su didn't know how much Su told Wei Yu about himself, but from the current point of view, Wei Yu at least knew that he had worked in Uni Garden before. "Of course I know." Su's text message was already edited, but he didn't believe such a seemingly unreliable lie, so why send it out to perfunctorily deal with Wei Yu? He simply didn't reply to Wei Yu's message. When he left the cafeteria, the clock on the wall had already reached late at night. There was almost no one walking in the lower corridor. It was so quiet that he could even hear his footsteps echoing. When passing through the central square, Su did not continue to move forward, but quietly sneaked into the elevator to the upper floors. Since he sneaked into the archives room to look through the materials last time, and was almost discovered by the guards, he has not come up again. But he has excellent memory ability, and with the experience of doing odd jobs in advance, he quickly remembered the route to the upper floors. This time Su did not go to the archives, but stopped in front of Uni Garden. "I remember seeing a sign here when I passed by before," Su said secretly. Because of his relationship with Uni Garden, he would deliberately avoid this place when he came to the high level to help deliver things. Occasionally, when he passed by, he would see a sign with words engraved in the corner. The guards and the garden guards patrolled continuously. Su avoided people while circling the outer wall of the garden. For safety reasons, he could not get too close for the time being. He waited until the guards went to patrol on the other side of the high level before he found an opportunity to approach. Found it. Su pulled away the weeds that spread from Uni Garden in the corner of the wall, and finally found the dusty steel plate. He pulled a handful of weeds and kneaded them into a ball, wiped the steel plate slightly, and could barely see the words on it under the weak street lights. In order to ensure the endless reproduction of human fire, the Ark of Matthias has formulated the following rules. Under the same genetic conditions, the complete continuation of high-quality genes should be given priority, based on physical labor, and high intelligence and efficiency as the premise of development. All mankind should fully support the population reproduction plan of Uni Garden. Absolutely agree, absolutely cooperate, and absolutely obey. In the dim shadow, Su gritted his teeth and silently recited the cold words engraved on the steel plate. The disgusted curses in his heart kept clamoring. He couldn't help but imagine that the steel plate smashed through the garden gate and tore up all the beasts who made the rules. But he didn't notice that there was a figure not far behind him, who was paying close attention to him, motionless. The next day. Beep, the deafening reminder sound of the ship leaving the combat readiness center echoed in the sky. The sharp sound seemed to scrape across the scalp, making people tremble all over, and even hallucinated that the flying platform under their feet was vibrating frequently. Su felt that he came early, but as soon as he walked out of the docking ship's cabin door, he saw that many people on the flying platform had already started to make preparations. He found Meg, who was counting the combat readiness in the crowd. In just a few minutes, half of the Vanguard members had appeared on the platform. So many people? Su was slightly surprised. Meg turned her head and glanced back. She was not surprised at all and responded, "Well, the Vanguard was reorganized yesterday, and the remaining 20 elite teams and 42 ordinary teams. All members of the elite team will be dispatched for this mission, and half of the ordinary teams will cooperate and support." Su saw another shuttle ship docked inside. Is it necessary to have so many people? As far as he knew, 6 teams were already involved in a joint mission against large and high-risk alien creatures. According to what Captain Meg said, 40 teams were dispatched for this mission. How many monsters would they have to deal with? How much of their so-called garbage did Mattia abandon in the sea-restricted area, the Baby Girl Tower, and Mattia? The higher-ups have given orders that this mission can only succeed and not fail, Meg said with a cold face, continuing to count the weapons and equipment allocated by the Combat Readiness Center. He secretly glanced at Su next to him, and without checking, he ticked all the remaining combat readiness boxes and said, "Get ready to go." Beep, several giant arcs docked at the flying platform, and several captains in charge of commanding the operations urged the team members to speed up their actions amid long alarms. Before leaving, Meg confirmed with Su again, "It's not too late for you to regret now. You are so long-winded." Su commented as he passed by Meg and strode into the cabin. Meg was stunned when she heard this, and her solemn expression unconsciously eased a lot. He silently counted the number of people accompanying him until the last team member entered the cabin, slowly raised his head and stared at the cold giant ship in the sky, and after standing there for a long time, he turned around with a resolute look and walked into the Ark. Amid the deafening sound of the whistle, the giant ship flew into the sky like an eagle, and the trail cloud cut through the bright sky. "Do you know where we are going this time?" Someone suddenly spoke up and broke the silence in the cabin. Everyone turned their eyes to Captain Meg, who was in charge of driving the Ark, but did not get any answer from him. "I heard that we are going to the restricted area." Someone told the news he heard. "Where is the restricted area? Why go there?" "I have been in the Vanguard for almost 10 years. I collect sea conditions, search for supplies, and eliminate alien creatures as usual. It is a bit exaggerated to say that I have been to all corners of the sea, but at least 60% of them have been visited, but I have never seen the specific location of the restricted area. Is that place so mysterious?" "Is it? But what are we going there for?" Meg, who was in charge of command, did not speak, and none of the captains in the cabin explained their questions. The soaring Ark had not moved far when it began to slowly descend. Su looked out the porthole, and saw a small boat on the sea not far away. Affected by the stirring of the spiral blades at the bottom of the Ark, it was floating up and down with the waves more and more frequently. Before the descent, the wind outside the window was still calm, but as soon as the Ark landed on the sea, a strong wind suddenly arose, almost overturning the giant ship. "We've arrived." The team members in the cabin were not affected, stretching lazily. "Solve it early, return early, maybe we can catch up with dinner tonight." His words caused laughter from other team members in the cabin, and many people echoed, "That's right, 40 teams with hundreds of people, a mouthful of spit from each person can drown the monster." "Look, the monster in the sea can be drowned. It's nonsense." Their noise almost drowned the strong wind and waves outside. Su put on a hood to soundproof before entering the buffer cabin, and his eyes were always focused on the small boat floating on the sea. He vaguely saw that there seemed to be something on the boat, colorful and complicated, which looked quite abrupt on the pus yellow-green sea. The Ark moved slowly on the sea, as if testing the crisis in the center of the tide step by step. As the distance from the boat gradually shortened, Su finally saw the origin of the color. This is a whole ship of dolls. The sewing skills are a bit crude, but each one has long hair sewn with black cloth strips, and wears beautiful clothes and skirts. You can see the care of the maker. But these dolls always make Su feel familiar, as if he has seen them somewhere. Approach the target location, get out of the cabin and prepare. The silent Meg suddenly spoke, strode to the buffer cabin door, and then said, "Squad action, half of them stay on the ship, and keep the communication open." "Captain Meg." A captain who had just put on protective clothing suddenly stopped Meg and asked with an earnest smile, "Your team is still empty. How about joining us? We have cooperated twice before, so we have a tacit understanding." In addition to him, many team leaders politely invited Meg. Meg still had his stinky face, not giving anyone face, and turned to Su who was sitting in the corner, and said coldly, "Follow me." Everyone then realized that Su, who had escaped from the labor zone, had actually followed them. Seeing him stand up and walk forward, everyone consciously made way for him. "Yes, Captain," Su answered cooperatively. Now there are only him and Guanjia left in the 10th team. Meg also knew about Guanjia's abnormal behavior before the incident in the labor zone. Therefore, when the 10th team was reorganized, Meg probably didn't include Guanjia in the plan. "Can you two join the team? Or how about both of you join our team?" a captain asked loudly. Although Su was controversial, they had seen his skills, and bringing him along probably wouldn't be a hindrance. However, Meg and Su were both more taciturn than each other, and they only responded to everyone with indifference. The slowly lowered water boat was swaying in the storm. Before Meg boarded the boat, she went into the combat cabin at the bottom of the ark to get some spare ammunition. Su saw that Meg had his back to him, and he couldn't see the specific movements, but he vaguely saw that he seemed to turn on some equipment. He was wondering and watched Meg the whole time until the other party walked onto the water boat. "Go ahead." Meg held the handrail tightly, indicating that Su could start the water boat. There were also dozens of small boats entering the sea, and they slowly moved forward according to the instructions, but most of them were ordinary teams that were driven to the sea by the elite team to open the way. There were almost no ones like Meg and Su. Staring at the back in front of her, Meg suddenly asked, Su, do you know anyone on the sea?" Su heard this, quickly glanced back, and pretended to be stupid and evaded. "Who is the person on the sea?" Meg said bluntly, "I cut off the group call, you can answer me directly. Do you know a person named Weiyu?" Chapter 101. Su did not answer. He looked at the rough sea and concentrated on steering the boat. It seemed that he did not hear Meg's voice in the wind and waves. Meg knew that he could hear her, so she continued to talk to herself. "It doesn't matter if you don't answer, I will continue to talk about mine." He lowered his head and fiddled with the weapon he was carrying, slowly filling the magazine, not in a state of readiness at all. "I saw him when you were lying outside the escape capsule and leaving the collection center." Meg sighed. "I have only met him a few times. The experimental center is willing to send senior researchers only for large-scale missions. His ability is unquestionable. His skills and courage are even better than the vanguards, who carry out sea missions all year round. You also know the experimental center's attitude towards the vanguards, but he is different. He does not despise or belittle anyone. Every time he accompanies the team, he will teach everything he knows as much as possible, and he is not stingy with what he has learned, so that we, the warriors, who can only obey the orders of our superiors to do tasks, don't have to be at a loss at sea." At that time, I often thought, when more people like him appear one day in the future, who can understand us ordinary citizens and speak for us, and gradually replace the existing management, will Matia be different? As the development center of Matia, the experimental center has enough say, and the researchers are all second-level citizens. Even the sample receivers of the two platforms usually look arrogant. Su thought Meg would not care, but it turned out that he had been disgusted for a long time. Because they have not had much contact so far, Su knows very little about Weiyu, the potential partner, and all he knows is what the other party has revealed in front of him. Just as Meg said, as long as he is willing to ask, Weiyu will answer his questions without any worries. But why did Meg mention Weiyu at this time? Su didn't think Meg would report this matter. After all, if she wanted to, there would be plenty of opportunities to report it, and she wouldn't suddenly say this at this time. Su's mind was slightly alert, and he realized that the reason why Meg suddenly changed her mind and took him out on the mission was that he wanted to take this opportunity to surrender to Weiyu, escape from the Vanguard, and escape from Matia. Click, click. Meg loaded the magazine one by one, her expression gloomy, but her words were full of relief. "I thought he had died a long time ago, fortunately. He is still alive. Fortunately, he didn't stay in Matia." He couldn't predict what results Weiyu would achieve if he continued to stay in Matia, but he could imagine that those senior officials would definitely cut the grass and root out after realizing that their status was threatened. "The last time I saw him was during a large joint mission. He suddenly asked us, if one day we realize that the savior we have always believed in has actually destroyed the world, what will we choose?" Su, who had been avoiding the question, finally spoke up and answered without hesitation, "I will choose to believe in myself." Meg was stunned and suddenly laughed. He said so too. Susu asked, so your answer? Meg loaded the nuclear bomb, buckled the magazine into the butt, looked up at the boundless sea sadly, and said painfully, I didn't have the right to choose at that time. After bowing his head, and giving in again and again, his initiative was also taken away. Now that he no longer has the pressure of bearing the consequences of making the wrong choice, what else is there to worry about? Meg stood up from the watercraft, squeezed Susu away, and took control of the rudder himself. The hurricane hit him head-on, carrying garbage from the sea and scraping across his hood. He raised his voice and said to Susu, before the monster appears, you should leave first. Leave here, leave Mattia. Before all this ended, he wanted to repay Susu for saving his life at the collection center. Now was a good opportunity to leave Mattia and join Wei Yu. It was a little ridiculous to say it, but when he learned that Wei Yu was still alive, he actually thought that these two people might really change the world. What will this world look like in the future? He really wanted to see it with his own eyes, but unfortunately, he would never see it again. Meg, calm down. The watercraft under his feet was constantly bumping with the sea, and it was a little difficult to stand steady. Susu half crouched and grabbed the edge handle, comforting Meg, whose mental strength was on the verge of collapse. He wanted to find a chance to meet Wei Yu, but judging from Meg's current attitude, she wanted to drag everyone to death. He was not sure whether the clues Wei Yu knew could solve all his doubts, so he had to leave a way out to ensure that he could return to the Mattia Experimental Center. If Meg was determined to drag so many people to be buried with Sally, how would he go back? How can I calm down? Meg's face was full of pain. Looking back on his life, and then thinking about what Mattia did, he could not find the answer to this question at all. After Sally's accident, all his motivation was annihilated with the departure of his lover. He did not care about any credit, nor did he need contribution points. He followed the arrangements of the navigation department, like a zombie, and did whatever he was asked to do. The captain was very satisfied with this. At the meeting, he hoped that everyone would follow his example, and devote themselves to Matthias without asking for anything in return. Devote your life to the community, with a shared future for mankind, and a better future. Recalling the captain's passionate words, Meg only felt ironic and funny, and sneered. A better future? There will be no future. He slowed down the watercraft to give Susu time to leave. Let's go, anywhere is fine. Go find Wei Yu, or stay on the sea and ask for help from the bandit camp. In short, leave Matthias now. Wait! Susu wanted to regain control of the rudder and take back the initiative in the development of things, but when he tried to stand up, he heard a familiar voice from the bottom of the sea. Who something is wrong. His heartbeat frequency inexplicably accelerated, and the blood in his body suddenly seemed to solidify and cool down, stiff and cold from head to toe, and his already shaking vision had double images. If Meg hadn't discovered his abnormality in time and grabbed his collar immediately, he would have fallen off the watercraft in just one step. Susu, what's wrong with you? Susu shook his head to indicate that he was fine, and then he grabbed Meg's arm and said, Meg, she asked me to tell you to live well. Death can't solve the problem. If you want to destroy Matthias, maybe we can work together. He rubbed his increasingly painful temple, and his hand that was holding Meg tightly, and trying to pull it back was trembling. His uneasy mood kept oppressing his breathing. My brother was also on that ship, and I also want revenge. The people in the labor zone should not die, and the Vanguard members, who went on the mission together today, are also innocent. Don't become the person you hate the most. Now, it's still in time to retreat. The invisible pressure made Susu almost unable to speak. He half knelt on the bottom of the cabin in pain, and felt more and more that there was an undercurrent on the seabed approaching the sea surface rapidly. He didn't care so much about the life and death of others. After all, human life in this world is too cheap, and even he himself is insignificant. But when he understood Meg's plan, he still felt a little unwilling. Using human life as a bargaining chip for revenge, Meg paid such a huge price, and even put her own life into it. Will Mattia really care? But I also hope she can live well. Meg broke free from Susu's restraint, and said with a determined look, Mattia wants to save energy, right? I will let them have no such worries at all. The best way to retaliate against people is to make them feel the same, so I don't mind being a bad guy too. Didn't Matthias not care about human lives? There were only 600 people, not even a fraction of the innocent people who fell into the sea in the labor zone. But without these elite teams, can Matthias really say that he will never fall together, and sleep forever in the seabed with the endless sins of mankind? Dozens of submarines went deep into the center of the storm. The arrival of humans once again offended the originally calm sea. The furious winds seemed to be protesting the sea. Seeing that the ignorant invaders were still approaching, they ruthlessly rolled up huge waves and took their lives. Amid countless wails and cries for help, Su vaguely heard the cry of a baby, which seemed particularly strange in the raging wind and waves. How could there be a child crying on the sea? But where did the sound come from? Su looked around in confusion, but could not find the source of the strange sound. When he was about to ask Meg if she heard it, he looked back and noticed that a black bulge had appeared on the sea surface in the distance, like a tumor moving. It kept surging and festering, like a wet burning black smoke and thick fog gathered together, with deformed hands and feet sticking out from it, and vaguely visible hideous and strange facial features, twisted and deformed spines, and rotten internal organs dripping with pus and blood. The deformed human figure disappeared and reappeared in the black fog, as if it was constantly giving birth and multiplying, and bursts of shrill baby cries came out from it, like a sharp knife, scratching the eardrum. Suddenly, it exploded like fireworks, and countless slimy tentacles rushed out of the chaos, swaying wildly in the wind and rain, causing another burst of crying. Su stared in disbelief, because he suddenly appeared on the monster's tentacles, and saw densely packed baby faces. Although they were crying, their expressions were extremely peaceful. In a trance, the giant monster in front of him was no longer terrifying, and the dancing tentacles were more like a mother coaxing a child awakened by outsiders. She stood on the sea with strange short legs that looked like black sheep's hooves, overlooking the uninvited guests on the sea, and screamed angrily. "Captain Meg, are you ready to attack?" The team that stayed in the cabin gathered at the window, and anxiously sent a signal to Meg, but the people in the center of the storm did not seem to receive the signal, and did not respond. Someone suggested, "Let's go and take a look. I don't believe that this monster can do anything to us with so many people." Maybe the wind was too loud, and Meg didn't hear it. "We will take action sooner or later. Let's start preparing for the station." "Yes." A giant arc started, and the others followed closely and approached. Strange. Someone suddenly expressed doubts, fiddling with the communicator in his hand, and the more he thought about it, the more something was wrong. Before Mattia was launched, the human base launched hundreds of satellites, and signals could be received even on the seabed. But now, my communicator can't contact anyone. Oh, mine too. Me too. What's going on? Can this monster interfere with the signal? It shouldn't be that serious. Everyone took out their communicators to check. The captain in charge of driving tried to operate the panel to contact Mattia, but still couldn't send any signals. However, he caught a glimpse of something moving on the arc not far away. Are they waving at us? Chapter 102. This is J204, calling J215. The sea wave cannot receive the signal. May I ask what instructions you have? Please reply if you receive it. The captain in charge of driving tried to call the arc with him, but the other party seemed to be unable to receive any message from them. He squinted his eyes, and tried to distinguish the other party's waving gesture in the rainstorm, wondering, why does it feel like they are asking us to go and see something? With a strong doubt, he hurriedly called on others to check the situation inside and outside the cabin. Keep moving forward. You check the safety alert in the cabin, you guys. Go check. Before the captain finished his deployment, he heard someone standing at the buffer aisle door shouting urgently, "Why is the outer cabin door always open?" He kept hearing the sound of wind hitting the buffer cabin door, so he came to check, but he didn't expect that the outer cabin door had been opened at some point. Seeing that the situation was not good, several captains immediately put on protective clothing, asked the driver to slow down the forward speed first, and quickly entered the exposed buffer cabin to prepare to manually close the outer cabin door. But just as they opened the buffer door, the intense wind pressure almost made them lose their balance. They held the handrail with one hand, and wiped the mist off the hood with the other hand, and then, they could barely see the situation in the buffer aisle. Why is the door of the combat readiness cabin also open? Seeing that the weapons and equipment equipped by the combat readiness center for this mission were scattered everywhere, most of them had even been thrown out of the cabin door, with the swaying of the sea without them noticing. The ratchet wheel on the side of the cabin door was stuck with wood. No wonder the door was not closed, and there was no alarm. The captain who checked the cabin door broke off the wet wood stuck on the side of the door, and struggled to close the outer cabin door. Wood? What kind of wood can block the door so accurately? Which team was the last to leave the cabin? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and recalled, I remember it was the 60th team. No, it was the 28th. No, it was Captain Meg. Suddenly someone gave an unexpected answer. But weren't they the first to leave the cabin? The man shook his head and said, I saw Captain Meg enter the combat cabin, and when he left, he took away a nuclear bomb magazine and several torpedo explosives. He was the last to leave. Why? He wasn't. Because Meg had helped their team before. A captain subconsciously wanted to help maintain it. Halfway through the conversation, he suddenly remembered the rumor he had heard before, saying that Meg's lover was discovered by the inspection team because of private research on artificial alienated humans, and was rushed to the labor area, and fell with those laborers. He was not even an eyewitness to the man-made disaster not long ago, but he still remembers it vividly. How could Meg forget it? But was it really Meg? What if it wasn't him? What if the door was really not closed tightly? After all, Meg has been desperate for Matthias during this period, and has been at sea almost every moment. Even the most loyal Admiral Muller might not be able to do this. Meg must be crazy to deceive Matthias' trust in such a self-defeating way. It's bad. The signal transmitter on our ship was smashed at some point. The team member responsible for checking the energy situation in the cabin ran over in a hurry. Several captains had just entered the combat readiness cabin to confirm the situation. After hearing the news, their faces became even uglier. They deliberately glanced at the standby area in the cabin and said in a low voice, "Most of the equipment is lost, the magnetic energy compartment has been unscrewed, and only 1/3 of the remaining energy is left. What should we do now?" When several captains were in a state of panic, someone suddenly suggested, "Activate the linkage plan, transfer some people to other ships, and first check whether the lock bridge is still there, and distribute the people. The monster may counterattack at any time." "Just confirmed, it is," a captain said, looking out of the cabin door. "Signal them to come closer, they may have noticed that something is wrong here." After he said that, he stretched his head and shouted to the cockpit, "Captain of the 18th team, the sailing speed can be slower, turn on the alarm red light, and call the support frequency." No one responded in the cockpit for a long time. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, and sent 2 people to the cockpit to check. "Captain of the 18th team, what's wrong with you?" As soon as a captain entered the cockpit, he saw the captain in charge of driving sitting in a daze, staring at the display screen on the windshield helplessly. "It's over, it's all over," the captain of the 18th team muttered blankly. He ignored the operating panel on the windshield, looked at the monster getting closer and closer, and kept repeating despair. "What do you mean?" The captains who came over after hearing the noise were even more confused about the current situation. The captain of the 18th team who was questioned had a bitter face, laughed inexplicably, and shouted irrationally, "He didn't leave us a way to live, he did it on purpose, he wants all of us to die." He stood up from his seat frantically, pressed the operation panel randomly, and fiddled with the joystick in a disorderly manner. Seeing that the captain had become a madman, the others hurriedly stopped him. The situation of their ship was already very bad, and no more mistakes could be made. "Haven't you discovered it yet?" The captain of the 18th team, who was pressed to the ground, laughed loudly, and his restrained hands trembled as he tried to point to the control panel. "Look. It doesn't respond. It doesn't respond." His facial features were twisted as he pressed against the ground, and his remaining sanity was completely crushed. He sobbed weakly. "The Ark has been set a route and speed, and the self-destruction system has entered the countdown. We are all finished." He did not try to regain control, but Meg not only destroyed the signal transmission, but also used the authority of the commander-in-chief to cover the authority of the captains. Now, unless Meg changes her mind, they have no other way. It may be an accident that the outer door was not closed, and they could not be sure that it was Meg who did it when the combat door was not closed. But what about now? Only Meg can block the authority of the Ark and activate the self-destruction device. Even if they have been cared for by Meg, all gratitude will be gone when their lives are threatened. Meg is their enemy. And this enemy wants to take all their lives to bury a woman. Is Meg crazy? She betrayed Matthias for a woman. The captain who was defending Meg yelled. Suddenly, someone realized something was wrong and ran out of the cockpit. "Don't let other arcs get close." But suddenly someone grabbed him, shook his head, and reminded him in a low voice. "Let them come over, we have a chance to survive." But if the self-destruction countdown ends, and they haven't completed the evacuation, they will drag others into the water. But in the face of the desire to survive, they have no choice. The struggling captain stopped talking and silently watched his colleagues standing by the hatch and waving outside, watching the nearby arcs rushing to support. In the raging waves, several arcs that were constantly moving forward suddenly changed their course and approached the arc they had just taken. Su was sharp-eyed and noticed the abnormality at the first time, and turned his head to look at Meg. "You did it?" Meg did not deny it. Looking at the arc getting closer and closer, she smiled bitterly and said, "Me? But now it's not me who killed them. The countdown for the self-destruction is fake. If they are willing to stop other teams from leaving and only sacrifice their boat, my plan may not succeed. But you see, I am not the only one who is selfish. In his expectation, people who have been domesticated by Matthias will not make the decision to sacrifice themselves. It is not just Meg who pushes them step by step towards destruction. Meg looked at the boundless sea level and stretched out her hand to Susu. Susu grabbed Meg's wrist, looked back at the sea where his heels touched, and said bluntly, "Meg, even if I run into the water now, I will still die if there is no vehicle to help me once the explosion occurs. How about we sit down and discuss it?" Meg did not give him room for bargaining. "You insisted on following me, and I believe you have the ability to leave. It is almost impossible to escape from the monster's eyes and the might of the explosion, but Susu always gives him a feeling that everything is still hopeful. If the current situation really has room for improvement, then saving Susu's life will be the last good thing he does for the world." "How do I know you?" Susu hadn't finished a sentence, and his lower body, which was already difficult to stand, was deliberately tripped by Meg, and he fell into the water completely out of balance. If he hadn't been wearing a hood, he would have been choked to death by the seawater that suddenly flooded over his head. Susu quickly stabilized his body in the water and floated to the surface. He looked up and saw Meg holding the control button tightly in her hand, as if she was about to press it. If he didn't run away, his chances of survival would really be very slim. "Meg, I asterisk your uncle." Susu rarely cursed, but this time he really couldn't control himself. He guessed that Meg would take revenge on Matthias sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. If he had noticed Meg's plan earlier, he wouldn't have come with her. Watching the water marks on the sea surface go away, Meg looked back at the approaching ark. The people on the boat had already started to move. As long as they were given some more time, they could change to a new boat. At that time, they wouldn't have to worry about leaving the sea area or attacking the monster. The furious giant behind him was constantly tearing apart the vanguards, who had invaded the territory. He became more and more anxious and angry when he noticed that more enemies were approaching. Meg did not give them a chance to escape. He turned to face the furious giant, pressed the start button of the self-destruction program, and opened his arms to calmly welcome the impending death. In this desperate world, he was an atheist. But now he was wondering, will he have a next life? If so, he just wanted to be an ordinary person and form a small family with Sally. They would have their own children and walk hand in hand in the park like in the old days, after dinner every day. Even if he had no hope of making a living in his life, he would not have any regrets when he saw his family around him. "Sally, see you in the next life." Bang! The explosion sounded across the sea, and heavy flames rolled up with thick fog, constantly detonating the explosives in the nearby ark cabin, and countless screams were swallowed by the flames. For a while, the sea surface was shaking constantly, and waves of huge waves were set off. "What's going on?" The scattered arks realized something was wrong and left the sea immediately, hanging high above the explosion center, watching Meg on the watercraft merge into the fireworks without any struggle. Chapter 103. What happened? Why did it explode suddenly? The captain in charge of driving J-158 quickly contacted other teams. Apart from the 3 arks affected by the explosion, only their 3 arks were still capable of fighting. The reply came quickly in the communication: "We were just on the other side, and didn't see the specific situation. It was probably attacked by monsters." The operator of another ark also made a voice: "This is J-89. Matthias has been called to support and rescue the surviving team members at sea. Before that, we must work together to destroy the giant alien creatures in front as soon as possible." When the explosion occurred, the Vanguard team members, who still had a chance of escape, took the opportunity to leave the ark in a water boat and retreated from the dangerous sea. There are countless water boats on the sea surface passing through the storm. At a glance, there are more than the number of explorations. The speed of the water boat is a bit slower, but as long as you leave the center of the storm, you will basically be safe. Several captains in the ark looked down at the sea and said confidently, "Matthias will definitely send people. Don't worry about them. Let's prepare for war." Even if half of their equipment and manpower were lost, their combat reserves were sufficient and more than enough to deal with such a monster. Most people had returned to their seats, and only a few were still standing by the porthole, staring with horror on their faces. "Why are you standing there?" Someone approached curiously and asked, following their line of sight to the sea, and his face turned pale instantly. The surging sea surface suddenly sprouted dense black tumors, and in the blink of an eye, almost the entire sea area below was covered with them. They were beating strangely, and the frequency was like the heart of the sea. "What are these? What are these?" This question sounded like a question at first, but it was full of shock when I heard it again. They all saw how the monster appeared just now, which means that the bulges on the sea surface are all the black goat hoof covered with tentacles in front of him. It turned out that Matthias had hinted to them long ago. How could the senior officials who always care about gains and losses agree to send so many teams for no reason? If the 6 battle arcs were complete and all the Vanguard members were there, they might still have the ability to fight, but now... Several captains sat down in front of the control panel, activated the waste core turret of the ship, and aimed at the awakened monster at the same time. Amid the bombardment of artillery fire, the crying of the baby seemed even more miserable, and the helpless mother frantically roared at the uninvited guests. Seeing the children in his arms being hurt by humans again, he retracted all his tentacles, stomped his short legs on the sea surface, and set off a huge surge. The violent waves continuously hit the bulges on the sea, with yellow and white curls on the edges, and a thick layer of sticky foam was washed out on the water surface, emitting a strong and pungent stench. The Vanguard members, who were about to escape the rainstorm, saw the dawn of survival just ahead, and a powerful strange force suddenly rushed out of the sea from the bottom of the boat, turning the whole boat over. Some water boats were directly hit and shattered, and the debris floating on the water was full of people, and the black shadows suddenly cast above their heads blocked the dazzling skylight. The bulges that were curled up in a ball suddenly cracked, like blooming carnivorous flowers, violently and ruthlessly devouring the invaders on the sea. The Vanguard members, who were floating with the waves, suddenly stiffened their bodies, and dared not look up. The sticky liquid suddenly fell on their heads, and slowly slid down from the glass hood, which was extremely disgusting. He raised his head slowly in fear, but before he could wipe off the mucus on the hood and see the giant in front of him, his eyes suddenly went black, and a huge tentacle smashed down on his head, smashing him into the seabed. The turbid seawater poured in violently through the cracks in the hood and drilled into his nasal cavity. From then on, he could finally empathize with those abandoned people. Seeing that the situation on the sea surface was difficult to control, the captain in charge of driving the Ark quickly sent a signal to the command center. J-158 calls Matthias for support. Call Matthias for support. Huh? The cry for help was suddenly interrupted by the alarm on the console. The cabin seemed to be distorted and deformed by external forces, making a sharp sound of iron sheet folding. The red light flashed impatiently, making everyone's heartbeat panic, and it was even more difficult to stand firm in the cabin that suddenly lost control. Command center. Received. Already. The response from the console speaker was vague and stuck, and the end of the words was sharp and harsh. It was unclear what the specific content was, but it made everyone in the cabin terrified. Is the Ark under attack? Captain, let's fight back. What should we do? We can't go back, right? The panicked team members no longer felt relaxed. They tried to activate the attack system, but were shocked to find that the turrets on the waist of the ship had been paralyzed. The Ark seemed to have entered the middle of the night. It was pitch black outside the window. The window burst because it could not bear the heavy pressure. Only then could they see clearly that there were black tentacles wrapped around the cabin outside the window, and they were constantly tightening. They were unwilling to give up their lives here, so they drew their guns and fought back against the tentacles outside the window. The monster screamed in pain, and the tentacles that had just been loosened suddenly tightened violently. The command center has received the message and has submitted the support application. Please wait patiently. The tower responded to the message in an orderly manner, and secretly scolded these vanguards for being extremely useless. They sent so many people at once just to complete a mission, and they had the nerve to ask for reinforcements one after another. The communication light lit up again, and the positioning showed that the request for the call was still from the Ark that had just been sent out. The tower answered the call impatiently, and before the other party could speak, he said in a cold voice, "I have already submitted the application. Why are you urging me? Help." The other end did not finish the sentence. After a violent explosion, the call ended with countless shrill cries for help and strange baby cries. The tower then put down his legs that had been dangling on the control console, and hurriedly ran to the command room. "Sir, something happened." He rushed into the commander's office without knocking on the door. Seeing the commander standing in front of the glass window looking at the distant sea, he knew that he was finished. He knelt down and wanted to admit his mistake. "Sir, I report this to the captain, and then ask Muller to come immediately." The commander slowly turned around and looked at the man kneeling on the ground, frowning slightly, and said, "Find a good place for yourself." The tower shuddered, knowing in his heart that the place the commander said was not his way out at all. But if he didn't choose it himself, and waited for the people in the command center to take action, he would never have a good end. He drooped his shoulders in enlightenment, knelt down and kowtowed to thank. "Yes, thank you, sir." When Muller, who was cruising just now, heard the news and rushed over. The captain was already in the command center. Muller immediately apologized. "Sorry, Captain, I'm late." The remaining tower operators in the command center kept dialing the teams on the sea, but no ARC responded to the signal, and no one answered the call. This was clearly a joint operation with no difficulty. Matthias only had to wait for the Vanguard to return before he began the final preparations before sailing. How did the accident happen? The captain stared at the screen with a sad face. "Look, these red dots connected to the signal source of Matthias are disappearing one by one." "Muller, am I wrong?" Muller stood upright with a solemn expression, pursed his lips, and did not answer directly, but said, "Captain, you have your own considerations." "Pa!" The captain suddenly slapped his palm on the table, his words full of rebuke and disappointment. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have trusted Meg so easily. This idiot who has no sense of mission to continue the future of mankind. If he hadn't knelt in front of me to express his loyalty, saying that he had come to his senses and decided to be loyal to Matthias forever, I would never have used him so quickly." After the death of the female researcher, Meg would have rebellious emotions. He could understand that Matthias was about to sail away, and after arriving at the new sea area, he must have people like Meg to lead the way, so he had to do this. In order to give Meg enough time to think, he originally planned to persuade her after arriving at the destination, but he didn't expect Meg to find him on her own initiative after only 2 days. Meg, who cared nothing about anything except women, knelt before him humbly and kept admitting her mistakes, saying that in order to prove her loyalty, she was willing to unconditionally obey all of Matthias's arrangements. He wanted to test whether Meg was lying, so he asked the navigation department to send out tasks continuously. Meg actually accepted all of them, and completed them beautifully, becoming the loyal subject he expected. But now it seems that all Meg did was to deceive his trust. If he hadn't connected to the black box of the Ark that exploded first and heard the last words of the captain of the 18th team with his own ears, he would still be kept in the dark by Meg. He betrayed my trust and betrayed Matthias. A conscienceless traitor. He should go to hell with that bitch. The captain became more and more excited as he spoke, and he slapped the table several times, but still didn't vent his anger. The commander glanced back coldly after hearing the voice, and the tower staff, who was busy dialing just now, understood instantly, and immediately withdrew from the command center without asking any more questions. The captain held his forehead in grief, and his long sigh trembled faintly because of his efforts to suppress it. I did all this for his own good. How could he not understand? Only when the remaining humans believe in Matthias wholeheartedly and work together can we overcome the difficulties. Meg. I thought he would also be a loyal subordinate. Muller understood the captain's hint and took a step forward to ask for orders. Captain, I applied to lead the team to the restricted area for support. The captain's eyes were bright, and he looked at Muller with relief and nodded. Muller, my most respected loyal minister, you must return safely. Matthias will always be behind you. Muller lowered his eyes and nodded to accept the order. Yes. He turned around and walked out of the command center neatly, bumping into Gabriel, who was running hurriedly, dodged him, and walked straight to the frigate. Sue. How's my experimental subject? When Gabriel heard that the Vanguard team on the mission had an accident, he put down the experiment he was doing and ran over without stopping. The dark and chaotic seabed was full of debris from the explosion. Sue, who had no support at all, was tossed by the surging waves and almost vomited. Suddenly, Sue felt something holding him back and helping him stabilize his body in the sea. He shook his head dizzily, and it took a long time for the double image to disappear in front of his eyes. But why was there a face in front of him? A baby's face. No, there was more than one. Sue blinked slowly, trying to think about the current situation, and suddenly took a breath of cold air, and instantly woke up and widened his eyes. It was indeed a hand that held him back, but it was the tentacles of an alien creature. Chapter 104. The muddy sea water made it difficult to see clearly. Sue could not see the source of the tentacles surrounding him. The indescribable mystery was the most likely to cause fear. One after another, pale little faces that had stopped crying came to him. In their empty eyes, Sue saw curiosity, but not the slightest hostility. However, he did not let down his guard. His right hand held the gun handle at his waist from beginning to end, ready to fight back at any time. The slippery tentacles wrapped around Sue's limbs and torso like a python. Sue had no doubt that if he suddenly tightened it now, his body would break and tear instantly. He did not act rashly, but silently observed the surrounding situation, looking for any opportunity to escape. Suddenly, his eyes accidentally swept across the back of the baby's neck. He checked a few more in hesitation, and was surprised to find that there was a string of disordered barcodes of unknown origin on the back of each child's neck. Is this the level of appearance that a monster can evolve? Disordered barcodes? Susu felt that it looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. When he recalled it, his eyebrows suddenly hurt. Susu lowered his eyes and relaxed. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the environment he was in had completely changed. The tentacles around him disappeared. He stood on his feet in a strange and clean pink aisle. The underwater protective suit he was wearing strangely turned into a white uniform with gold edges. Uni Garden? Susu thought to himself. He had seen this suit on the guards of Uni Garden, but why did he wear it? Susu's mind was active. He remembered that he had empathized with these alienated creatures more than once, and always saw some scenes before destruction uncontrollably. But he had gone back to the original place several times before, so how come he was back to Uni Garden now? Stop! A hurried voice suddenly shouted from behind. Susu moved aside calmly, thinking that he would be a bystander this time as before, but his legs moved involuntarily, and he ran out of the aisle and turned into a new road. He soon realized that he was avoiding the guards behind him and running away in a panic. Yes, panic. It can be seen that he is not familiar with this place, and he ran into the wrong fork several times, and even entered a dead end now. Hearing the footsteps approaching outside, running out now is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. In a hurry, he got into the ventilation hole in the corner. As the first perspective of the involuntary action, although Susu has no control, he has been observing secretly. He knows very little about Uni Garden, but from the information collected so far, the guards usually do not appear in the inner courtyard of Uni Garden. Faintly hearing the terrifying thunder outside, the 4 fleeing team members, the guards chasing closely, a thought flashed through Susu's mind. The perspective he saw now was most likely from Susu, who had not yet escaped from Uni Garden. Susu's diary stopped at this point in time. Although the subsequent events were recorded, it was torn off by someone. He had always been curious about what happened to Susu later, and what he secretly took away. Now he finally got the answer? But what does this have to do with the monsters on the sea? Susu could not change what had happened, but from the perspective of Susu, he could see many things that were previously unknown. For example, Susu originally planned to hide in the ventilation duct and wait until the guards could not find him, and left on their own before going out. The guards walked back and forth outside the duct. In order to avoid the sight of the search, Susu quietly moved back and accidentally stepped on the air. He covered his mouth in time before shouting, not daring to make any sound. His back hit the hard ground hard. The surroundings were dead silent, but if he looked carefully, he could hear the breathing of someone sleeping soundly. He looked up and found that he had turned into a new and unfamiliar space. Susu sat up from the ground in surprise, turned his head and looked back, and was stunned in the place. There were countless glass jars in the dark room, and the bubbles of the oxygen injection tube slowly rose in the blood-red liquid in the jars, like a woman's womb. With the red and green light of the instrument at the bottom, he could only vaguely see that there seemed to be something in the jar. He stood up and took a closer look. He could vaguely see a disordered barcode floating in the jar. The style of the barcode was similar to what Susu had seen in the sea, but it was the first time for Susu to see it. He was particularly curious and moved closer. He squinted his eyes to see the details, trying to see where these strange jars came from. Suddenly, the things in the jar turned around under the push of the oxygen column, and a face with deformed features was separated from him by only a layer of glass. The most terrifying thing was, she's still alive. She's still breathing. Susu covered his mouth to prevent himself from screaming, and stepped back with horror, pulling away from the glass jar. Until his heels were blocked by an obstacle, he turned his head stiffly, and saw the baby with limbs and arms in the jar at a glance. It seemed to wake up because of his disturbance, and blinked its pupil-filled eyes curiously. Monster. Susu couldn't help but utter a cry, and hurriedly looked for a way out of here, but he circled in the darkness again, and there was nothing except the jar containing the deformed baby. He circled and circled all the way back, and the deformed child who was awakened lay on the glass and stared at him. After watching for a long time, Susu was not as scared as before, but as he walked deeper, he found that the deformed children in the jar had spider limbs, scorpion tails, octopus tentacles, and some had even become complete monsters. Susu sobbed in fear, trying hard not to cry out, and finally retreated to a relatively safe place, turning his head to see that the child in the jar had no skin. Isn't this the Uni Garden? Isn't this a breeding ground for the citizens of Matthias? Isn't this to continue the high-quality genes of mankind? What are these, monster-like deformed children? This can't be true. Su retreated uncontrollably, following the will of Su, and suddenly kicked an iron container, making a dong sound that echoed in the darkness. He was so frightened that he was on guard, and cold sweat broke out on his back, guarding against someone rushing out and taking him away the next moment. Dong! Su was very sure that Su didn't kick the container again this time. So where did the sound just now come from? Dong! It's not an auditory hallucination. Su turned his head tremblingly and looked at the deformed children in the big iron box. He saw that they were stuffed into this abandoned car sign with a twisted posture, and they stared at him motionlessly with weak breath. A car full of babies, like broken dolls thrown into a trash can at will. There was a strong cry for help in their eyes, but Su could do nothing. He kept backing away in fear and guilt, lowering his head, and not daring to look into their eyes. Now Su couldn't change the facts that had already happened. He sighed helplessly, and noticed that there seemed to be a small door not far away. Su also noticed it, and ran towards the small door that led to an unknown place in a panic. He pushed the door open without thinking, and the dazzling white light made them close their eyes uncomfortably. Until he heard the alarm in the room, Su forced himself to open his eyes and adapt to the white room behind the door. The room was full of experimental instruments, and the huge glass windows on the huge wall made it convenient for people here to observe the glass jars. Someone broke in. Su looked at the door on the other side of the room, where the sound came from, in horror. If he wanted to run it this time, he could only go back, but was he really going to escape without doing anything? Su's thoughts were in sync with Su at this moment, and he watched himself walk into the corner. He opened 2 freezers, and when the people who came to check came in, he took out the sperm samples stored in the freezer and threw them at them. Seeing that more and more people were rushing in, he picked up the test tube racks on the table and threw them at them. Destroy this place. He didn't have time to think about why there was this place in Uni's garden, but now this voice kept echoing in his mind. He did it, but when he saw the last test tube rack on the table, he hesitated for a moment. But if this place was destroyed, would anyone know about this evil place that violated human ethics? There were so many young children who couldn't even speak. Who could complain for them? Su watched himself hide a test tube in his sleeve, turned around and threw the test tube rack out first, but the guards who came over controlled him. His body was shackled, but the voice of Su kept shouting in his chest. No, he wanted to take the test tube out and let everyone know the true face of Uni Garden. There are no high-quality genes here. They are fusing genes. They are creating monsters. The real monster is Uni Garden. Why is the number of female babies bred in Uni Garden so small? It's not because they control the gender, but because the girls are all here. Girls, like flowers, are soaked in glass jars and live in the dark. Why is this? Aren't women the mothers of mankind? He was extremely proud and fortunate that he could get this enviable job. Not only is it leisurely here, there is no life-threatening, but he could also guard the human fire more closely. At that time, he thought there was no better job in the world than the Uni Garden guard, but now it seems that this is hell, and he has always been. Always a ghost who wants to kill people. Su suddenly went crazy, and really looked like a demon. He bit the people who bound him madly, and ran out of the room the moment they let go of him in pain. His hands were tightly grasped in his sleeves, fearing that the hidden test tubes would fall out. He had no idea where he was, and could only listen to the thunder and rain outside to identify the direction, but he accidentally ran into the researcher from the experimental center, who came after hearing the news. Su was stunned and stood there, without time to explore how the people from the experimental center appeared in the inner courtyard of Uni Garden, and was only concerned with escaping from here first. But the inner courtyard was so big, how could he leave here? In a trance, Su flashed through his mind again, the woman, who almost escaped from Uni Garden, but was stopped by him. At that time, she had to work so hard to escape to the door, but he... Su slapped himself in regret, and looked at the room, with a loving kitchen at the end of the corridor, with red eyes. He's going to run. Su followed the body to the window, and after hearing someone knocking on the door and entering the kitchen, he drew the long sword at his waist and slashed it across the floor. At this moment, he completely drew a line between Uni Garden and his past self. Chapter 105. The oil that had just been spilled on the ground was instantly ignited, and it burned along the wires on the ground to various electrical appliances on the countertop, and a strong and pungent burning smell entered his nose. Su quickly jumped out of the windowsill, looked back at the guards and researchers who were chasing him, protected the test tube he had just stolen against his chest, and resolutely jumped down from the 2nd floor. All the scenes in front of him passed by his face quickly, and Su only heard a loud bang in the kitchen, and the walls were blown black. He didn't know how long he had fallen, and suddenly fell into the cold deep sea and sank to the bottom of the sea. He subconsciously held his breath and tried to struggle to swim to the surface of the sea, but suddenly felt that his ankles seemed to be entangled by something, dragging him down. The powerless feeling of suffocation penetrated every pore of Su, and he wanted to assimilate him with the sea water. Where is he? So is he going to die? It's really unwilling. Who it was that breathing sound again, and a very light heartbeat, as if it came from the bottom of the sea. The unknown source made him feel inexplicably at ease. Then just sink slowly to a peaceful and comfortable place. No more persecution, no more loss. No, he still has things to do. Su suddenly broke free from the dream, opened his eyes, and woke up, looking at the tentacles that were still wrapped around him with clear eyes. He didn't know if these children could hear him, and said to himself, his wish before his death was to reveal the truth about Matthias. Anyway, I also want to find out about my brother and sister, so let's help and complete it together. Don't worry, the person who caused all this will pay for his actions sooner or later. They seemed to understand, and their little faces brushed against Su's shoulders. When she left his side, she looked reluctant to leave. The tentacles that were wrapped around him slowly retreated and disappeared into the chaos, and her figure was no longer seen. Su floated alone in the sea without any support, and could still hear the roar and the aftermath of the explosion from the sea. Because Meg deliberately dispersed the manpower, blew up half of the battle arcs, and let out other monsters lurking in the seabed. The Vanguard members, who were fearless when they came, should all be left in this sea now. Meg, Su murmured sadly. There is no doubt that Meg is not a good captain, and judging from this person's personality, she is not suitable to be a friend. But it must be said that when Uni Garden made it clear that it was targeting him, Barton and Roger chose to exclude him, but Meg, as the captain, obviously had higher authority and could have let him die at sea, but he did not receive much malice from Meg. I haven't paid you back for the treatment fee at the medical center before, Su said with a sad face and sighed. The glass of the hood in front of him suddenly emitted a red light, reminding Su that the oxygen was already running out. The loss of control caused by the hallucination just now was too bizarre, and he was still a little frightened at the moment, so he didn't think about staying under the sea for too long. Su looked at the remaining oxygen and estimated the usage time. He thought that there was no need to return to the place where he fell into the water, but he had to find a place to try to contact Weiyu, and then find a chance to call Matthias for support. He was as agile as a fish in the water. He turned around and found his stealth state. Sometimes he observed the situation under the sea, and sometimes he looked up to make sure the sea surface was safe. What is that? In the dim seabed where the vision was unclear, Su saw a light in front of him that appeared and disappeared from time to time. This was the opposite direction of their mission. It should not be the arc they took before. Moreover, this place was a restricted area. Matthias should not build underwater buildings like the collection center nearby. What was the light in front? The warm white light flashed regularly, as if it was intentionally guiding Su to approach. Su remained highly alert and slowly closed the distance, but he could not see the true face of the light source for a long time. Instead, he discovered the bamboo raft on the sea surface not far away. Sea camp? Su was puzzled and stunned. He remembered that he had accidentally encountered an abandoned camp when he was on a mission before. It seemed that there was something under it. But when he went there, the things were gone, and the sea camp was also deserted, as if the existence of the camp was to protect the secrets hidden under the sea. What kind of secrets could it be? Su wanted to dive into the deep sea to explore, but the oxygen reserves kept reminding him that he had to hurry up and leave. The most urgent thing now was to leave here quickly, and the light source situation was still unknown. He only had a gun with him, and there was almost no room for resistance. The risk of approaching rashly was too great. Thinking of this, Su immediately adjusted his swimming direction and swam towards the sea surface until he saw the dazzling sunlight again. Who is it? Su just surfaced and wiped off the dirt on his hood, and saw a group of people in a small boat, holding spear guns and surrounding him. Before he could explain his purpose, the people in front of him recognized his identity. He is wearing the uniform of the Vanguard. He is Matthias's man. But how did Matthias find this place? Forget about that. Get rid of him quickly, and then inform the director of this situation. Wait! Su suddenly shouted to stop the spear gun, raised his hands to defend himself. I have no ill will towards you, and I also believe that people who have the courage to survive in the sea full of dangers and dare to challenge Matthias' authority will not be killed without reason. He saw that the people around him stopped their actions and looked at each other as if they were thinking about what he said, So he continued, I think you also heard the explosion just now. Matthias intended to destroy the restricted area, but failed. I am the only survivor, and I found here by the light on the seabed. If Matthias's target is you, there is no need to make such a big fuss. The light on the seabed? Several people looked at each other in surprise. Recalling that the man in front of him just said no need, it sounded like he really didn't know what was under their camp. Is it the director's idea? But this man is Matthias's man. The lights won't be turned on easily there. He swam here alone. If there is no guidance, he would never find this place. I'm afraid it was really arranged by the director. Everyone was very confused. One of them suggested, why don't we let him come up first and ask someone to go down and ask? Others gave in hesitantly, all right. One person stabbed Su with a spear gun, and the tip of the spear stopped in front of his hood, warning, you can go ashore, but you'd better not act rashly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Of course. Su answered without hesitation. He climbed onto the raft in front of everyone's eyes, took off his hood, when the oxygen reserve entered the countdown, and greedily breathed in the fresh air on the sea. He finally survived. He almost suffocated to death. The sudden abundance of oxygen made Su a little dizzy, and in a trance, he saw an old man with a cane slowly walking towards him. After the old man saw the appearance of the visitor in the camp, he stared at him in astonishment, approached him in disbelief, and repeatedly confirmed, and tremblingly said a name. Su? Seeing the old man so excited, the few people who were still on guard against Su just now also asked in wonder, Mr. Zhu Hui, do you know him? Su, who was called by his name, was even more surprised than the old man, and asked back, do you know me? Hearing the other party's question, the old man called Zhu Hui was even more surprised. Your name is really Su? Su tilted his head in confusion. Why do you ask that? Zhu Hui's withered hand trembled and reached into his chest pocket, and took out a carefully preserved photo, but the image was already white and blurred, and it was basically unclear what the person in it looked like. But Su recognized at a glance that he was holding a group photo of everyone in the welfare home that the director had gathered together the year before the accident. Memories of the past instantly flooded his mind. Xiao Su, come here. Let's take a photo together. The director waved to him lovingly. Su said awkwardly, if you don't like taking pictures, I take them for you. The dean continued to persuade, I know you don't like it, but you don't have any photos. The dean and his brothers and sisters sometimes miss you, but it's inconvenient to disturb you at work, so they want to have a photo to take out and look at any time. The children who are sent here are special, so she never hesitates to show her love, and wants the children to know that there are still people in this world who love them deeply. Yeah. Although Su was embarrassed, he still pressed the shutter, walked towards the director and others, stood at the edge of the back row, and took this photo. Coming back to his senses from the past memories, Su asked urgently, how did you get this photo? Who are you? Could it be that the brothers and sisters recovered later, and each had their own small family, their own children, and passed down from generation to generation to the present? The rekindled hope made Su's eyes red, staring at Zhu Hui, eager to hear his answer. Zhu Hui didn't know what Su was thinking at the moment, but couldn't help but step forward with tears in his eyes, and grabbed his arms, and said excitedly, if you are really the Su I know, you risked your life to save my ancestor. It was the child he saved at the seaside before he came to this world, not the descendants of the welfare home. Su's face darkened instantly, but he comforted himself in his heart. This was also good news. At least it proved that he was still connected to the original world. My father said that this story was also told to him by his elders. It was said that after you had an accident, my ancestor visited the welfare home based on the news report. Unexpectedly, the welfare home was gone. He went to the hospital, but after the tsunami, the hospital was evacuated. After many twists and turns, he finally found the nurse, who used to work in the welfare home, and asked her for this photo as a souvenir. My father told me that although he also questioned the authenticity of this story, he asked me to trace the source, no matter what, if I encountered news related to you, and express my most sincere gratitude on behalf of my ancestors and all descendants. After Zhu Hui said this, he was about to kneel down to Su with his crutches, but was quickly stopped by the people around him, and Su. No need to do this. Su also felt that this story was too magical, but there was no reason to let the elders kneel down to him. Zhu Hui's face was full of tears, and he still couldn't believe it until now. How come you are here? Su didn't answer, but he was suspicious and asked a question at the same time. I'm very surprised. How come we met here by chance? Chapter 106. Zhu Hui didn't know how to explain such a coincidence, so he had to tell the truth about why he appeared here. After being rescued by you, my ancestor always blamed himself, so he cherished the meaning of his existence. When he grew up, he became an excellent frontline scientific researcher and taught his descendants not to give up their lives even if the world was difficult. This was passed down from generation to generation until my grandfather's grandfather came to the sea camp. He kept in mind the teachings of his elders and passed on all the knowledge he learned to everyone here. He used the last moments of his life to cultivate countless descendants who still looked forward to the dawn of mankind. In fact, he is not the biological blood of the great ancestor, but blood is meaningless in the face of the community of human destiny. The great ancestor brought knowledge to the sea camp, and he is the father of everyone. Su pondered Zhu Hui's words and asked, "Why did your grandfather's grandfather come to the sea camp instead of the underground base?" His question caused malicious ridicule from others, which made Su even more confused. Although the underground base was crowded and not very safe, it was definitely safer than the sea camp. Why would the people in the camp prefer to take great risks to find supplies for survival instead of seeking help from the underground base? You are not from this era, and Matthias will not teach citizens these things, so it is normal that you don't know. Zhu Hui said gently, signaling the younger generation watching to be more polite. The younger generation didn't understand what Zhu Hui meant, but since the elders had spoken, they didn't dare to vent their anger on Su. Su asked humbly and politely, "Can you help me solve my doubts?" He always had a hunch that what Zhu Hui knew would most likely overturn his current cognition. Zhu Hui held the handle of his cane with his hands folded, raised his head slightly and began to recall, speaking slowly. Where should I start? Then, have you heard of the 3 crises that mankind has experienced so far? Su remembered the knowledge he had heard at the education center before, and answered what he knew, the fall of the ocean and the Black Rain crisis. These 2 left a deep impression on him, and as for the 3rd human crisis, he didn't remember it for the time being. Yes. Zhu Hui nodded. My ancestor was one of the first scientists to discover genetic mutations in marine life in 2068. He encountered an accident during an offshore survey and died with other members of his team. It was then that the fall of the offshore was officially announced. Su was startled and couldn't help but take a breath. It was just a few simple sentences, but it shocked him deeply. When he believed that he had completely skipped the hundreds of years between the tsunami and the present 2470, he connected the 2 time points again because of his act of saving people that year. In a trance, he felt that 400 years was not a long time. He stared at Zhu Hui's mouth, eager to know more. Seeing that he listened carefully, Zhu Hui continued, "Although he died, his descendants will join the most authoritative scientific research team at the time in the near future, participate in the research of the bacteria of the Black Rain crisis, and successfully develop an antibody vaccine." He always remembered that his life was hard-earned, and his descendants also continued to dedicate their lives to human society until the Jingwei Plan was promulgated. Jingwei Plan? Su murmured, "I remember that human society began to develop underground, building underground city bases and sea defenses, which came from the Jingwei Plan." Zhu Hui nodded to indicate that Su's memory was correct, but when he mentioned these, his expression became solemn and painful, and he sighed and said, "But this is not the entire content of the Jingwei Plan." In 2130, the Jingwei Plan was officially born. The Human Alliance summoned labor to build offshore lighthouses and underground city bases. After some lighthouses were built, a new law was promulgated. All young and middle-aged people who joined the lighthouse military could get the protection of the underground city base for their families. Due to the limited remaining supplies, humans who did not get the privilege needed to be transferred to the offshore care camp. Care camp. Su looked around the houses on the bamboo raft. Confusion occupied his mind. Since it is a care camp recognized by the Human Alliance, why do the citizens of Mathia use the word thieves to describe the people living here? Zhu Hui explained. The Human Alliance left food and clothes for the camp out of humanitarian concern, enough for the people in the camp to live a carefree life in the short term. But not only those who have no young people in their families, who can participate in military fortifications, even if they become a real lighthouse soldier, if the injury is serious, it is judged that the treatment is a waste of resources, and they will also be sent out of the underground city base. My great-grandfather has devoted his life to the underground city base, and when he was old, the Alliance regarded him as one of the old, weak and disabled who no longer contributed to human society, and sent him to the care camp, which is here. Seeing that Zhu Hui had been standing for too long and was a little shaky, the younger generation gently suggested that the 2 of them go into the house to chat slowly, and did not dare to neglect to bring clean water. Zhu Hui sat down with the help of the table, drank a mouthful of water to moisten his throat, glanced at the children lying on the windowsill, and continued slowly without driving them away. There were all kinds of people in the camp at that time. Many people wanted to fulfill the wishes of the underground city base, eat a full meal, and wait for death. But my great-grandfather disagreed. He was unwilling to wait for death numbly. Even if he knew that he was a candle, he wanted to burn to the last moment. So he summoned all those who still wanted to live to teach the knowledge. Later, more and more people joined, and everyone began to take action to fight for a chance of survival. But his face dimmed. The more people the underground base drove away, the more care camps there were at sea. It is precisely because of this that human genes were completely exposed in front of the alienated creatures in the ocean. The third human crisis was exposed. People abandoned by their compatriots became the targets of the alien creatures because they contained a large number of injured lighthouse soldiers. After integrating their genes, the alien creatures found the weaknesses of the lighthouses and underground bases and launched multiple full-scale attacks. 500 lighthouses were attacked one after another, and the Shafley underground base, which was advocated by Africa, fell. Su had an impression of the name of the Shafley underground base. It was said that because African tycoons invested a lot of money at the end of the world, the overall construction speed was actually the fastest among all the underground bases. However, the specific reason for the fall was only mentioned by the teacher at the education center in a few words at the time. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Humans are self-righteously reducing resource consumption, but invisibly allowing alienated creatures to evolve. So in a sense, it is not the alienated creatures that kill humans, but humans themselves. Su was thinking silently, and accidentally found that other people in the camp seemed to be packing up. Although he was a little confused, he didn't ask too much because he was an outsider. I really haven't heard of these. Su frankly admitted his ignorance. Zhu Hui shook his head, and didn't think there was anything wrong with Su's cognition. The moment he took a deep breath, his tone became excited. The people who survived at sea finally gathered together. After so many hardships, everyone had a common idea, that is, to try their best to go down. Mattia regards people who collect supplies as thieves, but we don't think so. We are survivors, and this is the survivor camp. Su was infected by Zhu Hui's enthusiasm, slightly raised his mouth, and nodded heavily, indeed. Ding! Hearing the multiple prompts from the communicator in the waste bag, Su's face froze, raised his eyes to indicate Zhu Hui not to speak, and then hesitantly took out the communicator to check. After seeing the text on the screen clearly, he immediately thought it was not good. The command center has located my position. I have to leave immediately. As soon as Su finished speaking, he stood up and said to Zhu Hui before leaving, "It is also lucky for me to meet someone related to the original timeline again. Thank you for saying so much to me. See you again if there is a chance." The message from the command center was not that simple. As the signals of other people disappeared one after another, he was probably the only one who had a chance to survive. The text message did not mention rescue, but repeatedly asked about the cause of the accident and stated that people had been sent to arrest him. It was obvious that they wanted to blame him for the failure of this mission. It seems that I didn't scold Meg enough before. Su secretly complained. Su hurriedly left a message for Wei Yu. I wanted to come to you this time, but I've always been unlucky. I fell. Let's meet next time. Your coordinates appear here. There's no point in leaving. Zhu Hui stopped Su. Su reacted and apologized guiltily. Sorry, I got you involved. He looked outside the camp and confirmed that Matthias' ships had not arrived yet. He hurriedly said, You find a chance to leave, I hold them back. Zhu Hui smiled, Don't blame yourself. Even if you didn't come, Matthias's people would definitely investigate such a big thing at sea. At that time, we would still face the risk of being exposed. But before leaving, I finally waited for you, which can be regarded as fulfilling the wishes of my ancestors. It's worth it. What are you going to do next? Su asked immediately. Zhu Hui looked at the sea. The sea is getting more and more turbulent. We have long had the idea of gathering with people from other camps to face the doomsday crisis together. Now is the time. Dispersed survival is to increase the efficiency of finding supplies. But now there are not many supplies left for humans on the surface of the earth. Sooner or later, they will gather together, just like their ancestors, who established the survivor camp. Zhu Hui is already old. He stood up by the table, and walked out of the room, with a staggering gait. He asked the younger generations coming and going in the camp, Have you almost packed up your things? The young people nodded one after another. Yes, they are all loaded on the boat. The director sent us new coordinates, saying that he and Oliver found a new home for us, and they will go there later. Su didn't know who the director and Oliver they were talking about were. He helped move the remaining luggage to the other side of the camp, but when he saw the submarine floating on the water, he always had an indescribable sense of familiarity. Zhu Hui walked onto the submarine with the help of others, waved to Su Su, and said with a smile, "Su Su, you should also be careful, we will see each other again." Chapter 107. The coordinates are just ahead. That's the bandit camp. A guard discovered a camp on the sea not far away, and immediately asked the general standing behind him, "Admiral, do you need to report to the command center? Could it be that the only survivor was bewitched by the bandit camp and deliberately sabotaged this mission?" When the frigate arrived at the restricted area, the alien creatures had already retreated. The command center meant that all 40 teams were buried at sea, and the guards should not take the risk and bring back as many useful clues as possible. The command center and the guards are both the captain's right-hand men, but the commander's tone is really uncomfortable to listen to, as if he is deliberately belittling them. It just so happened that the captain was in the control tower before leaving, and they couldn't talk back, which was too aggrieved. Muller, standing aside, was not in a hurry to make a conclusion. He stared at the sea in front of him and gave an order, "Get closer and observe first." The scale of the camp in front of him was more complete and larger than those he had seen before. After learning that all of Matthias's team had been lost in this sea area, the contrast was even greater when he saw the camp with traces of human life not far away. These people are probably not simple to develop such a scale in the restricted area. The frigate slowly landed and quietly stopped on the sea not far away. Muller, standing in front of the window, took the telescope handed by his subordinates and looked at the situation in the camp from afar. He observed for a while, and saw that the houses on the bamboo raft were neat and clean. He could vaguely see a few clothes on the clothes-drying rack fluttering in the wind, but no one came in or out. Muller frowned slightly, and then relaxed, saying, "They should have heard the noise and left secretly. Let's go." The frigate pushed the waves on the sea closer, causing the bamboo rafts at the edge of the camp to rise and fall with the waves. At the admiral's command, the guards quickly rushed out from the slowly opened hatch in an orderly manner, and immediately surrounded this strange camp. "Admiral, the people are here." Muller rushed over, and saw a man in the uniform of the vanguard lying motionless on the bamboo raft. There were water stains around him, as if he had just climbed out of the water, so he signaled his subordinates to turn the man over first. But before he could see the survivor's face clearly, he heard the guard sigh in surprise and doubt. How could it be him? Muller's eyebrows jumped when he heard this, and he cast his eyes on the person on the ground. After seeing the man's appearance clearly, he also sighed in surprise. This guy is really lucky. Mon personally led the team to check the situation in the camp. After 2 circles, he trotted over to report to Muller, "Admiral, the camp has not found the whereabouts of other people." Muller was not surprised by this. He nodded and said, "Take him away and return." After that, he paused and looked deeply at the person on the ground, turned around and strode towards the frigate. "Yes." Mon bowed his head and responded, glanced at Su Su lying on the ground, and his eyes widened in shock. This person must be made of steel and iron. He has been able to turn danger into safety several times. No wonder Professor Gabriel is so worried about him. But when he thought that Su Su would also join the transformation plan of the experimental center in the near future, Mon's annoyance was written on his face without any hesitation. He didn't dare to offend those big shots on Mattia, but why did he need to be shy about Su Su, who was in a coma? Mon said coldly, "Carry him into the cabin." Admiral Muller had already boarded the ship. Vice Admiral Mond was the person with the highest authority among those present. The guards responded without a doubt, "Yes." "It's so cold. It hurts so much. I have no strength in my body." Su Su slowly opened his eyes painfully. The severe pain of his arm being almost torn off forced him to wake up from the chaos. He felt that he had slept for a long time, but when he woke up again, he was so tired that he didn't even have the strength to raise his eyes. Su Su. Su Su opened his eyes with difficulty when his name was called. He just found that his hands were tied, and the whole person was hung in the air. His eyes slowly moved to the source of the sound. His vision was blurred, but he still recognized the golden robes in the crowd. "Everyone, long time no see?" Su Su's tone was so relaxed that he didn't sound like a trapped prisoner at all. "I still remember that when he came back from the collection center last time, these people also came to visit him. The form of the conversation at that time was much gentler than it is now, but I didn't see Professor Gabriel today." Hollis narrowed his eyes unhappily, but he still maintained a tolerant attitude on his face, and asked in a concerned and gentle voice, "Child, are you okay?" Su Su looked up at the iron chain on his wrist, and asked with a smirk, "Father, do you want to come up and try?" Hollis's smile turned cold, and he looked up and asked, "Oh, my poor child, you are really suffering. But so many people died at sea in less than a day." Matthias must give everyone an explanation. You should understand Matthias's heartache. He took a step forward, covered his chest, and persuaded, "So please tell the priest honestly what happened in this mission. No matter what the truth is, as the only survivor of this mission, it is really inappropriate for you to come back. Posha Temple will definitely beg Matthias to give you the greatest forgiveness." Hearing these hypocritical words, Susu felt nauseous, but he became much more sober. In this room, except for the patterned round table where Hollis and the others were standing, which was illuminated by warm yellow light, the surroundings were pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. However, Susu seemed to have seen the pattern on the round table somewhere before, and it looked familiar. He thought about it carefully, and suddenly had some impression. He had seen this pattern in the Miracle Hall of the Pajuo Palace before. It seemed that he was taken to the Pajuo Palace. Does Matthias want him to be the second Sally, and take the blame for the failure of this mission? Seeing that Hollis' question did not get a response from Susu for a long time, Max, who came from Uni Garden to add insult to injury, stepped forward and scolded, "You are the only one alive in this mission. When the guards found you, you were lying in the thieves' camp. Matthias has reason to suspect that you colluded with pirates and killed the Vanguard members." Susu changed his previous indifferent attitude, his face drooped with sorrow, and he said in a heavy voice, "We were attacked by monsters at sea. Captain Meg covered me because I saved his life during the mission, giving me a chance to escape. I swam for a long time and ran out of oxygen. Before I suffocated, I vaguely saw some floating objects in the distance and climbed up. When I woke up, I was already here. You just happened to find a camp." The commander questioned suspiciously, and the headphones he was wearing flashed faintly, as if someone was communicating with him. Susu didn't know the person who was speaking, but he had seen the badge on his chest outside the protruding control tower in Matthias. It seemed that the other person was from the command center. He continued to complain, "It was the people in the camp who accused me." The commander asked, "When the guards arrived, the people in the camp had already left in advance. Were you the one who tipped them off?" Faced with the commander's aggressiveness, Susu cried out helplessly, "Then I am even more wronged? If I was in the same group with those people, why didn't I leave with them and accept your interrogation here?" Susu was suspended in the air 10 meters by the iron ring that bound his wrists, and he couldn't find any way to disperse the weight. At the end of his words, his voice was already a little weak. The pain of tearing his wrists made him sweat from his forehead to his back. He just held on without asking for mercy. Hollis regretted it a little. He should have asked people to hang Susu higher, and only hold one of his hands. But Susu was so easy to talk to today that it was really confusing. I guess he was playing some tricks again. As the command center pressed forward, Hollis played the good cop, "Child, Pasa Temple is willing to trust you. So in order not to betray their trust, you will tell the truth, right?" He gently and patiently said, "Now tell the priest, what happened in this mission, who dispersed the manpower, and who destroyed half of the arcs at the beginning of the mission." Susu's face was pale, his facial features were tightly wrinkled, full of entanglement and hesitation, and he stammered, "No. No one. We didn't expect that there were so many alien creatures hidden in the sea. Those monsters were too scary." He looked down at everyone below and described vividly, "The suction cups of their countless tentacles are full of baby faces. Not to mention the living. Even the ark floating in the air would break if it was entangled. If Captain Meg hadn't blocked the monster's attack for me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back." When he said the last few words, Susu couldn't hold back his inner fear, and his voice trembled a little, which was completely different from his calm appearance in the eyes of everyone. Even Muller, who had been watching from the side, looked at Susu hesitantly, but he was hung up high, so it was difficult to see his expression at the moment. Susu couldn't help but curl up the corners of his drooping mouth, and then tried to turn it down for fear of exposing his true thoughts. He didn't often do things like playing misery, but as someone who had watched family ethics dramas with the Dean since he was a child, it didn't mean that he couldn't learn this. Besides, wasn't there Guanjia? Can he imitate such a pitiful little expert? But he could see clearly from a high place. When describing the appearance of the abandoned baby tower just now, the expressions of most people below were very interesting, as if they had known about the existence of him and those children for a long time. Among them, Max's face was the ugliest. He left quickly without saying a word, as if he had something urgent to deal with. Ding-dee, the commander's earphone flashed twice with the prompt sound. After pressing the button to answer the call, he frowned visibly. He pursed his lips tightly and replied, "Okay, got it, I will pass it on." Seeing that everyone around him was looking at him, the commander raised his eyes, and looked at Su with regret and said, "The control tower just received a scheduled message from Meg. He said that everything that is happening now is planned by him alone, and has nothing to do with others. He could have had the bright future he had hoped for, but was." Meg's original words accused the captain of tyranny, contempt for human life and humanity, and hypocrisy. These words were too rude and presumptuous. The commander paused and polished them before saying, in short, his lover was persecuted maliciously, and the future that was within reach was destroyed, so he was unwilling to let go of the past, and deliberately deceived the captain's trust, and destroyed all of Matthias' elite team. He cursed Matthias that one day he would fall into the deep sea like the labor district, and all those who harbored evil intentions would be doomed forever. Chapter 108. The commander laughed sarcastically, and felt that he was just telling a joke when he repeated Meg's last words. Even if the Vanguard team was short of people, it was only temporary. Did Meg really think that Matthias had to have him? Like the Vanguard team members in the past, the residents of the underground city base dreamed of joining Matthias. Matthias would soon be able to form a new marine material collection team. It didn't matter if they died at sea due to lack of experience. They still had the Uni Garden to continue breeding new humans. The wise captain had already anticipated all possibilities. Matthias would never fall. Moeller, who had been silent all the time, suddenly took the initiative to speak, put Su down. The solid feeling of his feet on the ground made Su relax a lot instantly. He just took a step forward and felt weak and almost knelt down. Hollis stepped forward with concern and lifted him up. "Oh, poor child, sit down and take it easy." He glanced at the believers in the distance and motioned him to move a stool. "Please sit down." The believers followed the priest's instructions, bowed their heads, and put the stool aside. Su did not refuse, because he really had no strength now. Hollis smiled and talked to Su, but squinted at him. "The priest had to help you get on the torture platform. A sensible child would not be angry with Matthias and the Posa temple, don't you think?" Su couldn't help but secretly mock in his heart that these cults always like to talk empty words, but in fact there is no useful content. But his thoughts were not revealed on his face, but he nodded obediently. "Yeah, I can understand." Of course, he could understand that the hypocrisy of the superiors and the greed of the capitalists were not much different. Understanding did not mean that he agreed. Su's eyes fell on Muller, who had been staring at him. Muller seemed to have been observing him secretly for a long time, even earlier than Gabriel. But what was he observing? Muller noticed Su's sight, and once again withdrew his prying eyes, standing there expressionlessly. Following Su's gaze, several people around him looked at Muller at the same time, and saw that he still looked like a cold machine without a spring, no different from before. Hollis couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Was Su so confused after being hung for so long that he provoked Muller? If it weren't for Gabriel's face, the guards would probably have interrogated him in the thieves' camp and solved the problem on the spot, and would never bring him back. So many people stayed at sea, only Su came back unscathed, not to mention signs of infection. There was no wound on his body. He finally empathized with Max. Su's good luck was really enviable. If Su knew that Hollis envied his luck, he would probably laugh on the spot. He sat on the stool for a while. Hollis and other department heads around him did not express anything. Their fake smiles were really creepy. Su's back was covered with goosebumps. Contrary to his usual practice, he did not ask for compensation from the Pajuo Palace, but just swallowed this loss. "Why is it that my hands are the most seriously injured every time? Did I have 3 heads and 6 arms in my previous life?" Su limped out of the Pajuo Palace with his arms drooping. When he passed the relief wall outside the door, his indifferent eyes sank, and the hatred he tried hard to suppress could no longer be concealed. However, when he heard footsteps approaching, he changed into the posture of a weak and powerless injured person. He pretended not to notice, and walked forward 2 steps. After seeing the person approaching, he stared in surprise and said, "Professor, why are you here?" What Hollis was doing was not a good show at all. The real red face was in front of him. Gabriel's eyes lingered on Su's arm. He didn't say much, just said, "Come with me." "Okay." Su lowered his eyes slightly, and followed Gabriel obediently. They walked all the way to the front of Matthias, until the gray-green carpet under their feet was cut into a sky-blue rubber floor. Su raised his head slightly to peek at the environment, and saw that Gabriel took him to the medical center. Gabriel stopped a passing medical worker, and said politely, "Hello, can you please find someone to help treat his injury?" Su was so nervous that he took a small step back. "No, Professor, I'm fine." Gabriel looked at Su's cyanic fingers with regret, and said angrily, "If you don't treat it, your hand will be useless." He hoped that after Su joined the transformation plan in the future, his physical fitness would be able to restore the experimental effect to the greatest extent and become an invincible warrior. He would not allow a perfect warrior to have flaws. Su hid his hands behind his back. No matter in the past or now, he, a poor guy, could not afford the medical fees of this black-hearted hospital. No one could let him promote the GDP of Matthias. But he couldn't refuse too decisively, so he imitated the impression he had, and said in a humble and honest tone, "Professor, I can't pay it back." It was the first time he saw such a Su, and Gabriel was stunned for a moment before saying, "You don't have to pay it back. You can ask me for help in the future. It doesn't matter if you don't participate in the experimental plan. I admire you very much." His words were sincere and touching at first. Gabriel took the opportunity to continue. "I have been staying in the laboratory just now, and I don't know what happened outside. If I knew they were targeting you, I would have come earlier, so you wouldn't," he said, sighing painfully. Whenever Su felt that he was already fake, the person in front of him would give him a feeling of inferiority. Su deliberately acted very considerate. This mission suffered a disastrous failure, and the Pajua Palace needs to give all citizens an explanation. "I can understand. It's best if you think so." Gabriel nodded with relief. He didn't care why Su suddenly changed his temper. As long as his experimental body was obedient and cooperated with the plan smoothly, it was enough. Su smiled and nodded. "I don't have much money, but if the experimental center doesn't mind, if there is a need for odd jobs in the future, just come to me. I will do my best to cooperate." Given his personality, if he took the initiative to mention that he wanted to join the experimental plan now, Gabriel would definitely doubt his intention, but if he changed his words, it would be much more natural. Gabriel responded with satisfaction. "Okay, I will definitely do it if you need me." Seeing a medical staff member walking towards them, he gently pushed Su and said, "Go, remember not to get hurt next time." Su lowered his head to hide the self-blame on his face, nodded timidly, and followed the process in a formal manner. "Sorry, I made you worry." Gabriel's mouth twitched slightly. Obviously he had seen through Su's disguise. If this cooperation had not continued, he would have told Su that the play was a bit too much. Seeing that Su was doing his trick of looking back every few steps, Gabriel smiled and waved, and they nodded to each other tacitly. After watching Su enter the treatment area, Gabriel did not leave in a hurry, but stood there and waited for a while, and then saw a medical staff walking over quickly with a report in his hand. "Professor, this is Su's test report. According to your instructions, we have focused on evaluating and analyzing multiple indicators. From the comprehensive evaluation, his physical condition is excellent. The wrist strain and abrasion have been repaired in the treatment cabin." Gabriel did not listen to his narration at all, and flipped through the report in his hand. The joy slowly climbed up his eyebrows, and he wanted to share this good news with other people nearby. After taking the supplement, Su's physical indicators were normal, and there was no rejection reaction that other subjects would have. He had previously believed that Su was able to escape the disaster because he had taken supplements before setting off. Otherwise, even with the help of a booster, an ordinary human being would not be able to swim such a long distance. How did Su do it? He had said long ago that Su was the most perfect experimental subject. When Su came out of the medical center again, there were almost no people on the lower floor of Matthias. He rubbed his wrist, which was a little painful, and walked slowly towards the dormitory area. Suddenly, he heard a prompt from the communicator in his pocket. Su quickly checked around and quickened his pace back to the dormitory area. Until there was no one around, he felt relieved to check the message, and saw a text message from Wei Yu on the screen. The test results are out. Chapter 109. Su raised his eyes from the communicator screen, turned his head, and glanced at the experimental center not far away, opened the door of the dormitory, and quickly went in, and then cautiously pulled open the curtains to look out. After confirming that no one was spying, he dialed Wei Yu's number with peace of mind. As soon as the call was connected, Wei Yu asked first, "Did Matthias's people embarrass you?" Su did not have the habit of sharing his sorrows and joys with others. Although he did not respond, he could really feel the warmth in his heart. "The test results you mentioned, is it the powder I gave you, or the water cup?" Before the mission started, he prepared for the meeting with Wei Yu, and took Patton's water cup that he had been hiding, as well as a coat, to the sea. The coat was the one he wore when Guanjia brought the supplement last time. The white powder on the inside of the cuff was secretly rubbed off when he brewed the powder in front of Guanjia. It was not difficult to bring these two items to the Ark quietly. The styles of the water bottles issued by Mattia were similar. Su scraped off the name of Patton on the water cup. Except for Meg, No one in the team would recognize the original owner of the water cup. As for the coat, Susu lowered his eyes and looked at his short cuffs, feeling a little distressed. But carrying a whole set of clothes on a mission was too ostentatious, and he had to protect the evidence, so he had to cut off the cuffs and wrap them up. The ingredients of the two samples are similar, but there is a huge difference in concentration. The concentration of methamphetamine remaining on the inner wall of the water bottle of sample number 1 is 12 times that of the powder on the cuffs of sample number 2. After that, Wei Yu added rigorously, due to the different states of the two samples and insufficient variables, this data can only be used as a reference. Considering that sample number 1 has been diluted and has existed for a longer time, the value obtained is much lower than that of the fresh sample. In other words, the difference in drug concentration between the two samples is much more than 12 times. Susu tried to summarize Wei Yu's analysis results. Wei Yu patiently responded, yes. He silently stood in Susu's perspective, pondering his way of understanding, and then slowly said, both samples are concentrated with a large amount of vegetables, meat, eggs, and milk, as well as a variety of trace ingredients needed by the human body. They are indeed nutritious powders. But the amphetamine component in them is extremely addictive, and is a stimulant for forced marches. Drugs in the guise of supplements? Susu reacted quickly. He was indeed an out-and-out poor guy, but he still knew what money he could make and what he couldn't make. As soon as he heard Wei Yu's description of the supplements in the experimental center, he felt that it was quite unreliable. The supplements contain a lot of nutrients, but Matia's supplies have always been in short supply. Where does the experimental center get meat, eggs, and milk? Susu, listen to me. Although this thing is nutritious, it is actually useless to take too much at one time. Moreover, once you become dependent on this thing, the whole person will be ruined. Wei Yu chattered on, and Susu didn't hear a response for a long time. Susu fell into deep thought, and suddenly remembered the doubts he had when he went to the underground city base. The supplies supplied to Mattia by the base should be sufficient in both diversity and quantity. But as a gold medal part-time worker in the cafeteria, he often went to the materials and energy department to collect daily ingredients, but he had never seen these foods. Could it be that the vegetables, fruits, and meat handed over by the underground city base were actually secretly sent to the experimental center? Susu. Why don't you talk? Is the signal cut off? Wei Yu glanced at the communicator screen and continued worriedly. I know you won't eat this to take a shortcut, but where did you get these samples? Susu's wandering thoughts were pulled back by Wei Yu's nagging questions, and he answered frankly, the experimental center recruited me to join the HOM transformation plan. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly asked, Wei Yu, can you guarantee that the words you said on the seabed must be true? Wei Yu held the communicator in one hand, and fiddled with a small plastic green plant on the table with his other hand. After hearing Susu's question, he did not continue to lean on the edge of the table, but walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the unfathomable seabed. Susu opened the curtains of the dormitory, his eyes fixed on the experimental center opposite. His thoughts went back to 3 days ago, after the failed mission. Watching the survivors of the camp leave, Susu prepared to find a reasonable place to lie down and wait for Matthias's people to find him. But as soon as he touched the ground scorched by the sun, he heard another prompt from the communicator. Matthias's people are here? Not so fast. Susu murmured, took out the communicator, and found that it was a message from Wei Yu. There is oxygenation equipment in the 7th room of the 2nd row. Go down to the deep sea. I wait for you at the institute. Deep sea? Research institute? Susu murmured in confusion, and suddenly remembered the light that guided him in the seabed. Out of curiosity, he went to the room that Wei Yu mentioned. The scale of this camp was larger than any he had seen before. The houses were arranged in an orderly manner, and the style was neat and uniform, but a closer look revealed the little habits of the residents. Susu pushed open a room with a cute little pigeon pattern painted on the door. The furnishings in the room were full of childishness, but the things were not placed low, and there were no protective measures for children. The people living here looked more like adults. He touched the table through his gloves and got some dust on it. It seems that no one has lived here for a while. Susu's eyes swept around the house, and did not see the oxygen-filling equipment that Wei Yu indicated. Just as he was about to send a message to ask, he recalled the scene when Wei Yu took out the dispersing device from behind the wardrobe in the corner and gave it to him. Wardrobe? Susu walked to the corner of the room doubtfully, and opened the entire wardrobe. Sure enough, he found a device in the corner that was out of place in the room. He raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, secretly teasing, this guy always hides things in the same way, Su roughly calculated the time it took to float to the surface from the bottom of the sea, and did not fill the oxygen bag to the limit as usual. Before entering the water, he deliberately opened the waterproof waste bag and took a look to confirm that there was no water seepage in the water cup and the cups wrapped in plastic bags. He carefully tightened the zipper and made sure that there was no risk before walking to the bamboo raft and jumping into the water. Matthias' support arrived soon, leaving him and Wei Yu with little time. Thinking of this, Su accelerated the swinging speed of his legs, pulled the gear of the oxygen booster to the highest level, and tried his best to get more opportunities for conversation. It was hard to see one's fingers in the muddy deep sea. The deeper the protective suit sank under the huge pressure of hundreds of tons, the weaker the effect of the decompression system. Without the buffer cabin to transition, Su's ears were buzzing, and suddenly he could not hear anything. He followed the light that led him closer. The light blue spotlight was very conspicuous in the dark. As the light tube moved slowly, the light was reflected on the outer wall made of prisms, as if reflecting a clear and flowing water wave. Su, who was dizzy from the deep-sea pressure, saw the original color of the sea through the light. The surging waves rolled up the thick seabed silt, forming a natural maze. If it weren't for someone's guidance, almost no one would come here. Su reflexively held his breath and rushed through the confusion, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. The turbidity around him was gone, and the clear and clean sea water didn't seem to exist in this world. The endlessly rotating purifier flashed red light, and the potential energy of hundreds of rotating fan blades continued to deliver energy. As if the host sensed that a guest was coming, the light strips between the prisms were instantly lit up, and the true face of the huge ship could finally be seen. The titanium alloy hull was tightly fitted, and the four corners were fixed with external forces to keep the hull firmly on the seabed. The drone patrolling and reconnaissance outside the ship would regularly return to the charging station connected to the purifier to recharge. The one-way porthole made it difficult to see the situation inside the cabin, but Su was sure that someone must be watching him inside. Su walked forward for a while, and saw that the cabin door, that was originally closed, slowly opened, as if silently inviting him to enter. Walking into a new and unfamiliar environment, Su habitually guarded, and the sudden spray of disinfectant also made him subconsciously take a step back. But compared to the disinfection system on Mattia that wanted to wash off a layer of your skin, the disinfectant mist in front of him was so gentle that it seemed to tickle him. Every time I returned to Mattia after a mission, the disinfectant spray on my body was more tiring than being chased and bitten by monsters at sea. So after coming here, the first thing I did was to change the entry disinfection. Wei Yu put on a white coat and took the initiative to walk into the disinfectant spray while talking to drive away the suspicious pollution brought from the laboratory, and then approached Su, who had not seen him for a long time. Hello, let me introduce myself formally. I am Wei Yu, a senior researcher in the Biological Alienation Research Group of the Matthias Experimental Center. I defected from Matthias 5 years ago, and am now the director of the Deep Sea Research Institute. Wei Yu extended his hand to Su and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you." Su lowered his eyes to look at his hand, and shook it politely. Director Wei is really a hidden talent. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Wei Yu saw that Su was angry at a glance, quickly found out the problem, and apologized proactively, "But I am really sorry." Su is not easy to talk to, but he is also very easy to talk to. Hearing Wei Yu's frank apology, his expression visibly eased a lot. He slightly raised his head to examine the real defector from Mattia in front of him and asked, "I have always been curious. Why did you leave 5 years ago?" He remembered that Apathy had said that Wei Yu had collected blood samples from children in the labor zone, and then suddenly disappeared. What happened in between? Wei Yu was half a head taller than Su. Seeing the eyes in front of him flashing slightly in the mist, he was startled for a moment, and deliberately looked away under the pretext of recalling the past. "I don't know how much you know about me, so let's start from the beginning. When I was working in Matthias, the experimental center needed to send people to accompany the Vanguard to carry out maritime missions." Su nodded. "I know this." Wei Yu pointed to the road ahead and motioned Su to follow him in, saying as he walked, "Only by collecting enough samples can we obtain data to calculate the evolution speed of alienated organisms and provide corresponding control plans." But suddenly one day, I found that my research results appeared in the hands of people in the Human Gene Research Group. I asked my superior, but he said that complete and effective experimental results should be shared with all mankind, ignoring the seriousness of the problem. Chapter 110. At first, I guessed that the Human Gene Research Group might want to develop an antibody vaccine for alienated biological data, which might not be a bad thing, or I might be overthinking. But later, the development of the incident was worse than I expected. Wei Yu said, and used the card on his chest to swipe open a gate. Come in, this is my office. Su Su pulled the corner of his mouth speechlessly and complained, can't you finish your words at once? He used to be annoyed by the behavior of inserting advertisements. Wei Yu chuckled, but thought it was interesting to do this occasionally. Su Su, who would get angry and complain, was no longer a cold questioning machine. But he didn't delay for too long, poured a glass of water for Su Su, and continued his words. I noticed it because I accidentally heard screams coming from the laboratory when I was preparing experimental samples late at night. But when I followed the sound, I was stopped by someone who said it was just a small accident. Not long after that, I received an invitation from the navigation department to go out to sea with the Vanguard to strangle large alien creatures. It was during that mission that I suddenly found that some of the team members, who were usually timid, rushed to the front, shouted but didn't respond, and attacked the monsters without any thinking ability. They didn't react even when they were injured. In the end, only half of their bodies were left, but they didn't stop attacking. They were completely a body that only knew how to attack. Wei Yu's expression became more and more solemn. Such strange things are common, and even spread to the guards. I only know that one day Muller suddenly rushed into the experimental center, and said he wanted to talk to my superiors. That was the first and only time Muller entered the experimental center as far as I know. After that, there were no more abnormal situations within the guards, but the strange behaviors of the Vanguard and the underground city-based garrison became more and more frequent. While talking, Wei Yu put back the plastic leaves that he had pulled off before, and deliberately avoided looking at Su Su. Perhaps, as the people behind the scenes expected, the efficiency of the sea mission has been significantly improved, but it has also gradually become uncontrollable. During a joint mission, those lunatics began to attack indiscriminately, and the muzzles were pointed at their own people. Later, we were scattered on the sea, and I was rescued by Director Finn. It was at that time that I came into contact with this place, the Deep Sea Research Institute. Director Finn? Su Su heard a strange name. Wei Yu explained, he is the former director of the institute, and has lived in the sea camp since he was a child. Oh, the room where I put the oxygenator is his. After being rescued, I was shocked by this bizarrely appeared institute. The director said that this was the result of the relay of generations of people in the camp, and the skeleton of the institute came from the large ship in the labor district that was originally abandoned by Mattia. Whether it was the research institute where they were currently, or the survivor camp on the sea, they were all ruthlessly abandoned by their former human compatriots. They were all regarded as worthless garbage by superior genes, but they survived in unexpected ways, and even became a threat to Matthias. Su Su raised his head in thought, and his eyes were different when he looked at the research institute again. It turned out that those who had passed away had always existed in another way. He took a deep breath, calmed his turbulent emotions, looked at Wei Yu and said, what happened next? Then saw that I was from the experimental center, and took the initiative to say that after completing the mission of the Vanguard, he secretly took away those members who had gone crazy before their death for research and analysis. He showed me the analysis results. I was very familiar with the data on it. It was almost consistent with the genetic matrix of the alienated creatures I collected on the sea. So, the thing I was most worried about still happened. Wei Yu lowered his head with a gloomy look, and his slender arms hung on both sides of his body. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Su Su saw self-blame on his face. After returning to Matthias, I sneaked into the Human Gene Research Group at night, when there were few people around. The data that should be shared with all mankind is strictly encrypted according to my superiors, but I still pieced together some clues after reading the draft in the wastebasket. The people in the research group seemed to be trying to merge genes. Looking at the rough experimental conclusions under the draft, they have an old version of the control group when carrying out the current experimental plan. Wei Yu remembered that the human embryo breeding time in Uni Garden has been shortened to 3 months. It has only been less than a few months since he discovered the abnormality. It is impossible for the laboratory to have one or more versions of reference data for various age groups in such a short time. That is to say, the laboratory may have been secretly manipulating human genes for a long time. The children bred in Uni Garden will be sent to the underground city base and the labor area after strict screening. Only a small number of children, who meet the high-quality gene standards, will be kept in the education center for training. Children who are labeled as having excellent genes need to be strictly cared for from childhood to adulthood, and the underground base is far away, so collecting data is relatively difficult. In addition, considering the mixed personnel in the base, it is easy to cause confusion among the experimental subjects. Therefore, the source of these experimental reference data is most likely from the labor camp. I found the labor area based on the clues, obtained the consent of the children, took blood samples, and quietly brought them back to the laboratory for analysis. The results were as I expected. The gene sequences of these children all had traces of splicing, but because the degree of change was not large, they looked no different from normal people. But it did prove that my guess was true. Although he said it right, Wei Yu's face did not show any joy. Combining what he knew, Su Su knew very well where those children with high mutation levels went later. Your Qiaoqi should have been discovered later. He remembered that Appa mentioned that after the mysterious man Wei Yu took away their blood, people came to ask from time to time. Presumably the experimental center had already had some suspicions. Wei Yu nodded without disguising. Yes, not long after that, I found myself being followed secretly. The mark I made by the dormitory door before leaving was gone when I returned. There were traces of manuscripts and computers being flipped through and checked, and the number of times I went out to assist was significantly reduced. So in a later large-scale joint operation, you took the opportunity to leave. Su Su remembered that Captain Meg had said this. Wei Yu did not deny it, and nodded and said, after leaving, I joined the Deep Sea Research Institute and continued to study the real cause of the mutation of marine organisms and the response plan. As you can see, the particle accelerator outside is the result of several generations of the Institute. Su Su looked out the window when he heard this, and when his eyes passed by, he glanced at the wall clock and looked at Wei Yu to signal him to pay attention to the time. Sorry, I am a little long-winded, but I am afraid that you will not believe me if I say less. Wei Yu took 2 steps closer, and seeing Su Su retreating away from him, he reached out to pull him back, leaning slightly so that he could see his face clearly. His eyes were level with Su Su's, and he softly confirmed with the other party. So you really don't remember me? Su Su tried to raise his hand to break free from Wei Yu's shackles, but the man in front of him was much stronger than he imagined, and repeated with a puzzled tone, Wei Yu, the Biological Alienation Research Group of the Matthias Experimental Center. That's not what I'm talking about. Wei Yu leaned forward slightly, getting closer to Su Su. I ask you again, when was the first time we met? They were so close that Su Su could almost see his own shadow in Wei Yu's pupils. He blinked a little distractedly, and had no impression for a while. It seems that it really happened before he woke up. Did Su Su say something to Wei Yu? Is it the same as he speculated before? The things that Su Su stole are very likely in Wei Yu's hands? Alas, it seems that you really don't remember it. I'm a little sad. Wei Yu pretended to be sad and covered his chest, trying to recall for Su Su, if you want to count the grace of saving your life, I am your benefactor. The cabin was silent, with only the humming sound of the engine turning, and the seawater flowing out of the filter port gently caressed the outer wall of the hull, making a surging sound similar to a heartbeat. Su Su suddenly raised his eyes, and said in surprise, when I went on a mission for the first time, I was targeted by others, and almost got into trouble at sea. Did you save me? No wonder there was such a long wound on the belly of the giant shark at that time. It turned out that it was not cut by Su Su. At that time, he had just woken up, and didn't understand the situation at all. If the monster hadn't been seriously injured, he would have almost no chance of surviving alone from the bloody mouth. Finally remembered? Wei Yu's mouth corners raised with satisfaction. Just as he was about to stand up and prepare to have a serious talk with Su Su, he was pulled back by the other party. Instantly, he met Su Su's light brown pupils that flickered like broken stars in the dark, and froze in shock. Is it a bit too close? He really wanted to talk about cooperation while reminiscing about the past, but isn't this progress a bit too fast? Su Su didn't notice Wei Yu's strangeness and asked, the situation was urgent at the time, I was too nervous, so I don't remember the following things clearly, and then? Ah? Wei Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, pulled the corners of his mouth in anger and amusement, and secretly thought that Su Su's ability to make excuses really didn't improve at all. Is it a test for him to ask these questions in a hurry? Thinking about it, Wei Yu said slowly according to his memory, after I rescued you, you seemed to sense that you were going to die, so you grabbed me and told me your last words. You said that you knew that all these things happened to you because of the tricks of Uni Garden and Pajuo Palace, but you were unwilling to die like this, and then you gave me a test tube, saying that it was evidence that Uni Garden deviated from human ethics. That place is purgatory, all children. You fainted after saying this, and I saw that the other members of the Vanguard were about to approach. In order to ensure that I would not be discovered, I put you by the watercraft and left. Although it was a detour, it finally returned to the topic he expected. I knew that there was something fishy about the experimental center, and you were a rare person in the vanguard, who was clearly hostile to Matthias, so you were the partner I had been looking for a long time. But I didn't expect that when I saw you again later, you actually had no memory of it at all. So, what is the content of the cooperation? Susu asked. Wei Yu chuckled with a hint of regret, and said with emotion, You are really not the kind of person who will hug me and cry after revealing the truth, thanking me for saving your life. Susu tightly grasped Wei Yu's collar. He had a polite smile on his face, but his words were full of a strong sense of competition. Since you think we are on the same side, can you really make me trust you with this old trick of saving each other? Chapter 111. How should I describe this question? Wei Yu tried to pull his collar away from Susu's hand, and helplessly raised his head to avoid looking at each other. At first, I was confident that I could convince you to become the insider of the Institute, but I didn't expect that when I saw you again, you were completely different from my expectations. We look the same, but your style of doing things is completely different from before. I have to reconsider our cooperation. Oh! Susu's tone changed 3 tones, and the overflowing doubts made Wei Yu laugh and cry. Wei Yu hurriedly made up. I didn't say that you had any bad intentions in the past or now, but you also know that the situation in the Institute is a bit special. So when I learned that you didn't recognize me, I deliberately concealed my identity, and wanted to get in touch with you again. As for inviting you to cooperate now. Wei Yu lowered his head again, his eyes subconsciously dodging, but in order to show his sincerity in cooperation, he still chose to look at him. I have made clear my needs and your ideas. We both have our own goals to achieve cooperation, mutual benefit and win-win, and mutual achievement. So, Mr. Susu, can we discuss this deal? Susu, who had just met again, did not easily entrust his trust. He was very suspicious, and kept many things in his heart. He always needed to take the initiative to observe and speculate. He also noticed a point that he liked very much, that is, there was hatred, ambition and desire in Susu's eyes. When he mentioned HOM, the other party showed an obvious desire to explore, but did not show any yearning. He was more certain that there would be no more suitable partners in the world than Susu. Wei Yu tilted his head to one side, pointed the direction to Susu and said, Everything you want to know is deep in the seabed at the center of the restricted area. You can't get in by yourself, and Matthias won't let you get close, but I can help you. Everything he wants to know. Susu laughed coldly. How can you be sure what I want to know? What is in the center of the restricted area? Wei Yu shook his head honestly and admitted, To be honest, I really can't guess your thoughts completely. But that is the birthplace of the HOM research group, and the original archival materials are still preserved there. I think you should be very interested. That place was when he came to the sea, and returned from a long sea plan. He accidentally encountered the elite team of the Vanguard, who came to the restricted area to discard waste. At that time, they had no time to change their route temporarily, so they could only force their way into the restricted area to temporarily avoid it. As a result, they accidentally encountered a whirlpool on the sea surface. The HOM Marine Biological Research Center under the water was accidentally discovered by them, when they were swept into the seabed by the vortex. It is not uncommon to have buildings on the seabed, but the sign on the roof is exactly the same as the name of the Human Enhancement Project proposed by the Experimental Center, which makes Wei Yu feel very strange. When they approached, they found that the engines in this scientific research building that had been submerged for hundreds of years were still running, and they were also the source of the vortex. Because they were not well prepared, they simply searched the building. Except for a secret room with a cast entrance, there was nothing special. Later, he took people to go there again and forced open the room. As a result, he was almost discovered by the alien creatures all over the seabed and lost his life there. But time is tight now, and Susu probably won't be interested in these things, so he won't say more. Wei Yu saw Susu lowering his eyes, thinking seriously, and gently controlled his hand to pull out his collar. After a long sigh, he walked to the desk and opened a drawer. He walked back to Susu with a repaired newspaper in his hand, and handed it to him and said, This is my self-evidence. Susu took the old newspaper doubtfully, and flipped through it. He saw the headline. The first black rain virus antibody vaccine was successfully developed, from HOM Biopharmaceuticals. There is another thing that Director Finn said when he learned that I found the HOM building, but I can't provide evidence for this matter for the time being. If you don't believe it, just treat it as a lie. You may not understand if you don't like gossip. This feeling of knowing the enemy's secrets, but having nowhere to share is really too lonely. Hearing Wei Yu start to chatter again, Susu twitched his mouth calmly said, Wei Yu cleared his throat. I also heard it from the old people in the camp. It is rumored that when the nuclear wastewater was first discharged, a company took this opportunity to secretly discharge chemical waste into the seawater. The mutation of marine life is not only related to nuclear pollution, but also probably related to this company. This news was exposed at the time, but soon disappeared strangely, as if it was deliberately erased. Su heard what Wei Yu meant, staring at the familiar company name in the title and frowning. HOM Biopharmaceutical Company. He raised his eyes and asked directly, "Tell me, your conditions. Help me get something from the experimental center." Wei Yu replied quickly. "Experimental center?" Su smiled. "To be honest, Professor Gabriel has been trying to recruit me recently. If I report you after I go back, I will definitely be given important positions in Matthias in the future. Are you afraid?" Su raised his voice slightly, testing the degree of Wei Yu's trust in him. Wei Yu chuckled softly upon hearing this, and denied the possibility that Su would submit to Matthias with great certainty, saying, "If you completely trust Matthias, you wouldn't be here. What do you think?" Su raised his eyebrows, took a step forward and walked to Wei Yu's side, turned around and leaned on the edge of the table, turned his head to look at the person next to him, and asked, "What do you want?" "Wei Yu, in the 10 million level clean room of the experimental center, there is a locked storage room with a bottle of seawater sample numbered 0. You can find a way to steal it and bring it to me." "You want seawater?" Su pointed out of the window blankly. "Isn't it all outside?" He thought that what Wei Yu wanted him to do was not as difficult as blowing up the experimental center, but it turned out to be. Ask him to steal something that can be found everywhere? Wei Yu shook his head and said, "It's not just seawater. The seawater I want is the sample collected by scientists in the center of the vortex, when the marine life mutation occurred in the early stage. Unfortunately, that group of scientists were attacked by the first alienated creatures and all died. The reinforcements, who received the distress signal, finally found the seawater sample that the scientists guarded desperately on the ship and brought it back to the scientific research laboratory. After repeated tests, the researchers found that this seawater sample was not contaminated and had no reaction. But when the scientists wanted to study the bottle of seawater in depth, the black rain crisis came and the laboratory had to move away. That researcher is the descendant of one of the scientists who died at sea, and is also the great-grandfather of Director Finn. Wei Yu didn't know that Su had known Zhu Hui before he came, but just like he said at the beginning, he wanted to share everything he knew with Su. The particle accelerator purifier, that is, the machine that has been filtering seawater outside, requires ecological initial values for its startup and normal operation. However, due to the advent of the Black Rain era and the long-term dependence of mankind on groundwater, it has led to overexploitation, and it is currently difficult to find pure natural water sources on the Earth. Su put forward his own views in a very realistic way. Even though he knew that these words sounded a bit disappointing, he still hoped that Wei Yu would not entrust such heavy hopes to him, and he could not afford it. "This sounds very mysterious. Have you ever thought about how long you have been preparing for this? What if I fail? Or the seawater has been thrown away by Matthias as worthless garbage? Or I finally bring the seawater to you, but in the end, I find that it is actually useless. It's a waste of time?" Wei Yu smiled bitterly, and looked at the wall clock. He said regretfully, "In scientific theory, it is impossible to go back to the past. If humans want to find a way out, they can only move forward. What I want to do, and the only thing I can do, is to continue the research direction of my predecessors, and do my best to achieve the wishes of all mankind. Can't go back to the past?" Su muttered to himself in deep thought. Wei Yu stood up and walked to Su again, saying seriously and sincerely, "Whether the bottle of seawater can really purify the ocean, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we want to give it a try. After all, it is difficult for the world to be worse than it is now. There is no rush now. You will have plenty of time to think about it after you return to Matthias. You can answer me after you have thought it through." Feeling his own figure reflected in Wei Yu's enthusiastic eyes, Su subconsciously wanted to hide, but he leaned against the edge of the table and could not retreat. He was forced to accept the gaze of the person in front of him. He lowered his head and unzipped his waist bag, and took out a water cup and a wrinkled plastic bag with a piece of cloth in it. Su forced the topic to another purpose of his visit to Wei Yu this time. "Can you help me test the composition of these two things? I owe you another favor. Putting aside the cooperation, I will find another way to repay it." Adding the favor of Wei Yu, who saved his life at the beginning, the debt of favor he owed was a bit difficult to repay. So, he really didn't like to owe favors to others. Wei Yu's eyes seemed to be lit up instantly. He took the things handed over by Su and agreed with a smile. "I'm happy to do it. This means that no matter whether your final answer is rejection or agreement, we will have a chance to meet or talk, right? Under his shining eyes, Susu's retreat was more intense than the surging waves outside. He coughed lightly and stepped away from Wei Yu. His speech speed suddenly became rapid. Madia's support should be here. If it doesn't go up, it will be troublesome. I will consider the cooperation. See you next time. Remember to give me the results of my things. Can you change your bad habit of talking to people next time? I did it because... Wei Yu didn't even have time to explain. Susu had already disappeared, and he looked like he was rushing back to the sea, but thinking carefully about what he said before he left, he could taste some exciting tricks. Suddenly, a figure came out from nowhere, leaned against the door of Wei Yu's office, and said leisurely, "Because you are afraid that I will eavesdrop, right? Then you don't need to get so close to others. I, an old man, can't bear this blame." Wei Yu stretched out his hand to rub the tip of his nose, and said, refusing to admit it, "You know it," which is equivalent to everyone in the institute knowing it, so they must be on guard against you? Then shrugged innocently and said casually, "I have a good relationship with people you are jealous." His trickery was not responded to. Wei Yu was seen standing in front of the one-way window, watching the figure leave the seabed. Even when he disappeared into the chaos, he did not look away for a long time. After a long time, Wei Yu turned around and said to the members of the research institute who had gathered after hearing the news, "Madia's people will be here soon. Let's pack up and leave." Chapter 112. After leaving the Deep Sea Research Institute, Susu calculated the time and pulled the booster gear to the highest position, swimming rapidly. Not much different from the expected. When approaching the sea surface, the system began to constantly prompt that the oxygen was in urgent need, but Susu used the last bit of oxygen reserves on the booster regardless. Susu almost surfaced in a state of suffocation, and when he climbed onto the bamboo raft, his whole body was exhausted. He used up his last strength to untie the hood, collapsed to the ground weakly, and gradually fell asleep in a daze. The guards who came according to the coordinates did see Susu fainted on the bamboo raft. His whole body was wet, and his oxygen bag was completely deflated. Susu did this so that after returning to Matia, even if some people would question his confession, there would be guards to provide some evidence for his words. Checking the current time, it has been less than 2 days since he left the Deep Sea Research Institute, and he got Wei Yu's reply so quickly. Wei Yu rubbed his red eyes, and said without complaint, "The purpose of the nutrients in these powders is not to strengthen the body, but to support the explosive consumption caused by the reaction of the amphetamine chain in the human body, so that people will not collapse in a short time. But this thing is at the cost of damaging the central nervous system after all. No matter how much nutrition is supplemented, it is useless. No matter what happens, you can't take it." Susu said calmly, "I guess that this supplement is not a good thing, but I don't know what it is. But in order to deceive Gabriel's trust, I drank some." "What?" Before Wei Yu asked, Susu added, "Not long after, I vomited it all behind his back." If he had known the core of the supplement earlier, he would not have blindly been infected even if he spent several times more time to contact Gabriel step by step. Wei Yu breathed a sigh of relief. What should you do next? From what Susu said, he was determined to join Gabriel's treacherous transformation plan. But this also means that Susu must continue to take supplements, otherwise, he will not be able to support the transformation content of the experimental center. Susu asked a question first. How long can the effect of this supplement last? Wei Yu pursed his lips and answered, "With the current dosage given to you, it will last less than half a month, and theoretically, the condition will gradually decline." "I understand what you mean." Susu understood. In other words, he has to think about the way to act in a sluggish manner from the beginning. Susu was worried, but Wei Yu sighed one step earlier than him. "What's wrong with you?" Susu asked. Wei Yu tilted his head and clamped the communicator with his shoulder, picked up his glasses and put them on his nose, and quickly began to look through the relevant information. "I know I can't persuade you, and I have no position to persuade you. Since you have made a decision, please contact me at any time if you need me. I am looking forward to it. No matter what era, opportunistic things are not feasible." He could hear that Susu, and he had the same idea. But Susu still chose to continue according to the original plan, which meant that this madman was ready to get himself involved in another way. The cooperation between them has not been finalized. Susu took such a risk. What if he made a mistake? Wei Yu frowned worriedly. He wanted to respect Susu's ideas, but he couldn't help but anticipate the dilemma he was about to face. His hands began to tremble inexplicably as he flipped through the pages of the book. Suddenly, Susu's relaxed laughter came to his ears. "You are the most talkative partner I have ever met." His calm voice was like an invisible hand, which greatly soothed Wei Yu's nervous brows. Wei Yu picked up the communicator again and realized that the person who was really at the center of the vortex was Su Su, and as a helper, he couldn't lose his composure first. He suppressed his anxiety and said casually, "If you say so, I will start looking forward to your invitation for cooperation." "Okay." Su Su couldn't help laughing when he responded, and was about to hang up the line to end the call. "Be careful and pay attention to safety." Before the line was hung up, Wei Yu said in a hurry, fearing that the other party didn't hear it. Hearing Wei Yu's concern, Su Su's heart warmed up and was about to respond, but suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Someone walked past his door. "Just throw these things here, and throw them out with the garbage later." The person outside the door didn't sound like he was targeting Su Su, but Su Su could feel the disgust in his words even through the door. "Let's stop here first, see you next time." Su Su ended the call hastily, walked quickly to the window, gently pulled open the curtain, and looked out through the gap. Staring at the dark screen, Wei Yu suddenly felt breathless, glanced at the door, and found Finn, who had been eavesdropping but accidentally exposed his clothes. "It will take us about 2 days to reach the new place we decided on with Oliver. If nothing unexpected happens, Matthias will also leave soon." Wei Yu stood up and walked to the bookshelf, selecting a few reference materials. He seemed to be talking without a purpose, but his purpose could be heard. Finn knew he was discovered, and there was no embarrassment on his face. He walked into Wei Yu's office and helped to select materials. "I know. Matthias will definitely send out the Vanguard to clear the sea crisis after sailing to the destination. But now the Vanguard, which is already short of talent, has lost most of its members, and he has shown his skills one after another, so he will most likely be sent to the sea. By that time, his situation will probably be even more difficult than it is now." He agreed to join some mysterious transformation plan, but if he didn't make any achievements, he would be discovered by the experimental center sooner or later, and the plan would still fall through. He listened to Wei Yu's mumbling every day. It's not that he didn't believe in the boy's determination, but under such high pressure, he was afraid that this man would really risk his life. This should be what Wei Yu was worried about. "I call Xiaolu to study together later, as for you." Then looked Wei Yu up and down, snorted unhappily, "You haven't slept for 2 days, and you've been tinkering with these things. I'm afraid you blow up the lab if you're not careful. Forget it, you should wake up first and come over." "I'm fine." Wei Yu was about to say that he was not sleepy, and yawned unconvincingly, and then all the books in his hand were taken away by Finn. Then looked at Wei Yu with disdain, and said with a sharp tongue and a soft heart, "I feel sorry for my lab. Look at your red eyes. If you don't know, you will also be alienated. Go to bed quickly." Wei Yu was used to this way of getting along with Finn, and smiled and compromised. "Okay, I come after I rest for a while." Watching Finn leave the office, he picked up the communicator on the table again, looking thoughtful. Su Su hung up in a hurry just now. Did he encounter something? Should he ask about it? Forget it. If he did, sending a message now might cause trouble for Su Su. But if he didn't ask anything, he would have someone here to worry about. Wei Yu looked up and slapped his forehead. He was so anxious that he even scolded himself. What am I worrying about? Su Su is so smart. Is he someone I need to worry about? When did I worry so much? He grabbed his hair in confusion and plunged into the sofa, forcing himself to rest immediately. Matthias was suspended steadily in the air. The huge gears were turning endlessly, the frigates were cruising around in an orderly manner, and the tower was commanding each returning arc to dock. Everything looked so peaceful and harmonious. "Aw, cut!" Su Su had forgotten how many times he sneezed, and secretly blamed the cold on the fact that the Pajua Palace hung him in the air like bacon. When Su Su pushed the door open, the people outside had already walked a distance. He looked at the piled things at the door of the garbage disposal station next to him, and felt vaguely familiar. It's all because of that captain named Meg who killed so many people in Matthias. Now the navigation department is preparing to reorganize the team again. I finally got transferred to this decent team. If I have to reorganize again, I'm afraid I won't have the good luck I have now. Their grumblings gradually fell into Su Su's ears, and he finally figured out who the original owner of these garbage was. "Hey, when did you set sail? Didn't you see that the maintenance department on the platform was withdrawn this morning? It is said that after the remaining teams return and the 2 platforms are put away, they can prepare to set off. It will probably take 1 or 2 days." Su Su glanced back at the 2 people who were talking, then retracted his gaze, and looked at the items that originally belonged to Meg. Meg left very little, and a small box couldn't hold it all. Perhaps because he had long lost his sense of belonging to this place, and was ready to leave. Among the few relics he had left, A few metals attracted Susu's attention. Susu approached and squatted down to pick them up for a closer look. There were medals that Meg won in the competition at the underground city base, and various rewards she got in the early days of joining Matthias. They were all carefully wrapped in boxes, but now they were all turned out roughly. Meg was once dazzling, but now? Susu looked at the items in the box and shook his head helplessly, and stood up to leave. He had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned back. When he looked at the box containing Meg's relics again, all the medals about the underground city base inside had disappeared. The 2 Vanguard members shook off the dust on their hands, and when they saw the director of the dispatch department coming towards them, they bowed their heads and saluted. "Director." Ron simply responded, walked quickly into the Research and Judgment Center, and knocked on the door with the signed director of the navigation department. "Come in." After getting permission, Ron entered the office, put the list in his hand on the ground, and said, "Director, this is the preliminary list of the Vanguard team. Please take a look." Seeing the minister open it, and flip through it slowly, he explained appropriately, "The previous performance of these teams is still excellent, and they can be considered for promotion to the reserve elite team. This sounds like a reward, but as the director of the dispatch department, he knows best what it means to become an elite team after arriving in a new sea area." The head of the navigation department took a quick look at the list and asked, "Where is Susu?" Ron was embarrassed when he heard this and said, "Susu's current position is a bit special, and I dare not make a decision on my own." The head of the navigation department understood that Ron did not want to offend Unigarden, so he kicked the ball to him. He snorted coldly and said, "Mattia is short of manpower now. Susu is one of the best in the Vanguard in terms of both skills and courage. In addition, Professor Gabriel is backing him up. If Unigarden wants to settle accounts later, it will not look for us small fish and shrimps. Do you understand?" Ron nodded repeatedly with sudden enlightenment. "I will add the name right away." Chapter 113. Attention all citizens of Matthias. Attention all citizens of Matthias. The sudden announcement from the command center above his head made Susu, who came to the cafeteria to work again, stop and look at Chef Jeff in confusion. Jeff looked up and sighed. This day has finally come. Susu understood, and his eyes swept over everyone sitting in the cafeteria with an obscure look, and finally fixed on a tall and thin man who had been sitting there for the whole afternoon, and continued to work without making a sound. The announcement above continued. In order to expand the scope of clearing marine monsters and collect the scattered resources of the old humans, Matthias will embark on a new journey from now on and will arrive in the new airspace in 10 days. During this period, the energy consumption of the entire ship will be reduced to the minimum, and no one is allowed to go out unless necessary. The lower-level residents will be provided with a fixed amount of meals every day by the cafeteria, 1 portion per person, and no one can claim it without authorization. Jeff was not surprised by this, and ordered Susu and others, "You guys should go to the materials and energy department quickly and move all the things here first. If anyone dares to stop you, call the guards to escort you." Several regular employees of the cafeteria who were ordered were confused. They didn't understand that the broadcast just said that the cafeteria only needed to allocate food based on the number of people. It sounded like it should be easier than before. Why is Chef Jeff in such a hurry? Why? Didn't you only take the food for the day before? It's something that can be done later, so there's no need to rush now, right? Isn't it a bit too much to have to be escorted by the guards? Susu knew that this person wanted to say that Chef Jeff was making a fuss, but he could understand. Before the disaster, he had experienced a catastrophe that all mankind faced together, and he had also witnessed people fighting for the last pack of noodles in the supermarket. The broadcast said that the Matthias boat would only take 10 days to sail, which was not a long time, but the difficulty lay in the sea area cleaning and material replenishment after hovering. If the farms and ranches of the materials and energy department could not catch up with the harvest, and the Vanguard could not bring back new materials before the reserve materials were exhausted, so many mouths in Matthias would starve to death sooner or later. It was such a long distance from the materials and energy department to the canteen. By that time, everyone would be starving. Could the food be sent back intact? He could think of this, and others would soon realize the hidden dangers. Maybe before the day when they ran out of ammunition and food, everyone would start to grab food for the sake of being prepared. Susu asked very calmly, "Have you said hello to the materials and energy department?" Jeff saw that Susu was the first to react, and nodded with relief. "Yes, I have told them, you just go there." "Got it." Susu responded, and suddenly picked up a stick with a calm face, put it behind his waist, and left quickly. Jeff looked at the regular workers, who were dumbfounded, and could not voice their concerns, and shouted anxiously, "Come on! You just lied down after eating every day, and now you can't even think. I really don't know how you guys got through the assessment." Several people were always insulted by Chef Jeff on weekdays, and now they were even more dissatisfied and walked out of the cafeteria mumbling. Who can't see that he is partial? He likes Susu to work under him so much. Isn't it because he is cheap? That's right. If Susu was really capable, he would still stay in the vanguard. And why would he need to work odd jobs in the cafeteria? One is a stingy person, and the other is a dead poor guy. They are like-minded. Several people were joking with each other, but they didn't notice that someone had splashed soup on the ground. They slipped and fell on their buttocks, crying out in pain. Susu casually put the bowl of soup that had just been poured out by the guests at the door, and walked to the back of Matthias with a refreshed spirit. When passing through the central square, he heard Hollis leading the believers to preach on the high platform. The journey is arduous and long. It is the captain's gift to let the canteen ensure that all citizens can eat hot meals. God blesses all living beings and guides us to land on Matthias, and the captain loves all people, and is always considering the future of Matthias. As the people of Matthias, we should all be loyal to the community of human destiny, loyal to Matthias, and everything is for the future of mankind. Another meaningless talk. Susu pulled the corner of his mouth and muttered that if Gabriel had a change of heart one day, and specialized in providing nutritional supplements without adulteration, Hollis would be the one who needed to stuff a can into his stomach the most. Because of the tricks of the people from the Pajot Palace, Susu hurried to the materials and energy department, but saw the figure of the lieutenant general next to Admiral Muller at the door. The other party seemed to have expected that the canteen would send someone over. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move it." While helping to move the basket of vegetables, Mon secretly looked at Susu. Seeing that he was alive and kicking again after just one day, he couldn't help but secretly thought that Susu didn't need to be transformed. He was now a monster who was fearless and could not die. Susu had just taken the basket handed over by the guards when he saw that the fluorescent lights on the top of the lower floor dimmed one after another, leaving only 2 rows of lighting lights. The sound of axles rolling constantly came from their feet. Such a vibration was very familiar to Susu. It was the sound of Matthias recycling the chain. Susu subconsciously breathed quickly and clenched the handle of the basket. The dimming light made the scene flashing in front of his eyes more obvious. 2 loud noises followed closely, which made Matthias tremble, causing the people gathered in the central square to exclaim. The believers in the Pajot temple sang hymns, gently soothing everyone's anxiety, trying to cover up the noise of the mechanical ship running the flying paddles again. A beam of golden light illuminated the high platform in the dimness, making the golden robe more dazzling, and everyone's eyes were attracted. Susu stood up and stared at the high platform in the distance. What he saw in his eyes was not the artificial holy light, but the things he had experienced. There was no reverence and respect like others in his eyes. Indifference and disgust were the colors in his eyes. Mon observed Susu, then quietly cast a glance at the admiral standing by the central elevator in the distance, swallowing his doubts. Susu quickly moved all the baskets of vegetables onto the trailer, hoping to leave before the people in the square woke up from the brainwashing. Unexpectedly, the trailer's target was still too obvious, attracting the attention of some people in the back row. Mathia didn't say how long the ration distribution would last. "Can I save some rations for myself first?" "Okay, the guy from the cafeteria, can I exchange points with you?" "I want to exchange too, give me a small bag of rice." The commotion in the back row attracted the attention of more people. In the face of human desires, the faith that the Pajot Palace talked about with relish was not worth mentioning. Susu pulled out the stick behind his waist with hostility, ready to fight these people at any time. "Mond." Muller's cold voice was tough and unyielding. All the guards rushed over to stop the crowd and separated the people in the cafeteria, calming the situation instantly. Susu quickened his pace and rushed to the cafeteria. When he passed by Muller, he whispered, "Thank you." The turmoil was temporarily calmed down by the suppression of the guards, but after the cafeteria was opened as planned, countless low-level citizens rushed in frantically, regardless of any order. Everyone shouted that they were willing to pay more contribution points, as long as the cafeteria could sell them more food, even if it was the tortillas that they disdained the most in the past. Seeing that the cafeteria clearly refused, many people angrily slapped the glass windows, and some even threatened to smash the glass and grab the food first. If the guards had not arrived in time, this group of people who were already frightened by the unknown fear would not know what excessive things they would do next. The captain said that everyone should eat at regular times and in fixed quantities. If you don't comply, it will be considered as giving up. Mueller spoke indifferently word by word like a robot, examining everyone present. They had no doubt that if they moved again, the guards would immediately take action, and they would be dead, so there was no need to think about eating. Mueller stood upright in front of the cafeteria window, slightly lowered his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Line up." Seeing that the guards all held their weapons tightly and waited for orders, the chaotic crowd immediately lined up obediently, and everyone dared to stand up and resist. Even if the guards withdrew from the cafeteria, everyone was still in fear, afraid that the next guard dog would come out from nowhere and bite off their heads, so they still lined up obediently to get their own food. Since it was fixed time and fixed quantity, there was less work in the canteen. Su took his share, helped to clean up the kitchen, and was driven out of the canteen. As soon as he walked out of the canteen door, he heard the lock behind him. It seems that Chef Jeff is going to live in the canteen and guard these foods during this period. Su took a bite of corn tortilla, swallowed a mouthful of mashed potatoes with diced vegetables, and put away the other half of the food for future use. When he walked slowly past the training base, he saw that there was no one inside. He silently glanced behind him and walked towards the gate of the training base. Before the collection center mission, he would come here to punch it every day, but then a pair of hands appeared behind him, pushing him to keep moving forward, and he rarely came here after that. Anyway, his contribution points have reached the point where there are no points to be deducted, and he can't even pay the rent for the dormitory next month. As for why Su suddenly came here today, it was because he arranged a drama for himself. Su simply filled his stomach and walked into the shooting range. In a few breaths, he focused on the bull's eye, as if everything around him had disappeared and the world was left with only the target in front of him. He held the electromagnetic gun firmly with both hands and fired 10 shots, all hitting the bull's eye. He took advantage of the gap between changing bullets and charging to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After staying at the shooting range for a while, Su went to the physical training ground again. He practiced all the equipment without changing his expression. He looked in great shape and walked into the actual combat training cabin without a moment's rest. A person stood in the darkness outside the base and observed secretly, recording all of Su's status. It seemed that the training volume was obviously a step up from before. The man nodded with satisfaction, and the corner of his clothes was white when he turned around. After confirming that Gabriel's men had left, Su finally loosened his hand that had been tightly holding the simulation joystick. On the display screen on the windshield, countless monsters rushed over violently, and the simulation cabin flashed red light frequently, announcing the failure of the mission. Under the reflection of the light, Su's hands were shaking weakly. Physical transformation? Supplements? He could hold on without those things. As long as he could achieve his goal, he would hold on no matter what. Chapter 114. The scorching sun, without the cover of clouds, splashed the dazzling light on the world. The shimmering light reflected from the sea surface was reflected on the bottom of the giant mechanical ship moving steadily forward. The powerful exhaust of the engine disrupted the orderly undulating sea surface and made the waves hideous. The rusty gears made a sharp and piercing sound. Almost no one could sleep peacefully in such a noise. Hunger and sleepiness were like a death clock hanging over their heads, disturbing everyone in the lower level. Su didn't care. He went to the cafeteria to work as usual every day, and went to the training base next door to punch in. In the past, there was a full attendance award for punching in at work. Not only did the training base not reward, but also deducted points for absence. Su enjoyed it. As long as you make a little more mistakes today than yesterday, and then put on an expression of disbelief, you can go home. Su looked at himself in the glasses when he passed by the wash area. He hadn't slept well for a few days, and his eyes were dark and his face was sluggish. It was just as way you described before. Once he stopped taking supplements, his physical condition would obviously decline. It's not easy to improve in training, but there is a lot of room for regression. He is quite satisfied with the current results, but he doesn't know if it suits the wishes of those who spy outside the base every night. The command center reminds you that it is 6 o'clock in the morning now. There are still 2 days to arrive at the new sea area. The beautiful future is just around the corner. Matthias is with you and me. Why are there still 2 days? Su was about to sigh that he had been living a dark life these days, and heard a complaint from the corner of the dormitory area. When he passed by, he glanced at the source of the sound, and saw 2 people being intimate outside the dormitory without any hesitation. Under high oppression and nowhere to vent, the only thing they can do is to follow the most primitive desires of human beings. At least in this regard, they can enjoy half of their autonomy. Hate it, someone is watching us. The person being hugged twisted his body and complained. The man behind him glanced at the figure at the intersection and said nonchalantly, "Just watch it, Matthias is so bored, let alone having fun, he can't even eat enough. He used to have a small incense tower to entertain himself, but now?" The man sighed and sneered. "Who knows if I will be the next unlucky person to fall with the labor district one day. If that day really comes, there will be no little darling like you in the sea." The man in his arms turned around and put his arms around his lover's neck, saying sweetly, "You are right. When we reach the new sea area, whether we can come back after the mission is another matter, we can be happy every day." The two flirted face to face, and gradually entangled with each other. The lewd music was not only in this place, but the dormitory area was filled with the atmosphere of enjoying life in the moment. Su avoided it a little awkwardly, and walked a long way around the originally small dormitory area before coming out. Everyone was really hungry. Su secretly thought that if he sold the food he had saved at this time, he might make a lot of money. But he quickly gave up the idea. A hungry person is harder to control than a monster. Even the guards might not be able to stop him. What if he was robbed? He couldn't do anything in Matthias. Where could he go to seek justice? Besides, many people knew that he worked in the cafeteria. If the matter got out of hand, it would be difficult for Chef Jeff to deal with it. Su had just come out of the intersection when he bumped into Guanjie, who suddenly appeared. He immediately stopped and retreated, raised his eyebrows, and said sarcastically, "Can't you have a normal way of coming out?" Guanjie shrank his neck timidly, laughed awkwardly, and said, "I saw you sneaking around all the way, as if you were hiding from someone, so I didn't dare to say hello to you. What do you want from me?" Su asked directly without much explanation. He saw Guanjie holding a bag of food in his hand. His eyes quickly passed the end of his eyes, and glanced in the direction of the experimental center, but no suspicious figures appeared. The smile on Guanjie's face faded a lot in front of Su's indifference, but he still said politely, "I'm here to tell you that the navigation department will assign you a new team soon. The professor specially arranged for you to be in the same team with me. It seems that we will be teammates again." "Yeah." Su secretly noticed the footsteps approaching behind him, and cautiously did not say much. Guanjie confirmed with Su again with concern, "You still remember the agreement between us, right?" Su nodded. "I remember. There were many footsteps, probably 10 or so people. It stands to reason that Mattia's food reserve should not be controlled so strictly, with only one meal a day, and the amount is pitifully small. Probably because Meg took all the elite teams with her to be buried together, Mattia had to extend the martial law period in case the existing Vanguard team could not obtain available resources in a short time. But the more this happened, the more likely everyone would be afraid in the dark and depressing space. In addition, everyone was idle at this time, and it was easier to think too much when they had nothing to do, and something would happen sooner or later. Guanjie noticed that Su had been looking at the bag in his hand intentionally or unintentionally, and he boasted proudly, "This is given to me by Professor Gabriel. It seems that he hasn't asked about you during this period. It's useless for you to envy him. He only appreciates you as an experimental subject, and he really cares about me." Su didn't take his sarcasm to heart. Because of his personal high regard for interests, he kindly reminded him, "There is an old saying that wealth should not be exposed." Guanjie's thoughts did not turn around, but asked, "What do you mean?" Su shook his head, slowly said, "Respect the fate of others, and enjoy your own life," and walked leisurely towards the cafeteria. "It's really inexplicable." Guanjie couldn't help but mutter in dissatisfaction, and suddenly felt that the bag in his hand seemed to be pulled. He looked down, and saw a hand from nowhere reaching into his bag. He looked up along the hand, and saw a group of eager and greedy faces staring at him, and the bag of food in his hand. Guanjie grabbed the bag and tried to run, but as soon as he turned around, someone grabbed his legs and held him tightly in the shadow of the corner. "Don't take my things. They belong to me. Let go. Give them back to me." The shrill screams from behind made Su shake his head helplessly. He had just reminded Guanjie, but it was Guanjie who didn't react. However, he was not worried that Guanjie would get into trouble. The target of those crazy people was only food, and citizens were not allowed to fight on Mattia. The gossip brought by Guanjie was correct. Su received a dispatch letter from the navigation department the next day, asking him to set out with a new team to scout the sea situation the next morning. As the ban period came to an end, the canteen's food reserves began to run out. They didn't dare to go to collect supplies at this time, so they could only announce the closure early. It was still early when Su left the canteen. He took advantage of the fact that no one was around, and came to the cargo elevator in front of the materials and energy department alone. This was the only place on the lower level of Mattia where he could see the situation outside the cabin. He looked down at the situation on the sea, his expression as calm as usual, and no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. The next day, Susu heard the sound of the axle rolling early in the morning, opened the door and looked out, and saw that many people were rushing towards the Mattia gate. In the past, everyone was reluctant to go on the mission, but now they all ran to the door desperately, fearing that if they were late for a second, they would have to stay in this iron lump without daylight again. Susu waited in a long line before boarding the shuttle to the flight platform, standing in the old position by the cabin door, half leaning on the handrail. When the ship left Matthias and slowly descended, almost everyone in the cabin crouched down, wanting to see the scene as soon as possible. Wow! After everyone exclaimed, the dazzling sunlight squeezed into the cabin from the narrow gap at the bottom. The windows gradually exposed themselves as they descended, and they enthusiastically accepted the light and heat from the outside world. The scorching sunlight shone on Susu's face. He subconsciously closed his eyes, but couldn't help wanting to take another look at this world. This ghost place was terrible. It was 1,000 times more terrifying and hateful than the world he remembered, with green grass under his feet, and warm sunshine, and blue sky above his head. But it was precisely because he had seen the beautiful scenery of this world that he wanted to see what humans were going to destroy it into. Susu followed the instructions of the navigation department and found the new team on the flight platform. The original team members were gathering together to talk. He leaned in to listen secretly and found that they seemed to be talking about him. "Have you heard? That monster is going to join our team." "Monster? What monster?" "It's the guy named Susu from the 10th team. He first defected from Uni Garden, and then joined the Vanguard and killed his teammates one after another. The captain of the 10th team also died in a mission to save him. I'm not superstitious. He couldn't be the reincarnation of a demon coming to avenge Matthias. Now that he has joined our team, it won't be our turn next." Thinking of the fate of the 10th team, everyone present was terrified. Suddenly someone suggested, "Hey, that Guan. Guan something. Isn't he from the former 10th team? Why don't we ask him what kind of person Susu is?" "Guanjia. I think that's his name. You have a good memory." "Thank you." The man turned around to thank him, but what caught his eye was Susu's face, which was quite outstanding in the crowd. He was so scared that he screamed and stepped back. "You." Susu shrugged innocently. "Next time you want to ask, just ask me directly. Guanjia may not know me." He was not afraid of being talked about. Since he came to Mattia, his every move has been watched by others, and he has long been used to it. Instead of waiting for others to shoot him in the back, he might as well take the initiative first. Guanjia did not refute what Susu said, because he really didn't know Susu very well. Among all the people present, Susu only knew Guanjia. He strode to his side and asked in a familiar tone, "Who is the captain?" Guanjia curled his lips and thought that Susu would only put on a good face when needed, and he was not popular at other times. He pointed to the slender man next to the hatch, who always liked to look up and glare at people, and said, "That's it, his name is Emile." Emile stood by the hatch, his hands on his waist, commanding the team members to quickly help the battle preparations to the Arkansas. They had to set off as soon as possible. "Put the dispersal device aside. What is it for? Do you expect the monster to come and wait for you to find it slowly? Excuse me, is it Captain Emile? Who is calling me?" Emile turned his head arrogantly, but only saw someone standing in front of him in the uniform of the Vanguard. The person was a head taller than him, so he had to look up at the other person. When he saw who was in front of him, he was so scared that he stepped back to the door. "Oh my God, please help me." Chapter 115. "Hello, Captain Emile, I'm Susu, the new member." Susu didn't introduce himself in detail. From Emile's reaction, he knew that the other party probably knew him. He didn't care whether the other party had a good or bad impression. As long as he knew him, there was no need to waste words. Emile scratched his hair and slapped his face, and his words were not clear that, "You don't act rashly. I have no grudges against you, and I have never offended you. From now on, we will not offend each other. I don't have much money in my pocket, and I have no power in Mattia. I have nothing, and you can't do anything to me." Susu snorted softly. Compared with the former Meg, the new captain in front of him was really talkative. "Yeah." He was too lazy to pay attention. He stepped onto the ark with his hood draped over his arm. When he passed by Emile, he heard him trembling and squeezing into the corner, trying to avoid the rustling of his clothes, as if he was very afraid of him. Under the fearful eyes of his new teammates, Su Su found his old seat and sat down. He never felt sleepy when he stayed in the dormitory every day, and now he felt like sleeping as soon as he touched the stool. It was just that Emil talked too much, and Su Su was awakened by a shout as soon as he closed his eyes. Emil kicked the door frame with one foot, and the cabin door closed with great effort. He panted hard and turned around to mobilize everyone in the cabin before departure. I have a few words to say about that. As soon as he spoke, Su Su, who was sleeping in the corner, suddenly sat up, and was so scared that he didn't say anything for a long time. Oh my god, Pajot! Emil rushed to the cabin door in a blink of an eye, grabbing the handle, and ready to open the door and escape at any time. Arc 357, get on the third runway and prepare for departure. Arc 357, please reply if you receive it. Arc 357, Captain of the 9th Squadron, Emil, if you don't set off, immediately return to the preparation area and do not occupy the runway. The reminder from the control tower in the cabin became more and more impatient. The tower's urging not only failed to pull Emil back to his senses, but also made him so panicked that he forgot to return the gear to the right position and press the start button in order to set sail quickly. In an instant, the sharp friction of the brake pads resounded throughout the flight platform. Then he received another concerned greeting from the control tower. If Arc 357 has any objections to the mission, you can apply to the dispatch office to cancel this trip. No, not cancel. But how do you operate it? Emil was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. I haven't touched it for half a month. I feel unfamiliar with it. Let me get familiar with it. It will be quick. He was in a hurry for a long time before turning on the intelligent control system and letting the Ark's own system take over his operation. Watching the Ark finally escape the channel after nearly all the hardships, Emil sat down on the chair with a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. He had been in the vanguard for so many years, and he never thought about taking on any important responsibilities. He just waited to retire to the second line when he was old enough and live a stable life. Who would have thought that by mistake, his team was incorporated into the reserve elite team, and he had to take Matthias, the most dangerous person, to go on missions together. He suddenly felt that his life was coming to an end. He wanted to stay paralyzed like now and do nothing. But he couldn't. There were so many eyes staring at him from behind, and as the captain, he had to show his support. Thinking about it, Emil straightened the wrinkles on his clothes, wiped the sweat on his forehead, took a deep breath, and stood up from his position. When he turned to face the team members, his forced calmness made him look like he was crying and laughing. He glanced at Su Su, who was sleeping, and said in a low voice without daring to disturb him, "Everyone, let me say a few words. The target location is not far away. Our mission this time is not very difficult. Don't be too nervous. Just clean up the alien creatures in the shallow sea, help the Research and Judgment Center to set up the sea surface signal collection point, and then we can go home." Emil's relaxed tone was quite inconsistent with his tearful expression at the moment. He deliberately avoided Su Su's existence and arranged other team members first. As usual, divide into small teams to execute UU, and you form a team, and the rest will form a team. Captain, but... The remaining team members looked at Su Su in the back row with embarrassment, obviously not wanting to take him with them. Emil cursed his teammates inwardly, not happy that he was being sabotaged. Who dared to offend Su Su? Anyway, he didn't dare, so he could only pretend that he didn't hear anything. The Ark is about to land. Get ready to go to the cabin. He changed the subject abruptly. The team members looked at the teammate, who had an opposing opinion with gloating. Seeing Su Su behind him wake up and look up, they didn't dare to say a word and sat in their seats obediently. I'm on my own team. Su Su's cold words broke the deadlock. Emil had made a lot of strange noises along the way, so he didn't sleep deeply. But the first one to express surprise was Guanjie, who was also sitting in the back row. He asked anxiously, "Why?" Noticing the looks from his teammates, Guanjie realized that he had lost his composure just now. He lowered his voice with an embarrassed look on his face, and said to Su Su, "You are on your own team, so what should I do?" Su Su smiled and raised his eyebrows slightly, casually giving the choice to Guanjie, but he was sure that Guanjie would not go with him. Guanjie had a bitter face and hesitated to speak. He glanced at his teammates who were looking at them, and could not give an answer for a while. He wanted to benefit from Su Su, but he was afraid that if he really followed Su Su to complete the mission, it would be unsafe without the help of others, and the gain would not outweigh the loss. "Remember you promised me." Guanjie raised his hand to cover his mouth shape, and said in a very low voice. Su Su replied in a low voice with understanding, "You have confirmed it many times, and I will notify you when the time comes." He was not surprised that Guanjia would refuse this, but felt comfortable about it. It might not be a good thing to have someone following him, and there was even the hidden danger of being stabbed in the back. Guanjia's eyebrows relaxed instantly, and he nodded happily. Okay. The two of them whispered in front of everyone, but their voices were too soft and the content was unclear, so it was really hard to hear what they were saying. Someone was curious and quietly approached, but was stared at by Su, so he quickly turned his head back. The view outside the window became increasingly darker, and the high-speed rotating blades stirred the light green seawater and splashed onto the porthole, causing a series of splashing sounds. Then shall we set off now? Emil looked at Su, somewhat asking for instructions. Su withdrew his eyes from checking the situation outside the cabin and stayed on Emil's face. He snorted softly with understanding, and continued to look out the window without expressing his opinion, not taking the risk that the other party intended to avoid. Seeing that his thoughts were seen through, Emil looked at Su with a more serious look. It seemed that this man was indeed as powerful as the rumor said, and his mind was too shrewd. He estimated that he had encountered a lot of trouble after being assigned to the elite team. If something went wrong, it would affect his retirement. It would be great if someone could take the blame for him. He was just worrying about it, and Su was transferred in. He was a person at the forefront of the storm, and he was the best choice to take the blame. But the bad thing was that Su was too smart and saw through his thoughts at a glance. But this was right. How could someone who could escape from desperate situations several times be fooled by him so easily? Let's go! Finally, Emil spoke. Su put on his equipment silently. Before leaving the cabin, he passed the rudder and vaguely saw the old friend who was calmly controlling the Arkansas. The hood he put on covered the regret in his eyes, and he walked into the buffer cabin silently. The sea breeze, scorched by the scorching sun, was wrapped in a strong stench and blew in the face. The oxygen flowing through the external pipes also had a burnt smell, which made many people cough. Su lowered a water boat for himself. When it just touched the sea surface, the whole boat shook as if it was frightened. Only then did he realize that the black lines that occasionally floated under the sea surface were all sharkfish fins. What's under the water? Bonefish, all bonefish. After the breeding season, the sea is full of these things. Emil, disperse her. Seeing that the captain finally recovered, the team members hurriedly followed his instructions to lift the disperser and turn it on. Seeing that the fish that gathered around were afraid and retreated, they immediately asked, "Captain, what should we do next?" Emil calmly deployed, "Your teams will each take the electric shock net and catch a bag of bonefish first, so that you can report back. Take the dispersal device and signal transmitter to the sea, and we will withdraw when we can send the coordinates to the analysis center. You go into the water with a few of them to help cover, and make sure that the transmitter can be turned on normally. The rest is not important. The transmitter can be seen from above." Seeing Emil talking seriously and suddenly pointing to the sky, Su raised his eyebrows slightly in confusion, and quickly reacted. It turned out that their team was using the bottom-line tactic. As long as the speed of accepting and completing the task is fast enough, don't worry about the effect of the task, don't care about how many contribution points can be earned, recognize the bottom line of each task, and win by quantity. From the perspective of income and personal safety, this is indeed a good way. Su had long known that the vanguard was mainly divided into two categories. One was like Patton, who worked hard to climb up and hoped to be favored by the top leaders. The other was like Emil, who lived a lazy life and waited until the day when he retired from the front line and returned to the underground base to spend his old age. There were very few people like Meg who were contradictory. Although she was capable of accomplishing many things, her goal was to have a warm family. In order to achieve her goal, she led the team perfunctorily while following the instructions of her superiors to secretly carry out elite tasks, but she ended up with nothing. Emil sent each team member to the watercraft and told them with concern, "You must be careful, and don't go into the water. These brainless guys only know how to eat. If you go into the water, I guess there will be no bones left." The two watercrafts pulled the two ends of the electric shock net, sandwiched the fish on the sea surface from left and right, and cleared a small area of sea for the teammates behind. "Hurry up, there are too many bonefish, the net can't hold." Hearing the urging of teammates, the boats behind hurriedly went into the water and rushed forward, trying to put the transmitter in place before the bonefish broke free. The remaining team members did not wait in place, but took the water boat to the outer circle to keep watch for their teammates in case of alien creatures approaching. Only Su squatted on the water boat, lying on the edge and looking down, as if he saw something. But Emil also glanced at the sea surface, which was obviously green and turbid and nothing could be seen. Emil was about to ask Su what he was going to do, when he heard a miserable cry from the other side of the sea. Turning around, a dark monster jumped out from under the sea and dragged the team member holding the electric shock net down. After a plop, Emil found that Su, who was still on the water boat just now, was gone. He panicked instantly and shouted, "There is something under the water, be alert." Chapter 116. The scorching wind blew across the light green sea surface, rolling up light yellow lace, and the waves turned black. In just a moment, the sea surface turned black. He must be in trouble. The team members looked at the sea surface nervously and swallowed their saliva. Guanjia blurted out in disbelief, "Impossible, he is Su. How could Su, who escaped from the collection center and the labor zone that was about to fall, die so easily at sea? But why is there no movement underwater after so long?" After a splash of water, the team member, who was just pulled into the water, was thrown onto the boat by a pair of hands underwater. The team members were shocked and scared, and they all avoided their teammates, who were covered in water. The dark blood color spread in the dirty water flowing from the teammate's body. Everyone saw that his ankle seemed to be bitten by a beast, and the exposed and throbbing tendons were shocking. Guanjia did not dare to approach, but waited for a while, still did not see Su coming up, and asked the injured teammate anxiously, "Where is Su?" The man looked at the sea weakly, opened his mouth slightly, and the blood surging in his chest instantly filled his mouth, and he could not say a word. The space on the watercraft was not large. In order to avoid the teammate, everyone gathered at one end, and the hull seemed to be sinking. "Do you think he will become a monster?" Suddenly someone broke the silence. Su stabbed the lizard's eyes with a short knife, turned the handle of the knife with his backhand, took out the gun, and fired 3 shots at the waist and abdomen of the alien creature. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water surging behind him, and immediately turned around in the water with the gun. But a man sank into the water without any resistance, staring at the sea with despair, and was instantly divided up by the monsters that gathered after smelling the blood. Su saw the man's face clearly, and it was clearly his teammate who had been rescued from the mouth of the bonefish not long ago. Is this man really hopeless? Su was not sure, but what was certain was that humans once again chose to abandon their compatriots. Su! Guanjia lay on the edge and shouted anxiously when Su did not appear. He wished he could go down and take a look, but the dangerous sea made him dare not act rashly. If something happens to Su, what will happen to his contribution points? It was clearly agreed that Su would help him earn points, help him get recruited by the experimental center, successfully join the transformation plan, and let Professor Gabriel see his existence. Why didn't Su keep his word? Guanjia stopped his voice when he saw the ripples on the sea surface, turned his head, and wanted to call other teammates to see, "Look here." Before he finished speaking, a hand suddenly stretched out from the sea surface and pulled him underwater. "Help!" Guanjia was so scared that he waved his hands randomly. He struggled for a long time, but didn't feel any pain. Instead, he realized that he was sinking continuously. He opened his eyes in panic, and saw that Su was moving freely underwater. The alien creatures around him were stimulated, and were frantically gathering towards them. "Su, help, save me!" Guanjia hurriedly pushed away the muddy water in front of him, and desperately approached Su. Su kicked the bony pufferfish in front of him away, then pulled out his gun, aimed at the monster's eyes, and pulled the trigger. Then he turned the knife, and stabbed it into the soft belly of the quietly approaching lizard. He dodged the bloody mouth of the cracked shark, and grabbed the long tail of the lizard not far from him, and swung it hard at the face of the cracked shark. He took the opportunity to step back, and glanced at Guanjia, who was swimming and shouting. He frowned slightly with a little impatience, and put his finger in front of his lips to signal shushing. Although Guanjia was timid, he was smart. He immediately realized that Su was reminding him not to be discovered by people on the sea. He nodded obediently and stopped talking. The black rotten water spread on the water surface. With the help of layers of waves, the sea area where their ark was located was covered with a strong stench, which made his throat sour. "So they are dead?" A team member looked at Captain Emil in disbelief. Others around him were also surprised. Didn't they say Su was very powerful? Emil always felt that something was wrong, but seeing that the sea was calm now, he urged, hurry up, install the transmitter and leave." He didn't care whether Su was dead or alive. Since he didn't want to be the first bird of their team, it would be better for him to die. "Why do I feel like the water is bubbling?" A team member saw something strange on the turbid sea surface. Hearing this, The others looked in the direction he pointed. Is there something floating up? It seems so. It looks dark, but why? Why are there so many? A team member picked up a spear gun and poked it. The unknown object that floated to the surface turned over with the waves, revealing its cut belly, and its own steel fins were inserted in the position of the heart. Oh my god! The team members' exclamations continued, and the water boat under their feet suddenly shook, and then they heard the sound of something coming out of the water behind them. Oh my god! Emile turned around and saw that Su, who was still in doubt about his life or death, was already sitting on the water boat cleaning the dirt on his body. He took 2 steps back in fear, his words unclear. How did you come back? Su took off the rotten meat hanging on the hood and threw it back into the water, and solemnly clasped his fists to Guanjie, who was scrambling to climb onto the watercraft. He froze in place, waiting for Guanjie to climb up and continue his prepared speech, but Guanjie tried several times but failed to climb up. Su couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he pulled the man onto the watercraft and said stiffly to Guanjie, who thanked him, I was almost killed after being dragged into the water by the monster. Fortunately, Guanjie helped me, and I was able to escape from the tiger's mouth. Emile's face was wonderful, and he didn't believe Su's words at all. He pointed to the sea and asked, Then who are these killed alien creatures? Oh! Su pulled Guanjie in front of Emile and introduced him solemnly. It was him, the brave Guanjie, who fought hard to kill the ferocious monster and led me back to the sea. At first, he was not familiar with these strange alien creatures, and later, he didn't want to make it public, fearing that he would provoke revenge from Uni Garden and affect his efficiency in making money. If he was forced to cooperate with Roger before, it was to accumulate strength and gain the attention he expected during the assessment. Then he chose not to hide his edge now, so that those who pay attention to him can fully trust him and achieve his real purpose. He is not a person without desires at all, and he will even sacrifice everything for what he wants. Guanjie scratched his head embarrassedly and stammered. In fact, Su also helped a lot. He wanted to contribute something, but Su's words were too fake. Su had fulfilled his promise, and didn't care how Guanjie ended up. He stood by the boat and patted the protective suit that had been dried by the scorching sun. He stared at the sea, and finally saw clearly in the bright light that there were so many kinds of monsters that attacked him just now, most of which he had never seen before. Sure enough, there is species diversity in places where few people go. Su joked, and suddenly his expression froze. When he looked at the sea again, there was a little more inquiry in his eyes. Not only Su felt the same way, but also Emile, who had been watching him silently, suddenly understood why he could get the high attention of Matthias's top leaders. Emile had a strong premonition that Su would sooner or later subvert the existing order of Matthias. Well, no, it seems that he has already started. Really? Emile smiled but didn't ask further. He turned around and urged the team members who placed the launcher, Are you done? The others should clean up the sea and go back as soon as possible. Emile, who only wanted to retire comfortably, was not interested in how many contribution points Su and Guanjie could get this time. But that didn't mean that other team members wouldn't be jealous. The team members put all the alien creatures floating on the sea into the steel ring net, hoping that if the contribution points converted from these monsters could go into their pockets, they would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. As soon as they got on the boat, they gathered in the back row and said good things, hoping to team up with Su next time. They didn't see what happened under the sea with their own eyes, but it seemed that Su was obviously more reliable. They would try it next time. If they guessed wrong, they would find Guanjie to team up with them. Su lay listlessly on his seat, half asleep, and raised his hand to point at Guanjie, signaling that anyone who came to ask questions should go to Guanjie and not disturb him. In Su's opinion, the thing he had been looking forward to was not as important as sleeping. Guanjie gritted his teeth in anger, and the corner of his clothes in his hand was about to be crushed by him. But the next moment, he was surrounded and flattered by his teammates, and he was flattered and instantly floated. Actually, it was just a coincidence. Guanjie scratched his head embarrassedly. His eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Su, and he curled his lips hesitantly. Emile didn't care whether the monsters on the sea were cleaned up. Anyway, when Mattia found another hard-working captain like Meg, he would naturally clean them up again. On the contrary, he felt that because of Su, he brought a bunch of alienated creatures back this time, and waited for half a day to settle the account, which delayed his time to take on the next task. The 9th squad returned to rest for a night, and set out again the next morning. Su still looked like he hadn't woken up, but today he looked very bad, as if he hadn't rested for several days. Seeing Susu's behavior, Guanjie was not surprised, and even thought it was normal. This mission was just as Guanjie expected. Susu's condition was not a little worse than yesterday, just like a clockwork machine that was finally running out of energy. But Susu still managed to kill a lot of alien creatures, but he was so tired that his face turned pale, and he gasped loudly on the way back. According to the agreement, Susu still gave most of his contribution points to Guanjie, leaving only daily expenses for himself. When he returned to the dormitory, he couldn't even walk straight. Emile always did a sloppy job leading the team, so he didn't have much rest time. He took the third mission after only 1 day of rest. When they saw Susu again, his condition was completely different from the first time they met. The Susu we saw this time was listless and distracted. Although we talked to him, we still got no response. It seemed that he didn't ignore us on purpose, but he was distracted from time to time, and his mind was not on the task at all. The result was obvious. This time, let alone the harvest, Susu was so sluggish that he was almost attacked by a monster. Could it be that they really misjudged him, and Susu didn't have any ability? Chapter 117. It seems that it is time. Guanjie secretly activated his mind. After returning to Mattia after the mission, he stopped Susu and said, "Susu, wait a minute." Susu stopped and turned around, looking very self-blaming. He apologized, "Maybe I haven't rested well recently. I will make up the contribution points for you in the next mission." There was a dark spot under his eyes, and his lips, which were originally bloodless, were cracked and dry. Although he didn't run or jump, his forehead was full of sweat. It seemed that he was about to fall down. "It seems that the effect of your medicine has completely worn off." Guanjie blinked his round eyes, and looked around Susu. He was curious and surprised, and his steps became much lighter. "What?" Susu almost couldn't stand steadily. He hurriedly held the wall closest to him, with his weak steps. He had to take a breath after saying every word. Anyway, Susu had already exposed his true colors. When no one was around, Guanjie didn't even bother to pretend and said bluntly, "There are many people who cooperate with the professor's experiment, but you are the only one who can last so long after taking it for the first time. Although I don't like you very much, I have to admit your ability." He added, "The professor's vision in selecting people is still better." These days, the professor occasionally called him to the experimental center for questioning, asking him to talk about Susu's recent situation. The professor seemed surprised to learn that Susu had killed so many alien creatures even though the drug had expired. However, when he later learned that Susu's condition was getting worse day by day, he asked him to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Susu. Now that Susu has tasted the sweetness, it's time to talk about the professor's experimental plan. "Susu, I really admire you. So many people wanted you to die, but you not only did not live up to their expectations, but also fought a beautiful comeback. The current Vanguard formation is only temporary. Next month, Matthias will open recruitment to the underground city to supplement the staff of various departments. Although there is no news from the navigation department yet, I bet you must be a popular candidate for the captain. When you become the captain of the Vanguard, and complete a few tasks well, with the professor's support behind you, it is only a matter of time before you enter the elite team." Guanjie kept nagging, and he almost told Susu about his envy directly. "Susu, think about it carefully. Didn't you defect from Uni Garden just to find a better way out? Now, as long as you agree to cooperate with the professor and successfully complete the physical transformation, the elite team will not be the end of your promotion. Even the director of the garden will have to give you some leeway in the future." Susu lowered his head weakly, sighed, and expressed his helplessness at the moment, but Guanjie saw his hesitation, looked around to make sure that there was no one nearby, and continued to persuade him. "You wanted to see the effect of the supplements. You didn't rest well the last few times. Let's not talk about it for now. Just look at the first mission after arriving in the new sea area. Your performance is much better than before in the 10th team. In the future, when you join the transformation plan, there will be researchers who will always pay attention to your physical condition. The first mission in the new sea area is just your starting point. In the future, your physical fitness, perception, and mental strength will only get better, not worse." Susu leaned against the wall, holding the railing tightly with his right hand, thinking seriously about what Guanjie said, and his mind seemed to be much more relaxed. "I can feel that since I drank the supplement, there is an invisible force in my body, and I feel like I have endless energy. But you can see that I became like this after the effect of the drug wore off. What if the experiment fails, or the professor gives up on training me? Didn't you also participate in the task of the collection center? Barton and others are a lesson for us." Seeing that Susu was about to give in, Guanjia seized his weakness. No, I can see that the professor's attitude towards you is very different from that towards them. I hate Barton, but I don't envy him, but you are different. I often imagine that if I were you, I would be very important to the professor. Is it very important? Susu murmured in a low voice. Yes. Guanjia then threw out the bait he had prepared long ago, and there are subsidies for participating in the transformation of the experimental center. If you perform well, the contribution points you get are no less than those of the C mission. Hearing that there is a place to earn contribution points, Susu's tired and dull face instantly became colorful, and he said excitedly, "Really?" But self-esteem and caution bound him like invisible ropes, so he did not agree on the spot, and only said, "Then I will think about it." "It's okay, you can think about it seriously, I will help delay the professor's side." Guanjia made a promise very confidently. Hearing footsteps approaching behind the corner, Guanjia couldn't say too much about the experimental center in front of others, so he said, "Then I go first. Captain Emile may have another mission tomorrow, so I have to go back and have a good sleep." "Yeah." Susu still leaned against the wall, nodded and said, "I go back after a while." His slightly closed eyelids concealed the clarity of his eyes. He leaned his head against the wall to rest, but his eyes were always locked on Guanjia. After confirming that the target had gone far away, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up straight. There was no trace of the trance and listlessness just now. "I thought you really agreed to Gabriel's recruitment in order to find clues." Lydia strolled over with a lollipop in her mouth, stretched her neck to look in the direction where Guanjia left, and confirmed that the boy was not nearby. Susu stretched out his hand to push the hair in front of his forehead to the back of his head, making himself look more energetic. It's impossible to really agree. First, he learned about the blood feud of Susu, and later learned that the supplements were secretly mixed with drugs. It is impossible for the flesh and blood who grew up in red socialism to obey such an arrangement. This is a bottom line that cannot be shaken no matter how many temptations there are. He turned to look at Lydia, and saw that she had changed the doll around her waist. He pursed his lips and said awkwardly and carefully, "The little sisters are very cute." He was not a woman, so he could not fully empathize with them. He had no right to look at this matter from the perspective of Lydia and other mothers, nor could he make any comments. It was shameful to belittle them, and sympathy was not necessarily beneficial, so what he wanted to say was his sincere heart without any embellishment. Lydia chuckled, took out a lollipop and handed it to Susu. "Of course they are cute." She could tell that Susu was talking about the boat on the sea, and her smile became a little more bitter. "If there is really an afterlife, I hope they can all wear pigtails, wear beautiful clothes, and grow up happily. Well, be a carefree girl in the next life." Susu echoed. He immediately said, "Why did the captain suddenly come to me?" He and Lydia had no common interests, but he had received her care many times, and he didn't know how to repay this favor. Lydia took out a lollipop to clear her mouth, and curled her lips again, hesitating for a long time before she said, "I was sent to the Santa Maria base for support again. The situation in that sea area has been very serious recently. The alien creatures need to collect nutrients for their young after the breeding period, and the frequency of attacks is getting more and more frequent. This time, I will not come back for a long time, or I will not come back at all." She stood in front of Susu with a serious face and said solemnly, "I want to ask you a favor." Susu was worried about how to repay Lydia. Hearing what she said, he nodded and said, "Okay, I will try my best to do it." Lydia was stunned, and then smiled and said, "I always feel that my lover is still alive. I once assisted a team to encircle and suppress the thieves' camp vaguely. I saw a familiar figure helping the camp residents escape and then jumping into the water and disappearing. I can't tell anyone else about this, but I believe in you, so I want to trouble you to help me find him, and then—" Susu heard her sudden pause and asked curiously, "Can you provide some clues about him? What's his name? How tall is he? Is he fat or thin? And does he have any special marks on his body?" Lydia looked up and recalled the appearance of her lover in her memory, and sighed softly. "Well, tall and strong, he doesn't look smart, his name is Oliver." Susu tried to imagine the image described by Lydia, and felt a little vague, but still agreed, "I will try my best to find him, so please try your best to survive in the Santa Maria base, and wait until the day I bring him to see you." Lydia smiled and shook her head. "No, I'm not obsessed with seeing him, because I already have a new life, and no longer have any obsession with him. I want you to help me confirm whether he is still alive. Then, slap him for me." "Okay." Susu responded too quickly, and only realized the strangeness after the voice fell. "Huh?" Lydia put the lollipop back into her mouth, shrugged and said, "You are still young, You don't understand. You will understand later. Susu had nothing to say, secretly complaining that he didn't really want to understand. Lydia finished what she wanted to say, and before leaving, she said to Susu, "There is nothing to tell you. Matthias is full of risks. I just wish you never die." Susu laughed at the words and returned the words, "You too." He stood there and sent the second person away, but this time he said goodbye soberly. Susu gave Guanjie enough time to talk to Gabriel. He thought it was about time. He raised his hand to ruffle his hair again, lowered his eyes slightly, and pretended to be sleepy. His back hunched, as if something had been triggered. His steps suddenly became erratic, and he walked crookedly. The central square was crowded with people. The Vanguard members who returned to the dormitory to rest were talking about their feelings about this mission. Suddenly, a figure walked out from the intersection and almost bumped into them. "You don't look at the road when you walk." Susu turned a deaf ear and continued to move forward. He attracted a lot of attention along the way, but he didn't react at all and walked straight to the experimental center. In order to pretend to be more like him, he buried his head and didn't look at the road ahead. He saw patrolling guards approaching from the corner of his eyes, but he couldn't wake up at this time to avoid them, so he still pretended to be weak. "Get out of the way." Hearing a familiar voice, Susu's body froze. He didn't expect that the person leading the patrol today was Admiral Mahler, so he buried his head even lower with a guilty conscience. Mahler thought about the listless Susu, turned his head, and looked in the direction he was moving. His already cold expression became even more gloomy. It turned out that Susu was no different from the others. Thinking about it, Mahler's expression became uglier, and his right hand tightly grasped the gun handle at his waist. "Oh, Admiral!" Gabriel, who had been observing at the door of the experimental center for a while, hurried over to smooth things over. Susu has been on missions for several consecutive days, and the experimental center asked him to help move some things in the middle. I guess he didn't rest for too long, so he didn't notice the guards. I apologize to you on his behalf. Sorry. Chapter 118. Mahler's sharp eyes moved back and forth between Susu and Gabriel, and finally fixed on Susu's face, and led the team past without any eye contact. Susu hung his head weakly, but his eyes secretly followed Mahler. After noticing the disappointment and contempt in the other's eyes, he lowered his eyes, and thought in confusion. He didn't remember any intersection between him and Mahler, but he could always feel Mahler's attention. What was Mahler looking at? Susu. Hearing Gabriel's gentle call, Susu immediately put away his thoughts, raised his head dully, and replied woodenly, "Well, Professor?" He looked around blankly. "How did I get here?" Gabriel checked Susu's condition with concern, and asked softly, "Susu, why do you look so bad? What happened?" Susu found his hypocritical posturing funny. He felt that he was already a good actor, and now it seemed that Gabriel was obviously better. Not to be outdone, he continued to act tired, saying in a hollow voice, "Nothing happened. I just feel very tired recently. I can't do anything. Sometimes I think about something, and my thoughts suddenly drift away." He looked up at the experimental center and said embarrassedly, "I just wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest. I don't know how I walked here." Susu was not sure about the specific symptoms of the supplement's failure, but Wei Yu said that it was mixed with drugs, which made it much easier to understand. Before the seawater flooded the world, he lived in a society where everyone was against drugs, and public service advertisements were posted all over the streets. Although he had never come into direct contact with them, he was deeply impressed by the appearance of drug addicts in the propaganda film. He couldn't act out his physiological state, so he simply described it according to his impression, trying to make himself more credible. Gabriel caringly helped Susu to the side of the road to prevent him from being knocked down by others. "Yes, you were so confused just now that you almost bumped into Admiral Mahler. You didn't know how dangerous it was. If I hadn't heard the sound and rushed out, you would have been taken away by the guards." "What?" Susu was stunned for a while before he realized what Gabriel said. With Gabriel's help, he stood against the white wall at the entrance of the experimental center and thanked him breathlessly. "Thank you, Professor." Gabriel smiled and shook his head. He saw Susu looked up at him, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, and then lowered his head awkwardly. He understood immediately, and asked in a gentle voice with empathy, "Has Uni Garden made things difficult for you recently? Are you so anxious because you don't have enough contribution points?" Susu shook his head and nodded, and spoke hesitantly. "No, he said just several times, but nothing came of it, and it was difficult for him to speak of his demands. Susu was usually cold and distant, and he would not bow his head and admit defeat even when confronting the top leaders of Matthias. Now he was in a very humble posture in front of him, and Gabriel's hidden cunning almost came out with the raised corners of his mouth. Thinking of Guanjia's words that Su Su had already given in, and now there was only one step left, Gabriel persuaded him. Su Su, I said that I admire you very much and am willing to help you. If you have difficulties in life, why not try to be a drug test volunteer in the experimental center? Gabriel, as he promised at the beginning, did not urge Su Su to make a decision, and did not mention anything about the transformation plan throughout the whole process. Instead, he proposed a new option. Testing drugs? Volunteers? Su Su was pretending to be stupid, and he immediately realized that this was another set of rhetoric to induce him to join the transformation, but at this moment, he had to act like it was real. Gabriel nodded and expanded. Alienated creatures are constantly evolving, threatening the safety of the remaining humans at all times, so the medical center's treatment methods must also keep pace with the times, and in order to cooperate with them, the experimental center also has a corresponding research group, based on the samples brought back by the Vanguard every time, to develop various drugs that inhibit infection and quickly heal wounds. Su Su had heard Wei Yu mention a few words about drug development. The experimental center actually had a plan for infection blockers a long time ago. If the Vanguard members, who were on a C mission, were injured and could be sent back to Mattia for treatment in time, it might reduce a lot of casualties. But Mattia, who claimed to be compassionate, did not choose to do so. Compared with the lives of the Vanguard members, they believed that the cost of the blockers was higher, so they rejected the proposal. After completing the mission, the Vanguard members returned to the platform and had to undergo a comprehensive inspection by the inspection team. You should know that at the beginning, the members had wounds on their bodies, and they only needed to pass the blood test to confirm that there were no signs of infection, so that they could return to Mattia safely. However, the inspection standards became more and more stringent afterwards. As long as the inspection team found traces of wounds, they would not be allowed to pass. If Roger had not brought back the key samples, the inspection team would not have allowed him to return to Mattia just because of the wound on his neck. Su Su also knew that if he had not returned from the collection center without the guarantee of Mahler and Meg, he would not have survived until today. The samples that the Vanguard members exchanged their lives for were provided to the experimental center and the medical center to develop drugs, but they were not worthy of being the ones who used it. These drugs are about to enter clinical trials. The experimental center can guarantee the safety of the drugs. At present, it just needs to collect more data to facilitate the medical center to make dosage references. Gabriel knew Su Su's concerns and patiently resolved them step by step. In addition to providing volunteers with a certain amount of compensation, the experimental center will also provide meals and nutritional supplements during the observation period of the drug trial to ensure their physical condition. At the same time, it also guarantees that once the drug trial volunteers want to withdraw from the subjective will, the experimental center will never force them to stay. I am willing. Su Su agreed impatiently, and tried to cover up his true purpose in a clumsy way, adding an excuse. As a citizen of Matthias, I am willing to contribute to the medical center and the experimental center. Gabriel saw through Su Su's thoughts at a glance, and the joy of success raised the corners of his mouth higher. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If you get stained with the things in the nutrient, even a steel body can't stand it. He stepped aside to make way for the door, and invited sincerely, "Would you like to come in with me first? It's almost time for dinner. How about staying here for dinner before leaving?" Su Su turned his head and looked inside the experimental center, and walked into the completely unfamiliar environment with heavy and slow steps. He was not sure what kind of crisis was lurking behind the door, but he had to go down this road. The cold white light shone on the clean and flawless walls and the ground. Dirt could not hide here, and stepping on it even gave people a fear of tainting the place. The people working here were also dressed in white, and they didn't care about the arrival of Su Su, an outsider, and repeated the operation expressionlessly. There was clearly no dark place here, but Su Su felt a strange and chilly feeling. Su Su still played a weak image, followed Gabriel and moved slowly, taking this opportunity to secretly observe everything in the experimental center. So this is where Wei Yu used to work. It was so depressing and deserted, no wonder he wanted to leave here. He quietly paid attention to the vents on both sides of the corridor, and estimated the upper and lower positions of Uni Garden and the experimental center according to Su Su's memories, but he could not estimate the exact location of the secret passage for a while. Suddenly, Su Su's sight passed by a character that could not be ignored, and he stopped and stared at the metal wall on the wall for a long time without being able to move his eyes away. When Gabriel turned around to introduce himself, he found that he had pulled away from Su Su for a long time without knowing when, and turned back to see that the other party was standing in front of the metal wall. Su, what are you looking at? Su raised his hand and pointed to the top of the metal wall. The experimenter numbered H36. He suppressed the anger and hatred in his heart and asked, who is he? H36 is the first character of the spray code on the inside of the milk powder can. Is it a coincidence? Su thinks not. When countless coincidences come together, even the coincidences become deliberate. Gabriel covered his chest with both hands and looked up, saying solemnly with reverence, this is the founder of the HOM Transformation Plan and the founder of the Matthias Experimental Center. He brought new possibilities to all mankind in the bleak doomsday. Su lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. It seems that the new possibilities mentioned by Gabriel are most likely the HOM Transformation Plan. Talking about the predecessors he has always admired, Gabriel's emotions rarely fluctuate violently. This whole wall is his students, and I am one of them. He did all this to continue the wishes of his predecessors, find the limits of human genes, and lead all mankind to complete evolution. Su looked at these tangible memorials without any awe in his heart. He didn't like to judge other people's likes and dislikes, but he secretly hated Gabriel's persistence. Regarding the contributions of the predecessors to Matthias and all mankind in the past few hundred years, it is actually mentioned in the history of Matthias' development in the Education Center. It seems that you didn't listen carefully. Gabriel rarely showed dissatisfaction with Su, but his resentment was fleeting, and he showed his usual humble gentleness, motioning Su to go forward with him. This area is the sample analysis area and the nutrient extraction workshop. There is nothing to see. Follow me. He turned around and didn't notice Su's cold gaze staring at him. Gabriel led Su into a room without any sign outside the door. You must be tired after walking for so long. You rest here for a while. I get you something to eat. The room was so white that it was blinding. Su drooped his eyelids, leaned back in the chair and watched Gabriel push the door and leave. He thought that someone might be secretly observing him in some corner at this moment, playing the whole play, and keeping the original posture. You eat this. Gabriel came back with a box lunch. It was a simple one meat, one vegetable and rice, but it could be considered a luxurious meal in this world. Su's joyful expression when he saw the food was not fake, and he was sure that Gabriel would not tamper with the rice. After saying thank you, he quickly opened the lid and ate. I see that you have lost a lot of weight recently. This bottle of nutritional supplement is for you. Gabriel gave it very naturally, and he really looked like an elder who cared about whether the younger generation was malnourished. Su's desire was written on his face without any cover. He took the supplement with both hands devoutly. Thank you, Professor. You are really the best person to me on Matthias. I will try my best to cooperate with your arrangements in the future. Thinking that Su was still hesitating whether to join not long ago, and now he has become so obedient and sensible. Gabriel was very pleased with this, and nodded with satisfaction and said, you just came back from the mission and really need to rest. Go back and wait. I will notify you of the specific time for the drug test. Okay, I listen to you. Su stared at the supplement in his hand, and it seemed that he didn't listen carefully to what Gabriel said, and just agreed. Chapter 119. In just a few days, the sea surface that was originally covered with light green algae was full of the remains and internal organs of alien creatures. They were exposed to the scorching sun, emitting a pungent sour and rotten smell, making the sea water sticky and turbid. Bang! Bang! Su controlled the direction of the watercraft with one hand, holding the electromagnetic gun and moving to aim at the giant beast that was rushing towards him. His movements were agile and decisive, like a fish in water, and he was not affected by the disorderly undulating sea surface at all. The magnetic bullets hit the target continuously, and the energy of the magazine was exhausted. He did not sit and wait for death. He quickly changed the gun and loaded it, and killed another alien monster in the astonished eyes of everyone. When turning the direction of the watercraft, Su gave Guanjia and the crowd a look, and then he alone took the boat to deal with the alien creatures in the outermost circle. Guanjia understood Su's hint, which meant that he should find an opportunity to meet up later. Anyway, he was average in skills, and following Su would be a burden, so it would be better for him to seek shelter with other teammates for the time being. Since he had a private chat with Su last time, Su had changed his appearance when they met again, and he looked energetic as if he had been reborn. He didn't know what happened later, but it was very likely that he had agreed to the professor's recruitment. In the few missions after that, Su's performance was exceptionally good, and he was not inferior even in the top elite team. Captain Emile performed his tasks perfunctorily, and had a very high attendance rate. Su not only maintained his best condition, but even had the energy to complete the punch-in at the training base after each return. Although Guanjia had followed Professor Gabriel for many years, he had never really come into contact with the specific content of the experiment. However, based on the transformation effects of Vitas and Patton, he now believed that Su Su was indeed worthy of the professor's attention. What if he was the one being transformed? Could he do better than Su Su? Guanjia was not confident about this, but he knew that if he didn't try, he would never have a chance. Roar! The narrow-headed monster rushed out of the water and roared loudly. Its sharp claws, which resembled human hands, danced wildly, pulling the wings of a bird without hair on its back, and opened its bloody mouth to cover the humans on the sea. The dazzling sun was covered by the floating giant beast. Su Su quickly turned around to dodge, but was still affected by the waves' splash when it entered the water, and the whole watercraft was overturned. He immediately got on the back of the watercraft from underwater, holding a gun in both hands and staring at the surroundings, always on guard against the monster appearing again. This alien creature looked fierce, but after a few rounds of fighting, Su Su could see that it only followed its hunting nature when attacking, and it was not more than the pseudo-2 type at most, so it was not difficult for him to deal with. But the continuous missions and trainings in the past few days have exhausted his energy. He escaped from the claws of alien creatures several times and almost died at sea. He held on until now just to make the experimental center believe that he really drank the supplement. He wanted to stick to his principles and achieve the effect that Gabriel was satisfied with, so he had to gamble with his life. He completely put himself into the role of a madman who had lost his mind, threw away his concern for life, and only knew how to kill. He was not sure whether he would really die at sea, but since he chose this path, he would never look back. As the waves covered layer by layer, Su Su quickly caught the strange sound on the water surface, turned around, and aimed the muzzle of the gun at the target that jumped out of the water again. At the moment when the energy of the magazine was exhausted, he quickly put away the gun and drew out the short knife, jumped onto the monster's shoulder, and stabbed it hard with both hands holding the knife at its long head, and then pulled it out and stabbed again. The foul blood splashed all over Su Su, slid down the hood glass, and blocked his vision. The alien creature raised its head and screamed loudly in pain, struggling furiously, and rushed towards the human who was thrown into the sea, trying to swallow him. Su Su remained calm and did not move. When the alien creature flew into the air, he pressed the button tightly in his hand, detonating the microbomb that he had stuffed into the wound of the alien before he was thrown away, and then quickly hid under the sea. Bang! The exploded skull of the alien creature sprinkled on the sea like black mist, and the body lost control and fell into the endless deep sea. Su Su swam back to the water boat underwater. When he climbed onto the back of the boat, he was exhausted and his hand holding the remote control button trembled uncontrollably. Guanjia might come soon, and he must adjust his state as soon as possible so that no one could discover his true situation. Su Su forcibly held down his trembling hands, took a deep breath to calm his emotions that had just come back from the madness, but his restless heartbeat made him more anxious. In the manic buzzing auditory hallucinations, he vaguely heard the sound of water splashing behind him, even shaking the watercraft under his feet. Here it comes. Su Su immediately drew his knife, turned around and stabbed the monster approaching from behind, but a human hand quickly grabbed his wrist. Su Su, it's me. Wei Yu didn't dare to hold his hand too tightly, nor could he let it go too loose. He called Su Su's name softly, trying to recall the other party's past calmness. If he hadn't quietly approached and observed, he would hardly recognize that this murderous man was Su Su. What on earth had he experienced during this period of time to become like this? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Wei Yu said slowly, took the knife from Su Su's hand, and gently rubbed the inside of Su Su's wrist with his thumb to soothe his thorns. The scorching sun above was too bright, so Su Su had to squint his eyes to look at people, but the more he drooped his eyes, the more confused his consciousness became. Wei Yu. In the hazy double image, Su Su recognized the appearance of the person coming, and his body leaned forward with weakness. The tense spirit that had been holding on for many days finally relaxed at this moment. Seeing that Su Su was about to fall, Wei Yu quickly stepped forward to catch him, fearing that he would fall into the sea. It's okay, it's okay. Wei Yu patted Su Su's back and slowly laid him on the back of the boat. Have a good rest, I'm here. Seeing that Su Su was still frowning slightly in dissatisfaction in his sleep, Wei Yu guessed that he was probably not sleeping well, so he let him rest on his legs and raised his hand to block the dazzling sunlight. Liangzhan, lead those people away. Wei Yu lowered his voice to the lowest level, worried about disturbing the people who were sleeping soundly. The voice on the other end of the line was so quiet that Liangzhan almost didn't hear it clearly. Fortunately, Oliver next to him reminded him, and he quickly replied, "We drove the monsters towards the vanguards with the dispersal device, and they all ran away. Don't worry, brother, we will drive them away." The sound of waves was still endless. Susu opened his eyes lazily, but felt a slight chill around him. He turned his head with sleepy eyes, and was shocked to find that he was still floating on the sea, and the beach was not far away. The layers of tide pushed him to the shore. Land? Susu turned his head in surprise, and looked at the sea and sky in the distance. He was shocked for a long time. Isn't the sea water dirty? Where are those monsters? Where is he now? Wasn't Wei Yu next to him just now? Susu didn't care too much and swam towards the long-lost land with all his strength. Maybe he had just been dreaming, and the end of the world and the alienated creatures were all just his fantasies. He didn't expect to change anything. As long as he could return to the shore and the director, he could work day and night, and make money to support the welfare home. It didn't matter how hard or tired he was. But why, no matter how hard he tried, the shore was still so far away. Suddenly, he felt something under the sea entangled his legs and ruthlessly dragged him back to the deep sea. The cold sea water poured into his 7 orifices, forming invisible water lines that wrapped around his heart, and he was desperate as it gradually tightened. There seemed to be a vague voice in the seabed telling him that all hopes were delusional, and he could not go back after all. "I'm so tired, I want to go home." Hearing Susu's mumbling in his sleep, Wei Yu couldn't help but lean down to listen curiously, and pursed his lips in confusion. Home, in Matia, where the hierarchy is clearly defined, the word home is a kind of moral constraint. He didn't think that the home Susu was talking about was the big mechanical ship. Could it be that only in the old times did there exist such social relationships? But where is the home Susu was talking about? Susu sighed, and slowly opened his eyes. In his blurred vision, he saw a familiar face close at hand. His originally drowsy consciousness suddenly became clear, and his eyes widened in a daze. You're awake." Wei Yu turned his head to look at Susu when he heard the voice. Only then did he realize that the distance between them was a little inappropriate. He cleared his throat and sat up straight, explaining, "I just heard you talking in your sleep. I didn't want to do anything." But why did what he said still sound a little strange? Susu cleared his throat uncomfortably and turned his head to find that he had been lying in Wei Yu's arms. He sat up hurriedly, stiffened his body and said, "Thank you." Susu had nothing to say for a while, and could only express his gratitude awkwardly. He had never been so nervous when facing those alien creatures. It must be because he owed Wei Yu a favor again, and he felt guilty. We are all grown men, so he was not embarrassed. Susu quickly found an excuse to change the subject and asked, "Why are you here?" He looked around and then reminded, "My teammates are nearby. Don't let them find you." Wei Yu unzipped his jacket, took out several bottles of liquid from the inner pocket, handed them all to Susu, and explained, "This is nutrient solution, made by Director Finn and me. Don't worry, there is nothing mixed in it. The effect is definitely not as good as the strong soldier supplements in the experimental center, but at least it can make you feel better." He knew that Susu would definitely agree to join the strong soldier plan, but if he wanted to win Gabriel's trust and didn't drink those supplements, it would be difficult for Susu to achieve the expected goal without risking his life. Perhaps it was out of sincerity to his partners, or for other reasons. Anyway, he didn't want to see Susu get into trouble. "Thank you, and thank Director Finn for me." Susu was surprised by Wei Yu's intentions. He didn't expect Wei Yu to help him do this. He opened a bottle without much hesitation, drank it in front of Wei Yu, tasted it carefully, and said, "It's not very tasty, I like orange flavor." Susu suddenly remembered that there were no oranges in this era, and changed his words. "It's a fruit from the old times, sour and sweet. I saw it in a book." Feeling Susu's reserved expression of his trust, Wei Yu smiled knowingly, and said in a light tone, "Although it's hard to imagine what it tastes like, I will try to improve it later." "Brother, are you okay? We've been around 5 times. If we keep going like this, they will find something wrong." The helpless voice of Liang Zan suddenly came from the line, interrupting the strange and harmonious atmosphere between the two. Chapter 120. Hearing Liang Zan's voice, Wei Yu sighed and replied, "Got it." Susu couldn't hear who Wei Yu was talking to, but he didn't have to think too much to guess that it was probably related to his teammates, who hadn't come to see him yet. "Why don't you go first?" Susu pursed his lips and paused, holding the nutrient solution in his hand tightly, thinking that Wei Yu took such a big risk to send him something, and what he said sounded a bit like chasing him away. So he added a few words, "Regarding the cooperation, I want to evaluate the feasibility again." If it is beyond my ability, I would be lying to you if I promised you. I will find another way to repay you for the past favors and these nutrient solutions. In short, I will find a way to contact you again when there is a result. I can also participate in the feasibility assessment. Wei Yu understood and respected Su Su's trade-offs and his somewhat dull social skills. There is nothing wrong with a blank sheet of paper like this. In this world full of calculations and encroachments, people like Su Su who openly state their goals make him feel more at ease. Wei Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and said with a rising tone at the end of the sentence, I mean, every call from you is meaningful to me. He and Su Su gradually became familiar with each other because both sides could find what they wanted in each other, but he was not satisfied with their relationship being dominated by interests. Maybe they can become friends who can talk about anything, or maybe one day Su Su decides to leave Mattia and choose to join the survivor camp, and they can become true allies. Su Su is not an interesting person, and even a little boring most of the time, but the stubbornness in him that will not give up until the goal is achieved is too rare. His meeting with Su Su started with his curiosity. Later, in order to reach a cooperation, he quietly observed each other's behavior habits. Who would have thought that as he watched? He looked forward to every connection from Su Su, even if it was just the simplest greeting. After hearing the greeting from his friend on the line, Wei Yu stood up and leaned over to say goodbye. I'm leaving first, see you next time. Su Su was stunned and stood there, not yet able to get out of Wei Yu's words. He was abandoned since he was a child. His only wish after growing up was to support the welfare home and share the pressure for the director. He didn't care about anything else. He even ignored his own value. It didn't matter if the world was really destroyed tomorrow. But now there is someone who tells him with enthusiasm that his existence is meaningful. Suddenly, Su Su's heart, which was as quiet as a dead water, began to ripple, and it became more and more violent, even shocking him to the point of covering his chest in panic. He watched Wei Yu get on the submarine that came to pick him up and leave, and then he murmured in a trance, see you next time. Su Su. Hearing Guan Jia's voice coming from the communication line, Su Su immediately came back to his senses, looked at the sea level in the distance, confirmed that Wei Yu and the others had left, and then turned his head to look at his teammates who were coming towards him quickly. Seeing Su Su sitting on the back of the watercraft safely, Guan Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Su Su, luckily you are okay. However, judging from the situation in the nearby sea area, there should have been a fierce battle here just now. Su Su went into the water, turned the boat over, drained the sewage from the bottom of the boat, and took the time to ask them, how are you? The teammates were flattered. This was the first time Su Su took the initiative to care about them. Someone immediately replied, I don't know what happened just now. A large number of alien creatures rushed towards us. It didn't work even if the dispersal device was turned to the highest gear. Yeah, it was really scary. Facing so many monsters at the same time, how could we defeat them? So we quickly retreated. Who knows where we go, they will chase us, and we can't get rid of them. Su Su smiled secretly, and then asked, what happened next? After the chase just now, Guan Jia didn't dare to act alone? He could only give up the contribution points this time, and come to find Su Su with others. But he still felt bad, and said in a muffled voice, Captain Emile said that he always felt that those alien creatures didn't seem to attack us, but more like they were running away. He also proposed a hypothesis. Is there something chasing them underwater? When we were about to launch the drone to explore, those monsters seemed to be tired of chasing, and suddenly dispersed. Oh! Su Su roughly understood the direction of the accident, so he didn't ask any more questions, so as not to say too much and accidentally expose the fact that Wei Yu and others had been here. Emile's boat followed the team, and he looked at Su Su with a strong sense of scrutiny, and felt that this secretive troublemaker was more troublesome than he seemed. Since the samples required for the mission have been collected, let's prepare to return. After Emile said this, he glanced at the alienated creature shells floating on the sea, turned around and headed for the Ark without interfering. Seeing that they could not get any points, the other team members were no longer willing to help, and they all wanted to leave Su Su and Guan Jia behind, using the excuse that they were just scared and now had no strength to help haul the monster. Su Su glanced at Guan Jia, who was also uninterested, and said slowly, I'm tired too, anyway, I still have enough contribution points, I go back with you. A poor guy like him would not give up his interests under normal circumstances. He showed his ability before in order to gain the trust of the experimental center, but if he continued to hold on to this little profit, all the spoils would have to be taken back by him and Guan Jia, which was too inefficient. As both were egoists, Su Su was sure that Guan Jia might not always follow his arrangements. Once the benefits he got from him were lower than expected, and the cost could not be recovered in a short period of time, he would definitely find another way out. In addition, Guanjia had a history of playing dirty tricks, so Su Su had to be on guard, so he could not let him out of control for the time being, so as not to disrupt the plan. So on the whole, he had to make appropriate concessions to ensure that his plan could proceed smoothly, and the wealth in his hands could be in a stable and renewable state. As soon as Su Su's plain words came out of the communication line, he saw him really driving the watercraft to the Arkansas. The team members turned their heads and looked at the alien creatures floating on the sea, and their minds were moved. Emil sat impatiently in the Ark's driving seat, waiting for the team members to arrive so that he could return to Mattia as soon as possible to hand in the task. It's really troublesome to make people wait again. But an unexpected figure flashed through Emil's rearview mirror. He turned his head in disbelief, and saw Su Su lying down and sleeping again. The other team members had not returned yet. He knew what they were doing after thinking about it. Emil was helpless with Su Su, who was highly concerned by the experimental center, but when faced with the team members, who were late to return, he angrily cursed, "You are a bunch of useless people." The team members looked at each other, not thinking they had done anything wrong. Although they could have enough food and clothing by following Captain Emil to do missions, and relying on the guaranteed contribution points, the money they earned was only enough for their food and clothing. They didn't want to be like Captain Emil, staying in the Vanguard for their whole lives doing nothing, waiting to retire when they were old, but who knew if the Vanguard would encounter another accident one day, the only way to save their lives was to leave the Vanguard as soon as possible. If they worked hard to accumulate contribution points now, they might be selected by some department at any time, or secretly save some money to smooth relations in the future. They really didn't know what the relationship between Su Su and Guanjia was, but they saw Guanjia's mind clearly. It was because everyone knew that Su Su was secretly helping Guanjia collect contribution points that they kept trying to please him, hoping that they could also be the one who was favored. However, it seems that there are too many people and too little food. It is not easy to join Su Su and Guanjia, but if you get closer to them, you can get a share of the pie with a little luck. The Ark traveled under the scorching sun. The world outside the porthole was distorted by the high temperature. The temperature in the cabin rose sharply. Turning on the temperature control function did not help. It was not until they entered the shadow of the giant mechanical ship in the air that they got the long-lost coolness. When they docked at the material platform, Su Su clearly saw that the alienated biological samples he had abandoned were brought back, but he walked towards the shuttle ship as if he had not noticed anything, and did not participate in their subsequent division. Is there something wrong with Wei Yu's nutrient solution? Why is he so sleepy? Su Su couldn't help wondering in his heart. He had just taken a nap on the sea, but after drinking the nutrient solution, he became even more sleepy. He could endure the physical fatigue, but now the sleepiness was almost beyond his control, as if he would shut down and hibernate in the next moment. Su Su took out the communicator angrily and quickly typed out a string of words. "Wei Yu, what did you give me to drink?" He secretly mocked his trust in the wrong place, and was deceived by Wei Yu. But at this point, he could only force himself to stay alert and rushed back to the dormitory drowsily, but fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. Su Su felt that his body was so heavy, but his consciousness was floating, as if his soul had escaped from the body, and he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and relaxation. The warm sea breeze wrapped in coolness gently caressed Su Su's cheek, and the gently pushing waves were like a cradle, slowly rocking, sending the floating people on the sea to the land. Su Su slowly opened his eyes, and found that he was back to the clean blue ocean in his dream, and was surprised to find that he had returned to the land this time. He ran back without thinking, crossed the long beach, used all his strength to catch the bus that was about to leave, ran wildly in the busy city, ran into the dilapidated alley, and stood in front of the familiar gate. Su Su took a step forward, and with trembling hands, he gently pushed open the gate that he had been dreaming about, but what caught his eye was the big tree in the yard that had not yet died. The director sitting under the tree still had black hair, holding a young child in his arms, smiling and humming a ballad. The child was not sleepy at all, raised his wrinkled face, and said aggrievedly, "Director, is it because I am a bad child that my parents don't want me, and other children don't like me either?" Su Su, who was standing by the gate, stagnated his breath, and slowly approached, recognizing the child as his childhood self at a glance. At that time, because he didn't like to talk, other children in the welfare home didn't want to make friends with him. Later, children of his age were adopted by families one after another, but he remained in the orphanage without anyone paying attention to him. Gradually, he began to think that he was a bad child, so he was not liked by others, and only the kind director was willing to accept him. How could it be? Our little Sue is a good child. The director patiently comforted him softly. Chapter 121. Xiao Su's parents probably left you there out of necessity. If they knew their child was so sensible and considerate, they would be very pleased. The dean gently stroked Su's hair, and the warm sun shone through the mottled leaves into her bright eyes, like the broken stars of the Milky Way. Young Su still found it difficult to understand. If abandonment was out of necessity, why did his parents, whom he had never met, bring him into this world? He didn't like this world. But Su didn't tell the dean, fearing that she would be sad. The dean still noticed the child's unhappiness, glanced at the other children laughing and playing in the yard, and patted Su on the back. It's not that the other kids in the yard don't like Xiao Su. Everyone has his own little world. Some are willing to open the door to make friends, and some can enter after slowly getting to know each other. Maybe our Xiao Su's little world is not as obvious as the gate of our yard. We need to go deeper and take a little detour, but we will find it if we look for it slowly. Maybe one day a very patient kid will find this door, slowly push it open, and become friends with our Xiao Su. What will be behind Xiao Su's door? What is behind the door? Su, who was standing in the yard watching everything, whispered to the young boy at the same time. He didn't even know the answer to this question. Suddenly, a ball rolled to Su's feet. He looked in the direction of the ball vigilantly, but he didn't see the person playing the ball. All he saw was a deserted and deep narrow path. Why didn't he remember this path in the welfare house? Su approached doubtfully. When he was still unsure whether to step in, a strange sense of familiarity came over him, guiding him into this strange path. He didn't remember how long or how far he had walked. When his patience had been exhausted far more than his physical strength, he finally saw the small door at the end of the path. The door was extremely simple in style, with mud and seaweed hanging on the rust spots, as if it had just been salvaged from the bottom of the sea. Su knocked on the door lightly, but no one answered. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, he turned around and found that he had appeared behind the door. Where is this? Su was a little dazed and didn't understand the current situation for a while. A sound of surging waves suddenly appeared. Su turned his head and looked behind him, and was surprised to find that there was an endless ocean behind him. The rising water vapor formed a white mist on the sea surface. Standing on the shore, it was impossible to see far away. A baby's cry penetrated the white miasma, and Su found that there was a swaddling cloth floating on the sea. Seeing another big wave gathering and about to hit, Su had no time to think about the reason why he was here. Even if it was just a strange dream, he couldn't bear to watch a newborn baby die like this. Now he had only one thought in his mind. No, we have to save people. Su plunged into the cold seawater and approached the helpless swaddling cloth as quickly as possible. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If the dean hadn't saved him that year, he would have been washed into the sea like this child. Living is painful, and it is boring to suffer and repay debts endlessly. Then should he still save her? Su paused, and finally hugged the swaddling clothes at the moment when the waves came down. Life is really boring. It is better to be a fish in the water or a wild goose in the sky. But no matter how much he dislikes this world, he has no right to deprive others of their lives. What kind of life this child can live is up to him to choose. Su hugged the silent swaddling clothes tightly and swam to the shore in a hurry. Suddenly, it seemed that a hand under the sea grabbed his ankle and tried to pull him to the bottom of the sea. Why is it like this again? Su kicked his legs unwillingly, not wanting to repeat the same mistake, but the force holding him tightly would not let go. He could only use his last strength to lift the child in the swaddling clothes and push him to the shore. Su pushed aside the seawater in front of him and swam deep into the sea, trying to find out who was holding him back. However, he could not see anything in the sea, and the water around him became more and more turbid. He seemed to have returned to that world. Feeling that the force holding his ankle seemed to have disappeared, Su quickly turned around and went back, but was restricted again. Su lost his patience and looked down. This time he finally saw what was holding him. It was a human hand. His eyes moved up along the arm, and finally saw the man's face. A face he could not believe. Why do you look exactly like me? Su on the seabed was wearing a familiar Vanguard protective suit. He did not answer Su's question. The ankle he was holding slowly climbed to his side, smiled mysteriously, and whispered in his ear, Su, welcome home. What? Su stared at the familiar face in confusion, and saw that the other party was looking up at the sea. He followed his gaze in confusion. A familiar figure appeared and gently picked up the swaddling clothes that floated to the shore. How could it be the dean? Su widened his eyes in disbelief, watching the dean holding the swaddling clothes and leaving, and he and the Su from the fifth epoch in front of him sank into the deep sea together. Go home. Where is his home? Who is he? Alarm. Alarm. The sudden alarm sounded sharp and piercing, awakening the citizens of Matthias, who were sleeping at night. Su heard the sound, and suddenly opened his eyes, and sat up. He immediately realized that his body became light and stretched, the buzzing auditory hallucinations in his ears disappeared, and his head didn't hurt as much as before. He felt much more relaxed. Was it because of the nutrient solution given by Wei Yu? Su quickly reached out to the pillow and found the communicator. There were indeed 2 unknown messages. Don't worry, the nutritional ingredients are all decent. I just secretly added some sleeping pills. What you need most now is rest. A good sleep is more effective than anything else. Just now I saw your teammates were coming over, so I didn't stop you from drinking. You should be a little more careful in the future. The side effects and the taste you mentioned will be improved later. Good night. Looking at the 2 text messages that were very much in Wei Yu's nagging style, Su raised a smile that he didn't even notice, and when another whistle sounded, his expression froze, and he quickly walked to the door, opened a crack and looked out. There were many people who felt the same as him, and many team members who were sleeping soundly walked out of the dormitory and asked others what happened, but no one knew what happened for a while. Until the command from the command tower was broadcasted. Please pay attention to all the vanguards on standby, and go to the flight platform immediately. Everyone in the vanguard knew what happened after the command tower notified the call last time, and no one dared to go to the gate for a while. As if guessing the vanguard's concerns, the command tower added an explanation. Just now, the command center suddenly received a call for help. The Santa Maria underground city base was invaded by alien creatures. The base currently has many elite teams stationed, with sufficient ammunition and medical resources. In order to ensure the safety of the base residents and speed up the cleaning of alien creatures, the command center has specially issued a reward policy. Every member of the team participating in this support can get 100 contribution points. 100? Many people exclaimed. Is the command center right? Anyone who goes to support the underground city base can get these 100 contribution points. Is there such a good thing? But some people expressed doubts. This is the first time the command center has issued a bounty. If the mission is really so simple, do they need to give 100 contribution points? I am afraid that we will go there alive, but not come back alive. That's 100 contribution points. I work hard to complete the mission, but I can't earn so much in a year. What if the command center fulfills its promise? I won't have to risk my life to go out to sea for a long time in the future. But what if the situation at the Santa Maria base is very bad? What if? A Vanguard member smiled with a sigh. Which mission doesn't have what if? How much is my life worth? Now it's clearly marked. Even if it's shit, I want to taste it. I join the support mission. I join too. Instead of doing missions endlessly, why not give it a try this time? In the dormitory area, many people shouted willing to join, and went to the Matthias exit gate. Su leaned against the door, and watched the mobilization quietly. While he was still weighing the pros and cons of participating in his mind, he saw Guanjia quietly jumped out of the experimental center, and walked towards him. Professor Gabriel wants me to go? Su guessed why Guanjia came at once. Guanjia nodded. Well, he said that Captain Emile probably doesn't want to wade into the muddy water, so he asked you to go with the Elite Team 3. He has already greeted the captain of the Team 3. Su heard Guanjia's words, and he didn't mention the intention to go with him. He raised his eyebrows and asked, This is a good opportunity to stand out. Don't you want to go with me? No. Guanjia refused very straightforwardly without any hesitation. He wanted to be seen by the superior, but he was also very clear about his current ability. Once on the battlefield, Su may not have the energy to protect him, so wouldn't he be in danger? With Su's help in the sea mission, he can get 100 contribution points in no time, so it's better to cherish his life now. Su pulled the corner of his mouth. It seems that Guanjia still prefers to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Got it. Su put the communicator in his pocket, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the exit gate. He suddenly felt fortunate that way you could find him before the accident and brought him nutrient solution. Otherwise he might not have the confidence to take on this mission. Before boarding the Ark, Su lowered his head and edited a text message to send. Good evening, Santa Maria has an accident. The Vanguard team is urgently supporting me. I will not go to the sea in the near future. Thank you for the nutrient solution. Ding! Wei Yu, who was attending the meeting, heard a special reminder sound and took the time to look at the communicator. Seeing that Su rarely reported his itinerary to him, he couldn't hide his excitement. which quietly floated on his face and hung on the corners of his slightly raised mouth. Fortunately, with the hood covering his head, others could not see his expression. Oliver pointed to the map of the sea in front of him and said, "These alien creatures have been attacking more and more frequently recently. The residents of the camp in this area have been relocated, and now this area is missing. This time, we summoned everyone to sail overnight in order to transfer all the residents near the Santa Maria base to a safe area before the next group of monsters attack collectively." Wei put away the communicator and said solemnly to all the teammates in front of him, "This transfer mission is arduous. Everyone should work together to ensure the safety of the residents. Yes, we will advance and retreat together." Chapter 122. Team 3. After Su landed on the flight platform, he strode towards the takeoff preparation area and saw the logo of Team 3 hanging on the outer wall of the Ark at the head of the team. Unlike other teams who would chat outside the cabin door before taking off, all the members of Team 3 sat down and waited for orders early. As soon as Su got on board, the cabin door behind him closed. It seemed that they were waiting for him alone. Su was called in at short notice, and he didn't feel embarrassed for being late, but he was a little uncomfortable. All the members in the cabin sat upright without saying a word, and the atmosphere was particularly quiet and serious. In the cabin that was once lively, he was an outlier for not participating in the discussion of lying down to sleep, and now he is still an exception. Su had a good sleep before waking up, so he was not sleepy at this time, but he just didn't want to blend into this slightly weird atmosphere. The sky outside the porthole was dim, and the shrill alarm sounded continuously, causing a dazzling light to cut through the intersection of the sea and the sky. The elite team's Ark was the first to slide onto the runway, and set off quickly to the west with the rising sun behind it. As far as he knew, the Santa Maria base was formerly an alliance of countries in the American continent during the Doomsday period, and it is currently one of the 2 remaining bases of mankind. During the construction of the base fortifications, most of the representatives in various fields were pro-war factions, so the number of war lighthouses in the Santa Maria base was twice that of the Taoyuan base, and it once purified 1 million square kilometers of sea near the base. Therefore, the base has long been focused on the military industry. In the past, when Su helped with odd jobs in Matia, he sent information to the War Readiness Center twice, including encrypted files of the Santa Maria base. Although the relationship between the two is not clear, he could also get a glimpse of the Ministry of Materials and Energy and the Taoyuan base. From this point of view, Santa Maria base, as the military backup of Matthias, is expanding its base area every year. It should be the iron wall of the human alliance. Why has the situation become so serious? With the repeated reminders from Captain Lydia, Su was skeptical about the mobilization of the command center before they set out, and did not think that this was just a simple support mission. The contrails of the Ark flew across the sky at high speed. The next moment, countless arcs broke through the white fog and rushed to the source of the frequent explosions, blowing sharp noises across the sky. Su was attracted by the continuous loud noises outside the cabin. He glanced at the still motionless Vanguard team members and turned his head to look outside. The combat Ark in the air continued to strafe and bomb the sea surface. The frequently flashing red light made the diffused smoke even more severe. The Ark broke through the clouds with a strong wind and finally saw the lighthouse in the center of the artillery fire. The guards on the top platform fought with guns and cannons. The strange shapes crawling and climbing on the outer wall were nothing but tens of thousands of alien creatures. A ray of fire fell from the high wall, igniting the gasoline that had just been poured down, and instantly formed a wall of fire. The monster's shrill scream did not make its kind retreat, but instead attracted more strange shapes to climb up, fiercely throwing out tentacles and limbs, dragging the unpredictable humans into the sea, standing on the wall, and howling wildly, and the next moment, they were blown back into the sea by artillery fire. Nuclear bomb sweep mode has been turned on, loading completed, entering the shooting preparation. The cold mechanical sound in the cabin prompted the current operation of the system. Su looked at the driver's seat, and saw the captain of the third team operating the Ark while sweeping and rushing straight to the parking platform, creating a landing area. The Ark had just come to a stop. The motionless Vanguard members immediately put on their equipment and waited for the hatch to slowly open. Then, at the captain's command, all the members rushed out of the Ark and joined the resistance. Su followed the team out of the cabin with a gun. A foul smell of blood hit him. The small top floor was full of human and alien creatures. The sky was covered with thick smoke. Although it was already daytime, the vision here was still dim. Su remained highly alert throughout the whole process. Whenever he heard a sound, he immediately turned his gun and aimed to shoot. Hearing the monsters wailing every time the gunshots were heard, he gradually approached the edge and found that a guard was entangled by the alien creatures in his arms. He quickly raised his gun and aimed to shoot. At the moment when the monster was distracted by pain, he pulled the guard back, and then switched to a hand cannon and blasted it off the high wall. Help! The injured guard cried for help with difficulty. He was shivering with hypothermia due to heavy blood loss. Come quickly, there are still wounded here. After a greeting, several vanguards with white cloth tied on their arms came and carried the person onto the stretcher in an orderly manner. Su. Is it Su? Su turned around and found that someone who came to help recognized him. When the other person approached, he pulled off the mask on his face and waved at him. It was Captain Lydia, who was said to be stationed at Santa Maria Base not long ago. You are here after all. Seeing Su appear in Santa Maria, Lydia couldn't help but sigh, but she was not very surprised. She didn't have time to reminisce with Su slowly, so she waved to him and said, "Come over and help, we are just short of manpower." Su nodded slightly, put his weapon behind his waist, and leaned over to help carry the stretcher. "Where are we moving?" he asked. Lydia tilted her head to the back. "Just follow me. Why do you have so many questions?" "Oh!" Su responded angrily, and followed the rescue team into the lighthouse without saying anything more. He had been to the Taoyuan Base lighthouse, which was much simpler than the Santa Maria Base, but the base in front of him was bloody and wailing everywhere. The war blew through the iron wall and copper wall, and the maintenance team rushed to repair it. Before they could plug the hole, the alien creatures discovered this flaw and rushed over madly with screams. Su and Lydia looked at each other, dragged the stretcher with one hand, pulled out the electromagnetic gun, and retreated while shooting, guarding the only way to the underground city base before the support arrived. "Brother, hold it up." Su glanced at the wounded on the stretcher, temporarily propped up the handle with his knees, and used both hands to hold the gun to repel the invading creatures with the current maximum firepower. Lydia was not defeated, and swung the thorn whip with one hand, leaving several scars on the alien creature. The whip got stuck in its flesh, and then swung it again, throwing it far away. The two occupied the left and right sides of the passage, trying their best to stop the alien creatures from invading the base entrance below, but at this time, they were short of manpower, and could only keep retreating. "Go up and help!" Two teams of guards rushed over, took over the heavy burden of Su and Lydia, and strengthened the firepower suppression. "Captain Lydia, leave this to us." After the guard said that, he gestured to the intercom on his shoulder. "The team above will come over here and drive them out. The maintenance team is ready at any time." "Let's go!" Lydia did not stop and led Su to retreat downwards. They did not enter the underground city, but took the wounded away from the lighthouse, and took a boat to a huge ship parked in the center of the lighthouse group. "Why is the situation so serious?" Su still couldn't help but ask. Lydia pointed to the room in front. "Just put the person in the waiting area." After placing the wounded, she immediately checked his wounds, frowned solemnly, turned around and gave a word to the team members, then took off the mask and walked towards Su. Not long ago, a lighthouse soldier was infected by a Type 1 alien creature that was to be evolved. He concealed it and tried to return to human society. But when he passed the checkpoint, he was still found out. He mutated in public, rushed into the crowd and blew himself up, infecting a large number of guards at the checkpoint. The base immediately blocked the checkpoint after discovering something was wrong, and shot anyone who was found to be abnormal on the spot. Su was stunned, shot on the spot. Lydia sighed in a deep voice. Yes, the base said there was no time to check, and it would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. But the most terrifying thing is that the infection still spread among the crowd. The lighthouse was eventually lost, and the underground city base was almost breached. We all agree that this was a premeditated invasion. Su took a breath and turned to look at the wounded in the area to be checked. What about these people? If they were found to be abnormal, they would be shot directly. These wounded were in direct contact with the alien creatures. How would the base deal with them? This ship is far away from the underground city, and not in the lighthouse. The Human Alliance didn't want to save them at all. Lydia drooped her shoulders, her tired face full of sadness. The cruel system makes it impossible for me to save all of them. Her ideal is to be a doomsday doctor who saves the dying and the wounded, but now she can't save anyone. She has brought back so many injured people. Even if there is only one person who shows no signs of infection, she will do her best to pull them back from the gates of hell. But there is not one. As long as they have come into contact with those alienated creatures, no one can escape. This world is doomed after all. Susu felt a breath stuck in his chest and asked in a muffled voice, "Where will they be sent?" Lydia raised her hand and pointed outside the giant ship. "I don't recommend you to see it. It's too cruel." Her exhortation did not work at all, but aroused Susu's curiosity. He strode onto the deck of the ship. After seeing the situation at sea, he was so surprised that he forgot to breathe. In the huge sea area in the center of the lighthouse group, in addition to the giant ship under his feet, there were 3 other large ships parked, swaying with the waves. A large net was hung on the hulls of 4 large ships at the same time. There was a hole in the middle of the fishing net. The sea breeze was mixed with the hum of machines. The wounded, who did not need to be treated, were placed on the edge of the large net and rolled into the black hole without resistance, like a shabby doll. A fire suddenly ignited in the hole, and a living life was burned in an instant. "Shell all shells." Susu stared at the black hole and suddenly laughed. The wind on the sea surface messed up his hair, and the broken hair on his forehead was blown away. There was no smile in his eyes, all of which was a sarcasm for this ridiculous world. Lydia did not want to get close to the edge of the ship, and did not want to see the cruel scene again. Suddenly Susu asked, "Where is that ship? Who is he?" Lydia walked forward in confusion, and saw 5 researchers in white coats from the experimental center leaving the lighthouse, and taking a boat to the huge ship opposite them. They were carefully protected throughout the journey. To be precise, they were all protecting the boxes in the hands of the researchers. A man in formal attire walked out of the cabin, waiting on the deck with a bitter smile to greet them. After listening to what the researcher said, he took the box from them slowly. "Lydia, Robert, the person in charge of Santa Maria Base." Susu frowned, and soon figured out what was going on. So Santa Maria Base is also participating in the Strong Army plan. Santa Maria Base is the war reserve support for Mattia, and so are the people here. Lydia calmly stated an extremely cruel fact. Chapter 123. The Santa Maria Base garrison has been transformed by the Strong Soldier plan? This news was unexpected to Susu. With his current citizen level, there are not many places he can actually access. So in his view, the experimental center has been selecting suitable experimental subjects on Mattia, because the Strong Soldier plan is still in the experimental stage. But now it seems that the Vanguard has been fighting for the opportunity to transform, thinking that this is a transition of identity, but in the eyes of the experimental center, they are all experimental products, stepping up for the war in the underground city base. Yes, in the eyes of the loving Mattia, isn't this a way to dedicate his life to the human alliance? Susu's eyebrows were full of coldness. He stared at the handover on the opposite deck, and then turned his eyes to the large marine incinerator that was handling the infected guards, and vaguely sensed a hint of mystery. He suddenly murmured, "Why are the alien creatures invading more and more frequently recently?" Lydia calmly gave an explanation that everyone knew. After each breeding season, adult alien creatures will collect nutrients for their young, but the frequency has been increasing in recent years. "I think it's probably because they are constantly evolving." Evolution? Susu stared at the box in Robert's hand hesitantly. A large number of information fragments were entangled in his mind, like silk threads. He suddenly grabbed one of them, not quite right. If too many care camps exposed human genes to the alien creatures in the ocean, which was the main reason for the fall of the Shafley base in Africa, then the Santa Maria base in front of him is very likely to follow the old path of the Shafley base. Why did the evolution of alienated creatures far exceed the calculated values of the Research and Judgment Center? What is the real reason for the accelerated evolution of alienated creatures? If alienated creatures are tyrannical by nature, why don't they follow the natural mode of natural selection and not hunt low-level peers first, but unanimously regard humans as hunting targets? Is it determined by their genes, or is there a special way of information transmission, or some other reason? Susu was not very sure, until he saw with his own eyes that the Santa Maria base chose to burn human compatriots. In such a cruel way, all his confusion could be explained. The reason for the accelerated evolution of marine alienated creatures is nothing else. It is these guards, who joined the Strong Soldiers plan. The current intelligence level of these alienated creatures is indeed not as good as that of humans, but through repeated battles and hunting to gain experience, they may know that human genes can promote their own evolution, so they regard genetically modified humans as prey. Therefore, although both are invaded by alienated creatures, the situation of the Santa Maria base is much more serious than that of the Taiyuan base. In order to resist these evolved alien creatures, Mattia can only continue to optimize the human gene modification plan and repeat the vicious cycle until the day when Mattia can no longer control it. Santa Maria base and Mattia seem to have realized this, so they chose to directly destroy human genes to avoid being assimilated by alien creatures. The disaster in front of us started from humans themselves. Lydia didn't react. What do you mean by not quite right? Experimental center. Su was about to explain, but a thunderous sound interrupted their conversation. I go and have a look. Su left a simple message and quickly returned to the lighthouse. He understood that Lydia had good intentions and deliberately asked him to join the relatively safe rescue team and stay away from the battlefield, but he still had things to do and couldn't hide here to escape. Lydia watched Su's back running away, sighed silently, and looked at the incinerator that was running non-stop with reluctance. She was unwilling to succumb to fate, and wanted to break the routine and live the way she wanted. She did it. After leaving Uni Garden, she chose to stay on Mattia and do her best to contribute to the fate of mankind, but she didn't do it completely. There are too many helpless things in this world, and her ability is too small to change the cruel facts. She really tried her best. Can she just watch the world go to destruction? She once confidently believed that since she could become an exception, she might be able to slowly influence many things. As long as she is good enough, there will always be people who ignore gender and see her ability. It doesn't matter if she suffers a little now. When she enters the management of Mattia one day, she will definitely change the plight of women with her own power. But now she can't save anyone, not even a living person. Is she really unable to do anything? Captain Lydia, shall we continue? The members of the rescue team saw the captain standing on the deck sadly, and asked cautiously. Lydia took a deep breath, turned around and said firmly, continue. She admitted that her power was very small, insignificant in front of the absolute power of Mattia and the fierce and brutal alien creatures, but it would be better to kill her directly than to do nothing and wait for death. The world will be destroyed sooner or later, and she will die sooner or later. Before everything is annihilated, she chooses to do what she wants, even if it means being crushed to pieces. Listen to the sound. It should be the monsters that have launched another attack. Everyone continued to divide into teams and go to each lighthouse for rescue. Carefully check the wounded. Don't give up as long as there is a glimmer of hope. Lydia calmly issued instructions, not losing her composure because of the crisis in front of her. The rescue team includes members brought by Lydia from Matthias, as well as young men and women who volunteered to sign up at the underground city base. Everyone was relieved to see that the team leader was not in a hurry, and they all responded in unison. Okay. Su hurried back to the lighthouse and climbed the stairs all the way up. The big hole that had just exposed the interior had been patched up, and the slippery blood was all over the ground, emitting a fishy smell in the sultry weather. The battle on the top platform was fierce. The roars of the alienated creatures were the shouts and wails of humans, and this was one of the countless lighthouses on the sea. A thunderous sound resounded under the blazing sun. Suddenly, a whistling sea breeze blew away the thick smoke and fog, and Su finally saw the true face of the sound source. In the boundless chaotic ocean, a huge rusty red sphere floated strangely on the sea surface, like a newly dug out eyeball, or an embryo about to break out of its shell, with cracks and blood lines all over its shell. Every time it rolled, it made a startling sound of thunder, with an extreme sense of oppression. In the thunders one after another, countless distorted aliens floated to the surface of the water and swayed. They had no fixed shape, and their bodies were as black and shiny as if covered with tar. They crawled forward on the sea surface, and countless pus-like dark green pupils on their bodies stirred into their protoplasmic swollen bodies while moving, and then continued to regenerate. They devoured all the bullets and artillery fire, approached the lighthouse with a clear goal, stuck to the outer wall, and slowly climbed up, not afraid of fire or electric shock. What should I do? The guards tried various methods, but still couldn't stop these monsters from approaching, and looked at their captain for help. General Robert is here. Some people noticed a familiar figure among the people who came to support, and gathered around him with hope, but stopped when they saw the box in his hand. Robert held his chin, avoided the eyes of the guards, and opened the box in front of everyone, which was full of strong military agents. Su stood on the wall holding a hand cannon and bombed downwards, but saw that the artillery fire directly passed through the monster's body strangely, and there was no way to deal with him. Seeing the danger getting closer and closer, Su found that all the guards, who had just fought on the edge of the platform, were gone, and everyone surrounded Robert. Su saw the box in Robert's hand, and the dark blue liquid in the test tubes at a glance. What is that? General, can you not drink it? The guard resisted. Robert handed the box in his hand to his subordinates, took one of the bottles, and said resolutely, if we don't do this, and don't become stronger, the monsters will step over our bodies, invade the dungeon, and kill our fellow human beings behind us, and the Santa Maria base will fall completely. No matter what method, as long as I can kill those monsters and protect the residents of the Santa Maria base, I am willing to die in battle." After he said that, he ignored the guard's dissuasion and directly opened his mouth and drank the liquid in the test tube. The hot blood in his body was so hot that it almost burned through him. Even his breath was filled with a hot smell. He held his weapon tightly in both hands and walked towards the edge of the platform with heavy steps. The hesitant guards seemed to be awakened when they heard Robert's intentions. They took the initiative to take a bottle and drank it, shouting with all their strength, "Everything! Everything is for the future of mankind." The crackling sound of the test tube falling to the ground was crisp, and with great determination, the guards almost ran back to the edge of the platform, raised their heads and roared. Their muscles swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the surging blood made them swell red all over, as if they were about to burst at any time. The desire to fight overcame their rationality as human beings. Seeing that any weapon was ineffective, the guards grabbed the monsters that climbed up the high wall and jumped off the platform, fighting head-on with their strong bodies. "Be careful." Susu stretched out his hand to catch a guard who jumped down, but was stopped by a researcher who approached quietly. "Even if they fall from such a high place, they will be fine," the researcher said with a smile. Considering that Susu might not understand it at the moment, he began to explain. "During the period when the strengthening agent is effective, these people have absolute strength, speed and courage. The experimental center has cast steel and iron bones for their mortal bodies." The researcher said, took out a light blue potion and handed it to Susu. "This is what the professor asked me to give you." The other party did not say much, but Susu knew what he meant. "I know." Susu reached out to take it, suddenly grabbed the researcher and pulled him behind him, shooting at the alien creatures climbing onto the platform, and hurriedly distracted and slightly turned his head and said, "It's very dangerous here. You go back to the lighthouse and hide first." The researcher nodded hurriedly in panic. They didn't take the strengthening agent, so how could they beat these alien creatures? Besides, the experimental center spent so much effort to train these people just to make them the sword of Mattia. Protecting the citizens of Mattia is naturally their mission. Susu's concern disappeared the moment he turned around. He glanced at the test tube in his hand, and threw it into the corner expressionlessly, while no one was paying attention in the war. He turned around and prepared to rejoin the battle, but was unexpectedly met with a pair of eyes that were examining him. Chapter 124. Why is it Mahler? When did the escort arrive? Seeing Mahler's cold gaze scraping at him like a sharp knife, and the test tube in his hand, Susu cautiously hid the strengthening agent, held the electromagnetic gun tightly in his hand, turned around and joined the fierce battlefield. "Admiral, what are you looking at?" As soon as Mon stepped onto the deck of the frigate, he saw Admiral Mahler standing by the fence overlooking something. Mahler withdrew his gaze indifferently, without any answer, waiting for the frigate to continue to go deeper into the battlefield. But Mon could feel that the wrinkles between the Admiral's eyebrows seemed to have relaxed a lot, and he didn't dare to ask more, and consciously changed the question. "Admiral, why did you apply to lead the team for support?" What's even more strange is that the captain actually agreed to the Admiral's request. Mahler looked down at the guards rushing into the sea like a wave, still silent, as if he was trying his best to endure something, and the resistance in his heart seemed to be revealed as soon as he opened his mouth. After the Santa Maria base sent a message for help, he did want to apply for a meeting with the captain. Just before he made the request, the captain suddenly summoned him alone. "Captain." Mahler walked up to the top floor of Matthias, knocked on the solemn door, and heard a response from behind the door, then pushed the door and walked in lightly. In the corner, the old-fashioned record player was playing a heavy tune, which became more and more excited in the frequent urging from the control tower. Although it was the driving room, there was no control console, and the huge sea map on the wall was the most eye-catching. A man stood in front of the wall with his back to the door, slowly sipping the tea in the cup, and his ease was quite inconsistent with the current critical atmosphere. The scorching sun shines through the windshield of the cab, making the room bright, but there are still corners hidden in the dark. Mahler stood in the middle of the hall. The hot sun made him sweat all over his head. He stood motionless and bowed his head respectfully to the person standing in the shadow with his back to him. "Captain, I'm here." He pursed his lips tightly and stood there waiting for a moment. Without receiving any instructions from the captain, he took the initiative to speak under pressure. "Captain, recently, a number of people in the base garrison were unable to get rid of the drug effect and finally died of ruptured blood vessels. If this continues, they may not be able to withstand the intensity of the transformation plan." "Can Admiral Mahler." The captain stopped Mahler from continuing to speak and sighed sadly, his words full of helplessness. Mattia regards all the remaining humans as his own children, but in order to save more children, the mother has to do this, he said sadly, stroking the scattered land on the sea map in front of him, and asked Mahler, sacrifice a small number of people in exchange for the lives of thousands of base residents behind them. Admiral Mahler, if you were the one making the decision, what would you choose? This sharp question made Mahler speechless. He lowered his head in pain, suppressing his personal emotions and causing his voice to tremble slightly. What about the members of the lighthouse garrison and the vanguard? Admiral Mahler. The man standing in front of the sea map suddenly turned around and waved to Mahler, motioning him to stay in the shade for a while. Mahler did not approach on the grounds of overstepping the rules, and was indifferent, unlike the person who tried to plead just now. The man in the shadows suddenly reached out and grabbed Mahler's shoulder, persuading him earnestly, Mahler, in fact, I have always valued you. With your ability, you will be the only candidate for the position of captain in the future. The baton carrying the future destiny of the remaining human beings will be handed over to you sooner or later. So, I hope you can understand Matthias's painstaking efforts. Mahler still had a cold face, calmly glanced at the record player in the corner and the clear tea on the table, and recalled the captain's words just now in his heart. His face became even darker. After the captain finished speaking, he patted Mahler's shoulder heavily, as if he was still not satisfied, and then said, Go to the sea, and see for yourself. You will understand what kind of situation humans will face without the strong army plan led by Matthias. By then, you will become a true successor to Matthias. Matthias' successor? Mahler's thoughts were pulled away from his memories. This title was once what he wanted in his heart. Now he was clearly within reach, but he felt fear and resistance uncontrollably. He did not come here to strengthen his confidence in taking over Matthias, but to join this battlefield to the best of his ability, and kill as many alien creatures as he could. Because in his opinion, this is the most practical way to experience the severity of the battlefield. But will there really be a day when they are wiped out? All guards. After a long silence, Mahler finally spoke. The frigate flew over the lighthouse, and rushed straight into the center of the battlefield with a whistling wind. The rotary gun platform at the bottom fired endlessly, but it could not cover the unanimous response from the warship. Here! Mahler shouted loudly. Those who are afraid of death stay on the ship, and those who are not afraid follow me. Defend to the death, it is an honor to die. Someone shouted loudly, and in an instant, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, arousing resonance among the crowd. Mahler turned his back, and raised the corner of his mouth imperceptibly when no one noticed. As soon as the warship stopped, he was the first to get off the ship and join the struggle. Roar! The crazy roar actually came from the mouth of a human. Countless guards stood on the edge of the ship or floated on the sea, aiming at the approaching monster without exception. The guards and the alien creatures were fighting on the sea with no reason and instinct. It was hard to tell who was the monster. After Su fired several shots, he realized that an alien creature was about to rush up the high wall. He immediately changed his aim and shot, then pulled out the short blade and stabbed it into the monster's body, and quickly switched back to the electromagnetic gun to continue to eliminate the surrounding disasters. The number of monsters around him was not large. Most of them gathered around the crazy guards. It seemed that these monsters were deliberately choosing. There are more and more of them. Su had to fight and retreat. According to the current situation, he believed more and more in his guess that these alien creatures were coming for the lighthouse guards. In order to prevent alien creatures from invading the underground city, the door of the top exit had been locked. Most of the guards on the platform have been sacrificed, but the monsters are still rushing up. If they don't find a way to deal with it as soon as possible, the door won't last long after all of them are dead. Su's eyes quickly swept across the top platform and noticed that there was still an arc left in the hangar. The team it belonged to was probably in danger. He looked around and grabbed the horizontal railing above his head. At the moment, the monster rushed over. He jumped up with a belly curl, opened his arms to seek balance, and walked to the end of the railing. Then he swiftly pounced on the stack supply box not far away, stepped lightly on the box surface with his toes, and jumped onto a platform before the box collapsed, and stabilized his body with a somersault. Su dodged all the way to the hangar, leaned down and slid in from under the door, and successfully got into the cabin before the alien creatures caught up with him, and sat in the driver's seat. In addition to watching Meg drive before, he only controlled the Ark in the simulation cabin of the training base, and had never touched it himself, so he was not sure whether his operation was correct or not. However, the intelligent control system of the Ark was not intelligent. At least Su did not understand where to drive after thinking about it for a while, so he could only try his best. I passed the manual transmission driver's license in one go, How difficult can this thing be? Su took a deep breath and quickly entered the state according to the tutorial in the simulation cabin. After a buzzing sound from the Ark's engine, a strong force pushed Su back quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he and the Ark were in the air. It seems that there is no problem with the operation in the simulation cabin. The next step is to switch to attack mode. Su opened the bottom turret of the Ark according to the steps in his memory, controlled the shooting position remotely, and bombed along the outer wall of the high wall. The unknown monster was not affected at all, but a large number of other alien creatures were blown down, which eased the pressure on the top layer. Su fired several shots in a row, then switched to the sweeping mode, flew sideways to the wall of the Ark, and cleared the remaining alien creatures hanging on the wall. Warning! The wing is suspected to be damaged by external forces, and the Ark is about to lose balance and make an emergency landing. Warning! The wing. Alarms kept popping up on the windshield display screen, and Su was sure that he had not made any mistakes in operation. Where did the external force damage come from? Su turned on the monitor outside the cabin and found that a monster with tentacles had climbed onto the Ark at some point and squeezed the steel wing to deformation. He resigned himself to his fate and smiled bitterly. Don't I have bad luck sometimes? The Ark gradually began to spiral out of control in the air. Under the intense dizziness, Su finally fumbled to switch the Ark to the water mode, but it still stirred up thousands of waves on the sea. Bang! In order to be on the safe side, Su checked his protective clothing in advance and was ready to go into the water at any time. Then he controlled the attack system of the Ark and used the remaining ammunition to clear the alien creatures around. He did not drink the strengthening agent and could not become the steel and iron bones expected by the experimental center. He could only use the existing firepower to avoid direct confrontation. Ding-dee, the familiar ringtone sounded suddenly at an inopportune time. Su was stunned, but still chose to answer it. The roar of the monsters and the sound of gunfire on the other end of the line were also constantly intertwined, which made him startled. Wei Yu. It seems that you are also nearby. Wei Yu took a deep breath, sounding like he was adjusting his state. Nearby? Su replied in confusion, noticing that Wei Yu's voice was not right, and then he said, Are you okay? As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy artillery directly smashed the head of a split-nosed shark. Wei Yu explained frankly, the alien creatures have been active frequently recently, and the survivor camp near the Santa Maria base has also been affected. We are here to help. While speaking, he chopped off the head of a sea spider, swung his knife to shake off the blood, and then slashed at the lizard that was rushing towards him. Wei Yu took the time to answer Su's other question between the fights. I can still hold on now, but when my thigh was almost pulled off just now, I suddenly wanted to talk to you. Bang. Bang, was he hallucinating again? Su suddenly heard a beating sound, but this time, the sound was very close to him, so close that it seemed to come from his chest. Su's breathing stagnated, and he asked in confusion, Why? But he did not stop, and directly shifted his attack target to the rusty red meatball on the sea. The indescribable alien danced with the thunder, and most monsters deliberately avoided its path, as if they were afraid of its existence. If it could be driven away, humans might be able to get a moment's respite. Wei Yu grabbed the tail of the lizard with one hand to restrain its movement, and the other hand immediately touched the hand cannon behind his waist, aiming directly at its waist and abdomen and pulling the trigger. Chapter 125. The waist and abdomen of the killizard were blown to pieces. Wei Yu threw the broken pieces into the sea without changing his expression and continued to talk to Su. I don't know. Maybe he felt that there were too many monsters. What if we failed to cooperate and ended up dying here? It was obvious that Su was not the only one fighting alongside him at this moment, but he couldn't help but think that Gabriel wanted to verify the results of the transformation at the current stage, so he would definitely send Su to Santa Maria to participate in the battle. Su, who was used to showing off, would definitely agree to the deployment in order to win the trust of the experimental center. But this time it was not a simple task. He could easily go home by clearing an area or collecting designated samples according to the instructions. Instead, he had to face thousands of alienated creatures, and he would die if he made a mistake. He was not worried that Su would drink the strong soldier potion and become a fearless killing machine because he was afraid of those alienated creatures. He was afraid that Su, the madman, would use his own body to fight for his goal. As it turned out, he was right again. Wei Yu was not happy because he guessed Su's idea, but more worried. Su stared at the scope with a serious face, watching the strange meatball not retreating after being shot countless times by him, and his brows were getting tighter and tighter. The rusty red sphere approached the Santa Maria base blindly, and accompanied by thunder, it kept summoning alien creatures to clear the way for it. Susu's forced landing arc fell in front of the meatball. Whether it was for the human base behind him or for his own life, he had to fight with all his strength, but the ammunition emergency prompt that suddenly popped up on the display screen once again confirmed his bad luck. He couldn't help but laugh in anger, and could only abandon the arc he was in, holding the electromagnetic gun in his hand and walking to the hatch. Stepping out of this door, he officially joined the battlefield. It was difficult for a mortal body to disguise as steel and iron, but he had to win this battle. What else can we do? Of course, we should kill as many as we can. Susu's words were powerful. He hated this world from the bottom of his heart, and he wished that the Ark of Matthias would crash immediately, and all the high-quality genes and the future of mankind would be burned to ashes. But Robert, the person in charge of the Santa Maria base, was right. Behind them were the lives of tens of millions of people in the underground city base. Once these alienated creatures broke through the defense line, this human base would probably fall and become the next Shafley base. What's more serious is that these monsters will also get more human genes. Taoyuan base still has military reserves and can last for a while. What will the survivor camps face in the future? He is not sure about the power of the Deep Sea Research Institute behind Weiyu, but the survivor camps are widely distributed on the sea surface. Once the alienated creatures evolve out of control and exceed the tolerance of the Institute, can Weiyu really take care of it? By then, the chaos in front of us will become the norm, and will be staged every day in the future. Susu still feels that he hates this world, but the hatred is his own business. There are thousands of wishes for peace and tranquility in the world. Besides, before he finds out the truth about the welfare home, this world cannot be destroyed. Weiyu. Susu pursed his lips and held the handle of the hatch tightly. I am not a person who suffers losses, so you have to live, so that there is room for bargaining in our cooperation. After saying that, he opened the hatch with force, took a big step and jumped onto the water boat launched by the Arkansas. He was the first to raise his gun to deal with the alien creatures rushing over, and continued to shoot at the meatball in the interval. Hearing the familiar breathing sound, Susu's face froze, and the weirdness in his heart became stronger. It seemed that every time he encountered these indescribable things, he would hear such breathing sounds, as if reminding him of something. But what connection could there be between him and these monsters? Susu never mentioned it in his diary, and he didn't remember what he had done. Could it be related to the dream he had before he set off? Why did the him who grabbed him at the bottom of the sea say welcome home? Did he miss something? Why did he feel an indescribable weirdness? And it was not clear whether it was Susu's illusion. After he left the Ark and got on the water boat to face the invasion of the monsters, the movement speed of the meatball seemed to slow down a lot. Weiyu heard Susu's awkward concern, and his smile became even stronger, but he didn't slack off. He grabbed a mutant creature and fired another shot. After the deafening sound of the gunfire faded, he said to Susu on the other side of the line in a brisk tone, It seems that I have to think carefully about how to please you in order to get a good condition. Susu secretly observed how the guards on the sea who drank the strong soldier potion behaved, and imitated them. He held a short knife and stabbed the monster that climbed onto the watercraft, and then turned the knife to stab the giant shark under the sea that intended to hit him. The high-intensity resistance made him a little tired and panting, and asked in a deep voice, When do you think they will retreat? Weiyu's arm was scratched by the thorny fish that approached secretly. He closed his lips tightly, and swallowed the pain into his stomach, not wanting Susu to hear it. He turned his back to the bunker, withdrew from the battlefield for a short time, immediately took out the blocking agent, and gave himself an injection, and then wrapped the exposed protective suit with an isolation bandage. Weiyu took a deep breath to calm himself, turned his head, and looked at the endless alienated creatures behind the bunker. As it stands now, I'm afraid we can only wait until humans are no longer attracted to them. Weiyu's answer drew a sneer from Susu. It's really a self-inflicted disaster. He wanted to see how the trouble caused by these experimental centers would end in the end. Endlessly counterattacked and driven away, Weiyu could not see the sign of the end of this war for a while. He held the gun again and said solemnly before leaving the bunker, Susu, please make sure you survive. For their cooperation and for... In fact, there was no other purpose. He just hoped to have another meeting with Susu. Susu pulled out the blade that had stabbed the monster, swung the knife to shake off the black blood, looked at the endless sea and said, I will try my best to stay alive, and you can't die either. Don't forget what you promised. Okay, I remember. Weiyu smiled and responded. As soon as he left the shelter, the alien creatures immediately surrounded him. In the melee, he was inevitably injured again. The severe pain made him almost unable to hold back his voice. In order not to distract Susu, whose situation was also not optimistic. He had to take the initiative to cut off the connection. Su didn't hear Wei Yu's voice again, so he thought that the call was probably disconnected. At the moment, he had no time to ask about Wei Yu's situation, so he could only focus all his attention on the rusty red meatball not far away. Although it was not clear what caused it, according to his past experience, several times the intelligent alien creatures he encountered retreated 3 feet away from him, as if they were afraid of him, so they deliberately avoided him. He also asked other people indirectly, and it seemed that only he had encountered such an abnormal situation. Will it be the same this time? Su secretly decided to take a risk and slowly approached the meatball by controlling the water boat. At the same time, he continued to play his current role well, constantly attacking the alien creatures that were approaching along the way, and roaring loudly like the guards. Just as Su expected, the meatball not only stopped moving and stopped summoning alien creatures, but also had a vague tendency to retreat. The hazy liquid iron and high-temperature steam mixed on the surface of the meatball, making it look like a living eyeball, floating mysteriously on the sea full of dirty blood and limbs, as if the ocean had opened its eyes and stared at the world. Su was puzzled by the reason for this situation, and continued to slowly move forward without stopping, and unexpectedly saw doubts in the eyeball. It seemed to be able to think, but what was it wondering about? Was it because of his approach, or some other reason? Su. Suddenly, a very distant and very soft voice called his name, and Su was stunned. He looked around but couldn't find who was calling him. When he looked back and raised his eyes to look at the meatball again, his calm consciousness was suddenly shaken, and he suddenly saw countless fragmented images through the eyeball in front of him. After an alarm sounded, the large nuclear power plant located on the coast opened the discharge gate, and sewage instantly gushed out of the pipe and flowed directly into the sea without any treatment. The ocean furiously raised waves, trying to retaliate against the ignorant humans, but it still failed to stop the greedy ambitions of these self-proclaimed higher creatures. The pipeline hidden under the sea quietly discharged strange liquid, which mixed with nuclear sewage and spread rapidly on the sea surface. It was angry and screaming. It summoned big waves and wind and rain. It wanted the world to be destroyed with it, but humans are so funny. When they try to wash away the filth of the world, they can always think of more cruel ways. In order to build a shelter, they abandoned their compatriots. Countless men, women, old and young cried and shouted on the sea, but they could not get any rescue. They only waited for more abandoned people. The helpless cries rang day and night, attracting the children sleeping on the seabed. It was crying and asking for help day and night, but what was the use? Those who abandoned them would not come to save them. The children who had a full meal grew up quickly. They began to learn to think about how to make themselves the masters of this world, just like the ancestors of mankind who once set foot on land. This world has always been like this, but the owner has changed. As long as it can protect this ocean, it doesn't care who the ruler is. Slowly growing up, I believe that one day the children will be able to occupy this world. How to evolve, how to develop, and then gradually move towards destruction is actually a matter of time. The children soon discovered that after eating the humans in the base in front of them, their bodies evolved from the inside out, and they grew further. This is a gift given to them by humans. It seems that this world will be destroyed earlier than it imagined. It's time to start the next cycle. But why Su, you are here? The question from the distance shook Su's mind. He forgot to stop the water boat before he lost consciousness. Now when he regained his consciousness, he was already close to the eyeball. What are you? Why do you know me? Who am I? Su's question did not receive any answer. A deformed arc suddenly fell from the air, caught fire, and exploded not far from him, and set off a huge wave on the sea. At the moment when the wave covered it, the meatball also sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared, leaving only Su who was at a loss. Chapter 126. The flames on the sea became more and more fierce, causing another wave of explosions. The ruthless flames engulfed the nearby guards and alien creatures. The painful screams overlapped, as if the two came from the same source. Su was hit by the surging waves and fell into the sea. Although his vision was unclear in the seawater, he could sense that the meatball monster had left. When he swam out of the water again, he clearly felt that the number of alien creatures was much less than before, and it seemed that they had quietly retreated. Help! Hearing the cry for help not far away, Su turned his head and saw a vanguard member swimming forward quickly with a terrified face. The frequency of his hands and feet swinging in panic was disordered. He forgot to turn on the oxygen booster. An alien creature with a bloody mouth was chasing him closely, and was about to catch up. Bang! The alien creature that was about to bite the lone vanguard suddenly froze, Pus and blood flowed from its dirty eyes, and it howled in pain, turning its head to look at the source of its attack. Behind the dark muzzle of the gun were Suzu's calm and composed eyes. He knew that he had been targeted. Not only was he not panicking, but in front of the alien creature, he replaced the gun in his hand with a hand cannon and fired several shots at its wide-open mouth until he could see the sky through its upper jaw. Suzu climbed onto the watercraft calmly, glanced at the vanguard, who should have escaped from the exploded ark, and drove the boat closer without saying a word, without inviting him, but also without stopping him from climbing onto his boat. He swept the nearby monsters calmly throughout the whole process, and his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure on the sea. As the admiral of the guard, Mahler actually joined the battlefield in person, leading the guard and the base garrison to fight against the alien creatures together. Suzu raised his eyebrows slightly in confusion. Didn't the guard only pledge loyalty to the captain? What was Admiral Mahler doing now? He really thought Mahler was a strange person, with an indescribable sense of disobedience. Admiral, these monsters seem to have retreated suddenly. Mon swung his knife to cut off the tentacles of the alien creatures, turned his head, and reported to the admiral not far away. Mahler was also confused. If he remembered correctly, it was after the explosion, just now, that the strange eyeball and the alien creatures retreated. Aren't they afraid of artillery fire? Why did they all leave suddenly? Thinking of this, he looked at the sea area before the eyeball monster disappeared, and saw an unexpected person, who was also staring at him. It's Suzu again? Mahler whispered softly. He had no time to investigate the real cause and effect of this matter. There were more important things at the moment, so he shouted loudly, "All guards listen. Control the out-of-control garrison troops. Don't let them run away." The guards were ordered to spread all over the sea. After confirming that the alien creatures had retreated, they had no time to relax and breathe. They immediately arrested the garrison troops, who had taken the strengthening agent, and went crazy, tied them up, and threw them on the ship one by one. However, the number of guards was limited, and the number of guards on the sea was getting smaller and smaller. It's bad. They only have killing in their eyes now. The alien creatures retreated to the bottom of the sea, and they all chased them. Mon's face was full of sorrow, and he said hurriedly, "We must chase them back. After all, they still need to breathe. If we keep chasing them to the bottom of the sea, they will be suffocated to death on the bottom of the sea when their oxygen is exhausted." Okay. The guards were a little scared, worried that the monsters on the seabed would return, but they still endured the fear and plunged into the seabed to save as many people as possible. Kill! Mon heard that someone among the garrison tied up on the watercraft finally regained consciousness, and turned his head happily. "You're awake." The guard stared at him with a red face, shouting with all his might, "Kill me! It's too painful, please kill me." The corners of Mon's mouth that had just been raised froze in an instant, bent by the heavy heart, and shook his head in a trembling voice. "Sorry, I'm sorry." He wanted to save people, but he couldn't do anything. "Admiral," Mon murmured, looking at Admiral Mahler with a last hope, hoping that he could help and plead with the senior officials again. "I'm so tired. I can't hold on any longer." The guard saw countless comrades like him lying on their backs in grief on the sea, staring at the scorching sun in the sky. The scorching light burned his eyes blood red. Suddenly, he could feel the blood vessels in his body expanding, and his heart beating faster and faster, almost blocking his throat. He looked at Vice Admiral Mond, who was running towards him in agony. Before he could say another word, the upwelling blood suddenly burst his brain, and he could not feel any pain after that. Bang! Continuous explosions came from the submarine on the sea, and brains and internal organs exploded everywhere. Mond watched the blood on the hood glass gradually slide down, and his body froze in place. He raised his hand to wipe his eyes in disbelief. After seeing the bloody scene on the ship, he couldn't help kneeling on the ground and covering his head. The extreme sadness made him unable to say a word. Mahler stood still, clenching his back teeth and remaining indifferent, but his fists were shaking as he clenched them tighter and tighter, trying his best to suppress the unwillingness in his heart. After the remaining drug effect faded, the guards saw the blood beside them, but did not react. Their eyes were numb and dull, because they knew that in the near future, they would all end up like this. After Suzu saw the purpose of the guards, he just wanted to join them, and help drag a few guards onto the ship. When he turned around, he heard an explosion on the ship. He did not look back, but sighed helplessly. The explosion at this moment was more deafening than the battle of the Ark falling, and it was difficult for people to calm down for a long time. The blood was superimposed on the filth on the sea surface, and it was stained by the desolate evening breeze, which was even more sad in the setting sun. After helping to clean up the battlefield, Su followed the main force into the underground city base with heavy steps. With Wei Yu's nutrient solution to replenish his physical strength, his body was not very tired, but he just felt a kind of indescribable powerlessness. The other people who entered the underground city together were also silent, without any relief and joy after the war. After learning that the alien creatures had retreated, the gate of the underground city base was opened again. The residents guarding the gate put down their weapons and looked forward to the returning guards, hoping that their children would return safely. But seeing that fewer and fewer people entered the gate, and there was no one they were waiting for, many residents stood there and covered their faces and cried in grief. Seeing that fewer and fewer guards came back, there were many people in the crowd who said, "It's safe this time, but will it be our own people who open the door next time? How long can Santa Maria last? When will this day end?" Su followed the team slowly, passing countless broken families, shaking his head and sighing. He shifted his attention, and silently observed the buildings on both sides of the road. Santa Maria Base and Taoyuan Base were very different. The latter was more livable as its name suggested, while the former divided most of the area into industrial areas. Human residences were all embedded in the surrounding walls, greatly reducing the floor space. From a distance, it looked like a huge ant nest. The noise of the factory did not stop even after a crisis. Dense pipes extended from the factory and connected to the sewage treatment plant and waste gas treatment plant in the center of the base. However, due to the large number of industrial factories, such as steelmaking and iron smelting, a pungent and sharp odor could still be smelled. They passed through another industrial area and vaguely heard the noisy and lively sound. Most of the guards and vanguards who returned to the underground city gathered here. The relief of surviving the disaster made them frantically stuff food into their mouths, trying to numb their fear that had not yet faded. The flashing red light district at the end of the alley welcomed waves of guests, and men and women warmly entertained the returning heroes of the base. Su didn't know anyone here, so he randomly picked a free restaurant and sat down. He really had no appetite, so he ordered a bowl of clear soup noodles. But the people in the restaurant noticed him the moment Su entered the door, and silently gathered around him with their bowls. "Where are you going next?" A Vanguard member glanced at Su and asked his teammates, trying to start a topic to attract Su's attention. His teammates understood, "Maybe go around. The taste of Santa Maria Base is very different from Taoyuan Base. I haven't eaten many of them." "Really? I heard the beauties here are very hot. Do you want to go to the corner to have some fun?" They were chatting animatedly, but Su just lowered his head to eat noodles, as if he didn't hear them talking at all. Why can clear soup noodles be so unpalatable? Su stared at the noodles in the bowl and complained, regretting that he should have ordered meat patties and French fries that were more in line with the taste of this place. "Su, you are Su, right?" Seeing that Su ignored them, the Vanguard members took the initiative to talk to Su. Although they were asking questions, everyone knew his identity. Before he could answer, they excitedly said, "We all saw it just now. It was you who drove the ark to sweep the alien creatures and face the terrible monster head-on on the sea. You are worthy of being chosen by Professor Gabriel. Yes, you are so skilled and not afraid at all. You are really amazing. We are all from the Vanguard. We don't know when this mission will end. How about taking care of each other and helping each other in the future? Not only this mission, but when we return to Matia, we also expect you to give us more advice." The Vanguard members around him talked in unison. Su didn't have much appetite to begin with, and now he couldn't eat at all. These people said they came to make friends with him, but everyone knew that they were targeting the experimental center behind him. Su was not blinded by the flattery in front of him. After all, not long ago, he was still a traitor and alien that everyone avoided. Oh, what skill! Just drank a strong soldier potion. If it weren't for the cooperation of the vanguards of the experimental center, how could we? They are just helping the evil. In the attentive flattery, the malicious rebuke was very obvious even if it was low-key. Su silently glanced at the lighthouse garrison talking in the corner, without any intention of arguing for himself. He adhered to the principle of not wasting, quickly finished the food in the bowl, put down his chopsticks, stood up, and was about to leave this place of right and wrong, ignoring the voices behind him trying to keep him. Watching Su's indifferent back, the vanguards, who had just been respectful, changed their expressions in an instant, sneering and disdainfully said, "I don't know what he is showing off." Chapter 127. The lighthouse garrison is restricted from returning to the underground city. They usually stay in the dormitory on the lighthouse, and are only allowed to go home during visiting hours. There was a big battle on the sea during the day. I don't know if the checkpoint guards also escaped death and went to find a place to have fun, or they cooperated in the battle and finally stayed on the sea. Anyway, the underground city is free to enter and exit today. Like Taoyuan Base, a rest area was set up for the vanguard here. Su could enjoy the treatment of a guest of honor as long as he had his ID information, but he did not go. Instead, he left the underground city and went up all the way to the top floor of the lighthouse. Su is still used to minimizing contact with other people, because only in this way can he be the most sober and free. Without the attention of others, he will not be too involved with this world. The smoke on the top floor has not yet dissipated, and the scorching sun sinks to the sea level, leaving a heat in time. The limbs and internal organs emit a strong, pungent, sour and rancid smell in the stuffiness. The blood-red carpet covered the ground. Su found a slightly cleaner place to step on. The soles of his shoes were still a little sticky, and they made the last sounds of the deceased. The people who were cleaning the top floor were very surprised that someone came up at this time. They hunched their backs and focused on their work, not daring to ask questions to the nobles. Su was very keen to capture this strange place. At this time, all the people who stayed here to clean up the battlefield were people of color instead of going into the underground city base to rest. You don't care about human ethics, but you still care about skin color. It's no wonder that the world is going to be destroyed. He sneered coldly, strode over a broken hand, and turned over to sit on the wall. The warm sea breeze with moisture blew on his face, ruffling the hair on Su's forehead. His light brown eyes reflected the bright moon on the sea, but he looked worried. Su regained his consciousness when he heard someone calling his name behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Captain Lydia walking slowly towards him. Lydia looked at Su in confusion and asked, "I saw you at the lighthouse next door. I called you for a long time, but you didn't hear me." "Sorry." Su noticed the blood on Lydia's bib and asked, "It's so late. Is the captain still treating the wounded?" Lydia heard the meaning behind Su's polite words. Those alien creatures had retreated for a while. Even if they found the wounded now, there would be basically no survivors. But she was unwilling to give up, and wanted to look around again. Lydia sighed sadly, supported herself on the wall with both hands, jumped onto the top of the wall, raised her chin to Su and asked, "How are you? Can you handle it?" Many people died today, and she was always worried that Su would be one of them. When she was carrying the wounded, she looked at the sea surface whenever she had the chance, looking for Su's figure, and found that he was really pretending. Su said calmly, "Well, I can hold on." Even if he can't hold on, he has to hold on. Since he has made this decision, he will go on no matter what. Lydia glanced down, thinking of teasing Su and temporarily easing the depressing atmosphere. "So what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid that something will suddenly jump out of the sea and drag you down?" Su's mouth curled slightly, smiled cooperatively and said, "If I am really dragged down, please help me, Captain." The sea breeze rolled up the waves one after another, but looking from the top of the lighthouse, the sea was calm and there was no danger. Su suddenly turned his head and asked, "Captain, can I ask you a question? Where were you from before you went to Mattia?" Lydia pointed to her feet and said frankly, "I used to live in the underground city of Santa Maria, so after hearing the news that my home was invaded by alien creatures, I took the initiative to apply to come here to help." Out of politeness, she asked back, "What about you?" Su shook his head in confusion and said hesitantly, "I don't know. I remember that I entered Mattia through the assessment, but it seems that something is wrong." Su wrote this in his diary. He didn't think Su had any need to lie, but Gabriel mentioned to him that he had been trained in the education center. Gabriel valued him so much, he must have investigated him, but this was contrary to Su's cognition. As far as he knows, the children born in the Uni Garden will go to 3 places through the law of survival of the fittest. Children with superior genes will be kept in the education center for advanced training, and will directly work in Mattia in the future. The slightly inferior ones, and most of the baby girls, will be sent to the underground city base. After screening, they can be re-identified as superior genes, and become citizens of Mattia. The remaining ones whose genetic conditions are completely unsuitable for use by Mattia will be sent to the labor area to serve the superior genes in the future. But in fact, there is another unknown criterion, which is the deformed children hidden deep in the Uni Garden seen through the memories of Su. But if you think about it carefully, you can find that the logic is flawed. Su has seen the superior gene evaluation criteria outside Uni Garden with his own eyes. So how is it measured for adults? Mattia sends children with slightly lower qualifications to the underground city base, and holds selections after they become adults, and the winner is the superior. But one thing cannot be ignored, that is, the underground city base has no breeding standards. As long as human men and women do not violate human relations, they can get married and have children like families in the old society. This is also the reason why Meg and Sally have always wanted to return to the underground city base. During the period when Matthias was open for selection, anyone who met the age standards and professional requirements of the two major underground cities could sign up to participate. Why didn't Matthias' superior gene standards be used at this time? So in fact, the right to interpret the so-called superior genes is completely in the hands of Matthias. But in this case, which type is Su? Was he born in Matthias or the underground city? If it was the former, then he was sent to the underground city base. But why did Gabriel say that he was trained in the education center? Did something happen in between? Su looked at the sea level with a confused look. To this world, he was a person without a place to come from, and Su seemed to be the same. Where is their home? Who are they? Why does he not like to socialize with others, but has a strong sense of belonging to the sea? Are those unclear dreams really dreams? What do they mean? A sudden slap on the shoulder shattered Su's confusion. He looked at Lydia from the hand on his shoulder, and tilted his head in confusion. Lydia smiled freely. Silly boy, if you are homeless, call me sister, and my home will be yours from now on. She could admit without hesitation that she first met Su because he dared to challenge Uni Garden, and later she felt that this person might really be able to overthrow the existing order in Mattia. Su was a person with a strong sense of boundaries and vigilance, and it was really difficult to get along with him. Moreover, she left Uni Garden after serving her full working years, and was an excellent employee of the garden in everyone's eyes, so she could only help a little in secret and use Su's hand to trip Mattia. But this silly boy who was not good at interacting with others would sense her sadness at the first time, and comfort her in his own way in a slightly clumsy way. So slowly, she really wanted to become friends with someone as straightforward and sincere as Su. She was a generation older than Su, so it was not too much for him to call her sister. Su lowered his eyes and smiled softly, but did not respond. Lydia was slightly annoyed. Why are you laughing? I'm trying to establish a relationship with you because we get along well. Su shook his head, his mouth slightly raised but without a smile, and quietly rejected Lydia's kindness. Those who are close to me all have bad endings in the end, so I'd better not implicate you. But thank you very much for accepting a weirdo like me. After that, he jumped off the wall, nodded sincerely to Lydia, and turned around to leave the top floor. Lydia vaguely felt that his back was a little gloomy when he left. This person seemed very lonely, and always deliberately alienated everyone around him. The incident in the labor district and Meg's death had a certain impact on him, but before that he was already unusually calm. He always looks at the world calmly. The indifference in his bones is not arrogance, but more like a kind of detachment from a third-person perspective. Lydia chuckled, smiled and stroked the head of the doll on her waist, and whispered, "What a weirdo." As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped off the wall and continued to patrol the battlefield, always hoping to save another person. The underground city was still bustling late at night. The colorful signs on both sides of the street were scattered in disorder. The joy of surviving the disaster became a flame retardant. In the pungent smell of motor oil in the streets and alleys, people sang almost crazily. Su avoided the flow of people and returned to the place arranged for them in the underground city, and secretly took out the nutrient solution prepared by Wei Yu for him. He thought he played the role well today. If the plan was well planned, according to the casualties today, the personnel of the vanguard teams that came to support were disrupted again. If the experimental center did not suspect him, before the next wave of alien creatures invaded, the navigation department would definitely gather the teams and assign them. He would most likely be the candidate for the reserve team leader. It is different to just insert a team to fish in troubled waters, and to lead the team to fight. He must show the proper state to prevent being watched by those with ulterior motives. But then again, how is Wei Yu doing now? After the monsters on Santa Maria's side retreated, will the survivors' camp be temporarily safe? It wasn't him who broke the connection, so it was probably Wei Yu's fault. Was he deliberately trying to stop him from listening, or did something unexpected happen? Would Wei Yu really be in trouble? Should he dial to ask now? Su held the nutrient solution in one hand, and the communicator in the other, pacing back and forth in the room in hesitation, worried about what would happen if he disturbed Wei Yu at this time and distracted him, but he couldn't help wanting to find out about him. When he was suddenly called back to his senses by a prompt tone, he gasped with lingering fear, and was shocked to realize that he had been thinking about Wei Yu unconsciously just now. What was I thinking just now? Am I crazy? Su scratched his hair regretfully, immediately picked up the communicator to check the letter, and after reading the content, He slightly curled his lips with understanding. Su, a member of the 9th Squadron of the Vanguard, you have performed well and remained calm during the mission. With the special approval of the Navigation Department, you are temporarily appointed as the captain of the 3rd Squadron. The following is the list of the squadron members. Chapter 128. The smoke above the lighthouse continued for half a month, and the accumulated dark clouds became lower and lower. During this period, it rained heavily, washing away the mess left by the cruel battle on the sea. The invasion of alien creatures gradually shrank, and the previous extremely strange and indescribable ones were no longer seen. At the end of the few endgames, the lighthouse garrison could barely cope with it even without drinking the strengthening agent, as if the catastrophe was really over. A few days later, the captains of each Vanguard team received a recall text message from the Navigation Department, ordering all surviving team members to pack up and return. But on the day of return, when all the Vanguard team members gathered at the unified lighthouse platform to count the number of people, they found that only half of the people on the scene were left. At the beginning, Matthias deliberately sent away the available manpower and violently cleared the Vanguard team members on standby, and later Meg forcibly took away all the elite team and half of the ordinary team members. The current Vanguard is extremely short of manpower and ability, and cannot withstand the continuous war. Therefore, the list of team members that Su receives every day will still change. The sea breeze on the top platform is howling, almost covering the sound of the conversation before leaving. Su secretly glanced at the position of the frigate, and saw that General Robert seemed to be talking to Admiral Muller. Although he couldn't hear what they were talking about, the atmosphere was very strange. The garrison army is directly under the military of the underground city base, and obeys Matthias's orders. It has no direct relationship with the Guard army, probably because the two are similar in nature. The garrison army also obeys Muller, the commander of the Guard army. As for their conversation, Su could guess roughly by observing the expressions of the two people. It was mostly related to the strengthening agent. Su looked over and saw who it was. He smiled and said, "Team leader." Lydia walked over slowly and said with a smile, "You still call me team leader. Now you are also a team leader. Temporary." Su did not take credit for it. It's only a matter of time. Lydia had no doubt about Su's ability, and even secretly thought that he could go further. "I heard that you, as the temporary captain, led the team members to assist the garrison several times to successfully place the detonation points on the sea surface. You also took the risk of being blown to death and actively attracted the monsters to approach. General Robert usually doesn't praise people, but I have heard him mention you more than once." She handed the bag in her hand to Su. "Take it, this is a specialty of Santa Maria. I know you will definitely not spend money to buy it, so I bought a little of everything. Don't be polite to me." When Su was still hesitating, Lydia stuffed the bag into his arms without allowing him to refuse. He thanked her a little awkwardly. "Thank you." Her generosity was very similar to when Su was in college. The nurse sister at the welfare home was afraid that he would be hungry at school, so she stuffed a large bag of food into him before leaving. "What about you? Don't you go back together?" Su asked. Lydia shrugged. "No, since I have a reason not to go back to that damn place, I can stay here as long as I can." She hoped that the war would end soon, and she also wanted to stay in Santa Maria base for a while longer under the pretext of assisting in the war, and escape as long as she could. Lydia shook her head and swung her high ponytail behind her head, stood in front of Su with her hands on her waist, and said very righteously, "Smelly boy, I will keep my word. When you come to Santa Maria in the future, come to me, your sister, and add more tableware." She knew that Su was afraid of causing trouble for her, but it was one thing for him not to call her sister, and it was another for her to recognize Su as her brother. This world has become so cold and indifferent. If she also obeys her fate and believes in an illusory hidden danger, that would be the beginning of her fall. Su's eyebrows relaxed, the corners of his lips slightly raised, and he bowed his head to accept this precious kindness. Okay. He was not very good at making friends, so his understanding was relatively shallow. Captain Lydia was a credible guide for him, a friend who transcended age and gender, and a pure, friendly emotion in this bleak and ignorant world. He still hated this world, but he didn't hate it so much today. Toot the whistle of the frigate's departure resounded throughout the sea. The exhaust wind from the high-speed rotation of the engine was more intense than the hurricane at sea, but it could not blow away the guards standing on the runway. Their eyes were firm, and their bodies were as tall as the cold pines, like the high walls on the tower. "Admiral, we will defend this place no matter what. Thank you for bringing people to help this time." Robert knew that no matter how much he said, Admiral Muller would not help them plead with the captain, and even if he really pleaded, it would be useless. Mon couldn't stand it anymore, and wanted to explain Muller, actually the Admiral. He knew that the Admiral just didn't say it, but he was actually very concerned about the guards and garrisons. Although he was usually afraid of the Admiral, he knew in his heart that Admiral Muller was probably the only person on Matia who would not hurt them. Lieutenant General Mond, you are talking too much again, return to the team. Muller glanced at Mond coldly. Since he couldn't change the status quo, why did he say it out loud and let the garrison have more disappointment and regret? Muller looked up at the distant skyline and gave the order, all guards return. His words were sonorous, and he walked straight to the frigate. When he was about to board the ship, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the other side of the platform. He found the familiar figure in the crowd, sighed with a heavy heart, and leaned over to walk into the cabin. Su was saying his last goodbye to Captain Lydia, and suddenly felt a gaze sweeping over him. He immediately looked back sharply, but did not find the source. He stood there and watched the frigate take off, and also walked towards their ark. Most of the arks that came to support Santa Maria were damaged. They thought that several teams would have to squeeze into one ship when they returned. Unexpectedly, Santa Maria Base not only prepared vehicles for the Vanguard, but also prepared 3 transport arks full of war preparations to return to Matia with them, as a thank you for their help. Su shook his head in confusion and said to himself, can the things exchanged for burning lives and base war reserves really make up for it? Is it worth it? But he respected the fate of others. Since the underground city base made such a choice, they must have thought about the consequences. One ark after another rose up, broke through the wind and rushed into the sky, then flew away quickly, turning into daytime stars and disappearing in the thin clouds. The garrison on the platform stared at the sky with envy, imagining that one day they would be able to enter Matia, without having to risk their lives to fight, and no longer having to drink any strong soldiers to break through the human limit, and there was a risk of self-destruction at any time. But can they wait until that day? Above the clouds, the Matthias ship. The news that the Vanguard escorted Santa Maria's thank-you gift was about to return triumphantly. After the guards arrived at Matthias, Muller was immediately summoned to the high-level conference room for a meeting and took the initiative to report to the captain. Very good. The captain on the high seat responded with satisfaction, and then said, Admiral Muller has worked hard. With your leadership of the guards and the Vanguard, Santa Maria was successfully defended, and tens of thousands of residents in the underground city were protected. Very good. Muller said neither humbly nor arrogantly, this is what I should do. He paused for a moment, and then said, General Robert led the troops well, and the guards were brave and fearless, so they could cooperate smoothly. Muller actually spoke for others. This was really rare. Many people in the conference hall looked at him in surprise, and they could only sigh in their hearts. The head of the navigation department looked at the people in the front row and stepped out to say, the fact that we were able to defeat the alien creatures this time is proof of the concerted efforts of the human alliance. We have always been worried that the evolution of alien creatures will sooner or later surpass the technological development of humans. Now it seems that with the strong weapons developed by the experimental center, humans can still become the masters of the earth. I believe that one day, we will defeat all monsters and take back the territory that belongs to humans. Not only did his flattery not cause sighs, but others also stepped out to echo, yes, the human alliance will eventually win. No matter how strong the alien creatures are, they cannot beat humans. Believe in Matthias and the experimental center, they will definitely lead humans to a bright future. Gabriel humbly raised his hand and pressed it, and bowed devoutly to the captain on the high seat. It is the wise guidance of the captain that has enabled Matthias to sail safely to this day. Everyone looked at each other, bowed their heads and shouted, Captain, you are wise. The high seat was hidden in the shadows, and a figure stood up and said excitedly, Everything is for the future of mankind. Everything is for the future of mankind. Everyone shouted. Muller watched the domestication coldly throughout the process, neither participating nor stopping it, but when Gabriel stepped out again, his vigilance instantly reached the highest level. Captain, I heard that several members of the Vanguard team performed very well this time, and even the temporary leader was not panicked. Gabriel said, turning his head and looking at the Minister of Navigation. The Minister of Navigation Department cooperated with his understanding and said, General Robert specially sent a letter of praise to the Navigation Department, saying that a member of the Vanguard named Su performed particularly well, and he hoped that he would not be buried by Matthias. Muller frowned when he heard this. Robert had mentioned this to him, but he stopped it at that time. What is the purpose of the Navigation Department bringing this up now? Gabriel took the opportunity to suggest, Captain, It's a pity for such a good talent to stay in the vanguard. Why not transfer him to a place that is more suitable for him, such as the navigation department or the guard? Gabriel, you. Before the captain expressed his opinion, Max angrily stepped out and pointed directly at Gabriel. Everyone knew what Susu had done before, and the grudge between Unigarden and him had not been settled yet, and Susu would never be allowed to rely on Matthias. Moeller, what do you think? The captain ignored Max and threw the question to Admiral Moeller of the guard. Moeller refused without hesitation with a cold face. This team member has a precedent of defection. The guards do not accept disloyal and unjust people. The guards do not rely on any department of Matthias, but this time he chose to use the Unigarden as an excuse, not because of his approval, but because Gabriel placed his own people in the military so openly, and he didn't need to think too much to know what the experimental center was up to. He had warned Gabriel not to try to poison the guards. If this experimental madman forgot the feeling of having a gun pointed at his head, he would not recommend breaking into the experimental center again. Chapter 129. You mean, Professor Gabriel recommended me to join the army in the high-level meeting, but Admiral Moeller rejected it on the spot, and the spectacle of Unigarden being the guards appeared? Susu was chewing corn cakes while listening to the news Guanjia had just heard from the experimental center, and couldn't help but marvel. When he first came to Mattia, he saw that the guards and Unigarden were at loggerheads, but he didn't expect that today they would unite because of his matter. But Susu didn't want to flatter himself. He knew his own weight very well, and he didn't need to think to know the reason why Moeller resisted the intervention of the experimental center. Yes. Guanjia was so anxious that he was shocked, and for Susu's thoughts to be on the point, this is not the point. The point is that the professor hopes that you can enter the military and let more people see his work. Only by expanding the influence can more people believe and join the transformation plan. Compared to the experimental subjects selected from the thousands of people in the vanguard, the guards, who have been selected through layers of selection, are much more suitable and convenient. Susu swallowed the choking cake in his mouth and said solemnly, "Tell the professor for me that I will work hard to improve and become someone who can shake Matthias as soon as possible. It is too easy to be exposed if you tell a lie, and you have to go against your conscience," so he chose to tell the truth. Seeing that Susu has learned to look at the problem from the professor's perspective, Guanjia felt sour in his heart, but he was also more relieved. It is a good thing to have one more person to protect the professor. You can't join the guard, but with the minister's fence-sitter, you will have a captain at least. By then, Susu guessed what Guanjia wanted to say, and repeated again impatiently, "I remember helping you to succeed." Guanjia smiled and nodded heavily. He knew he had emphasized it several times, but he always felt uneasy before things were settled. "Then I go first." He took 2 steps back and remembered that he forgot to say something. He hurried forward and said, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot the main thing. The professor asked you to go to the experimental center later to collect some data." "Yeah, I got it." Susu leaned against the door of the dormitory, yawned sleepily, nodded listlessly, and his energy was not on the conversation with Guanjia at all. Guanjia's mind was particularly sensitive, but he did not feel offended by Susu's current attitude. Instead, it was within his expectations. Without the blessing of the strengthening agent, even Susu would be no more than this. Susu should be grateful to the professor for being able to achieve results on the battlefield and being valued by so many big figures. However, in fact, Susu really felt bored, and chatting with Guanjia helped him sleep better than the nutrient solution way you gave him. "I go after a nap. You can do whatever you want." He drove the guest away wearily, but he immediately regained his spirits as soon as he closed the door. "Wei Yu." Susu took out the communicator from his pocket, leaned against the door with his head down, and unconsciously thought of that person again. They had not contacted each other since that day, and he didn't know how Wei Yu was doing now. He had always asked Wei Yu something important, but now he had nothing to ask. Would Wei Yu think it was presumptuous if he called him rashly? Or should he think of an excuse now? Susu raised his head and slapped his forehead, secretly cursing himself for being inexplicably shy. What excuses are there? The life and death of the partner is the basis for ensuring the normal cooperation. What's wrong with me asking? He nodded, feeling that it was reasonable, holding his breath, and dialed the blank number without giving himself room to retreat. The orderly dialing sound was like a stone falling to the ground, hitting the heart lightly, causing the heart rate to rise continuously, and causing hot sweat on the hands. Susu's hair, which had grown wildly, became more and more tangled. He walked around the room holding the communicator, and he had recited the prepared opening remarks by heart, but he still didn't wait for the call to be connected. Did something really happen? The worst plan flashed through his mind instantly, causing Su Su to hold his breath and stare at the communicator screen for a long time with a gloomy face. But he still couldn't wait for anyone to respond. Liar. Su Su lowered his head and complained in a low voice. Didn't you say you wanted to cooperate? Didn't you say you had a lot of clues that would satisfy me? You repeatedly told me to be safe, but you got caught first. Wei Yu, you are not only a liar, but also a fool. Frankly speaking, he did have regrets about the failure of the cooperation, but it did not dominate his anxiety at this time, because even without Wei Yu's help, he would try every possible way to find the truth. But when he learned that the person who would carefully test his preferences and silently help him to move forward step by step had completely disappeared from this world, his empty heart seemed to be filled with acid water, throbbing from time to time, a little stuffy and a little painful. So he was really a disaster star, and anyone who got close to him would get into trouble. Ever since he came to this world, he was destined to be alone for the rest of his life, without relatives or friends. Hello? The man's temptation suddenly interrupted the dial tone. Oliver hesitantly checked Wei Yu's communicator, but there was no number on the screen. Did he hang up? Wei Yu? Su Su blurted out his concern, and he didn't have time to figure out who answered the phone. I'm not him. I picked up the phone after it rang for a long time. Boss Wei was seriously injured and is still in a coma. Do you have anything I can tell you? Oliver, who is usually big and strong, was very nervous when he spoke, fearing that he would say something wrong and cover Wei Yu's head when he woke up. Su Su's prepared opening remarks were completely forgotten, and he asked several questions in a hurry. Seriously injured? Is the invasion of the camp so serious? Is he okay now? Liang Zhan came over immediately after hearing the voice. He was very curious about this Su Su, and he started to talk like a box of chatterbox. After all, due to the poor geographical conditions, the camp's fortifications are not as good as the lighthouse. It was my brother who led people to hold back most of the alien creatures, and buy time for the camp residents to evacuate. When we went back to look for him, we saw that half of him was in the stomach of the alien sea python. It was scary. Is he okay? Su Su asked again. Oliver turned his head to look at Wei Yu on the boat, and said with a smile, he won't die. Maybe you are a great doctor, or maybe this kid doesn't want to pay attention to me at all, and woke up when he heard your voice. Brother. Liang Zhan woke Wei Yu up, shouted excitedly, opened his arms, and wanted to throw himself on him to hug him, but was picked up by Oliver. Do you want to break the bones he just connected? Oliver put the communicator next to Wei Yu's pillow, and walked out with Liang Zhan, who was struggling, under one arm. Don't be a light bulb here, kid, brother will take you to dig sand sculptures. I don't want to be stupid. Liang Zhan angrily slapped Oliver's back and shouted at Wei Yu on the bed. Brother Wei Yu smiled helplessly, and rubbed his eyebrows, explaining to Su Su on the other end of the communicator. His name is Liang Zhan. He is an orphan picked up by Director Finn at sea. The other one was picked up by me at sea. He said it hastily, and then asked, what about you? Are you still at the lighthouse at sea? Have the monsters retreated? Are you injured? Are you seriously injured? After saying a series of words, he suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest, turned his head, and took a deep breath to slow down his breath, and calmed down a little before asking Su Su again, did the experimental center find anything abnormal? Did Gabriel make things difficult for you? If the nutrient solution is not very effective, you must tell me, wait for me. Have you said enough? Su Su suddenly questioned. The coldness in his words was not the deliberate alienation in his daily life, but a faint feeling, which Wei Yu regarded as anger. Wei Yu asked softly, why are you angry? The other end of the line didn't say anything, and after a while, Su Su muffled the blame. Why do you have so many questions? Don't learn from me. Wei Yu couldn't help but chuckle when he heard it, which made his chest hurt. He obeyed very cooperatively and said, okay, I won't ask so many questions. So are you okay now? You are injured and half dead, and you still have the mind to ask me how I am? Su Su couldn't help but complain, but he felt that his heart was like being spread out in the spring sun, warm. He curled his lips and gave a hasty answer. I went back to Matthias. I'm not injured or in pain. I will go to the experimental center later to cooperate with the data calculation. So how are you? Wei Yu knew that if he continued to tease like this, Su Su would really get angry, so he confessed honestly, I have healthy limbs and can speak well, but I need to recuperate for a while. Don't worry, I'm fine. He looked up at the ceiling and said calmly, that's great. Su Su raised his eyebrows. Are you seriously injured? Are you okay? Wei Yu smiled and replied, we are fine. We are all alive. That's great. Su Su was stunned. His anxious mood was relieved by Wei Yu's comfort, but he was still a little worried. I find a way to find you. After a light cough, he added a little stiffly, talk to you about cooperation. Wei Yu smiled and understood, I'm glad you're willing to come to see me, but the sea has been uneasy recently, so let's wait for a while. It seems you're really seriously injured. Su Su saw through Wei Yu's cover-up. You should take good care of your injuries. Don't worry about my affairs. I will still come to see you if there is a chance. See you next time. Wait. Wei Yu stopped Su Su's hand from hanging up the line. You said you were going to the experimental center later? Yeah. Wei Yu sighed. I'm a person who will do whatever it takes to achieve my goals, but I don't want you to get into trouble. If the cooperation is difficult, we can discuss it again. Don't take risks. Coincidentally, I'm also a person who will do whatever it takes to achieve my goals. In front of Wei Yu, Su Su didn't have to hide his ambitions. The key to the known problem is currently in the experimental center. He also saw a familiar code name on the merit wall, which shows that the direction of his investigation is correct, so he has to try even if it is a dangerous place. I know I can't persuade you, but I still need to let you know. Wei Yu couldn't move now, and had to slow down after every few words. He was afraid that Su Su didn't have enough time, so he held his breath and continued, I have read their experimental records and deduced that the way to calculate the data is not that simple. It will be very painful for you to bear it with your body. I will try my best to hold on. Su Su gritted his teeth and insisted on his choice. It seems that you are determined to go. Wei Yu sighed, and then said, there is a bottle of dark green in the nutrient solution I gave you. Did you see it? Su Su replied, I saw it. I found that the color was wrong and guessed that it might have other uses, so I put it away. Chapter 130. That bottle is mixed with some anesthetic and analgesic ingredients. Although it can't completely block out the disease, it can at least make you feel better. Wei Yu had long been worried that Su Su would go to this step, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Su Su held the nutrient solution bottle tightly and said seriously, thank you. He was not a fool. What Wei Yu did for him was more than helping his partners. It was probably goodwill to like-minded people, or there were other purposes, but the care he received was real. I have someone prepare the equipment first. Next time you come, I take you to the HOM Marine Biology Research Center. I hope you don't break your promise. Wei Yu's words were gentle, and the request at the end of his words was more of a hope and a wish. When Su Su heard the target he had been pursuing for a long time, his breathing stagnated. In a trance, he saw the figures of the Dean and others on the confused road ahead. He squeezed out a voice from his eagerness. Okay. He pursed his lips and suddenly called, Wei Yu. Well, what's wrong? Wei Yu responded. The voice calling his name was like a feather passing through his heart, and there was an indescribable sense of excitement. In an instant, all the cells in his body were clamoring. Why can't he move now? He really wants to jump up and down. This time, let me bless you. Su Su's blessing was solemn, trying to engrave it on Wei Yu's body and accompany him on his long journey. I wish you everything will be fine and safe in the future. Everything will be fine and safe. The invisible blessing was like a branding iron on the softest part of his heart, burning his breathing deeply and trembling slightly. He looked at Su Su like a hard stone full of edges and corners, staying there alone. At first, he also felt that the stone was cold and uncomfortable in his hand. He only needed mutual benefit to achieve his goal, without deep friendship. To this day, the stone is still indestructible, but it has put away its thorns and gradually began to give him warmth. In the subtle changes of Su Su, will he be the exception? Wei Yu uncontrollably developed a shameful possessive desire and couldn't help wanting to give more Su Su. But reason stopped his recklessness in time. He reorganized his thoughts and said devoutly, next time we meet, I have something to say to you. Su Su was stunned, swallowed his saliva, and agreed, okay, see you next time. Goodbye. As soon as Wei Yu finished speaking, he smiled and said, hang up first, It's not convenient now. At present, his limbs were unable to move, and he was powerless to do anything. Later he would ask Director Finn if there was any special medicine that could make him get better faster. He had to prepare in advance for the risk of death before returning to the restricted area. Su Su responded with a faint hum, and his thumb froze on the hang-up button for a while before pressing it. He wanted to know what Wei Yu wanted to tell him, but he couldn't help but feel anxious, and was inexplicably worried that what he heard was not what he expected. If he wanted to blame someone, he should blame Wei Yu for always turning his ideas into reality, making him become insatiable invisibly. Su Su stood quietly behind the door for a long time. The lingering messy fragments in front of his eyes were no longer just the warmth of the welfare home, and the pain of being torn away from his home. Unconsciously, he had many more memories about Wei Yu. He didn't know the reason, but his gradually accelerating heartbeat seemed to tell him the answer. But is this true? Is he overthinking? Su scratched his hair in annoyance. I can't figure it out. I don't want to think about it anymore. He gave up thinking, looked at the time on the communicator, turned around and pulled open a slit in the curtain, and looked out from the wall. If I hadn't looked at the time, I wouldn't have noticed that it was already midnight. Occasionally, patrols passed by in the lower passage of Mattia, and only a few idle passers-by were left. The street lights were dim and deserted, and dust visible to the naked eye floated in the air illuminated by the light. It had been repaired countless times, and gathered the remaining human resources, but all the facilities were still old and exuded a strong smell of decay. A figure suddenly flashed from the shadows, causing the dust in the air to be blown up by the wind, but in a moment it returned to the calm of the late night. He's here. He's finally here. The two researchers who had been waiting at the door of the experimental center for a long time revealed strong impatience in their words. When Su approached, the two of them changed their faces instantly and smiled politely. Did something delay you? You're a little late. Come in with us, the professor has been waiting for you for a long time. Su lowered his head and apologized timidly. I've been too tired recently. I overslept without noticing. I'm really sorry. The two researchers smiled at each other and led Su meaningfully. Don't worry, the professor values you so much. He will definitely not be angry with you. Let's go. Don't keep the professor waiting for too long. Su nodded obediently. Yes, please lead the way. The three of them entered the experimental center, two in front and one behind. After walking through the darkness, they suddenly came into a white area. The strong smell of alcohol in the air made Su feel a little dizzy. The processing plant and sample analysis area on both sides of the passage had already stopped working, and it was so quiet that only the footsteps of the three people could be heard. Su lowered his head with his chin in his mouth, but his eyes were always paying attention to the surroundings. According to the step distance, these two areas plus the laboratory that Gabriel had taken him to before, the area is less than a quarter of the experimental center. The locked storage room in the 10 million level clean room mentioned by Wei Yu before should be in the unexplored area. Hey, do you think it's really strange recently? A researcher couldn't help but whisper to his companion. Another researcher nodded in agreement, glanced at Su who was following behind him, and lowered his voice and said, yes, those samples were dead before, but they have become extremely active recently just like. He struggled for a while on how to describe it, and suddenly got inspiration and said, it's like they are alive again. They were not completely dead originally. Hearing his companion say this, the researcher muttered softly, but also understood what he meant. Anyway, because they have been too restless recently, the professor asked us to record changes every half an hour and submit observation reports every day. Do you think this is the life of a human being? Other research groups have gone back to rest, leaving us to stay and monitor the data. When will this life end? Another researcher lamented bitterly, and suddenly found that Su who had been following behind them had come close to them at some point, which scared him a lot. What are you doing? I'm not sleepy when I hear about work. Su asked kindly, do you get overtime pay for overtime work? Will you give subsidies? Can volunteers like me get it? The two researchers were stunned, looked at each other, and answered hesitantly, probably not. The research team responsible for the transformation plan was taken away by the inspection team for private experiments. They had just taken over not long ago, and had not heard of other experimental subjects having this demand. How many people are there in your project team? There should be shift work and rest, right? Who can stand doing this every day? Su became interested in the conversation and walked between the two to continue asking, when I was working part-time in the cafeteria, I didn't see you go to eat. Does the experimental center have its own small cafeteria? Is your laboratory far from the cafeteria? Are you hiring? They had heard a little about Su working part-time everywhere, so it was not surprising that he would ask these questions. There can't be a canteen in the experimental area. Our meals are all delivered by the Ministry of Materials and Energy, and we must eat them in the restaurant area. It was rare for the professor to agree to let Su eat in the experimental area. At least they hadn't encountered it since they joined the experimental center. Another researcher glanced at Su, saw through his intention, and said bluntly, don't even think about it. Our restaurant cleaners are also regular employees. We won't hire part-time workers. Su saw that his thoughts were exposed, and smiled guilty, and said frankly, I'm really too sleepy. If I don't talk about something interesting, I'm afraid I won't be in the mood and delay the professor's experimental progress. One of the researchers saw that he was sincere, pointed to the fork in the road ahead, and said, "The restaurant is just to the right. If you're hungry, you can pick it up. There should be midnight snacks here." Midnight snack. Sue's eyes widened in disbelief, and he spoke quickly after swallowing his saliva. "The conditions in the experimental center are really good. It's a pity that I haven't learned this knowledge, otherwise I would have tried my best to get in." He looked around openly, pointed to the left side of the fork and said, "Professor Gabriel took me here. It seems to be a few lounges. What's inside if we go straight?" "Inside are the laboratories of various research groups, and there are stairs leading to the office upstairs, but we can't take you in without permission." The researcher explained in advance to prevent Sue from having unnecessary curiosity. Laboratory. Sue really thought the same as the researcher, and he had a strong interest in the closed door ahead. He secretly calculated how many alarms were embedded in the gates he passed along the way. If he forced his way in, from the moment the alarm sounded, would the probability of running to this door without being caught by the guards be worth the risk? The answer is obviously no. The fact that there is no door card alone is enough to give Sue a headache. However, the place he was looking for was most likely behind the door, so he had to find a way to get in. As Sue was thinking, he saw the tightly closed stainless steel door suddenly open from the inside, and Gabriel slowly walked out from behind the door and waved to him. "Sue, come here." Gabriel smiled and greeted. This door just opened like that? Sue stared at the door that opened automatically in astonishment, and was stunned for a while before moving closer. "Sorry, Professor, I'm late." Gabriel didn't care about it, and comforted him with understanding. "You just came back from Santa Maria, you should have a good rest. I took the liberty to call you here, don't be offended." "How can I blame you? Professor, just tell me if you have anything." Sue's attitude was very respectful. Gabriel nodded with satisfaction, and led Sue into a laboratory, with the door marked Human Gene Research Group. Before entering the door, Sue paid special attention to the Biological Alienation Research Group that he had just passed by, and thought to himself, "Is this where Wei Yu used to work? Where would the 10 million level clean room be? I haven't seen it yet. It seems that next time I go to see Wei Yu, I have to ask him to draw a map of the experimental center, which will save a lot of trouble." "Sue, what are you looking at?" Gabriel asked with a smile.